Baekhyun was once a national actor standing at the peak of glory, but after a single plane crash, everything he owned vanished in a sea of flames. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in his 19-year-old body, a chubby boy living in an orphanage with a bleak future. Just as he was struggling to understand what was happening, a strange scholar appeared and announced that he had become a reincarnator. If he wanted to keep living, he had to fulfill the unfinished wishes of others. Those wishes were all related to saving the idol group Best Boy, a group destined to fail and disband in the future. Carrying the memories of his past life, Baekhyun resolved to lose weight and train day and night. He passed the audition and successfully became a new trainee at an entertainment agency. From here, the story of a reincarnated actor becoming an idol, saving his teammates, and rewriting the future officially begins. Let us follow this fascinating series with Life Manhwa. Early morning at a high-rise building in the city. The door creaked open as someone walked in. The final participant began. A large male student walked slowly toward a panel of judges. He bowed politely at a 90-degree angle. When he looked up, his face was perfect, so beautiful it practically sparkled. The two judges looked at his face and simultaneously turned to each other, whispering in shock, "Is he really only 19? Oh my god." Another judge sitting nearby laughed and added, "Alright, show us what you have prepared." He placed his hand on the prepared microphone. Then, as his melodic voice rang out, a judge could not help but exclaim, "Oh my, his visuals are no joke." However, that melodic voice pierced the judge's eardrums. His skills were like a bad joke. The judge quickly wiped away the pollution he had just heard and asked dejectedly, "Did you not have time to practice, or do you think those looks will give you an unconditional pass?" Hearing the critique, Baekhyun could only scratch his head guiltily. Good looks are not enough. You need to show the skills necessary to debut. What else are you good at? Do you have any other skills? Hearing this, Baekhyun replied seriously, "Yes, I do." He looked toward the piano positioned opposite him, and asked, "May I play the piano?" The judge nodded in approval. "Go ahead." The female judge next to him whispered, "Everyone plays the piano, do not they?" Watching Baekhyun's fingers rest on the keys, she remarked, "It seems he has been properly trained. Oh wait, the lead instructor is a huge fan of classical music. It will be hard to impress him." A second later, a melodious sound echoed, causing the judges to freeze. He played with intense focus. The judge realized in shock, "This is Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata, third movement." Baekhyun played as if merging with the notes. His technique was not perfect. His slender hands glided rapidly across the keys. The sounds hit their ears like a bolt of lightning. But why? It was as if Baekhyun's entire being channeled the soul of Beethoven. The judge could not believe his senses, wondering, "I feel like I am looking at a master pianist." He ended the piece with a powerful final chord. The atmosphere turned heavy and still, with only the sound of Baekhyun's heavy breathing. After listening, the judges burst into tears simultaneously, constantly asking, "Why am I crying like this? He is a genius, a true genius." A judge immediately rushed over with endless praise. "That was a magnificent performance. It felt as if Beethoven himself was playing for us." Baekhyun stood up gently, thinking to himself, "I have actually never formally studied piano." He awkwardly extended his hand. "Thank you for the compliment, sir." The two of them shook hands happily, while Baekhyun celebrated internally. "It was just one of the roles I once took on as an actor." He imagined himself standing before the public, waving as the press swarmed him. Baekhyun continued to fantasize about the title, the genius superstar actor. Flashing back to 1 month ago, on a luxury train, Baekhyun, age 30, sat solemnly reading a book. 8 years after his debut, he had earned the titles of the nation's favorite actor and the greatest actor. His assistant beside him pleaded incessantly, "Hyun, please rest for a bit. You have hardly slept at all." Baekhyun sighed and replied, "I will rest once we take off." The assistant immediately chirped with praise. "Hyun, you really are a hard worker." Feeling it was too noisy, he cut him off. "Please, stop distracting me." The assistant took the hint. Sorry. People around them on the plane began to murmur. "When is this plane taking off? It is past the departure time. Is something wrong?" Suddenly, someone lightly brushed past him. "No way," Do-jun asked excitedly. "Are you actor Baekhyun?" He bowed, revealing a delicate face, and introduced himself shyly. "I do not know if you remember me, but I am Kim Do-jun from the idol group Best Boy." Baekhyun paused, then nodded and answered honestly, "I am sorry, I really do not recognize you. My apologies." Hearing that, Do-jun awkwardly waved his hands and explained, No, I understand. My group was not very successful and even disbanded." So, since his seat was next to Baekhyun's, Do-jun talked while promoting himself. "Actually, the group got back together recently. We released a new song with our own money, but it has not been well received." His face beamed with joy. "I am actually on my way to meet an investor. Anyway, I can't believe I am sitting next to the famous Baekhyun. It is such an honor." Do-jun's eyes were so bright they made Baekhyun feel awkward. "Is that so?" Do-jun leaned in closer and whispered, "To be honest, I have never flown business class before." He chatted happily like a close friend. "I got a free upgrade, isn't that great? I am so lucky today. I feel bad for the rest of my group, but I could not say no." Do-jun was not tired yet, talking like a machine. "You know, about the overbooking. I did not know what to do. Baekhyun, bored, gave a half-hearted response. Really? Baekhyun leaned his head back against the seat, listening to him listlessly. I had no choice but to buy a full-price ticket at the airport, but then they suddenly put me in business for free. Internally, he sighed. This guy just won't stop talking. He lay there quietly for a moment, thinking, best boy. That failed idol group that disbanded about 5 years ago. Baekhyun finally remembered the 5-member group. I remember they gained attention for their good looks when they first debuted. He recalled the past. The leader of Best Boy had once pointed right at Baekhyun's face and yelled. Right, I remember now. On the day they debuted, their leader screamed at me and called me rude. As he was lost in thought, a mechanical voice suddenly announced. Welcome aboard. This is your captain speaking. We will be taking off shortly. Doojun was still rambling, so I realized. Baekhyun turned to remind him, it looks like we are about to take off. Realizing he was being scolded, the boy scratched his head sheepishly. Sorry, I talked too much. I will let you relax now. Baekhyun replied politely, thank you. You should relax too. The plane took off into the blue sky. In the entertainment industry, if you do not move forward, you get left behind. The cabin grew quiet. Baekhyun sat alone, reflecting a world where the public easily forgets me. He leaned his head against the window and wondered. I used to ask myself how much longer I could hold on. Baekhyun's face was reflected in the glass. If you do not put in the effort, you won't succeed. His script fell to the floor with a thud. I sacrificed everything for acting. So, suddenly, the lights in the cabin cut out, leaving it pitch black. Passengers began to scream in panic. Doojun, who had been sleeping, woke up startled. Huh, what is going on? The plane shook violently, throwing Baekhyun off balance. Passengers cried out in fear. What is that? Tell us what is happening. The flight attendants tried to calm them. Everyone please stay calm. Please remain in your seats. The plane had caught fire and began to plummet at a terrifying speed. Someone screamed, I think something's wrong with the plane. The flight attendants scrambled to reassure everyone. We are making an emergency landing. All passengers please. Baekhyun was in shock, unable to believe his eyes. Wait, is the plane actually falling? The aircraft shook incessantly. Attendants shouted, please stay calm, we ask that you follow orders. Please fasten your seatbelts and assume the brace position. He looked out the window and thought, no way. Am I going to die in such a pathetic way? Baekhyun felt like he was going crazy, clutching his head. Are you kidding me? His face showed clear resentment as he gritted his teeth. I won't. I can't die like this. The plane continued its descent, carrying Baekhyun's desperation. Please, let me survive. He made a promise to the heavens. I will do anything. And then, the crash happened, erupting into a massive ball of fire. Embers drifted through the deep green forest. Baekhyun lay motionless under the plane wreckage, his body covered in syrup. Transitioning to a more chaotic scene, a scream rang out. A pair of chubby hands struggled to push the body up. Those hands gently rubbed a soft belly in total confusion. Baekhyun looked into a nearby mirror with suspicion. Seeing how excessively fat he was, he felt like he was losing his mind and screamed. What is this? Why do I look different? Why did I gain so much weight? Suddenly, Baekhyun froze as the realization hit him. Wait. I did not gain weight. I have returned to how I looked as a kid. He turned to look at the familiar surroundings. And this is the orphanage where I grew up. Baekhyun remembered the plane hitting the ground and mocked himself. This is ridiculous. I am certain I died. That horrific explosion was something no one could have survived. Suddenly, a voice came from above Baekhyun's head. Reincarnators' reactions are always so boring. Confused. He looked up, he saw a dark shadow floating in the air and jumped, screaming, who are you? The figure laughed. There is no need to be so surprised. Scholar Kim introduced himself playfully. My name is Scholar Kim. I am the manager of your second life. Baekhyun still did not understand and asked. What does that mean? Are you the one who brought me back to age 19? Scholar Kim confirmed firmly. That is right. You said you would do anything to live. Flashing back to when Baekhyun lay motionless, a system appeared. If you keep your promise to do whatever it takes to live, I will grant you another chance at life. Baekhyun, do you agree to become a reincarnator? In his dazed state, he struggled to answer subconsciously. I will do anything to live. Scholar Kim pointed at Baekhyun and declared, so, as a reincarnator, you have been sent back 11 years. He listed some familiar names, Kim Taejun, Kang Jae, Hyun, So Ji-ho, and Oh Soo-ol, died at the same time as you. Scholar Kim laid out a detailed plan. To live, you must soothe their regrets and fulfill their wishes. This plan had to be carried out by Baekhyun, until the task was done. A glowing system screen appeared before him. You have 11 years to complete this mission. The deadline is the day you die. The system mission was revealed. If you fail to fulfill their wishes, you will die again. Scholar Kim shook a blue silk pouch in front of him. Let us see now. A few sparkling beads rolled out of the bag. He counted them. 1, 2, 3, 4. The glowing orbs floated in the air. He deduced. There are 25 wishes in total. It seems they had a lot of regrets when they passed away. Baekhyun looked at the pile of bubbles and asked dejectedly. Do I really have to do all of these? On a beautiful sunny day, Baekhyun was jogging on the grass. He was running so hard he was drenched in sweat. Baekhyun leaned his hands on his knees, exhausted, catching his breath. I do not have much time left. He looked at Scholar Kim, who was lounging on a chair, and complained. He calls himself a manager, but he does not help with anything. Noticing his burning gaze, the boy laughed and encouraged him. You can do it, reincarnator, while pointing to the mission board nearby. Mission, fulfill the members' wishes. If you fail, you die. Baekhyun's face darkened, and a wicked thought arose. Should I just kill him? He squeezed his belly fat. If I work hard to lose weight so I can become an actor again, I won't have any complaints. But I can't believe that out of all the people I have to help it is. Baekhyun instinctively remembered the talkative Doojun from the past. Best boy. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, calculating the time. There are 3 months left until the audition. The best chance for me to fulfill their wishes is to become a member of their group. With that thought, motivation surged through him. Baekhyun started running again. Best boy. He ran with steady steps, sweat pouring off him like a stream, fueled by high determination. I won't let you guys fail. Baekhyun ran tirelessly. Before he knew it, night had fallen, and then morning came again. Baekhyun's physique was now much slimmer than before. Sweat was still falling like a waterfall when a voice called out, Hyun. It was the orphanage director. She smiled kindly and handed him a bottle of water. Can we sit down and talk for a moment? Covered in sweat and exhausted, Baekhyun replied, okay. The two of them sat down on a nearby bench. The director smiled and said, Hyun, you have always been so quiet. She reached out and patted his arm, reminiscing. You never tried to seek attention like the other kids, and you never complained about not receiving enough love. She felt guilty and asked, I am sorry for not paying more attention to you. I have been worried because you have been exercising so much lately. Is it because you are about to leave the orphanage? Hearing this question, Baekhyun suddenly remembered a life-changing event. I remember now. Age 19 was the worst period of my life. He recalled his miserable times, feeling desperate because he had nowhere to go. Baekhyun looked at the director sitting next to him with doubt. But I do not remember ever having a conversation like this with her in my previous life. But anyway, I will be leaving soon. It is meaningless. Baekhyun immediately pulled his hand away. It is okay, madam. I am always very grateful for your help. He finished the water in one go. If it were not for you, my situation would have been much worse. The director looked apologetic. But I wish I could do more for you. She asked with concern, are you sure you are not having any trouble? Suddenly, the phone in Baekhyun's pocket vibrated. He took it out to check. The director suggested, if you want anything, you can tell me. Suddenly Baekhyun smirked and said, Director, I actually have something to tell you. She gasped in alarm and asked, what is it? He looked at the message on the screen and could not stop himself from smiling. I think I might be leaving the orphanage sooner than expected. The message read, sent from Insight Lab. Hello, this is Insight Lab. Congratulations, you have passed the Idol audition for Best Entertainment. We look forward to hearing from you. Baekhyun announced happily, I just passed my Idol audition. At that moment, the sound of clapping filled the room. Everyone, listen up. The manager announced excitedly, we have a new trainee starting today. He bowed timidly and greeted them politely. Hello, my name is Baekhyun. I am 19 years old. Nice to meet you all. Baekhyun looked up with a cold, sharp gaze. He looked at Doojun, who was clapping enthusiastically in welcome. Great, we are the same age. Welcome, he assessed. The friendly-looking one is Doojun, then he looked at the muscular one. The one who looks like an athlete is Jaehyun. Next was another person who was equally excited. Oh my god, you are so handsome. He began to identify them. The blonde one is Jiho. Baekhyun shifted his gaze to the purple-haired guy next to him and could not help but praise him internally. And that guy with the indifferent look is Osu. He is quite handsome. His eyes turned toward the person speaking, nice to meet you. And, the guy smiled brightly, slapped his chest, and introduced himself loudly. My name is Wang Chang-sik. I am 21, and I am the temporary leader of this group. Chang-sik reached out for a handshake. Baekhyun narrowed his eyes. So, it is you. He seemed to see right through the wicked intentions hidden within the man. I never heard of their group. They were already old news. I feel bad for the other members. Sabotaging himself, having his assets seized. He needs to be punished. I always thought something was wrong with him. Chang-sik extended his hand with a sly smile. Baekhyun judged him silently. He is the disgraceful leader who led the group to the brink of destruction. He thought triumphantly, but now, this is my group. I do not need a leader who will drag us all down. Despite his internal calculations, Baekhyun shook hands joyfully on the outside. Very nice to meet you. He glanced at the deceitful man before him and set a deadline. I have 2 weeks. Baekhyun was extremely decisive. In 2 weeks, I am kicking you out of here. This handshake was like a silent declaration of war for him. Suddenly, Chang-sik squeezed Baekhyun's hand tightly. Baekhyun immediately recognized the gesture. He is trying to assert dominance. Not letting him act arrogant, he immediately shook off Chang-sik's hand. Baekhyun feigned weakness and complained, you are squeezing too hard. It is scaring me. It hurts. Chang Sik started playing dumb, shrugging his shoulders. I did that. No, I did not. The manager immediately jumped in and scolded him. Chang Sik, you are not trying to bully the new guy, are you? He jumped up in protest. When have I ever done that? Hey guys, do I ever tease any of you? Chang Sik naturally walked over and put his arm around Do-jun's shoulder. Come on, be honest. Do-jun flinched in fear. Do-jun whispered softly, no, never. He is actually very good to us. Baekhyun watched the scene, thinking to himself, anyone can see how much he has been bullying them. The manager then opened the door to leave, not forgetting to wave, then I will leave you guys to get to know each other. See you all later, Baekhyun replied politely. Yes, thank you sir. As soon as the door closed, Chang Sik's expression changed 180 degrees. He growled, hey Baekhyun. He placed a hand on his shoulder and whispered threateningly, that was a bit much, do not you think? People might actually think I was hitting you or something. Baekhyun was not scared at all, and brushed Chang Sik's hand off. I just do not want to risk getting injured. Our bodies are important for trainees, right? Our goal is to debut together, is not it? Intense sparks flew between the two of them. Yeah, I really want us to debut together too. Baekhyun gave a dismissive smile. Me too. I really hope we can. He smirked calculatedly, however, I do not think you are going to make it. To Baekhyun, Chang Sik was now just a fool. I have no intention of debuting with a ticking time bomb. The first day of being a trainee, in the dance studio, the choreographer sat with her legs crossed, critiquing him dejectedly. You have never danced before, have you? Do you know any dance moves at all? Baekhyun answered honestly, yes, but it is not hip-hop. She countered immediately, doesn't matter. I just want to see what we are working with. Do it. Hearing that, he could only comply. Alright. He then did a quick warm-up. Baekhyun took his first step with extreme grace. Next, he raised his hands, each finger moving like a fluttering butterfly. Baekhyun's dance seemed as if it could attract a whole swarm of butterflies. The choreographer watching from the side was left speechless with shock. Every move of Baekhyun's dance was captured in her eyes. She stared at him without blinking. The scene was incredibly poetic and eye-catching. Suddenly, the choreographer let out a laugh and stopped him. Alright, enough. Forcing Baekhyun, who was immersed in the dance, to stop with regret. She laughed harder and harder, asking, what kind of 19-year-old boy dances the blues by himself? Is that supposed to be funny? The choreographer laughed uncontrollably. It looks like you are trying to seduce an old lady. Your youthful looks and those suggestive moves do not match at all. How can I not laugh? He explained sadly, this is the only dance I ever learned. And it was a role he had played in his past life. Baekhyun scratched his head in embarrassment at his own ignorance. The choreographer kicked her chair back and stood up. But Hyun, she asked him with interest, do you think you can debut next year with skills like this? Baekhyun did not hesitate. I can. The choreographer was quite surprised by this decisive answer. You really think so? He replied with determination. I will work myself to death if that is what I need to do. Seeing Baekhyun's strong will, the choreographer gave a small smile, calculating something. Finally, she agreed and locked the door by hand. Fine then, let us try it. The choreographer radiated a cunning aura, ready to exploit his labor. There will be no more breaks. You won't be leaving this room anytime soon. Hearing that, Baekhyun could only wince. Water poured down from the shower head. Baekhyun leaned against the wall, looking exhausted after a long day. He felt helpless against the choreographer's merciless exploitation. Forget debuting. I am going to die of exhaustion before that. Baekhyun reached out and grabbed Scholar Kim, who was standing nearby, and demanded. What do you think you are doing? Where did my towel go? Don't look. You are peeping while I am showering. Scholar Kim fumed, wiggling around. While wrapping himself in a towel, Baekhyun asked, what brings you here this time? Scholar Kim flew up high shyly, trying to stay calm. Don't be too surprised by what I am about to say, you rude brat. He clapped his hands twice. Scholar Kim repeated the mission. There are 25 different wishes you must fulfill for the members. A silk pouch appeared in mid-air. Scholar Kim said generously, since you successfully approached them, I will allow you to choose one wish from the bag. Baekhyun had no choice but to reach in and grab one, thinking, I bet he won't tell me all 25 wishes at once. He pulled out a beautiful, pale pink wish orb. Baekhyun pondered skeptically. So Do-jun wants to win the Rookie of the Year award, huh? He imagined the moment of receiving an award and being cheered by others as a moment of pure happiness. For celebrities, this award is like their first love. Baekhyun had once experienced a glorious time standing on stage to accept an award, a feat only a few achieved due to the high level of competition. He was incredibly proud to be recognized. While for others, it remained a lifelong aspiration that never became reality, and little Do-jun also yearned to do something like that just once. Looking at the wish orb in his hand, Baekhyun could not help but wonder, I do not know why he wants an award from MBS Radio so badly. A second later, he tossed the orb behind him without hesitation. Fine, I will just cut back on my sleep. Scholar Kim scrambled in a panic to catch it. You damn reincarnator. Baekhyun took a moment to dry his hair when a provocative voice rang out. Hey, why did you take so long in the shower? Chang-sik walked over with a sneer. Look, everyone is waiting for you. How dare you make everyone wait this long for your initiation ceremony? Baekhyun did not quite understand and asked while rubbing his hair. What do you mean? He asked wickedly. It seems our newcomer knows nothing about the initiation ceremony. Why do not you guys explain it to him? The members behind him flinched simultaneously, their faces turning pale. Do-jun awkwardly explained. It helps you learn about the hierarchy here and understand who is in charge. Chang-sik then asked. Do-jun, who am I? That single question plunged the group into a heavy silence. The boy spoke his true identity in a low voice. The nephew of the CEO of Best Entertainment. Chang-sik triumphantly placed his hand on Baekhyun's shoulder. You heard him right. In this place, you follow my rules. He blurted out decisively. Are you joking? Leaving Chang-sik stunned. Chang-sik was so angry he wanted to rush in and throw a punch. What? Refusing to be intimidated, Baekhyun leaned in and whispered in his ear. I said. This is a pathetic joke. The group behind them could only stare wide-eyed at the sequence of events. Chang-sik was about to lose it. He threw something, causing a vase to wobble, and screamed, what the hell did you just say to me? He lunged and struck Baekhyun hard, while hurling insults. You bastard, are you crazy or just stupid? Chang-sik punched and cursed, unaware that a camera was already hidden in Baekhyun's pocket. You are dead meat, rookie. After being beaten up by him, Baekhyun began to check the hidden camera. He reviewed the video of Chang-sik violently swinging his arms and legs at him. He was extremely pleased. I expected this to happen, but I did not think he would reveal his true nature so soon. Baekhyun recalled the scene where Do-jun was pale with fear but still had to speak up for him. It helps you understand the hierarchy here. His voice grew smaller. And learn who is in charge. Baekhyun watched and thought, I wonder if the CEO knows what his nephew is up to. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Poor Do-jun poked his head in and asked shyly, can I come in? He immediately put the camera away and replied, sure, come in. This was their shared room. He did not actually need to knock. Do-jun brought in a bunch of medicine. I got these from the pharmacy. Baekhyun was a bit surprised. You did not have to do that. It does not hurt that much. The boy sat down timidly beside him. I am sorry I could not stop him. Baekhyun did not blame him and reassured him. It is okay, I understand. Thanks anyway. Baekhyun perceptively touched on Do-jun's pain. For the trainees here, debuting is the most important thing. I am sure none of you want to upset Chang-sik. Suddenly, his expression darkened. However, Baekhyun remembered the Do-jun from his past life. He wondered if enduring Chang-sik for the sake of debuting was worth it for them. The past version of him had hurriedly explained, our group was not very successful and we disbanded, so. Do-jun fidgeted restlessly with his fingers. In the past, a trainee spoke to the manager about Chang-sik. However, I was not brave enough to do the same, he confided, but after that, that trainee was cut from the lineup on the leader's orders. Baekhyun asked, startled, which leader? The leader of Group 1. Do-jun warned him out of concern. Hyun, you have to be careful too. He stood up. You do not need to worry about me. Baekhyun's face went cold. He already had a plan in mind. I have a plan. Moving to the lounge, a burst of hearty laughter suddenly rang out. Chang-sik praised him excitedly. That is more like it. You are good at this. Why were you acting so cocky with me on the first day? Baekhyun flattered him from behind. Yes, back then I did not realize you were such a great person. He happily wrapped his arm around Baekhyun's neck and prodded. So, what do you know now? He answered honestly. Yes, your dance moves, rapping ability, and even your leadership skills are all perfect. Chang-sik flopped down onto a chair nonchalantly. That is a given. Fine, I will let it slide just this once. Now, go cook some ramen for me. Don't forget to add an egg. Baekhyun immediately obeyed. One step of his wicked plan was complete. After a while, the pot of water on the stove began to boil vigorously. Baekhyun glanced down. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound beside him. Oh-soo had already taken the ramen packet and torn it open before he even noticed. He was a bit surprised. You do not need to help. The boy replied in a low voice. If you do not do it right, he will make you cook it all over again. Baekhyun was internally shocked. I can't believe my first conversation with the maknae is about bad-mouthing Chang-sik. Even though Oh-soo looked calm, he was already up to something. I feel so bad. He is still just a kid. Suddenly, he performed a series of actions that left Baekhyun with a question mark, and then, pure drops from Oh-soo's mouth were expelled, falling straight into the boiling pot of ramen. Watching the spit slowly drip down gave Baekhyun the chills. I thought he was a kind maknae, but he is actually more like a handsome crazy person. Before he knew it, it was the 14th day of being a trainee. In the vocal practice room, savage sounds echoed through the room, making everyone try to force a smile. Others stood there with their mouths agape in shock. The vocal teacher's eardrums felt like they were about to burst. He asked with a forced laugh. Hyun still can't hit that high note. It is quite a difficult problem. The vocal teacher commented bluntly. The other members have no problem with the high notes, but you can't even sing an octave. Chang-sik chimed in from the side. I think Hyun's position in the group is still unclear. He glanced at the person beside him. We already have a main rapper. Then he looked over at Do-jun and Oh-soo. Main vocal, visual. He continued, glancing at Jae-hyun and Ji-ho. Main dancer and even a sub-rapper. The vocal teacher immediately agreed. You are right. If Hyun is struggling with singing, he should try rapping. However, we have enough rappers already. Hearing this, Baekhyun thought irritably. I have practiced singing for 2 weeks, and now they want me to switch to rap. He angrily gripped the lyric sheet in his hand. The rap lyrics, I can remember right now, are returning to his past life again. Someone said quickly. Of course I know. I am a fan of yours. The person sat down opposite him, and laughed. This is my first time playing a lead role in a movie. I am really looking forward to it. Baekhyun replied politely, thank you. The person continued to smile, and asked. By the way, we are not that different. Baekhyun analyzed it in his mind. Rappers are just poets who build a story based on external rhythms. He began to rap. Better to keep being blind. Those addicted to dreams will risk their lives for it. The vocal teacher beside him listened silently to the rhythm. Baekhyun's gifted voice resonated, shocking the group. Once you have seen the dream, you can't stop anymore. Each lyric seemed to dance, even when that dream becomes painful, even when it becomes suffocating. Baekhyun felt as if he were standing on a real stage. Once you have seen the dream, there is no turning back, and he remembered that fateful day. Even at the brink of death, I only thought of my dream. The voice was so good it made Chang-sik freeze and listen. Once you have seen the dream, you can't stop. The vocal teacher was stunned. The rhythm fluctuates too much to be considered a proper rap. Everyone around him went silent, listening to Baekhyun sing. And there is no sense of flow. My voice usually breaks or cuts out when I sing, but when I read these lines, he immersed himself in his own music. It resonated in a way he had experienced before. The song finally ended, and the vocal teacher burst into applause. Hyun, that was great. When did you practice this? I see a lot of potential for rap in you. He praised him endlessly. I practiced it as a precaution, Baekhyun thought, while standing still. I guess I do not necessarily have to become a great singer. The vocal teacher recommended a position for Baekhyun. If you practice enough, you could even become the main rapper. Hearing this, Chang-sik began to get angry. Baekhyun noticed it in a flash and glanced over. Then he laughed and added, thank you, sir. I will work hard. The next day came quickly, a fresh morning. Ji-ho walked in yawning and asked, why was a meeting called? It is still so early. Do-jun signaled with his hand, his voice as quiet as a mosquito. Be quiet. I told you, we have to avoid waking Chang-sik. He hurried, sorry, so why did you call me here? Baekhyun rummaged through his pocket. Then he pulled out a recording pen. It is because of this. Ji-ho took it in confusion. What is it? He turned on the recording, and the sound immediately echoed. Do you want to get rid of him from the group? You said you did not like how that guy was trying to become the main rapper? Jae-hyun listened skeptically. Baekhyun. That bastard. He is driving me crazy. Oh-soo immediately jumped up, speaking quickly. I know these voices. A deep male voice asked, who would dare stand in your way? Chang-sik. A rookie trainee like him should know his place. Chang-sik asked quietly and curiously. By the way, did you receive the designer bag my mother sent? The man replied, I got it. She really should not have. Please send her my thanks. After hearing the recording, Baekhyun exclaimed, I am going to release this. This statement left the whole group gasping. He held the recording pen in his hand, extremely determined. I am going to see the CEO of Besta Entertainment to clear this up. On the other side, Chang-sik slammed his hand on the table and spat out in disgust. That damn Baekhyun is making me furious. He was agitated, looking like he was about to explode as he ranted. He is just a rookie. How dare he try to take my position like that? The person opposite him calmed him down. Stay calm, people will hear you. The person smirked and asked, so, do you want me to kick him out of the group? Yesing smiled wickedly. A rookie trainee like him needs to know his place. Who would dare stand in your way? Chang-sik, you are the ace of the group. Chang-sik felt like he would found his savior, nearly moved to tears. Thank you. You are the only one who understands me. The man affirmed firmly. Don't worry, I will support you. Chang-sik said angrily. I already taught him a lesson, but it seems he needs another one. They were engrossed in their conversation, unaware that a listening device had been planted in a corner. Baekhyun pressed the listening device again. The whole group was in disbelief. No way. Was that really Manager Park? Ji-ho shouted. I told everyone there was something weird about him. Baekhyun looked at them and said softly, we can't just let this slide. Acting as the group's savior, he said, I want to debut with you guys under a good entertainment company. Baekhyun's heart was filled with determination. To do that, we need to deal with those two. And if Best Entertainment decides to take their side, in his past life, their group had a lot of support. Before Wang Chong-sik's scandal, the group had built up good credibility. They once had a glorious time shining bright. But people always recognize what is real and what is fake, and so, the group reached the brink of disbandment. Ultimately, fake teamwork cannot last long. Baekhyun looked around and affirmed, I am sure the fans know what is really going on. Oh Soo stepped forward in agreement. I agree with him. He spoke his mind. We have evidence, so there is no reason for us to be afraid. We have to speak up, even if it gets us kicked out. Doojun was also starting to waver towards this decision. Seeing him silent, Baekhyun asked directly, Doojun, are you really planning to debut with Chang-sik? He watched the boy standing huddled in a corner, growing pensive. How will this change the future? Even I do not know for sure. Suddenly, Doojun spoke up. If you are the only one exposing him, you won't be very believable. He rushed forward with fierce determination. Let us do this together. I will go with you. I will tell the CEO everything Chang-sik has done to us. Seeing this, Baekhyun could only sigh helplessly. Even so, he pulled Doojun into a hug. Team spirit was built from that moment on. Before long, it was afternoon, and the sunset was fading. Doojun lay listlessly on his bed, thinking, Hyun is amazing, he remarked. He has not been training with us for long, but he seems so mature, like an adult. Doojun's small hands reached toward the ceiling as he wondered, I only work towards being the main vocal, and debuting as an idol. He clenched his fist as if trying to grasp something. Will we be okay? What if the group's debut is cancelled? Suddenly, the phone beside him vibrated. Doojun scrambled to sit up and answered, Hi, Mom. His mother asked caringly, How are you? Has Doojun eaten yet? Doojun replied with a bright smile. Of course. Did you sell a lot of tetinogbaki today? His mother was full of anticipation. Not much more than usual. When you debut, I will hang your autograph on the shop wall. I am sure it will help business. He curled his body up. I hope so. I really want our shop to do better business. His mother perceptively noticed and asked, Is something wrong? Your voice sounds strange. Doojun's legs fidgeted restlessly, showing his anxiety. It is nothing, Mom. He asked his mother tentatively, but, if something happens and I can't debut, would you be okay with that? Doojun's mother replied naturally, Of course, sweetheart. I will always support you no matter what path you choose in life. Those words deeply moved him. Tears began to roll down his cheeks. Doojun cried with joy. Thank you, Mom. I will try my best. Hanging up, he sat huddled and sobbing. I thought nothing was more important than protecting my dream. Doojun had awakened a new thought within himself. But I just realized that risking everything to choose the right thing can sometimes be more valuable than that. Baekhyun stood outside the door, seemingly having overheard the conversation. Is this what it means to be the adult in the group? In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. An elegant man sat formally and asked, So, do you have something to tell me? Baekhyun replied seriously, Yes, we have something to ask you, sir. He stared at the 5 boys in front of him. And what do my little chicks want to know? Unfazed by that gaze, he asked, We want to ask, what do you think of Manager Park Yaeseong? He chuckled. Manager Park, do you want to file a complaint against him? Baekhyun nodded frankly. We could call it a complaint if we were dealing with a normal person. He smiled curiously. Is he so bad that he can't even be considered normal? Baekhyun pushed the camera forward slightly. Please watch this. I want you to judge for yourself. What kind of person the CEO is. The recording played. Jae-seong, you have to treat me well. My mom said she would invest if I get to debut as an idol. Sounds great. Do not worry. I will handle everything for you here. The sound continued. It does not matter, but do not leave any scars on their faces. If they have them, their commercial value will drop. The CEO was startled after hearing it. He picked up the camera. Baekhyun watched and evaluated. What I care about is determining if this company is the right place to. He wondered to himself. Debut with the 4 members or not. The man opened it to watch. Baekhyun kept following the CEO's every small move. Let us see what he does next. This bet was like. The dice had already been cast. Baekhyun was uncertain. I have no way of knowing if it will roll a 1 or a 6, and it would be a decisive blow. This gamble would decide best boy's next move. The man watched the entire video in silence. It was like a life and death battle for Baekhyun to decide his career. Baekhyun seriously presented the reasons. Wang Chang-sik has been tormenting us. He pointed out the anomalies. The reason why most trainees do not stay here long is because of his bullying. Jiho added angrily. Manager Park is also on his side. When we complained about Chang-sik, he even threatened to prevent us from debuting. The CEO placed the camera on the table, seemingly understanding the issue. I see. It is clear you have suffered at their hands. I apologize to you on their behalf. Suddenly he spoke. I am sorry. This statement made Doojun uneasy. The CEO curled his lips into a small smile. However, he smirked wickedly. In my heart, I am a businessman. Baekhyun's heart sank, thinking to himself, I know. But, he stared at the CEO, who sat with his arms crossed in thought, wondering if he would take their side. Moving to a luxury restaurant setting with melodious background music. Suddenly, a loud call rang out. Uncle Hanjun. He stopped eating, and lectured seriously, Don't call me that. I am meeting you here as the CEO. Chang-sik leaned back arrogantly with his hands behind his head and laughed. Come on, you are always my uncle. Jae-sung also laughed in agreement. It has been a long time since we ate together. Is there something good happening? He pouted in dissatisfaction and asked. Where's our food? I am so hungry. Suddenly, CEO Cho asked them sternly. Chang Sik and Jae Seong, do you know what kind of people I hate the most? Chang Sik was still confused and asked, what are you talking about? He raised his knife, preparing to strike it down. I hate people who cross the line. An air of danger radiated from CEO Cho, his voice emphasizing, especially those who hurt my artists. He slammed the knife down onto the table. CEO Cho lectured in disgust. I do not care if that person is a family member or not. This sequence of actions made Chang Sik flinch. He glanced at Jae Seong, who was sitting huddled nearby. Or a friend I have known for over 10 years. CEO Cho radiated a terrifying power. If I had known you bastards would destroy my company, I would never have let you join. Jae Seong seemed to realize the situation, stood up, and bowed to explain. Mr. DeVries, Cho, I think there has been a misunderstanding. Chang Sik also scrambled to soothe him. Uncle Hanjun, do not misunderstand. He did not waste words and was extremely decisive. You too, call your lawyers. Both of you will have to pay back everything you have enjoyed until now. After that, CEO Cho turned away abruptly, ignoring the two of them as they pleaded until their throats were sore, thinking warmly, if it was not for that kid, I would have blindly kept these two bastards. Back in the past, Baek Hyun had smirked while stating his plan. We should call it a complaint if we were dealing with a normal person. He smiled slightly, wondering to himself. Baek Hyun, right, perhaps because someone mentioned his name. Baek Hyun was scratching his ear incessantly. Suddenly, the system appeared, startling him. The system board announced joyfully, congratulations, the wish of the person holding So Ji-ho's regret has come true. Baek Hyun held it in shock and wondered. One of Ji-ho's wishes came true. Scholar Kim also suddenly appeared, laughing with delight and praising him. You fulfilled a wish you did not even know about. You are quite lucky. Baek Hyun was still confused. What are you talking about? Explain clearly. Scholar Kim pouted and tossed the wish orb to him. Here, look for yourself. Opening the orb, the content inside was Ji-ho's regretful wish. I wish I had reported those bastards to the CEO from the beginning. I should not have endured it. Seeing this, Baek Hyun turned and asked slyly, do I get a reward? Come on, give it to me. The boy pouted and sighed. Look how arrogant you have become after fulfilling one wish. After that, Scholar Kim also pulled out a silk pouch. Fine, look and choose. I have carefully filled it with valuable rewards. He reached in, replying half-heartedly, yeah. Baek Hyun picked a silver orb and asked in surprise. Silver, last time it was red. Scholar Kim immediately explained, that was a wish jade. Reward jades come in gold, silver, and bronze. He coughed slightly and explained, you were supposed to start with a bronze jade, but I have the authority to prepare some silver ones. You should be grateful. He opened the orb and it began to glow. The system board appeared, reward, time freeze. One time use only. The reincarnator can stop time for 3 minutes. You can use it at any time. Baek Hyun asked back in wonder, time freeze. Hearing those 4 words, Scholar Kim rushed over and pushed him. You really are a lucky reincarnator, are not you? This is like winning second prize in the lottery. Baek Hyun smiled with interest, thinking to himself, I feel like I have become the protagonist of a superhero movie. This makes me want to fulfill the group's wishes even more. While lost in thought, someone suddenly called out, Hyun. The orphanage director walked over and asked caringly, what are you staring at? He scratched his head in confusion. It is nothing. Right, I came here to get the documents I asked you for. She handed him the folder, asking once more with unease. Here you go, but are you sure about this? You could graduate in just 1 more year. The form was a student withdrawal application. He stared at the form while the director asked worriedly, you have been at this school for a long time. Don't you think you will regret this? Baek Hyun recalled his bitter past, which could not be changed. Are you living in an orphanage? The place where the kids ganged up to tease and isolate him. Hey, that guy lives in an orphanage. My mom told me not to play with him. He gripped the paper tightly. I could not afford to have friends. All I wanted was to be more successful than everyone else. Back at the group's apartment, Do-jun shared the news excitedly. Hyun, have you heard the news yet? He happily grabbed his hand and waved it repeatedly. Wang Chang-sik and manager Park have been fired from the company. It is all thanks to you. Thank you so much, and we are getting a new manager today. While they were celebrating, the door suddenly opened. Someone walked in and waved enthusiastically. Nice to meet you all. Oh my god, you guys are so handsome. Baek Hyun looked at the person who just entered and wondered in shock, why is he appearing here? Hong Seok smiled brightly and introduced himself. My name is Jang Hong Seok. You can call me Mr. Dedemeldine. Jang. From now on, I am your manager. Flashing back to his past life, he had happily welcomed his manager. It was manager Jang Hong Seok, the only person who saw his potential when he was a nobody. Back then, he had agreed to represent him at the new company. Jae Hyun and Ji-ho rushed over to greet Hong Seok. Nice to meet you, we look forward to working with you. He watched this scene with nostalgia. Thinking back to his past life, he was known as the Midas of the idol industry before he founded his acting agency. Baekhyun thought about this entertainment company with many idols, but he had never worked for Bestie Entertainment before. Hong Seok was the man behind the glory of a series of artists. He had worked at the famous Peas Entertainment, which debuted top-tier idol groups. He laughed heartily. Come on in. This will be your residence from now on. Do-jun looked at the house with sparkling eyes and asked, "Is this really our new home?" Ji-ho was equally shocked. "No way. Are you serious, sir?" Meanwhile, Baekhyun remained composed. They explored everything like children. "Everyone, look at this sofa. It is so soft and comfortable." Baekhyun sighed listlessly. "At this rate, that sofa won't last long." Ji-ho and Do-jun's eyes went wide. "There are 3 rooms, that means one person gets their own room." Jae-hyun immediately proposed a bet. "If that is the case, we should decide with rock paper scissors." The 5 of them excitedly threw their hands out. Paper, just as Baekhyun expected. He sat proudly on the chair checking his phone with a triumphant face. "I won. I got lucky. Now I will have some private time to figure out how to fulfill their wishes." He stared at his phone pensively, but even though he knew what they were, the content was their wishes. Kim Do-jun. "I wish I could win the MBS Rookie Award." Kang Jae-hyun. "I wish I could tell my family I love them." Oh Soo. "I wish I could go on a trip with the group." Baekhyun frowned, resting his chin on his hand. "I think the best option is to make Jae-hyun's wish come true." "No, it looks the easiest, but it might be much harder than I thought." He continuously analyzed their pros and cons. "For now, I should learn as much as possible about Jae-hyun. I never get tired of this perfect body and these captivating eyes. This feeling is incredible." Baekhyun watched Jae-hyun doing push-ups repeatedly on the floor and evaluated. "Right now, all I know is that he is a gym freak and obsessed with being charismatic." He asked curiously, "Don't you have your own room? Why are you doing push-ups here?" Jae-hyun smiled proudly. "Last time I saw you do 450, I am going to show you that I can break that record. Just watch." Baekhyun wondered, "Is that why you are doing it here?" He confidently showed off his muscular six-pack. "I already know you see me as a rival. You should try harder too." Seeing that, he could only bite his lip in frustration. "Do I really have to debut with this guy?" Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hyun." Ji-ho held out a basket full of candy. "Here, I do not like sweets. You can have them." Baekhyun asked in surprise, "Where did you get all this chocolate?" He snorted proudly. "Fans gave them to me when I was a model. I found them. Now they are yours. Throw them away if you want, I do not mind." Looking at the basket, Baekhyun realized something and called out, "Ji-ho, wait." Baekhyun watched helplessly as Ji-ho hid behind a wall with a forced smile. "I know you want me to eat it, and you are even spying on me. Where did that cool guy act go? If I actually threw it away, he would be heartbroken. I do not understand why he acts like he does not care." Suddenly, Oh-soo rushed out from behind and called out frantically, "Hyun, Hyun." He knelt at his feet and asked dejectedly, "Do you think I am ugly?" Jae-hyun won't give me a straight answer. Baekhyun remained silent at this difficult question. Oh-soo's chubby innocent face seemed to shine right at Baekhyun. He smirked and evaluated. "Just average." The boy immediately turned away, pouting and swearing under his breath. "Damn it." Oh-soo pulled a mirror out of nowhere and asked, "How can I become handsomer than this?" Baekhyun felt weary. "And Oh-soo is a narcissist." Do-jun poked his head out. "Today is our cheat day, Hyun. We are ordering takeout. Do you want fried chicken or Chinese food?" A voice cut in, "I want chicken," but was interrupted by Do-jun. "Guys, Hyun wants Chinese food." Baekhyun watched the sequence of events and thought, Do-jun does not seem quite normal either. After a period of chaos, the group gathered in the living room. Hong Seok announced solemnly, "I have a very important announcement. Today, we must choose a new leader." He suggested, "How about you guys go around in a circle and say who you think would be a good leader?" Jae-hyun and Do-jun looked at each other, understanding the plan. In the end, everyone decided to point towards the seated Baekhyun. Hong Seok scratched his chin thoughtfully. "Hyun, you are quite popular, are not you?" Do-jun flattered him excitedly. "I believe in Hyun's ability to lead the group." He raised his hand and replied flatly, "I object." Baekhyun stood up and presented his case formally. "Respected Mr. Kang, do I really deserve to be the leader the most? I completely disagree with this appointment." His eyes were filled with determination. "And I want to point out why I am not fit to be the leader." Without hesitation, Baekhyun stepped forward. He analyzed, "As a leader, skills are very important. However, my training period has been very short, and my skills are not as good as my teammates." Baekhyun added a few more factors. "Furthermore, the most important quality of a leader is love for their group. I am not saying I do not love this group." He immediately shifted this noble responsibility to someone else. "But it can't compare to Do-jun." Do-jun pointed at himself in confusion. "Wait, me?" He continuously praised him. Do-jun is the one who looks after the group like a mother, so it is clear he is the most suitable to be leader. Jae-hyun chimed in, leaning on him. "That is right, you are our mom." Hong Seok was impressed. Do-jun. "I see. I think you are right, you know. Oh Soo watched his decisiveness and whispered to Ji-ho, I bet Hyun would rather die than be the leader. He realized it too, and replied, I understand. If we forced him, he would probably cry. Suddenly, a call came from afar. Hyun. Do-jun cried and jumped onto Baek-hyun. I did not know you thought so highly of me. I am so touched. This mindless action made Jae-hyun cover his mouth and giggle. He looked at him helplessly. I just did not want to be the leader, you innocent fool. And then he gently stroked little Do-jun's head. We still have a long way to go. CEO Cho looked at his low score sheet in shock. Wait, you want the group to join a talent competition with these skills? Hong Seok presented honestly. Yes. I heard they are hosting a show where newly debuted idols compete against each other. He looked and evaluated them thoroughly. People are guessing we will delay their debut for another 2 years instead of next year. To me, they still look like little chicks. He smiled slightly and evaluated. I think this group is ready to a certain extent, sir. CEO Cho flipped a card over as Hong Seok continued his presentation. By the time they compete in the show, our boys won't be chicks anymore. They will be roosters. He looked at the card and pondered for a long while. Jang Hong Seok is quite talented at training idols. So, CEO Cho shuffled the cards professionally. If I am going to make a gamble, I will do it the right way. He seemed to be betting on this match. If we win, I want them to be able to earn even more coins. Hong Seok smiled and asked, are you confident in your poker skills, Mr. Rubiktama? CEO Cho spread the cards out in front of him and replied calmly, I have never lost a single important gamble in my life. He flipped the joker over triumphantly. Besides, we have a brave little chick in this group, do not we? On this side, Baek-hyun sat with his head in his hands, thinking. Mr. Jang must be talking to Mr. D. Cho right now. He looked at the mini notebook in his hand with silent determination. Alright. Rookie Idol Competition Show. Director Seo Ji-woong. Most votes. Baek-hyun looked up and reflected. If we want to win the MBS Rookie of the Year award, he was determined to shine brightly. We need first place in this show. Recalling the previous night, Hong Seok had asked in shock, you want to join an idol talent competition? How do you even know about it? He replied without hesitation, my dad's friend works for a cable TV company. He gasped in praise, you are just lucky Hyun. You have some impressive connections. Baek-hyun gave a forced smile and explained. Well yeah. Anyway, I heard the show has already started talking with major entertainment companies about broadcasting. Hong Seok rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Really, even though I do not know anything about it yet. He provided more info. I heard they are aiming for a big success with this show. Then Baek-hyun tentatively mentioned a name, by any chance. Do you know director Seo Ji-woong? That question made Hong Seok freeze. He did not hesitate to unlock the door and reply. Then I will give them a call. After stepping outside, Hong Seok let out a sigh of relief. What a relief. Hong Seok patted his chest to calm himself down. If it were not for Hyun, we would have missed this golden opportunity. He was a huge fan of this person. Seo Ji-woong's shows are famous for having the highest ratings in the entire cable TV industry. He is considered the god of variety TV, so this means a lot to us. Hong Seok's whole body trembled. I really hope our boys do well. The scene shifted to the group's apartment. At this moment, Baek-hyun was practicing rapping intensely. He looked at the lyrics and muttered to himself, I used to think being good at rapping was just about talking fast, but I was wrong. At least my past experience will help with my pronunciation. Baek-hyun let out a long sigh and wished wearily, it would be better if I switched to acting later. Suddenly, a voice called out, Hyun. Ji-ho had sat down next to Baek-hyun without him noticing. He replied, startled, huh? Oh yeah. He smiled brightly. Sorry for startling you. Ji-ho asked quietly and curiously, Hyun, you want to be the main rapper, right? Baek-hyun narrowed his eyes and gave him a sharp glare. What is with the sudden question? Ji-ho looked away guiltily. He scratched his head awkwardly and explained. You know, I think you should be the main rapper. Your voice is quite deep, so it suits the role well. Baek-hyun watched this and evaluated silently. He is being cautious again. He quickly realized the reason, because Chang-sik was kicked out. Since one person was gone, the main rapper position was left vacant. Baek-hyun thought of the pretty Oh-soo. Oh-soo was also a rapper, but his singing voice was not bad, so he became a sub-vocalist, moving to the strong Jae-hyun. Jae-hyun also rapped, but he was the main dancer, so he did not have many lines. Evaluating them, he turned back. As for Ji-ho, it is different. His rap skills are on another level. With those skills, he should be more interested in this position. So why is he holding back? Baek-hyun thought of Chang-sik again. Perhaps he had clashed with Chang-sik over the main rapper position before, but now was not the time to be nice. He remembered the scene where Ji-ho was severely oppressed. Thinking of this, he spoke up, Ji-ho. Baek-hyun immediately countered, who said I wanted it. He did not stop encouraging him. You are more than talented enough to be the main rapper. I do not want to fight with you over things like that. His every word seemed to wake Ji-ho up. Did you think I would actually confront you or use violence? Baek-hyun smiled brightly. We just need to decide positions based on our own skills, so do not think about letting me have it that easily. He held out his hand as if declaring war. I won't go easy on you, not even a little bit. The boy was immediately moved, his eyes welling with tears as he whispered, Hyun. Baekhyun could only shake his head in exasperation. He is no different from Do-jun. Why are they so soft? Ji-ho stood there happily, covering his face and giggling. You are so cool. In his heart, he made a firm resolution. We have to be stronger. Without ambition, best boy won't last long. Not wanting Ji-ho to just stand there swaying, he tactfully reminded him, alright, let us get back to practice. He smiled and blew a big heart to Baekhyun. This is my love for you. He ignored him and turned his back. I do not give a damn anymore. Ji-ho sulked and clung to him. Where are you going, Hyun? In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. The member list was released. We have decided to keep all 5 members for next year's boy group debut. The judge turned and asked Hong Suk. We still have not decided on the main rapper, have we? He replied, I will finalize that after the debut song is finished. Hong Seok turned on the projector. Today, we are here to discuss the style for the group. Everyone seated below listened intently. As you know, their participation in the competition has been confirmed. Their debut has been moved up earlier than expected, so we must quickly decide on a style. Hong Seok presented various styles for the group. Why not use a cute style? Since they are young, this is the only time they can pull it off. After the cute style, they move to a sailor style, or a fresh and youthful style. Nowadays, many groups use this style for their debut mini-album. One of them agreed, I like it. I think this fits their current image. Hong Seok still was not quite satisfied and mused. But it is not special. We need something that makes a stronger impression. On this side, Baekhyun carried in 2 bags of drinks and offered warmly. It looks like the meeting will be long, so I brought coffee for everyone. One woman, mesmerized by his beauty, replied politely, Hyun, you did not have to do that. He looked up at the projection screen and asked curiously, are you guys discussing the concept for our album? She immediately replied, yes, we are debating between cute or fresh. He watched with a serious face. Noticing something was up, Hong Seok asked, what is it, Hyun? Do you not like the cute style? In his mind, he thought, let us hear what he thinks. Baekhyun fell into deep thought. No, not exactly. He offered his opinion. Don't you guys think it is too common? Everyone only thinks of a cute style because we are rookies and young. There is nothing new, and other groups will have the same style. That statement left the group speechless. Feeling he had overstepped, Baekhyun smiled. Sorry. I do not have the right to say anything here. I would better leave. Before he could take a step, Hong Seok held him back. Wait a moment. 3 pairs of fiery eyes, as if finding a savior, were fixed on Baekhyun. We want to hear more. You can't just stop there. They were busy revamping him. We will ask the other members' opinions, so feel free to give us suggestions. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. I have an idea. In the blink of an eye, it was 5 months later. In the waiting room, best boy, you are going on stage in 5 minutes. Everyone was nervous. I am so nervous. You look very handsome today, do not you agree? They kept warming up and encouraging each other. What if I make a mistake? We practiced hard for today. We can do this. The lineup of handsome boys, best boy, was ready to take the stage. The MC introduced. The next group to perform is also making their debut. The rookie idol group, best boy, the audience below asked in confusion. Best boy, who is that? The audience yawned listlessly. No idea, probably just some nobodies. This is so boring. How long do we have to wait? I wish I could skip their performance. It is not interesting at all. The MC above introduced with a smile. This stage will blow you away. Let us listen to the song Pygmalion. Flashlights were suddenly turned on. Baekhyun sang the first line. Love is a surprise. He combined it with captivating choreography. Change myself. Baekhyun's hands moved gracefully. The other members added to it, creating a visually stunning performance. Ji-ho raised his rap voice. But you know, do not you? They worked together perfectly on stage. So, Oh Soo acted cute in a beautiful outfit. Tell me you want me to. Jae-hyun sang while dancing. I want to redraw your silhouette in my mind. They seemed to merge with the upbeat music. So do not shun me, show me your heart. The ending was Do-jun's melodic voice. This moment will last forever. The handsome Ji-ho smiled slightly at the audience below. The whole group stood still on the stage. Baekhyun's voice rang out again. If I could make you mine. He smirked slightly, highlighting his handsome features. I am ready to give my life for you. The audience below was left open, mouthed in surprise at this explosive performance. People started whispering to each other. Are they really rookies? Their style is so cool. I am going to search for their music video later. Best Boy's performance was shown on every platform. CEO Cho cheered enthusiastically for his chick. Well done, my little chicks. He was so happy he wanted to jump for joy, constantly praising them. Hyun's expressions are amazing. How is he so good? CEO Cho threw confetti. Best Boy forever. While immersed in joy, a message arrived. Sir, we have a problem with Best Boy's debut. Best Boy's performance ended. The performance received no small amount of praise. They come from a small company, but their song is not bad at all. Baekhyun scanned the audience below. He once again felt that familiar sensation. Baekhyun's eyes glanced down at a female fan, making her heart jump. Baekhyun gave a sunny smile. This made the female fan's heart even more confused. I am doomed. They walked step by step back inside. Suddenly, the whole group turned around at once. At this moment, Oh-soo was a mess of tears and snot, asking dejectedly, Do Jin-hyung. I did not make a mistake, did I? Do-jun immediately hugged him for comfort. Oh-soo kept sobbing. I promise, I will work harder from now on. Let us stay together as a group for as long as possible. Okay? Jae-hyun also ran over to comfort him. Yeah, let us stay together forever. We worked so hard to get here. Baekhyun witnessed this from a distance and wondered, what is this feeling? He watched them while his heart raced. We spent the whole year training nearly to death, all for 3 minutes and 30 seconds on this stage. Baekhyun reached out as if to touch something. My dream was always to be an actor, and being an idol was just a tool to reach that goal. Before he could stay moved for long, he was hugged tightly by Do-jun. I thought I would feel relieved after the performance, but it is something more than that. Baekhyun comforted him helplessly. Stop crying, you idiot. His brain started calculating again. Alright, we performed without making any mistakes, but what did the scholar mean? Backstage before the performance, Do-jun called out excitedly, Hyun, hurry up, I am so nervous. Suddenly, the system unexpectedly appeared. He wondered, what is this? Congratulations, a regretful wish has been fulfilled. Hearing this, Baekhyun was happy. That is good. Scholar Kim suddenly appeared and said joyfully, so, you fulfilled a wish I had not even told you about yet. He refused flatly. I am busy. Can't you see, I am about to go on stage. Scholar Kim angrily threw the system at Baekhyun's head and cursed. I am trying to help you, you insolent reincarnator. He crossed his arms seriously. Since your arrogance knows no bounds, let me give you a warning. As your manager, Scholar Kim asked decisively. Do you really think you have chosen a safe path for everyone else in the group? His tiny finger pointed at Baekhyun. You know the problem with every reincarnator is that as soon as they lower their guard, Scholar Kim spoke the key point. It will snatch away what is yours. He carefully reminded him, I want you to remember this clearly. Suddenly, a scream rang out. What does that mean? Hong Seok's voice was urgent. You can't just suddenly take back your word like that. He frowned while on the phone. This is not what you promised. Baekhyun could not help but wonder, who is Mr. Jang talking to? He kept his eyes on Hong Seok's every move, a sense of unease rising within him. Did something happen? Baekhyun opened the system to read carefully. Regret holder, Kang Jae-hyun. I wish I had not used Muscleman as my nickname. I really regret it. Reward, hidden truth. Use once to hear a target's objective. Use once to hear a target's true feelings. Scholar Kim asked curiously, don't you like the reward? Baekhyun was in a state of confusion. No, it is not that. I am worried about what I just heard. Mr. Jang is not going to tell me what is going on. Scholar Kim suggested, then why do not you use this reward on him right now? He smiled slightly and declined. No, I can't use it on something like this. I will save it. Baekhyun's expression turned devious and coaxing. It would be great if my friend could give me a hint or something. Scholar Kim replied dismissively, since when were we friends? That is ridiculous. He tilted his chin up arrogantly. I could give you an expensive dessert. Do you think I would give in to something like that so easily? Scholar Kim set a price. Give me a week's worth of desserts starting from today. Baekhyun immediately agreed, fine, I will give you 2 weeks of desserts. How's that? His resolve began to waver, eyes squinting as he asked. Are you really going to give them to me? Scholar Kim was finally persuaded. Alright, I will help you just this once. Remember what I said, the path your group has chosen is much thornier than you think. Baekhyun thought in confusion, there is no way that is right. He hurriedly put on his jacket. In the blink of an eye, he reached the apartment complex and rang the doorbell repeatedly. Baekhyun looked at the apartment and guessed, maybe he is not home. His eyebrows furrowed in confusion. I wonder what PIZ Entertainment did to make the scholar say our group will fail. I really need to talk to Mr. Jang. He quickly thought of another option. Maybe I should call him. Suddenly, the sound of the elevator echoed. Inside was Hong Seok, clutching his head in frustration and arguing, this is clearly ridiculous. Why did PIZ suddenly move their group's debut date? He shouted irritably. Everyone knows they did that just to mess with us. Baekhyun immediately recognized the familiar voice. It is Mr. Jang. I have never seen him yell like that before, not even in my past life. Flashing back to the past life, Baekhyun had asked pensively, Sir, I heard you have been clashing with Director Choi lately. Hong Seok had replied nonchalantly, so the news reached you too, huh? He asked curiously, so, what happened? Hong Seok smiled, keeping it a secret. I can't go into details. He looked up at the sky and smiled as he replied. But that is just how this industry works. The conversation gradually turned into a heart-to-heart. I used to think that if I treated everyone with sincerity and integrity they would do the same for me. But I have been stabbed in the back so many times. So I started being more cautious and holding back. Back in the present, Hong Se gasped in surprise. Hyun, what are you doing here at this hour? Baekhyun smiled and suggested, can we talk, Mr. Jang? We learned that PIZ Entertainment is home to many top idol groups. They are famous for producing excellent idols, so people usually pay more attention when they announce a new group. However, it had been 4 years since they last debuted a group. The information about this company was extremely detailed. According to calculations, PIZ Entertainment introduced Blue Monster, the newest boy group following the famous N8. This group includes underage members and is a mix of 3 Korean and 2 Thai members. This international diversity is an advantage that brings them to the global stage. After a long silence, PIZ Entertainment announced a powerful comeback with a 9-member boy group named. That group had 3 main members Nexter, Leon, with a radiant smile. Those monster rookies would not just win the Rookie of the Year award, they would receive prestigious awards within just 3 years. Their group was very warmly received by the audience. Not a single member lacked skill or looks. Even a decade after their debut, those boys remained at the top of the idol industry. Baekhyun fell into deep thought. Until now, Mr. Jang was still working with PIZ Entertainment. I am sure he knows about Nexter. He thought to himself, maybe he intentionally chose our debut date to be far from Nexter's. Suddenly, Hong Seok brought out a bowl of hot soup for him. Here, eat this first. Previously, Scholar Kim had explained to him, do you know which company Jang Hong-suk used to work for? That company betrayed him. He finally understood the meaning of those words. So this is what the scholar meant. Baekhyun picked up his chopsticks and smiled. Thank you, sir. He looked at the tempting, steaming bowl of soup. It is soybean paste soup doenjang jjigae. Hong Seok laughed. Yeah, my mom made it when she stopped by. Baekhyun praised it as he ate. It is wonderful. Your mother's cooking is always. He suddenly stopped. Hong Seok asked in surprise. What about my mother's cooking? Baekhyun gestured awkwardly. I mean, she is really talented. Everything is delicious. He celebrated internally. I almost let a memory from my past life slip out. He lifted his spoon and asked, I have a question. His question made Hong Seok freeze. Why did you leave PIZ? Hong Seok gave a forced smile and let out a long sigh. I was disillusioned with big entertainment companies. Their groups do well no matter what. I was not satisfied with my work. He was quite sad talking about this. I did not want to create artists that felt cookie-cutter or mechanical. Watching the video of them practicing, Hong Seok had found a new horizon. And just as I was considering looking for a new job, Mr. Cho showed me the video of you guys practicing. Hong Seok watched intently. Back then, you guys were not really in sync, and you lacked skills. That is true. But I like that about you boys. His eyes were wide with wonder and surprise. I wanted to train artists. I could mold them with my own hands. Hong Seok scratched his head sheepishly. And yet, ironically, now I am scared to death that my boys won't be able to show their talent because of PIZ. Baekhyun smiled and added, but despite that, you still chose us. He asked curiously, if PIZ announces their new boy group, do you think we will be forgotten? Hearing this, Hong Seok slammed the table and countered, no way, I know how hard you have practiced. I know you boys can do it. Baekhyun chuckled, his heart filled with warmth. Seeing you believe in us like that is really touching. He smiled even wider and affirmed, so we are going to do extremely well. Hong Seok was deeply moved, tears about to fall. Hong Seok gripped Baekhyun's hand and promised, I will work hard too. Best boy, we can do this. He also squeezed Hong Seok's hand firmly. By the way, a few days later, at the Best Boy apartment, Hong Seok announced, you guys will soon be participating in a talent show. He advised them caringly, so I want you to practice as much as possible without overdoing it. The group answered in unison, got it. At that moment, Jiho burst out laughing. Doojun asked curiously, what is it, Jiho? He replied hesitantly, it is about Nexter. Jiho wondered with a bit of annoyance, how can they debut at the same time as us? We have not even made it onto the charts yet, but they are already at the top. Doojun laughed at that. But we are going to be on, we are idols. We just have to do our best there. Suddenly, a panicked voice shouted from afar, Team leader, Jang. Big trouble. A female manager rushed in. An article just went public. Look at this. Hong Seok adjusted his glasses and asked, did they write about Best Boy? She answered bluntly, of course not, it is about Nexter. She showed the information from the internet. They confirmed they will participate in We Are Idols. The new group Nexter confirms their appearance in the show We Are Idols. PIZ Entertainment's new group Nexter announces, they will join the reality show, We Are Idols. Nexter is the newest idol group to join PIZ Entertainment's successful streak. They have received a lot of public attention. The group gathered around to look. She sighed helplessly. Oh no, what will happen to our boys? Baekhyun seemed to have anticipated this and stood back, calculating. He smirked slyly. They took the bait immediately. Flashing back to Hong Seok's apartment that night, he had asked in confusion, what do you mean? Baekhyun had deviously stated his plan. If you do not want to be stabbed in the back, you have to strike them first. He outlined a unique scenario, performing a lethal attack that left Hong Se-ik stunned. Baekhyun asked as if he understood everything. Right now, PIE Entertainment wants to see you fail. Right, he replied in confusion. Yeah, he began to plot. If that is the case, you should contact PIZ Entertainment and ask them not to join We Are Idols. After a while, Baekhyun finished his explanation. Do you understand what I mean? Hong Se-ok turned his head, not yet grasping it. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind, and he was immediately filled with determination. Yes, this is a great chance to test Nexter's current reputation. After that, he praised Baekhyun endlessly. I never would have thought of such a creative idea. You are so smart, Hyun, coming up with this plan despite the disadvantages. He replied politely, thank you for the compliment. Back in the present, Baekhyun tilted his head back to drink water, his mind full of calculations. If we can take down Nexter just once, this game will be worth playing. He wiped the water from his lips, feeling triumphant. I will use PIZ as a stepping stone to get our group public attention. This is the best opportunity for Best Boy. Under the stage, everyone was rushing to prepare. A scream echoed in the waiting room. How can it be like that? Ji-ho gritted his teeth, trying to suppress his anger. Does Nexter have a grudge against us? The debut dates were already close, and now they have to be in the same talent show. He complained bitterly. When the first episode airs, I bet everyone will only be talking about Nexter, right, Do-jun? Do-jun smiled and comforted him. Come on, we still have to do our best. I do not think Nexter will be better than us. In contrast, Jae-hyun was just busy showing off his muscles. That is right, we have worked very hard, especially on physical training. I bet I have more muscle than all of them combined. Seeing that, Ji-ho shivered slightly. You are disgusting. Jae-hyun immediately got angry. Hey, want to test these disgusting muscles. Do-jun could only intervene. Calm down, guys. At that moment, Oh-soo called out tentatively, Han. He stopped what he was doing. What is it? Thinking of a certain face, Oh-soo hesitated. Woo Jong-seok is the face of Nexter. Baekhyun added casually, yeah, so, after a long pause, he finally asked. Who is more handsome, me or Jong-seok? He watched the other for a long moment in silence, then he calmly avoided the question. Why do you care? Do you see him as a rival? Oh-soo immediately denied it. No way, do I look like someone who cares about losing to Jong-seok in looks? Hearing that, Baekhyun nodded in agreement. You do? Very much so. Then he turned away. Well, who knows? Your face is not bad, but people might feel differently. Seeing that, the boy started to whine. Why are not you on my side at all? At that moment, Leon poked his head in from outside. Pardon us. Can we come in? We are Nexter? We came to introduce ourselves. Baekhyun turned curiously. What are they talking about? He recalled earlier they had gone around to greet the other teams. As soon as they arrived at the TV station, both sides bowed and greeted each other. Nice to meet you all. We are Best Boy, and everyone happily replied, pleasure to meet you. His face showed clear distaste. At that moment, a cameraman walked in. Baekhyun narrowed his eyes and evaluated them. I see what they are trying to do. Then he slowly stood up. I am sure we have already introduced ourselves to you. We must have been too quiet, so you do not remember us. Baekhyun walked toward him. Come on guys. Let us make sure they remember us well this time. Do-jun could only follow along. Okay, the whole group stood up and shouted in unison, we are the best till the end. At this point, Baekhyun gave a slight smile. Pleasure to meet you all for the second time. Leon was not an easy target either. Then we will introduce ourselves. His whole group shouted, who is next? It is Nexter time. Hello, we are Nexter. The two of them stood silently eye to eye. They seem overly confident, do not they? In his heart, he thought, let us see how long they can keep that attitude. PD Sei, Ji-woong, the executive director of We Are Idols, let out a long, weary yawn. There are 12 idol groups here. How lively. Hyun-jong, what do you think? They are all talking about Nexter. Right beside him was the producer for We Are Idols. She thought for a moment and replied, yes. I mean, it is good that we have them attracting attention, but it does not feel quite right. It does not fit our show's theme. Hyun-jong could not help but ask further, wasn't our plan to give opportunities to underrated idols? Ji-woong let out a sigh. Come on Hyun-jong, this is not the first time you have done a show. With that, he turned to leave. The only thing the higher-ups care about is ratings. Everything else can come later. That is the most important thing. Humming a song, he thought, I was worried they did not have enough fame, but fortunately, right at that moment, I got a call from the CEO of PIZ Entertainment. Recalling an hour ago, someone had sneered, hey, PD Seo. I am thinking of putting my group on TV. You would rather have PIZ than Best Boy, right? Ji-woong stepped forward to shake hands. Team leader Jang does not look very well. I wonder if he is okay? In his heart, he thought, I guess he is annoyed that I chose Best over PIZ. It seems he wants to crush Jang Hong-seok forever. After that, he quickly left. Alright, we will start filming in a few minutes. Candidates, please prepare. He silently thanked Best Entertainment. A chart was set up with names: Best Boy, Nexter, Sugar High, Ray Star, Low Turn. Du Jun asked curiously. What is that? Ji Woong announced loudly. Before we start the first mission, please rank yourselves and your opponents based on skills. He rubbed his chin pensively. That means we have to evaluate the other teams, he added. With satisfaction. Right. I want your honest opinions on the team you think is the best and the one you think is the worst. Baekhyun listened silently. I know he cares about ratings, but I did not think he would play this card right from the start. It is too obvious how fans will react to this. Jiho spoke up in confusion. Do we really have to evaluate the other teams? This is exactly a setup for a fight. The opponent's mouth was shut tight. Baekhyun spoke up. I do not think we have the right to do that to the other teams. On the contrary, Ji Woong was very serious. When you evaluate other teams, remember that they will also be evaluating you. He insisted firmly. This is a talent show. We will use various methods to push you to grow. Seeing this, Baekhyun could only sigh. A lot of fancy words indeed. He reached out and picked up the nameplate on the table. So, us first. Looking at it, Baekhyun looked regretful. It is sad, but I think we will be here. We are still newcomers and did not perform our debut song very well. Jae-hyun asked curiously. So, which team should we put in Group A now? Oh-soo was as calm as ever. What other group is there besides Nexter? They are the only group I think we can put in that position. A voice suddenly cut in. There is one. Everyone turned in surprise. Really? Which team? Baekhyun held a nameplate in his hand. I think Ray's Star is also Group A. He remembered his past life. In my past life, I did not watch We Are Idols, but I remember who the winner was. Back then, the girls were all very happy. Us? Really? As they were placed in Group A, the group had tried their best. They came from a new entertainment company, so they lacked the necessary capital. The moment they held the trophy made them burst with happiness. The winning group was Ray's Star, but after the TV show ended, their fame suddenly plummeted. A series of articles appeared, and they could only enjoy that fame for a short time before being forced to disband. The director held the clapperboard. Well done. Please go to the set and wait a moment. Best Boy left one by one. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. Nexter, you guys are no different. Nexter was placed in the number 1 position, just like Ray's Star in the past. The sign was quickly lit up. The first mission at We Are Idols is a one-on-one team match. The highest ranked team will start choosing their opponent. Everyone present waited in silence. This must be hell for the contestants. The MC shouted loudly. Nexter is the highest ranked team in Group A. The camera immediately shifted to Leon. Nexter, which team do you want to battle? Whispers immediately broke out. Are they really going to decide like that? No. How can we beat Nexter? Jaehyun's voice trembled as he whispered. What if they choose us? Do Jun gave a hollow laugh. He is right. We might not even make it to the next round. Baekhyun suddenly affirmed. No. He leaned back comfortably in his chair. They will never choose us. Thinking back to the previous ranking, we were on the verge of being eliminated. If they choose us, the audience will think they are just trying to avoid a challenge. Baekhyun's eyes scanned the room. If they are wise, Leon and the whole group were discussing. They won't make a decision that overshadows their own reputation. Very quickly, the MC announced the results. The brackets were set. He looked at the Group C position with a smile. We really want to hear how the contestants feel about the first mission. Let us start with Leon of Nexter first. What do you think? Are you looking forward to the mission? Leon slowly picked up the microphone. He answered with a smile. I am nervous because half of the teams will be eliminated, but I believe that if it is unavoidable, you should enjoy it. His words made everyone uncomfortable. After all, the ability to smile in harsh circumstances is what makes a true idol. Baekhyun's eyes stared into space. He thought to himself, able to smile even in harsh circumstances. At that point, Hong Seok had spoken. Boys. He had hesitated for a long while before saying, no fan wants their favorite artist to suffer. If anything happens, or if you guys are in trouble, Hong Seok had given a friendly smile. You must tell me. Okay, the two seemed to be on opposite sides. One said you must smile even through hell. Baekhyun felt conflicted. The other said to protect your own happiness so you can truly feel safe and content. I do not know what the right answer for an idol is. He turned his head with a serious expression. But it is clear that if you are in a difficult situation, you should not just smile and endure it. The MC's voice cut through his thoughts. Now, alright, it is time to decide the performance songs. But first, each team must choose a representative. There were 5 flags prepared in front. The rules were simple. The team representative who grabs a flag first gets to choose the song for their team. The whole group encouraged him. Jae-hyun, you can do it. Muscle guy, Kang Jae-hyun. Seeing him step up, the other team spoke. Nice to meet you. You are from the group Best Boy, right? You must have trained a lot. Jae-hyun bowed in response. Are you not good at English? Jinu's face went blank for a moment. What? He scratched his head and corrected him. It is best, not besta. I bet you are not very familiar with English words. So, I guess you are not a rapper then. Jinu's lip twitched slightly. This bastard. He was a rapper. The MC behind them suddenly interrupted. But a simple race would be boring, would not it? Then he suggested loudly, everyone, get ready to spin 10 times on the spot first. Before anyone could object, the MC emphasized, I am sorry, but these are the rules. Jae-hyun quickly prepared himself. The MC's voice slowed down. Now, on your marks. Jae-hyun had already turned and was waiting for the signal. Baek-hyun spoke slowly, if you come in first, he declared calmly, I will officially recognize you as the war god of muscle of this group. The next words made Jiho's mouth drop. You can do it, right? Jae-hyun's heart immediately blossomed with joy. This is my chance to be recognized by Hyun. His expression was very determined. Our war god of muscle is you. Jae-hyun had only one thought, I must win. As soon as the whistle blew, everyone started spinning, at any cost. Very quickly, everyone was staggering and falling. Jinu's face was spinning, not knowing which way was up. At that moment, he quickly accelerated. Jae-hyun, best boy, is showing incredible speed. Suddenly, Jae-hyun tripped. Spoke too soon. Almost, if you step on the line, you have to start all over again. He encouraged himself internally, I can't give up. Jae-hyun jumped and spun repeatedly. Not like this. He reached out and touched the flag. Got it. The whole group was left open-mouthed in shock. The other teams also looked on blankly. The camera crew all went silent at the same time. Jae-hyun's hand gripped the flagpole tightly. He knelt down in joy. As he stood up, Jae-hyun felt embarrassed. The whole audience suddenly burst into laughter. No one could help it. Jae-hyun ran with those long legs, reminding me of a kangaroo jumping through the wild. He kept jumping around on stage. Hyun, I did it. Do you see, everyone, I did well, right? Seeing that, the entire camera crew laughed until they cried. Our best boy, always this funny. Isn't their image supposed to be cool? It is even funnier because he was so serious about winning. The show director ordered, point the cameras at him. Jae-hyun was still basking in his victory. Hyun, look at this. The other teams were turning red from holding back their laughter. Film the other members' reactions too. Leon's face darkened at this moment. He growled a warning. Do you find this funny? His teammate immediately went silent. No, Leon. His eyebrows furrowed tightly. Damn it. Watching the 5 of them so happy, Leon thought to himself, it is driving me crazy. Having excelled, best boy earned the right to choose their song. Jae-hyun then made a suggestion. The whole group wants this song, right? The name Psiu was clearly printed on the cover. They were a legendary first-generation 5-member boy group. They received a warm welcome everywhere. They were the first group to attract a massive fandom. Their fame shaped today's idol pop culture and led the way for countless current boy groups. Thinking of this, Do-jun was overjoyed. Just being able to perform a Psiu song is an honor. Baek-hyun's eyes looked pensive. He suddenly interrupted. I do not think so. He then slowly explained. For this mission, delivering the song is important. However, significantly changing the performance of such a specific song might be very difficult. Baek-hyun thought of the others. Since the group has 5 members, dividing the parts will be easier for us. Remembering a barrage of negative comments made him worry. Psiu has such a massive reputation. If we do not perform up to their standard, people will only criticize us. Baek-hyun understood one thing, just delivering a good performance in this mission would not guarantee the group first place. Do-jun suddenly asked, Hyun, then, which song do you want? Baek-hyun reached out and pointed at a title. Everyone's eyes followed his finger. I want to rearrange this song. The girl group Blossom had a song titled Adult Day. There had been a lot of criticism toward the song. When it debuted, they caused controversy for being too suggestive, but their music and performance stood the test of time. The female singer had been determined to release it anyway. Their group still performed it on stage. It was a breathtaking performance, and when a famous girl group covered it, the song hit the top of the charts again and became a classic. The new lyrics and melody rang out. Can my heart reach you? Do-jun marveled silently. Hyun's idea is pure genius. I never imagined he would choose a girl group song. At this point, Baek-hyun spoke up. If you guys have any ideas, I would love to hear them. How do you want to perform it? Jae-hyun raised his hand excitedly. Since this song has a charming vibe, why do not we aim for an extremely sexy performance? He even stood up to demonstrate. We should show them that men can be enchanting too. Everyone felt it was a bit strange. Stop it. On the screen is a girl group performing. If we only limit ourselves to being sexy, thinking of the prestigious award, Baek-hyun was firm. We need a twist. This is a talent show. We need to do something they do not expect. He looked at the others arguing before him. And more importantly, most of us are not even adults yet. Oh-soo quickly caught on. Being overly sexy will cause controversy for us. Do-jun also expressed his agreement. That is right. This song is already bold. The broadcasting station will find it hard to handle. On the other hand, Baek-hyun finished his sentence. We could actually lead the charts online if we go in the right direction. A list of names appeared on the rankings. At that moment, their group, the rank displayed was number 22, still unknown to the public. Baek-hyun always had a lingering worry, whether the performance would go smoothly or fail miserably. But he was sure of one thing. There was no doubt this song would grab everyone's attention. In the waiting room, Leon's mouth hung open in shock. Then he remarked, your outfits are amazing. Just as expected from our sunbays. Dojun replied happily, hello, Leon. Thanks, I really like your outfits too. The two then shook hands warmly. His eyes glanced at Baekhyun. He must be hovering around other people's waiting rooms in front of the cameras just to get more screen time. At this time, Dojun said politely. But you do not need to call us seniors, Leon. After all, we only debuted a few days before you. Leon kept a bright smile on his face. Thanks for saying that. Then I will speak less formally with you guys. At that moment, he walked over from afar. No, you can't. Baekhyun was wearing a charming suit. I think it is better for all of us if we maintain that respectful tone. Leon did not push it. Fine, if you are comfortable with that. I just wanted to be friends with you guys. Baekhyun smiled back. I understand. We can do that after the show ends. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Are you saying Nexter and Best Boy are rivals? Jiwoong watched the dialogue in silence. I am looking forward to your performance. Thank you. Baekhyun's gaze drifted away. Director CO will need a group to rival Nexter. Jiwoong was eagerly waiting. If Nexter won too easily, the show would not be interesting. He would look for a group worthy of being their opponent. Dojun did not quite understand yet. Our goal this year is to win the Rookie of the Year award. Baekhyun's hand tightened. Nexter is the biggest obstacle to our victory. Leon's face turned slightly pale. Instead of hiding, they needed to stand out and become their rivals while everyone was cheering for Nexter. Baekhyun stepped closer, a smirk playing on his lips. We will turn that attention toward us. Someone walked in and announced, guys, get ready. Scholar Kim suggested excitedly, what do you think about stopping by Ecor Macarons later? It is nearby. Baekhyun ignored him and brushed it off. Macarons, my ass. I do not have time for that. This made him angry. I thought we were friends, why are you so stingy? Baekhyun then said seriously, if you tell me the details of what will happen today, I will reconsider. Being friends requires some give and take. Scholar Kim announced loudly. As the manager for your second life, I can see the past and future of your past life, as well as your current one. Thinking of the previous outcome, he stated firmly, but I can't give you specific details. If I do, we will both be punished by heaven. The next words made Baekhyun shiver. In short, it is a taboo. He stood up startled. Feeling that something was wrong, he asked, what is going on? The system screen displayed. Warning, an emergency has occurred. He said calmly, just like it shows on the screen. Baekhyun realized now. So what is going to happen? Scholar Kim threw a fit. Didn't you hear me? I can't tell you. The other suddenly offered a condition. I heard Ecor's new salted caramel macarons are selling out fast. Scholar Kim immediately turned away. I told you I can't tell you. Baekhyun led him carefully. I know. So just reveal something special then. He finally spoke out. I think someone is missing from the waiting room. Dojun immediately noticed him. Baekhyun rushed off to search. Earlier, Dojun had mentioned, Soo said he had a stomachache, so he went to the bathroom. You know he usually takes a long time in there. Baekhyun kicked open the bathroom door. He searched frantically. Damn it, where is he? A voice suddenly echoed in his ears. I can't go to the bathroom if there are a lot of people around. Oh, Soo had been blushing shyly then. What if someone hears? His steps became even more urgent. I can only go when I know no one is in there. Outside, there was a loud shout. What the hell did you just say? Baekhyun looked toward the room. It was Soo's voice. A few minutes earlier in the bathroom. Oh, Soo suddenly heard voices. See, no one's here. Two members of Nexter walked in. Are you sure no one's coming? One of them replied. Yeah, I checked. Let us have a quick smoke and get back. This stall is locked. Another interrupted. That stall is for cleaning supplies, you idiot. Oh, Soo covered his nose and thought. But Du Junhing said smoking affects your voice. Suddenly, a familiar name rang in his ears. Is that Best Boy group or whatever getting attention just because they chose that song? The other person then sneered. Are they planning to dress like girls or something? Recalling what Baekhyun had taught him. When we debut, you must learn to control your anger. His hands quickly clenched. Since you have trouble dealing with anger, try to hold yourself back 3 times. Oh, Soo comforted himself. Come on, if they need to do that to get attention, I admire the effort. He was trying to stay calm. 1. The person outside continued. I heard that guy Baekhyun, or Parkhyun, or whatever called us their rivals. The chatter continued incessantly. You mean the guy Leon mentioned? I heard he is incredibly arrogant. Oh, Soo took a deep breath. 2. His hand went up to 3 as they kept gossiping. A guy like him is always the first one to get caught up in controversies. The string of his patience finally snapped. 3. A loud noise rang out. What the hell did you just say? Oh, Soo grabbed the other's collar tightly. What do you think you know about Baekhyun? Apologize. Right now, Woo Hyung shouted in panic. What the hell? Were you eavesdropping? On the contrary, Jinu tilted his face up defiantly. So, are you mad because I badmouthed your teammate? He did not hold back and provoked him. You look like you want to beat me to a pulp. Jinu shoved his cigarette close to the boy's face. So, do it. Punch me. Oh, Soo immediately let go. No, I have to protect my face. Woo Young stood dazed for a moment. Seeing that, Jinu mocked him. Right, you are the Vifail. You can't stand a few scratches on that facade, can you? Then he emphasized, without those looks, you are absolutely nothing. Osu swung his fist in anger. You bastard. Suddenly, someone stepped in from outside. Baekhyun asked in a low voice, what do you think you are doing? Woo Young acted completely innocent. He is the one who picked a fight with us. Look, he is grabbing my shirt. He walked over slowly. Really? Baekhyun lowered his voice. I heard someone defaming me. Osu squeezed past Hyun. Feeling outmatched, Woo Young quickly cried out, do you have any proof? The corner of Baekhyun's mouth curled up. Hey, he pinned the other down and sneered, if you have a brain, use it once in a while. With that, Baekhyun quickly kept his distance. At this moment, who has more to lose, you or us? Looking at the half-burned cigarette, he continued, the two of you are minors and you are smoking. Did you both think you would not get caught in a side bathroom? His overwhelming presence made them both terrified. Baekhyun tilted his head, his voice softening. I do not think this is your first offense. I am curious. The two immediately begged in fear. Please do not tell our manager. He did not care much. Don't apologize to me. Apologize to Soo? Baekhyun turned and pointed at him. Say you are sorry to our handsome and talented maknae. After that, the two of them left calmly. Oh, Soo could not help but feel guilty. That was a close call. He recalled what he had done. He had almost punched them in a fit of rage. Imagining the malicious articles, I lost a tooth because of best boy, Nexter's Woo Hyung, victim of violence, Nexter's Woo Hyung, brutally beaten, he was caught in public, he met best boy in the restroom while filming We Are Idols, Company B's CEO is verifying the facts of the assault, the victim is seriously injured. Osu became even more terrified. I can't think about the possible consequences anymore. Baekhyun's back appeared in his sight. If it was not for Hyun, I would have been in big trouble. His steps suddenly faltered. Osu bowed his head and said in a small voice, I am sorry. The hand clutching his shirt sleeve trembled slightly. And, thank you, Hyun. Baekhyun's gaze softened somewhat. The boy's cheeks instantly flushed red. Then he reached out and stroked Osu's head. Why do you always go to the bathroom before an important event? Baekhyun smiled with pride. He reassured him gently. You controlled yourself well, Soo. On the other side, Woo Young and Jinu both turned back. Leon had been waiting for a while. Where did you two go? The two answered guiltily. We went to the bathroom. On stage, Best Boy was performing. A red string was used as a prop by the whole group. Baekhyun's singing voice echoed. My first declaration of love. I hope you remember. Everyone focused and listened. But back then, you ignored it, saying you were too young for me. At this moment, Osu slowly let go. Baekhyun caught the string and smiled. He turned and wrapped the red string around himself. I am no longer the person I used to be. In the waiting room, everyone was chatting happily. A loud shout rang out. The other teams could not help but marvel. My God, how did they think of this performance? Exclamations were heard everywhere. They captured the essence of the original lyrics so well. I am thinking of the dance climax now. Each word made Leon panic. It is really not bad at all. At this moment, the song's rhythm picked up. Come on, catch me. From above, Jae-hyun jumped down. He rushed forward. Then came a long slide across the stage. Something had changed. Jae-hyun stood up and sang, look at me now. Unfortunately, he accidentally stepped on his hem. The judges all held their breath at the same time. Baekhyun and Do-jun both realized it in time. In that moment, Jae-hyun could not react. Someone quickly supported him from behind. It is okay. His breathing gradually stabilized. The whole group continued the performance. We are not done yet. Baekhyun noticed the other's expression was not very good. The whole group sang out together, I won't hold back anymore. Osu was completely immersed in the music. Beside you, I am ready to close my eyes. Stepping firmly on the red string, even if we are in hell, he looked toward Baekhyun, we will be together forever. A sound echoed, a shadow gradually fell. Because today I will make you mine. Everyone lay flat on the stage. Baekhyun covered his mouth with both hands, smiling slightly. The performance ended, and the group quickly helped Jae-hyun off. His steps suddenly stopped. Jae-hyun could not help but blame himself. We could have done better. His face could not hide his disappointment. I should not have. Tears just fell down. Made such a stupid mistake. The whole group was silent. Best Boy's first performance. Everyone felt regretful. It was not perfect. Thinking back to that shining moment, idols were under pressure not to make mistakes. Do-jun performed with all his might, but on stage, so that later he could smile with relief. Just show them how much we have practiced. Everyone encouraged each other. Even if you make a mistake, do not make it too obvious. I believe in the whole group. A voice suddenly echoed from behind. Best Boy, 10 minutes to prepare. Please be ready. Seeing him sobbing, Baekhyun understood. They had endured everything to stand there. They had put everything into this performance. He reached out and hugged Jae-hyun. Then the whole group left together. We have no regrets. This is enough. 2 days later, on a beautiful sunny morning, a call rang out in the practice room. Guys, look at this. Osu brought over a tablet excitedly. Our performance video was posted on YouTube. Everyone was amazed. No way. Baekhyun himself could not believe it when they said they were using a different alternative evaluation system. A familiar logo appeared on the screen. I did not think they would use this method. On it was Nexter's performance. 1, 2, 3, let us go. Baekhyun quickly realized, they caught us. Top 3 on the charts. This really puts us at a disadvantage. Oh Soo watched for a while and said, I did not think Nexter would change the original so much. He bit his nails nervously. How can they sing so well while dancing live? The singing and the harmonious rhythm echoed far. Doojun had to admit, Nexter is so good. Maybe we were too ambitious trying to beat an idol group from a famous entertainment company. Everyone was talking. Our opponent, Mauve, only has 320,000 views. Boyd does not have that many views either. The whole group could not help but worry. So what about our video? On the screen was the image of being nearly eliminated. Kim Doojun of Best Boy, the MC asked loudly, Best Boy, you guys are on the verge of being eliminated. How do you feel about this? Doojun gave a hollow laugh. It is unfortunate, but, before the crowd, he said softly, I never thought we did not try our best. His voice carried certainty. I believe that with this opportunity we can show everyone our true potential. On stage, the performance had begun. Baekhyun tilted his head and sang, My first declaration of love, I hope you remember. A flurry of comments erupted. A muscle festival is happening. Now Hyun has become a man. The main vocal surprised me so much. Thanks to Doojun, the future of K-pop is very bright. I can't stop rewatching the part where he was shot. I thought it was CG but I guess not. I think Jae-hyun was injured during the dance climax. He panicked for a second but tried to act like everything was fine. My baby, so proud of you. Oh my god. Baekhyun is looking straight into my soul and I am ready for it. Mom, I found your son-in-law. I do not claim to be a fan but I still got goosebumps. Their expressions, their gaze, they do not look like rookies at all. Seeing that, even he remarked, not bad. Suddenly, sobbing was heard nearby. He looked over and saw Jae-hyun trying to hold back his tears. He hugged Baekhyun tightly. I am so happy. The hug tightened every second. It is all thanks to you encouraging me when I slipped. He gritted his teeth and cried out, someone pull him off me. At this time, Doojun's eyes were glued to the screen. His cheeks suddenly flushed red. Baekhyun had a bad feeling. What? All 4 of them rushed to hug him. I am so incredibly proud of us. We did it. In that moment, Baekhyun paused for a second. Before him were people being emotional. These kids, he stared in a daze. They pursued their dreams so desperately. I wonder how much music means to them. He asked himself, is it like what acting means to me? Baekhyun struggled out of the hug. You guys are too heavy. After that, a year and a half passed quickly. A mission card appeared. Mission, fulfill the members' wishes. If you fail, you will die. Thinking of Ji-ho, he thought, I have only fulfilled the wishes of 2 members. I wish I had reported those bastards to the CEO back then. I should not have held back. Then there was Jae-hyun. I wish I had not used Muscle Man as my nickname. I really regret it. And I only fulfilled it by luck. However, there was a problem. 2 wish boxes appeared. Kang Jae-hyun. I wish I had told my family. I love them even just once. Oh Soo, I wish we could go on an overseas trip with the other members. Then he suddenly thought of Doojun. I still have not made any progress with the wishes I already know. Especially, a silhouette stood before a small stage. A singer only has 1 chance at the Rookie of the Year award. If we do not win, then the audience grew larger. I will have to give up my dream of acting. At this moment, the MC smiled and revealed, I know you are all waiting for this moment. It is time to announce the results for the first round of We Are Idols. Only 6 teams will move on to the next round. A ranking chart was projected onto the screen. For this mission, teams are evaluated based on the number of views and comments on MeTube. Baekhyun and everyone else watched intently. Now, please turn your eyes to the screen above. On the other side, Leon waited excitedly. The girl group also folded their hands in prayer. The MC's voice rang out along with the chart. First, we will announce the top 3 teams. Another girl group hugged each other in happiness. In first place, we have Nexter, second place is Ray's Star, and in third place, we have CN Girls. Congratulations. Baekhyun squeezed through the crowd to look at the chart. Next, the MC tried to raise his voice. We will announce the remaining results. In fourth place, we have the ranking displayed Best Boy in position number 4. Osu's face went blank for a second. Doojun and the others were also stunned. Congratulations. Baekhyun then announced, Best Boy came in 4th. Jae-hyun finally reacted. We are 4th, we did it. Doojun, we actually made it. Leon, standing nearby, witnessed everything. We moved on to the next round. His eyes were filled with clear contempt. A voice approached from a distance. Best Boy, congratulations on passing the first round. Your creative take on Blossom's Adult Day captured the hearts of many viewers. Your video is even trending. The MC smiled and handed over the mic. Did the company help you rearrange the song, or did you do it yourselves? Doojun replied happily, we did it ourselves. We combined the ideas of all our members to rearrange the track. The MC suddenly turned to the side. Jae-hyun, we saw you slip during the performance. Was that your own mistake? Jae-hyun froze for a moment, then replied, yes, I am sorry. I was really clumsy. I should not have done that. The MC acted impressed. Apologizing for an injury. You have touched my heart. Do you have anything you would like to say to your members or fans? He took a deep breath and shouted, from now on, I will work even harder. Jae-hyun exerted all his strength to exclaim, I will show everyone the best version of myself. Best boy, I love you guys, and to my mom, dad, and sister. I just want to say. Baekhyun finally paid attention to him. Voices echoed everywhere. I miss you guys, and I love you all so much. Baekhyun's eyes focused on a single point. What? The system displayed a notification. Congratulations, the wish of regret holder Kang Jae-hyun has been fulfilled. Second Life Manager Scholar Kim is appearing. Baekhyun could not help but feel delighted. I have never met such a lucky reincarnator. It seemed like a miracle was happening. Is it really just happening like this? The system board appeared again. Reward eyes of the reincarnator. The reincarnator can see the past of regret holders, including their previous life. You can use this item once every 3 days for 5 minutes. You can choose to see their past from 3 days prior to the current timeline or 3 days before their death in their previous life. His eyes flashed with light. This is one of the items I need most right now. He reached out to accept the jade. The wishes of the regret holders are revealed to me as I build a closer relationship with them. Doojun's reflection appeared in the water. Baekhyun smiled and clenched his fist. With this item, the entire best boy group gathered in the living room. Oh-soo scrolled through his phone and reported, social media is being taken over by news about Nexter. Doojun looked disappointed. Everyone is saying Nexter is the obvious winner, and the first episode has not even aired yet. Baekhyun crossed his arms and said nothing. 3 minutes, until the first episode of We Are Idols goes live. On the screen was the competition logo. While this is a music talent competition, to the rest of the public, it is also a reality show. The corner of his mouth dropped slightly. The room fell into a temporary silence. On the screen was Leon's interview. After all, the ability to smile in harsh circumstances is what makes a true idol. Doojun lowered his eyes and thought, I guess the first episode focuses mainly on Nexter. He said quietly, it seems we won't get much screen time. Oh-soo suddenly cried out, wait, that is us. Look, Jae-hyun's image appeared on screen. It is Jae-hyun. He was being shown in a close-up. One-on-one match, competing to choose a mission song. Doojun's eyes lit up. Jae-hyun, you look great, the MC shouted. Now, on your marks. From the stands, the other members were waiting. Jae-hyun was jumping like a kangaroo. His face showed pure determination. His opponent's face went blank for a moment. The group could not help but burst into laughter. He did it. Jae-hyun whined. What are they doing to my muscles? Baekhyun tried to stifle a laugh behind him. The editing team clearly knows how to make this look interesting. At that moment, Hong Seok rushed in, out of breath. Boys, I can't believe it. He panted and held out his phone. You guys. You are trending on the search results. Look, the other 4 immediately rushed over. Baekhyun sat with his arms crossed, watching them. Just as I thought. I know the real battle in a talent competition is the battle for screen time. Seeing their happy expressions made him feel relieved. The group began walking onto larger stages after their first performance. People around them could not stop talking. Everyone was starting to see Best Boy in a different light. Baekhyun slowly walked up the steps, reflecting on all the hard work since their training days. The Best Boy members, dressed neatly, stood on stage, finally seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. Under the stage lights, after the first episode aired, our world changed. Delicious food was laid out on the table. Congratulations on finishing the first round, everyone. More guests quickly arrived. Because you had to prepare such a great performance on a short schedule, you probably did not have a chance to talk with the other teams. The MC announced with a smile, so we have prepared an occasion to help you get to know each other better, called New Friendship. There were some whispers. This is a chance for you to engage in a private conversation with someone from another team. The rules were displayed on screen. Each person will receive their own hidden mission. Make the opponent say, don't lie, actually, I am not an idol, don't lie. The screen changed immediately after. Those who complete it within the time limit will receive points. You can win up to 10 points depending on the difficulty of your mission. Baekhyun glanced at Ji-woong behind the scenes. Why do they want us to foster friendship in a reality talent competition? He was currently wearing a smug smile. I have no doubt they will manipulate and edit today's footage to create drama and boost ratings. At a small table, he and Leon sat opposite each other. Now, find your randomly assigned partner and enter the room to start an intimate conversation. He thought to himself, I knew it. Baekhyun took the initiative to speak. Leon, it looks like we are partners. The other replied with a smile, I knew it. That is great. Internally he cursed, randomly assigned, my ass. He recalled being in the waiting room an hour ago. They paired the 2 individuals who were talked about most together to boost ratings. The card contained the mission. Make the opponent say, can you stop asking me difficult questions? 5 points. Leon was looking forward to it. A difficult question, he thought to himself. This is the perfect chance to counterattack him. Baekhyun then asked, how does it feel to be the leader? Do you find it difficult? Cameras were set up everywhere. He replied. Are you asking if being Nexter's leader is difficult? Yes, I am sure it is not easy to lead a group of 9 by yourself. Leon answered very skillfully with a smile. Actually, I am quite happy with my role. I am lucky to fulfill my dream of becoming a singer and leading a group of incredible talent. His eyes kept scanning him. His mission must be to make me say it is hard. Thinking so, he smiled again. He is being too obvious. Does he think I will fall into the trap so easily? Leon suddenly prodded. By the way, I still have not heard you talk about your family during the interviews. Is there a reason why you do not mention them? Baekhyun's expression changed in an instant. That gaze sent a chill down Leon's spine. Wait, looking at that pale face, he realized, he really is hiding something. At the same time, Baekhyun recalled 10 minutes before the mission, waiting room. He carefully examined the card. They said the mission could earn points from 1 to 10. Baekhyun told himself, I have to get 10 points. The card read, make the opponent cry, 10 points. Leon's contemptuous face appeared. Considering who the opponent was, he had thought he had no chance of winning. He felt triumphant inside, but it seemed Leon had dug his own grave. Outwardly, he acted vulnerable. It is hard for me to talk about my family. The crew was about to stop, but Ji-woong held them back. Leon was curious. Why, do they also work in this industry? Baekhyun hesitated and replied, no, they do not. This made him even more interested. Then why do you keep it a secret? Are they criminals? As soon as he said it, even he was surprised. He reminded himself, I went a bit too far. Leon quickly laughed and waved it off. Sorry, I was a bit rude. Baekhyun suddenly interrupted. No, it is not that. After a long pause, he finally revealed, they passed away. Leon's face went blank. What? Baekhyun looked directly into the lens. My parents are gone. He recounted it without emotion. I was raised in an orphanage. Young people were playing happily on the beach. In this industry, stars with the title of national artist all have 3 things in common. National little sister Haejong smiled with a water bottle in hand. They must have talent, fame and a past background. At this point, he seemed unable to hold back his tears. I think that is why I was always drawn to the idea of becoming a singer. Ji-woong could not help but turn away. That was my mother's childhood dream. Leon was stunned. Wait, Baekhyun was raised in an orphanage. He accepted a tissue. Thank you. The hand resting on the table suddenly tightened. So, by the way, I noticed you did not mention your family in the interview. Why did you keep it a secret? Leon's face darkened. Are they criminals? He gripped his hem. This interview makes me look exactly like a bastard. I need to save my own reputation. Tears uncontrollably fell. I am sorry. I did not know. Leon covered his mouth and said sympathetically, it must have been very hard for you. Baekhyun's expression changed immediately after. I won the mission, did not I? He nonchalantly read the mission. The card said I would get points if I made the opponent cry. The MC's voice shouted out, snapping Leon back to reality. Baekhyun of best boy, mission accomplished. The coffee cup on the table was still steaming. So you are telling me, CEO Cho was silent for a long while before speaking, that Hyun chose to reveal that he grew up in an orphanage, and to a member of Nexter. At that, he took a sip of water, frowning slightly. How is Hyun doing? Hong Seok looked confused. I am also very worried. The next words made CEO Cho choke on his water. But he looks completely fine. Taking a deep breath, he asked skeptically, really, are you sure he is not just putting on a front? Shouldn't we take him to see a therapist or something? Does he need help? Hong Seok answered honestly. He looked very calm. In fact, he said it was better this way. He seemingly could not believe his ears. What does he mean? He recalled being in the waiting room with Ji-woong. He said this would give Best Boy a chance to become more popular when the show premieres. Baekhyun pulled at Hong Seok's sleeve. His expression was completely relaxed. Hyun said he does not mind using his past to attract attention. CEO Cho was silent for a moment. As long as it helps Best Boy succeed. His lonely silhouette was right before his eyes. This kid was actually willing to use the secret of his past. The more he thought about it, the more unbelievable it seemed. Using it as a means to achieve success. How could he come up with something like this? The hand seemed to be supporting the entire galaxy. I have trained countless artists, and countless artists have come and gone. In CEO Cho's heart, there was a slight tremor. Even so, this is the first time I have seen an artist shine in such a unique way. The corner of his mouth curled slightly. Our support will need to match his desires and determination. Baekhyun was caught off guard by a call. Hyun, is it true? Do Jun rushed over anxiously. I know we need to win, but how could you reveal your secret so calmly like that? Jae-hyun advised worriedly. That is your family story. You will be the one most affected by this. Baekhyun, on the contrary, was very relaxed. I would rather reveal it myself than have someone else dig it up. In his heart, he had already calculated everything. In a reality competition, gaining the viewer's empathy is very useful. Of course, if we only relied on empathy without the skills to perform, we would receive a lot of hate. Thinking of this, Baekhyun looked at the group. But if I am with them, finally, he said softly, I said it because I trust you guys. Baekhyun smiled as if nothing was wrong. So stop looking at me like you are about to cry. He said sincerely, I know you guys are more than capable of leading us to victory. At that moment, the door handle turned. A girl peeked in from outside. Excuse me, but your team was also chosen for the singing competition, right? Baekhyun sat up abruptly. Wait, what singing competition? Do-jun then remembered. Oh right, I have the information here. He handed over an invitation card. Congratulations, your team has been selected for the singing competition. You will face another team also chosen for this round. Baekhyun's face froze for a second. Oh no, we are in trouble. We won't be judged on our rap or dance skills anymore. Below was a note. The losing team will become candidates for disqualification. He gradually felt anxious. And our opponent is a group known for their powerful vocal skills. The female singer greeted them with a smile. We stopped by to say hello. Pleasure to meet you. A name was etched deep in his mind, the group CN Girls. Baekhyun silently looked at the card in front of him. At that moment, Scholar Kim appeared again. Ikor macarons are the best, so delicious. Baekhyun's expression gradually turned gloomy. We have 2 weeks until the next performance. He took a deep breath. While my tone is decent when rapping, when I try to harmonize with the group, I turn the song into a funeral march. In the practice room, the whole group was silent. Scholar Kim also noticed the unusual atmosphere. He quickly finished the last of the pastries and advised, I do not have the power to do anything about your terrible singing skills, but I will give you a hint because you look like you really need it. Baekhyun suddenly snapped out of it. What hint? The figure stopped floating and said, people with normal singing talent might not understand your weakness. This immediately brought Do-jun to mind. So, they can't help you improve your voice in a short time. Scholar Kim did not forget to emphasize, to become someone with exceptional skills like Kim Do-jun. He frowned in confusion. So, a variety of sweets were brought in. Scholar Kim cheered excitedly. Why did not you tell me you had so many sweets? Baekhyun could not wait any longer. That is enough, right? Come on, tell me. He finally revealed, there is someone who can help you, but I do not think you know her yet. She will be famous in a few years. Sunlight shone on the high-rise building. Trainer Min Jong-hoo had been quite famous in the industry until a few years ago. Standing in front of the elevator, Hong Seok was a bit worried. But a while ago, she announced that she could not take on any more students. Hearing that made him curious. Why did she say that? The floor number quickly reached 1. His words were like a bolt of lightning. She said she wanted to try becoming a screenwriter for movies. On the table, water was already prepared. Hong Seok waited silently for the other to speak. She slammed the water glass onto the table. So you are here because this kid needs a vocal teacher. Jong-hoo then frowned in annoyance. I told you not to come to me for that anymore. He bowed politely to greet her. Pleasure to meet you, Trainer Min. I am Baekhyun from Best Boy. The other coldly turned away. Don't call me trainer. Seeing that, Hong Seok immediately stepped forward to plead. Come on, Jung-hoo, Hyun is very talented. On the table sat a stack of papers. His gaze was immediately drawn to them. I know this name. Baekhyun remembered her. In his past life, when he was a 25-year-old actor, she was a brilliant screenwriter who wrote a debut film script that made waves with a 30% viewership rating. He realized instantly, so she used to be a vocal teacher. He thought to himself, I did not know. Hong Seok asked, by the way, did you write all these? Jong-hoo seemed quite disappointed. Yes, I did. But no one wants to produce them. He was startled. Why? Her brows furrowed slightly. Jong-hoo replied wearily, I do not know. They keep saying the scripts are too difficult to understand, and there is not a single one I am actually proud of. A voice suddenly interrupted. How could you say that? Baekhyun continued reading the script. I like you more than you like me, so what is that a sin? Hong Seok jumped in surprise. Hyun, Jong-hoo stood dazed for a moment. What? The entire room seemed to merge with the script. It is so sad to be considered a loser just because I like you more than you like me. A hand holding a cup of water was slowly extended. It is okay if you refuse me. Baekhyun looked firmly at the other. No matter what, my feelings for you won't change. The hand resting on the table could not stop trembling. Just do not make me wait too long. The girl's expression shifted. You know how badly I treat you. The two sat opposite each other as he confessed. But I still like you. Tears uncontrollably flowed. And I will continue to like you. Baekhyun smiled, hiding his emotions. I will love you for the rest of my life. The girl's heart beat rapidly. Jong-hoo tried to suppress her excitement. It is perfect. Looking at his confident face, she thought. It is as if he can read my mind. It was only then that Jong-hoo changed her attitude. You said you needed vocal training, right? She adjusted her glasses. If so, I have one condition. Then she proactively reached out to him. Even if you are not considering becoming an actor. Those words made him suddenly remember. It sounds strange, but I have a feeling you will become an actor one day. Back then, Baekhyun was intently reading the script. Jong-hoo watched in silence from the side. Now, she proactively suggested, I want us to meet again when that time comes. And just like that, the two reached an agreement. Baekhyun took the initiative to ask, so can I call you Trainer Min now? Hong Seok clapped happily. That is great. Zhanghu's eyes flashed with a cold, sharp light. This industry used to call me a crazy bitch. She did not forget to remind him, if you think you can handle me, go ahead and call me trainer. A week later, in the vocal training room, Jiho said worriedly, I wonder if Hyun will be okay. I happened to run into him in the middle of the night when I was getting some water, and, recalling how he looked then he did not look like he was doing well. He had even checked in. Hyun. Are you okay? The other had just shuffled away. I am fine. Thinking of it made Doojun confused. Hyun usually did not show when he was tired or facing difficulties. Finally, he made a decision. There is no other choice. Let us call Manager Jang. The door opened instantly. Baekhyun panted as he walked in. I can sing the whole song now without my voice shaking. He excitedly showed off to everyone. I can't hit high notes like Doojun, but I can sing the whole song perfectly. At this moment, the whole group listened in silence. I won't hold you guys back anymore. Suddenly, they all froze. Baekhyun collapsed onto the floor. Tyung. Doojun repeatedly shook his shoulder. Tyung. No one knew what to say. Everyone could not help but laugh. I have never seen someone fall asleep while talking. He must be really exhausted. Doojun's gaze softened quite a bit. I thought the group would fail this round. Everyone was looking forward to him, but Baekhyun has a perfect vocal tone. Baekhyun was already prepared to stand before everyone, so if he found the right range, as he fell into a deep, tired sleep, his singing voice would become a formidable weapon. Very soon, the day of the second round arrived. The slip of paper drawn for their order was number 8. Baekhyun noticed the surroundings. Doojun looks really nervous. He saw him bowing his head in prayer. Doojun would take the center position for the first time today. Doojun's whole body trembled slightly, even though he was the oldest member and the leader. Everyone had practiced very hard. Performing on national TV in your 20s carries a lot of pressure. He had seen him practicing alone. Over the last 2 weeks, he had faced the most difficulties. Jiho suddenly pounced on him. How is your prayer time going? Did you ask the gods for us to win? Doojun quickly reassured him. No, Baekhyun sat nearby and heard him say, I prayed that our group will stay together and continue performing for a long time. That is what I prayed for. He pursed his lips and thought, he hopes everyone will stay together for a long time, imagining the 4 of them accompanying each other happily. If their 25 wishes came true, he sat alone in one spot. Do I still have a reason to stay in this group? Baekhyun covered his mouth and took a deep breath. A few days ago, I definitely would have said no. Doojun walked over and checked in. Hyun, how's your throat? The moment he replied, his throat suddenly stung. It is fine. Baekhyun froze for a moment. What is this? Outside, the MC started the show. Welcome to the second round of We Are Idols. My name is Myung-sun, and I am thrilled to be your host again today. He introduced the panel. We have 3 very special judges who will be evaluating today's performances. First, the Kingmaker himself. Please give a round of applause for the best songwriter. Kingmaker. Next is Gyurim. Joining our special panel is the icon of charisma, Choi Gyurim. And finally, the man who helps contestants find their true potential, the singer-songwriter with the angelic voice, Kim Huiksu. After the introductions, the MC remarked, they all look so impressive. With that, he pointed to the screen and shouted. Let us look forward to today's performances. The judges sat in the audience, waiting. Hyuksu was the first to speak. It is clear that this round has revealed your limits. Looking at the group that had just performed, he looked dismissive. I do not understand what you were thinking by presenting the song this way. He delivered a cold critique. I found myself getting very bored in the middle of the song. Hyuksu continued without holding back. Your performance was not cool at all, and it failed to showcase your talent. Right after that, Nexter appeared. You guys did not disappoint me, but there was nothing fresh. Nexter, 94, 90, 95. Total, 279 points. Seeing that, Gyurim spoke up. Oh my, they do not have much rap experience, so I did not expect anything. He added. It was not bad at all, and the theme was excellent. The girl group stood and replied happily, thank you. The scores were quickly announced. Ray's star, 90, 85, 88. Total 263 points. In the audience, the best boy members were dead, silent. Jiho pointed at the screen, trembling. So far, the only teams to get praised are Ray's star and Nexter. Everyone sighed in worry. This is going to be tough. Doojun was about to call out, Hyun, hey, but was cut off. CN girls are starting their performance. The girl group shone on the bright stage. If I am by your side. The 3 judges below went silent for a moment. Doojun also stared, dazed. The music echoed through the hall. You are the mouse caught in a trap. Something suddenly dropped. You will face danger every minute. Baekhyun clutched his mouth, gasping for air. In the music, he curled up, suppressing the pain. How are you planning to solve this? Baekhyun coughed repeatedly. Something is wrong. The 3 girls shone under the stage lights. The judges' enthusiastic applause did not stop. Hyuksu was sweating from the performance. CN girls, you have proved yourselves today. How do you manage to impress me every single time? As the scores appeared on the screen, he said, I believe this is the best performance I have ever seen. The numbers kept rising. At each switch, 94, then it stopped at an impressive score, 96. Everyone watched with full admiration. They really are on another level. How can they maintain an average score above 90 like that? The three girls hugged each other in joy. Nexter has a total of 279 points, so that means CN girls have beaten Nexter. Baekhyun was sitting gloomily in a corner. Even if it is Nexter, in a singing competition, they can't beat CN girls. He let out a helpless sigh, his eyes showing dark circles. Backstage, they were preparing for the next performance. Hyuk-soo flipped his score sheet and asked, "Finally, we are at the last performance. Best boy, right?" Gurim, beside him, expressed some regret. They have 3 rappers and 2 singers. It is unfortunate they were chosen for the singing competition. Their last performance was great, but this time they are really unlucky. Kingmaker said nothing more, just adjusted his sunglasses to look closer. He looked toward the singers where Baekhyun was standing. So that is Baekhyun. He seems to be the weakest singer. Right after, the host introduced them cheerfully. They were the best yesterday, and they are great today too. Many people are looking forward to this performance, especially after the last mission. The charismatic members of Best Boy, it is time to meet the second team for the singing competition. Kingmaker's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Best Boy will be singing Because I Love You by Yoo Jaehan. Baekhyun slowly touched the mic. Why did they choose that song? It is a ballad that focuses entirely on vocals. He closed his eyes to get into the emotion of the ballad. And they are even starting with Baekhyun. Kingmaker screamed internally, "Isn't his voice the weakest? You idiot, what do you think you are doing?" Baekhyun felt like he was falling into a moment of collapse. "Scholar Kim. You have completely ruined my voice." Drenched in sweat, he thought grimly, "I guess you did not know anything about a weak innate immune system." Kingmaker had always underestimated his health. Your body could not handle the harsh training from the vocal coach. As the light shone on Kingmaker's spot, Kingmaker opened his throat wide. "I can't let everything be destroyed." Scholar Kim could only let out a helpless sigh. Baekhyun had been curled up, his body trembling. "My friend, have not you forgotten something?" He stepped in to help Baekhyun, waving his hand to cast a miracle. Magic surrounded Baekhyun as the system voice rang out once more. "Did you forget that you are a reincarnator? Reward, Reincarnator's energy drink. One-time use. This drink will cleanse the reincarnator's body of injuries or illness and restore their health." He opened his eyes to see Scholar Kim extending a helping hand. The boy smiled childishly. Baekhyun stammered, "You." A determined thought flashed through Baekhyun's mind. "I will have your macarons waiting for you when I get back." And the performance began. He sang the first lines. "Was I wrong about the look in your eyes when we first met?" A warm, emotional voice poured out. "I felt like a fool when I saw your radiant smile." The judges thought, his voice. The judges were enjoying the feeling. "It sounds very stable. Not bad." Then the next members performed. "Last night, I dreamed of waking up beside you." Doojun also performed his part very well. "And I do not want to believe it was just a dream." The lyrics touched the audience's hearts. "So now I realize," the group ended with an emotional line, "that I belong to you." They stood waiting for the judge's remarks. For the past 2 weeks, Doojun continued to give it his all. "I will do everything for you." They must have practiced themselves to death. Gurim sat below, eyes wide with surprise and emotion. "I will give you everything I have." A hand lightly touched a shoulder. "Forever from now on." Osu smiled gently with a youthful look. "Never to be apart." They smiled because they had done so well. "Let us stay together." The 5 boys were bound tightly. "Forever." The host's voice rang out again. And with that, the final performance of round 2 has ended. Even the MC was shocked by the results. Unbelievable. It is currently a dead heat. The 2 groups facing off in the singing competition, CN Girls, 280. It is a tie. Baekhyun's group had the same score. Best Boy, 280. Doojun looked very worried. What is going to happen now? Baekhyun, however, had a completely different look. The losing team becomes candidates for disqualification. The losing team might be eliminated entirely. He looked at CN girls, who were praying incessantly. Do we have to have a rematch that won't be good for us? 2 of them were so scared they kept squeezing Doojun. If both teams get eliminated. However, the MC gave them hope. But there has been an unexpected twist. The host asked a suspenseful question. "Do you remember the game we played earlier?" Everyone stared in surprise. "The new friendship game, right? Did I complete my mission?" Osu straightened up, leaning back slightly. "What?" The group score continued to rise. Best Boy, Doojun froze, focusing on the screen, and CN girls did the same. Finally, the board stopped at a number. Best Boy, 290. The MC joyfully announced, and even more shockingly, "We have a winner, thanks to Baekhyun. Best Boy has gained an extra 10 points. In Baekhyun's interview, although you up in an orphanage, I am what I am today thanks to the orphanage director. I want to thank her for raising me." He spoke with emotion and thanked many people. "I am also very grateful to my group members." Interview title, Baekhyun of Best Boy. "They did not care about my family background. They have always treated me so well." They had always been Baekhyun's emotional support. I think the dream of becoming the best idols together with them makes me feel fulfilled. He cherished every single one of them. I am grateful that people are interested in my background. Baekhyun, dressed formally in a suit, smiled for the camera. And I also hope everyone will give lots of love and support to my members. Not just because they work hard, but because they are incredibly talented. Immediately after, headlines appeared online. Baekhyun of Best Boy reveals sad past. News related to Baekhyun kept trending. #1 trending in Korea, we are idols. #2 Baekhyun of Best Boy. #3 Best Idol. #4 hardworking and talented. #5 orphanage. Thousands of comments broke out. Baekhyun of Best Boy grew up in an orphanage. He looks like a chaebol son. I had no idea his past was so sad. WTF, Hyun from BB as an orphan. It was just shown on TV. How could they air that unedited? When he said the dream of being best idols with his members makes him feel fulfilled, I burst into tears. Hyun, I am sure you will become the best idol in this country. Hundreds of different opinions were being shared. I think the way he mentioned his members in the interview was very touching. You can see how much he cares about them. They are not the only idols who work hard. He just wants to go public with a sob story. What is there to brag about being an orphan? Are you immature, or what? You are a Leon fan, are not you? Being an orphan is not a joke. Stop attacking Best Boy and go back to middle school, you idiot. A hand set down a coffee cup gently. He sat leisurely, sipping his coffee. We won big. A table full of food was spread out. Hyunjong smiled, enjoying the food. Sir, the food here is delicious. Are you treating us because the show is doing so well? Jiwon, beside her, said nothing. I will definitely have more energy to work harder after this meal. Seokyung spoke gently and politely. Just eat. Lee Seokyung, chairman of Nnet, the network where We Are Idols is filmed. Suddenly, a teacup was slammed down. Jiwon's voice dropped, sounding dissatisfied. Sir, what do you want from us? I think it would be faster if you got straight to the point. I need to work all night in the editing room today. That made him snap and yell, hey come on, do you think I only treat you to a meal when I want something from you? After that, Seokyung regained his composure. I am not that kind of person. But since you mentioned it, I do have a few things to ask of you. The two of them discussed business. But I will tell you beforehand, I did not call you here today to demand anything. Okay, meanwhile, Hyunjong kept eating. I will just keep eating. Yeah, but when a certain group was mentioned, her mouth froze. So, about Best Boy, Seokyung began to complain. I think you are giving them too much screen time. Piz is also complaining. We need to be fair, right? Jiwon was furious. He gritted his teeth. I see Nexter getting just as much screen time as Best Boy. That provoked Seokyung. He pointed at his face and scolded. Are you intentionally playing dumb? We have nothing to lose by keeping Piz Entertainment happy. Don't you understand? Harsh words were thrown. Listen, they both have the same amount of screen time, but Best Boy has so many funny and interesting clips while Nexter is boring. I use what I have for the final edit, so what do you want me to do with it? What about that kangaroo footage? You made it funnier with your editing, did not you? Why did not you do that for Nexter? Jiwon did not back down and shouted back. You said PZ did not want their idols looking stupid. He slammed his hand on the table. Seokyung was turning red with rage. Are you playing games with me right now? At that moment, Jiwon witnessed the results. Let us see who passed round 2. The boys with the moving ballad, We Have Best Boy, and the Cool Style group. Nexter, along with the girl groups doing Finger Hearts, Ray's Star, together with the Cold Vibe Girls, Pink Girls, and the last team to get lucky, Blue Waters, the group that just barely made it to the next round. So, the next stage will be a battle between 5 teams. The most emotional part was Blue Waters. The team members started bursting into tears as soon as they stepped onto the stage. Tears fell from the boys' eyes. Your team went through a lot in the previous round. Ha Sezuk, as the leader, we want to hear a few words from you. Baekhyun glanced at them. Thank you very much. They were crying so hard their faces were distorted. I know we still have a long way to go. Baekhyun felt annoyed watching them. I think they have decided to go with the underdog style. He reminds me of someone. He had a brief thought. How pathetic. It will be funny if the camera zooms in on their faces now. Behind every artist, there are always people, with a hidden rule that seems to have appeared submissive to the strong, but cruel to the weak. A clear case of injustice. Even though they caused a bit of controversy in the last episode, Nexter is still at the top of the ranking system. Forget it, it will be edited anyway. Baekhyun could not even manage a smile, even though his team was attracting attention. With the rival team in front of him, Nexter probably still thinks they will win. At that moment, Jiwon was looking around. I know PIZ Entertainment is putting pressure on PDCO, so he has no other choice. While deep in thought, an MC ran over. And now we are moving to the hottest topic from the last episode. Baekhyun, where are you? The MC rushed past the other idols. You have become the most popular contestant on the show. The MC shoved the mic toward Baekhyun. Do you have any words or tips to share with Blue Waters, who just barely made it through the comeback round? All the other idols turned to look. What is with the sudden question? Do Jun could not believe it either. Why is he putting Baekhyun in that position? In the worst case scenario, he will be edited to look arrogant or cruel. Even with a good answer, it will just be cut. He was quite worried for Baekhyun. This is not a simple question. I wonder how Baekhyun will answer. He took the mic from the MC. Right now, everyone is looking down on Blue Waters. That is a given. The outcome remains the same. After all, they are at the bottom of the rankings. The other idols watched with their mouths open. Even Best Boy was once at risk of elimination. With a wary look, even if you got here through the comeback round, everyone stared at Baekhyun. To pass the competition. He smiled and answered warmly, I do not think that is the issue right now. The TV show was being broadcast nationwide. I do not think that is the issue right now. Airing every Tuesday at 9:20 p.m., a flurry of mixed comments surfaced. Wasn't that a direct hit on Nexter? He has no filter, like as if you are any better. Baekhyun, why was that an attack on Nexter? This is just a teaser, do not jump to conclusions before the next episode airs. Nexter fans are so stupid. The MC did not quite get his point. What do you mean? Baekhyun was calm and repeated, I think as long as 5 teams made it to this round, past results no longer matter. The people there were slightly startled. The present is what defines our talent. I hope everyone here is confident in themselves. Leon just gave a smirk after hearing that. After all, we are all about to start again from the same starting line. The influence of famous entertainment companies and fans, the other members stood still, also play a decisive role in the team's positions in the rankings. Baekhyun gave a meaningful smirk. And in the middle of the competition, another comment calmed the public. It is just a teaser, do not fight yet. Do you guys not know this show is famous for its manipulative editing? Hold your judgment until the new episode actually airs. Something has started to change on the show. The next week, the show entered the next performance phase. Welcome back to We Are Idols, Round 3 mission. I will now announce the mission for the third round. A blind bag box appeared. The team leaders must step forward and choose a slip of paper from the box. 5 representatives stepped forward. Please come up. The team name was clearly on the paper. Did everyone get one? Pink girls. The 5 of them looked at the paper. This round will be different from the previous ones, because you must choose the performance songs. The audience watching was buzzing. For the team you drew, Baekhyun sat listening. We have 2 choices. Pink girls were discussing after drawing a certain group. Once you have decided on a song, you can put the paper back in the box. We can choose a song that suits them and maintain high evaluations. They had also drawn Best Boy. Or choose a song that makes it difficult for them. I think this round is a strategy game. A member's face darkened. And crushed them out of the competition. The 5 of them huddled in a corner. Discussion time. Doojun made a cute face and asked, maybe we should choose a song that suits pink girls. What do you guys think? Oh, Soo was very angry, his voice full of murderous intent. Choose a hip-hop song. There has to be something related to fast rapping from start to finish. Aren't we in a competition? Baekhyun stayed silent, letting them argue. But if we do that, we will be seen as a terrible and cruel team. Who cares? This is a competition, so we have to win. After that, there was a scene of them bickering. Then Baekhyun placed a hand on a shoulder. He put his arm around them and spoke in a low tone. Let us choose a song for them that is like a wolf in sheep's clothing. Pink girls were happy and relieved after hearing the assignment. Song. Announcement time. Oh my god, they chose a suitable song for us. I am so glad. Oh, Soo pouted with a sad face. I thought that song was perfect for pink girls. There is no wolf there. Baekhyun looked across and asked, all the teams here have performed twice. What style has pink girls followed from the beginning until now? Jae-hyun and Ji-ha were a bit confused. A youthful and fresh direction, yes, very consistently. Baekhyun nodded and explained, exactly. They have followed a youthful style twice, so if they repeat it, the pink girls were dancing intently and excitedly. He clearly analyzed the opponent's feelings. They will be happy now, but after their performance, they will have to face a bitter end. Pink girls will encounter the wolf in sheep's clothing. Just then, Doojun came running over. Guys, I got our team's song. The paper clearly read, Resurrection Never Happens Again. The whole group was stunned. No, another ballad. We chose that song for you because we liked your Because I Love You performance. Then someone else appeared. You do not like it. The rival member's face was full of schemes. Do you want us to change it for you? Baekhyun just gave a faint smile. Switching to another scene, flowers and tea were spread out on a table. CEO Cho calmly took a sip. He even said to Baekhyun, this coffee has a very nice aroma, does not it? He only called him and not the others. He looked toward CEO Cho. There must be something important. CEO Cho got straight to the point. Why do you think I called you here, Hyun? Baekhyun replied calmly, it is because of We Are Idols. CEO Cho was quite impressed. Quick-witted. Just as I thought. Yes, that is right. How is the filming going? Are you being treated like the other teams? Baekhyun did not hesitate to ask a sensitive question. Is it true that PIZ Entertainment is putting pressure on the director of We Are Idols? Seeing CEO Cho's silence, he continued, is that what you are worried about? You are worried they won't treat us fairly. Then he just gave a helpless smile. Why are you laughing? Is there something else I do not know? No, I just think it is funny. CEO Cho's face went blank. What do you mean? Baekhyun recalled right then. I heard a rumor that the team caught in the crossfire between major agencies would be Best Boy. He spoke firmly to CEO Cho. We have nothing to lose, director. Baekhyun slowly gripped the handle of his coffee cup. Why did he think everyone would be afraid of those sea monsters? And carefully bringing it to his lips, it is because they refuse to die alone. At this moment, Ji-woong was also in the middle of a lavish meal. He used his sleepy eyes to look straight ahead. Ji-woong did not think this could happen. He could not believe he was sitting here with the chairman of PIZ and Best Entertainment. Seonchun glared at him irritably. Ma Seonchun is the chairman of PIZ Entertainment. One thing he knew for sure, however, was what everyone in the industry knew. Seonchun is a man who chooses the dark path to make money. His business operations are very shady. The food today does not suit my palate, even though this restaurant usually cooks very well. Ji-woong sighed. He had already guessed it all. The reason CEO Ma was angry was all too clear, but CEO Cho was eating with great relish. He did not expect CEO Cho to be here as well. He looked at his own reflection through the wine glass. PD Seo, you must know, savoring the aroma of the wine through his sense of smell, that your show's ratings increased, thanks to Nexter. The reason We Are Idols can receive that much attention is thanks to Nexter's reputation. Ji-woong kept the same face and said, I agree. Nexter has contributed a lot to the high ratings. Then do not you think they deserve better treatment than this? He provided several pieces of evidence. For example, look at this week's episode. I think that is the reason why I always aimed for the thought of becoming a singer. Seonchun directly demanded a removal. I told you to emphasize Leon's part in that dialogue. Baekhyun's interview about his mother's childhood dream, or just omit him entirely. Then he embellished some tragic details. Do you know how that episode affected Nexter's noble image? At this point, CEO Cho finally spoke up. Now, I am starting to get annoyed. He slowly began to expose Seonchun's every word. Are you saying that Baekhyun revealed his painful past on TV just because he wanted to gain sympathy votes from the audience? The man frowned and retorted. Best Boy has nothing to lose, but Nexter does. We spent tens of billions of won to recover from the damage caused by that ridiculous edit. I guess you do not understand the business aspect of this. Mr. CEO Cho continued to drop words to provoke Seonchun. No, I understand perfectly. The show started thanks to Nexter, and now, my boys are also worth tens of billions of won. To add more credibility, he asked Ji-woong, PD Seo, what is the most popular segment with the audience so far? He answered honestly, well, Kang Jae-hyun's Kangaroo Jump. He is an unstoppable force in the competition, and Best Boys segment can't be ignored either. Baekhyun's sharing of his past as an orphan is the most talked about part. CEO Cho approached Seonchun, using flowery words to provoke him. You see, initially Nexter might have given the show a huge reputation, but now, the show is doing well thanks to my boys, and we have proof. At this, Seonchun realized in shock. This means they will soon be worth more than Nexter. He flared up and cursed. How can you say that? Best Boy will never be as successful as Nexter. I have never heard anything so nonsensical. CEO Cho remained calm, watching him closely. PD Seo, if you continue this, I will pull Nexter from this show. He recalled Baekhyun's conversation. We have nothing to lose, director. What do you mean? Baekhyun had presented a clear balance. Imagine how the press would report it if news broke that Best Boy was on the verge of being erased due to outside pressure from a large corporation. He took another sip of coffee and said calmly. Which group do you think the public would sympathize with more? That made CEO Cho realize, if they were treated unfairly, Baekhyun had calculated it very carefully. On the contrary, it will become a weapon for us. And now, CEO Cho revealed his porcelain white teeth. There was a principle he always remembered. They say a threat will be countered by something even more threatening. Ji-woong was quite startled. What? CEO Cho made a firm decision. And we will also release an official statement. We will say that Best Boy had no choice but to leave the show because of pressure from a famous entertainment agency. He uttered a murderous sentence. After all, performing in a system that is inherently unfair is just a waste of time. As if the crown had fallen, Seonchun slammed his hand on the table. As if the crown had fallen, Seonchun slammed his hand on the table. He was so angry he could only point at his face and curse. Do you think I will sit still and let you do whatever you want? I will counter that. PDSEO edited it to make Best Boy look better than Nexter. CEO Cho maintained his previous attitude. Between news of an unknown company losing a lot of money and a famous corporation abusing their power, his words came out as a threat. Which side do you think the public will react more strongly to? Unable to do anything more, Seonchun pushed the door open in anger. You will regret this, both of you. The two of them frowned as they watched his rage. Just you wait and see. After Seonchun left, Ji-woong burst into laughter. He laughed until tears came to his eyes. I always thought Baekhyun was very crafty for his age. Now I understand where he learned it from. Mr. Cho. Those are necessary skills if you want to survive in this industry. CEO Cho then asked about best boy. So, in your opinion, how long do you think it will take for my boys to reach the top? We have settled the PIZ problem, and my boys are very talented. Give them more screen time. Okay, Ji-woong was about to bring the wine to his mouth. I do not know, we will have to see how things progress. He finished the glass and gave a fair look. Best boy is no different from the other teams. It depends on how well the group does, and outside the building, there was a heated argument. How could you do this to me? I thought we reached an implicit agreement that day not to affect each other. The press posted news across all fronts. The producers of We Are Idols are facing pressure from a famous entertainment agency. Today's news, rumors are swirling around, We Are Idols. Which corporation has abused its power, and a series of rumors broke out. A staff member, working for We Are Idols, admitted to the rumors. CEO Cho was calling someone with a nonchalant voice. I was terrified after you said you would make me regret it. There was no other way. A young man walked in with a bright smile. As a former employee of PIZ Entertainment, Mr. Jang will do anything to protect his artists. He gave a thumbs up, smiling with joy. Me too. CEO Cho asked about the show's news taking social media by storm. They are talking about our show, right? Rumors are swirling around We Are Idols. Which corporation abused their power? I think so. There is only one group from a famous company here. Along with that, other members were also talking. Who leaked this? Do they know? What does this mean for the show? And it also reached Best Boy's ears. Sometimes, media hype can be useful. Baekhyun looked at his phone and smirked. Next week's ratings, like a dropping phone, they will skyrocket. This time, it is Nexter's serve, or a pane of glass shattering in front of Leon's face. Leon might be quite resentful, and this is our chance to score points. The phone was partially broken, everyone could see Leon from behind. Nexter also had a certain amount of confusion. Why did they suddenly attack us like that? Wait. What is happening? Should we call Mr. Ma? Where is our manager? They were talking animatedly. He just left. I think he is. A voice shouted, damn it, everyone shut up. Leon was extremely irritable. He could vent his anger on anyone at any time. Basically, our victory was guaranteed in this second-rate show. Negative comments were flying everywhere online. But now, everyone is criticizing Nexter from all sides. Faking those tears must have been hard. What a bunch of trash. You can see the malice in his eyes behind that fake smile. What a terrible guy. The entertainment industry should filter out all these bullies. Leon thought of only one person in a rage. It is all because of that bastard, Baekhyun of Best Boy. He gave a sinister and contemptuous smile. I did not even consider them rivals from the start. With a look of disdain, I once thought they had absolutely no chance against the group. He never acknowledged Best Boy. After all, they just come from a small entertainment company and are completely new. Suddenly, a hand was placed on Leon's shoulder. A Nexter member asked caringly, what is wrong with you today? He suddenly bristled and shouted, what the hell are you talking about? They argued incessantly without noticing someone had entered. Why are you like this, Leon? What is the point of scaring everyone? I am the leader, and letting them know their place is my job. So, is there a problem? Leon even made his friend dejected. Whatever. What did I expect from talking to a guy like you? Look, if you do not have talent, you should just stay quiet and hide. Then the friend could not listen anymore. Blood rushing to his head. What did you just say? The two were about to get into a fight. Guys, stop it. We have to perform live today. Remember, if you want to fight, wait until we get back to the dorm. Seeing that, they both let go of each other. How ridiculous. Look who is talking. He gritted his teeth in a rage. Leon, where are you going? If you are going to leave, wait for me. Right now, Leon could not acknowledge anyone. Those idiots do not even know what is happening. If it was not for Baekhyun, we would not be in this stupid trouble. Then he glanced and noticed a staff member. Leon picked up the box to help Mr. Jang, which caught him quite by surprise. Leon gave a fake greeting. Hello. He even acted close and helpful. It is heavy, is not it? Let me help. Hello, Leon. He looked at Mr. Jang with a calculated plan. I am not going to sit still and watch Best Boy succeed. Long time, no see, I really like your performances. Leon gently led into the story. It is all because of that bastard, Baekhyun. By the way, I wonder if you could do me a favor. Meanwhile, Baekhyun was watching the practice session. The Best Boy members were performing very enthusiastically. With his sharp eyes, he thought, there is still room for improvement. With Jaehyun's style, he was completely won over. But of all our performances on this show so far, I like this one best. Baekhyun let out a sigh of relief. Our style today. A word popped into his head, performance. At this moment, Oh-soo's eyes stopped on Baekhyun. Finally, I get to act on stage. He ran over anxiously to check in. Hyun, are you really okay? You are always expressionless, so seeing you smile like that feels like seeing a completely different person. Baekhyun replied with a friendly smile. What do you mean? I am always like this. Jiho stood behind him, shivering and teasing. I am getting goosebumps here. You are the cool mature type, so keep it that way, Hyun. Do Jun is the only approachable type we need. Then Ji-ho revealed his cuteness. Actually, I am jealous of Hyun. People admire him even when he has a cold and indifferent face. I could never do that. Our fans even say you are a bit rude but it makes you more attractive. I read a comment saying they want to tame him. One thing I am sure of, Baekhyun fell into deep thought again. While he wanted Best Boy to do well, he gradually stopped feeling the pressure to impress everyone. He discovered a truth, he realized how honest and comfortable it was. Oh-soo stood beside him as if whispering in his ear, "Don't smile too much, Hyun, or I will steal your title of the coolest member of the group." Baekhyun turned and flicked his cheek. "Whatever, Oh-soo. Focus on your acting. You are doing the worst, and it is a live performance today." Oh-soo's face was flicked until it was red and swollen. "But it is so hard." The two of them talked for quite a long time. Suddenly, something made Baekhyun's hair stand on end. He looked up and saw a warning. It was Scholar Kim. They said, "Someone has been pushed into a corner." Hyun, bloody red words appeared. "Will turn back and bite you." A blurry ghost-like image was subtly signaling. A pair of hateful eyes appeared from that shadow. This mysterious person flickered in and out. "I will only do it once. It is all for Leon." A suspicious object was hidden in the props. "I can't let Nexter be eliminated like this." A mysterious figure in black was doing something shady. Suddenly she was startled. The female fan quickly hid something in her pocket, but someone caught her. "What are you doing?" Baekhyun held out his phone in front of her to catch her in the act. The female fan walked carefully down the hallway. She pulled her hat down and snuck inside. Waiting for several people to pass, the female fan let out a sigh of relief. A disappointed voice rang out, "I think my company has abandoned us." The female fan was a bit confused. "Abandoned you? What are you talking about?" The screen showed his face being thrown and broken. "I really did not know about Baekhyun's past." A series of critical articles were posted. "But when your family background was revealed, the audience started saying terrible things about us." Countless malicious words appeared. "Faking those tears must have been hard. What a bunch of trash. You can see the malice in his eyes behind that fake smile. What a terrible guy. The entertainment industry should filter out all these bullies. What the hell was I expecting from them?" Leon was heartbroken. And then the rumors that appeared made the situation even worse. His tears kept falling. "The company said it was my fault." Seeing this, the female fan rushed over to comfort him. "Why are they blaming you? It is not your fault at all. Don't cry," Leon said between sobs. "What if Nexter disbands?" The female fan immediately scrambled. "Disband? No way that'll happen." Seeing the other's reaction made him triumphant. "Don't cry, you have to go on stage soon." Leon suddenly hugged her. "I have never had anyone worry about me like this before." He spoke with sincerity. "You are the only one left by my side." The female fan flushed red. What? She could not hide her happiness. "I have never asked this of anyone." Behind her back, Leon smirked. "But could you do one thing for me?" Later, in the Best Boy waiting room, the female fan stood before the dressing table, thinking P's entertainment is terrible. They should protect him, not turn him into a target. Thinking of his sobbing made her heart ache. Poor Leon, he would never cry like that under normal circumstances. He must be finding this very difficult. The female fan reached out. "Don't worry, Leon. You can trust me." In her heart, she had only one thought, "I will do anything for you." Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind. "What are you doing?" The female fan jumped, looking at the person who had just arrived. Baekhyun silently listened to her bluffing. "What? I am not doing anything." His eyes focused on the area behind her back. Baekhyun stepped forward quickly. "Is that so?" He reached out to take the item. "If you are so sure." At this same moment on stage, the MC shouted, "Hello." He introduced with a smile, "I am Myung-sun, MC for We Are Idols." The three judges waited in silence. "I know you have all been waiting for this moment. It is time for the live broadcast of lights shown everywhere. Our top 5 contestants of We Are Idols." In the room, the crew waited eagerly. "Finally, it is Best Boy's performance. I am so excited. I wonder what kind of performance they will do." The corner of Leon's mouth curled into a smug smile. He covered his mouth and lowered his voice. "Me too. I think they will show a new side of themselves that we have never seen before." Looking at the bright lights, Leon thought, "I hope she finished the job. I do not know how she will sabotage their things. I left everything to her, so it has nothing to do with me." At this time, on stage, 2 people walked out. Ji-ho and Jae-hyun leaned back to back. The lyrics rang out, thump, thump, thump. Both turned out and sang simultaneously. "I fell asleep with dreams of you on my mind. Even in dreams, I can't stop thinking about you. What is this feeling?" Then Do-jun, from above, continued, "Day by day full of anxiety, I feel like a fool. Thump. Thump." Immediately after, all 4 sang together, "Can't wait any longer, I need to see you. Thump. Thump." Then Baekhyun started singing, "Pink petals blooming, as if my heart is wide open for you. I am humming a song of happiness. All day I wonder if I should call you. I must have fallen into the trap of love with you." Jae-hyun and Ji-ho looked surprised. What is wrong with my heart? It is beating fast out of control. Do Jun, beside them, added lines, thump, thump. On one side, Oh Soo smiled with a clapperboard in hand. Baekhyun lightly kissed the telephone receiver. Crossing the limit, the sweet lyrics made Kingmaker look up. I can't control my heart, it is beating thump thump. Time passes, tick-tock, tick-tock. The way you wave and smile at me from afar overwhelms me. A flurry of people flocked in. The 5-member group performed on a splendid stage. Why are you so beautiful? Music and dance merged. I do not even understand my own heart. Baekhyun raised his hand, the corner of his mouth slightly curled. We draw closer to each other, you and I. The female fans below all flushed red. Don't be shy, I am also very nervous. The colorful stage enchanted the audience. They rearranged a ballad so well. Everyone was amazed, and in just the short time of 2 weeks. Do Jun sat on a chair in the chorus, I love you. He smiled and sang, I like you. The group combined singing and expert dancing. These are the words I practice every night. Oh Soo gave a radiant smile. Why are you so beautiful? Finally, amidst the cheers, the song closed. I do not even understand my own heart anymore. In the waiting room, Leon stood up abruptly. Seeing this, the person in charge hurried after him. Where are you going? It is almost our turn. In the room, everyone's faces darkened. Leon, wait. Hurried footsteps pursued a figure. A female fan's shoulder was gripped by a strong force. Leon could not help but scream. What the hell? Are you trying to play with me? He gradually lost control. You said you would help me sabotage their performance. The female fan's whole body did not stop trembling. I am sorry. Then she bowed her head and confessed. It is over. I was caught. Leon stared back in shock. What? Recalling when Baekhyun approached, if you are so sure, he suddenly suggested, could you show me your bag? Seeing this, the female fan got angry. How rude. I did not expect you were that kind of person. Are you seeing me as a thief now? Just then, things in the bag fell out. Let us see if you are really a thief. Baekhyun had seemingly anticipated it. You know the only group using glitter is Best Boy, right? His voice was very calm. I just do not want you to do something you will regret later. Then Baekhyun gradually pinned her against the wall. Let me ask one more time. The female fan was in a panic. Should I make an excuse? What do I do now? The figure in front of her pressed closer and closer. If I admit it, then. She said decisively, I understand. Baekhyun slowly leaned down. I am sure someone forced you to do this and you could not say no. The gentle words touched the female fan's heart. I know you would never do something like this. Her tears fell. The female fan's whole body trembled. I am sorry, I really did not intend to sabotage your performance. Seeing that, Baekhyun became even gentler. You know, he slowly took a tissue. An idol who makes their fans do bad things is not a good idol, and a sincere fan does not want their idol doing bad things, right? Having finished, he smiled and handed it over. The same goes for the idol. In that moment, the female fan understood. If that idol truly loved their fans, they would want their fans to live happily and do good deeds. She collapsed and burst into tears. Now, the two of them looked at each other in silence. The female fan honestly confessed. Baekhyun already knew everything. Leon suddenly leaned in close. Hey, you are my fan, are not you? He continuously manipulated her. If you are a true fan, you would not want to see me lose on this show. The female fan bowed her head, thinking, so that is how it is. The corner of her mouth suddenly curled. It is his true self. The female fan recalled. But back then you said, okay, I accept your apology. Then he suddenly added, but I want you to know something. Baekhyun smiled and held out his phone. If you are truly a sincere fan, the video caught everything. I think you should help your idol stay on the right path and help him fix his mistakes. He even gave a kind reminder, you should feel lucky I was the one who caught you. If not, things could have gotten much worse. At that sight, the female fan's heart began to race. Her expression immediately turned into one of excitement. Baekhyun is so cool, he is exactly my type. At this moment, Leon continued. My happiness is your happiness, right? The female fan suddenly pulled away. No. He stood there dazed. What? She tried to suppress her excitement. I am not cooperating with you anymore. The female fan's eyes were full of infatuation. Someone once said that, seeing a kind person get angry is scarier than seeing a cruel person do it. Leon's face instantly froze. I think I finally understand what that meant. He is way more attractive. Having said that, she turned away. I found someone I like more than you, Leon, so I won't do anything for you anymore. Before leaving, she did not forget to add. We are done. It is over. He could not help but light a cigarette. I am going crazy. Just then, the female fan turned back. And let me say one more thing as a fan. Leon was about to refuse. Who cares? When he heard her call his name, hey, Hwang Yongbong. The female fan gave a warning smile. If you keep acting like this, you won't survive in this industry. Those words pierced deep into his mind. Guys like you always ruin the whole group. Leon lunged forward in a rage. What the fuck did you just say? But he was quickly pinned down by her. And I have found an idol I like better. She then calmly walked away. So do not come near me again. When I see someone getting in the way of my beloved, that silhouette haunted his mind like a demon. It makes me want to kill them. Leon crashed his teeth in fury. He finally could not take it and screamed. What the hell is going on? Why does everyone like that guy? The computer screen was displaying. Live voting begins. The phone on the table suddenly rang. Brave chick. The other end picked up. Hey Hyun, what is up? Baekhyun said in a low voice. Mr. Beef. Cho. It seems Nexter thinks they do not need to appear on We Are Idols anymore. Hearing this, CEO chuckled. I think the era of Nexter boosting the show's ratings is over. Looking at the group on stage, he wondered. Why did he suddenly bring up Nexter? However, Hyun is not wrong. Looking at Leon's face, CEO Cho replied, I agree. Then he emphasized, it is best to minimize Nexter's influence on the show as much as possible. At this point, Do Jun also noticed. Leon's voice sounds strange. Does he have a sore throat? The whole group quickly turned to look at the screen. Even CEO Cho's eyes widened in shock. On stage, Leon suddenly fainted. What is happening? Backstage, everyone was in a panic. Finally, the audience in the studio was also very worried. Leon lay on the stage with a pale face. At the same time, Baekhyun said to the person on the other end, I guess it is time to get rid of them. Sunlight streamed through the glass windows of the building. 3 people sat in a room chatting. So what you are saying is, Ji-woong confirmed with a serious face. Leon tried to sabotage Best Boy's performance. CEO Cho immediately added. Yes, we are certain. He forced the youngest scriptwriter to do it. We also have video evidence. He then handed over a video. I am sorry, I really did not mean to ruin your performance. Ji-woong's eyes showed a clear sense of scrutiny. He then put the phone down. Thank you for letting me know. Thanks to you, we avoided the worst case scenario. Hearing this, CEO Cho cleared his throat. In that case, his and Baekhyun's eyes lit up. Shall we discuss how to handle this matter? He then laughed happily. Have you eaten yet? Shortly after, a series of news reports were published. Nexter's Leon faints on stage. Pete's Entertainment says they must prioritize the artist's health. Nexter decides to withdraw from We Are Idols. Boy group Nexter decides to leave We Are Idols, marking their latest and final performance on the show. Pete's Entertainment stated that the production team was very sympathetic to the choice to put the artist's health first. They expressed their apologies to the fans who supported Nexter during their time on the show. Meanwhile, Nexter's leader, Leon, who fainted on stage during a recent performance, was advised by doctors to get plenty of rest before resuming activities with the group. At the same time, fans hope Leon recovers as soon as possible and are waiting for the day Nexter reunites with all members. The blurry screen replayed the performance. Leon's voice trembled with fear. This can't be happening. Hearing this, the assistant scolded him angrily. This is all your fault. Mr. Ma wants to see you as soon as you are discharged tomorrow. The next words made his face turn pale. In the worst-case scenario, you might even have to leave the group. Those words repeated in Leon's head. Leave? Who? Me? Am I leaving? His mind felt like a shattered mirror. I spent half my life at Pete's as a trainee. It has not even been a year since I debuted, but now there is a chance I have to leave Nexter. Leon threw his phone and screamed, this is ridiculous. How can the leader of a top idol group be kicked out? The manager snapped back loudly. Then why did you do it? Then he reminded him, don't you know what kind of person Mr. Gen Ma is? Thinking of Seo-cheon's face, he thought to himself, I know. Leon stood alone in a vast space. But I am different. I am still young and famous. The manager sighed. Leon, I know you spent 10 years as a trainee. I tried to give you the benefit of the doubt many times because I knew how much you wanted this. Leon's face went blank. But even if you are a Pete's artist, you are still just a rookie. You are not a top artist. You can't just cause trouble and expect the company to fix it for you. The next words made him fly into a rage. Nexter is a rookie group. You guys do not deserve anything yet, you damn idiot. Leon lowered his head and suddenly asked. What did I do wrong? The manager was startled. What? His body trembled involuntarily. You told me to trample over them before we get trampled on. The more he spoke, the more he lost his cool. You were the one who taught me. This is how this shitty industry works. Leon lunged forward and grabbed the manager's collar. A loud sound echoed. The manager calmly adjusted his sleeves. I told you to beat them with your skills, not by doing something underhanded. Leon held his swollen cheek and turned around. You can't bruise an idol's face. The manager gave a cold look. Be grateful this only ended with you leaving the show. If that had not happened, you might be facing much more serious consequences. He then just walked away. You should think of a way to prove your worth to Mr. Ma. Tomorrow. Elsewhere, Ji-ho brought an announcement. Nexter has left We Are Idols. He handed over a tablet. Apparently, their leader has health issues so the group had to withdraw. Hearing that, Oh Soo asked curiously, could they not continue without Leon? Do Jun rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The article says the members did not want to participate without their leader and agreed to withdraw. They must depend on him a lot. At this moment, Jae-hyun calmly stepped out. Come on, that is all nonsense. He let out a heavy breath. I have heard the other Nexter members badmouth Leon plenty of times. The more he spoke, the more excited Jae-hyun got. Don't you think the problem is more serious than what they are saying here? What if the show kicked them out, but they agreed to let Peas announce they withdrew voluntarily? Baekhyun, sitting nearby, was stunned. Is he a psychic? Nexter's name had been crossed out in red. Thanks to PDCO, the threat has been removed. This is the current ranking of We Are Idols. The rankings were quickly announced. Rank 1 Ray's Star. Following behind was Baekhyun's group. Rank 2 Best Boys. Then another band. Rank 3 Blue Waters. Finally, the ranking that disappointed the judges the most. And rank 4 is. The girl group stood there waiting for the results. They were chosen for a song that sounded easy but was very difficult to perform well. A sudden noise caught the attention of the four. Baekhyun smiled brightly. Pink girls will be the next target to eliminate. The sound of a vending machine mixed with voices. A lot has happened, but everything is progressing well. Another person added, that is right. Ji-woong took a sip of water. By the way, have you heard the rumor? After a pause, he continued, everyone is saying Baekhyun's orphan story is fake. Hong Seok was startled. What do you mean? But then he immediately realized, Hyun would not lie about something like that. Ji-woong remained calm. The rumor has already spread among other directors and managers in the industry. Whispers could be heard everywhere. They say Baekhyun's story about growing up in an orphanage is a lie, and that he only said it for publicity and attention. Baekhyun's silhouette stood alone in the middle of a vast sea. Even if the rumor is false, it would still be bad if it spreads to the public. Hearing this, Hong Seok immediately got angry. Who the hell started that rumor? I will file a lawsuit against them. At this moment, Ji-woong suddenly lowered his voice. How about this? He made a suggestion. Why do not we interview the orphanage director and show everyone where Hyun grew up? I guarantee this will clear all doubts instantly. It took a while for Hong Seok to find his words. You are not joking, are you? Thinking about the Hope orphanage made him worried. You want to put Hyun's orphanage on TV. Later, he recounted the story. PDSEO wants to film you at the orphanage. Baekhyun did not show any emotion, but, we need permission from the orphanage director. If she says no, I can't help. Hong Seok sighed. If you are okay with it, should I call her? He, on the contrary, had no problem. Sure, I will send you her number. Seeing that look made Hong Seok confused. I can't tell if he is acting or if he is actually okay. He looks calm and indifferent on the outside. But, the car rolled quickly down the road. I really want him to be okay deep down inside. In the car, Baekhyun stared silently out the window. He remembered the orphanage. After leaving the orphanage, I never went back to visit or kept in touch. Baekhyun thought to himself, I thought Director Kim would refuse the request. Instead, Hong Seok happily announced, Hyun, the orphanage director said we are welcome to visit anytime. He could not hide his excitement. She said she is very happy to help you in any way she can. Baekhyun's eyes widened. She is very willing. Now, those words made him ponder. Help. Thinking of his past self, back when he was an actor, I only sent donations. I went to the orphanage without ever stepping inside. Piles of money poured into one place. And because of that, I always believed, the figure of the woman stood there alone. That was the limit of my relationship with her. The car quickly arrived at the filming site. Camera 3 is ready. Can we set up the mic? Where should we place the indoor cameras? As soon as Baekhyun stepped down, someone asked, Hyun, how are you feeling today? He replied, his eyes immediately catching something, the same as any other day. But that is, Ji-woong showed off the sandwiches in his hand. The orphanage director made sandwiches for the staff. Look over there. Looking at the orphanage director in the distance, he continued, you must be really loved here. She even put handwritten notes on each sandwich. Sensing movement, she smiled and turned around. The orphanage director called out, Hyun. He was dazed at first. How are you? She suddenly ran over and gave him a big hug. Baekhyun's face went blank for a moment. The orphanage director pinched his cheek and asked, you have lost so much weight since I last saw you. Are you eating well? Looking at those sparkling eyes, Baekhyun thought, all I need to do is act affectionately. But, he coldly brushed her hand away. Director Kim, trying to hide his emotions, for some strange reason, I do not want to do that. On the outside, he acted distant. Hugging is still a bit uncomfortable. The people standing there watched the scene. The orphanage director smiled and said, I am sorry, I was just so happy to see you. Baekhyun shyly turned away. You can see me once a week on We Are Idols. Hearing this, she nodded. Right, you do not know how proud I am to see you on TV. Only then did Baekhyun bring out a gift. By the way, here. Her face went blank. What is this, Hyun? It took him a moment to form a sentence. I found it on my way here. It looks expensive. The orphanage director looked worried. Where did you find it? Under the eyes of everyone, Baekhyun calmly explained. It is from my company chairman's office. Don't worry. The orphanage director gasped. What? How can you take things from his office? He must be looking for it. You should return it. The other person was quite calm. He won't mind. Just take it. Seeing this, the people around could not help but exclaim. I have never seen Baekhyun act so childish. He is always so mature. It is interesting to see this side of him. Ji-woong looked at the piece of paper tucked in the sandwich. Sometimes, those sincere and warm actions. The note read, please take good care of Hyun. Thank you for helping him. Hope everyone has good luck. He thought to himself. Even when they are simple and small, Ji-woong looked at the two people before him. can also touch people's hearts. Later, Baekhyun led her to a resting area. The orphanage director suddenly asked, "Do you always have to sing and dance in front of so many people?" Baekhyun replied obediently, "Yes, quite a lot." She smiled and continued, "Do you like being a singer?" His eyes slightly averted. "Well, yes." Suddenly, her voice softened. "I think it has been a long time since I saw you interested in something." He began to reminisce. "Maybe you were too young to remember back then, but 8 years ago." A little boy ran ahead smiling. There was a little girl named Mizo. She said, "You looked like her older brother and followed you everywhere." The little girl held a book in her hand. Baekhyun looked quite reluctant. "She asked you to read a book to her just like her brother used to do. You were always running away from her, Hyun." Back then, the orphanage director stood outside the door witnessing it all. But one day, back then, Baekhyun stood by the bed for a long time. When Miso was sick, "You read a book to her?" He gently reread the story. "Animals seemed to leap out from the fairy tale world. At that time, you really surprised me. I wondered how a young boy could breathe life into a picture book, acting as if you were that character itself." Baekhyun focused entirely on the story. The little girl could not help but smile. It was as if she were watching a long series or a movie. "Your expressions were like those of an actor." The moment of recollection made him doubtful. "Did I really do that?" The boy back then turned around. "So I asked you if you liked reading that picture book, and you replied with a smile." Baekhyun broke into a bright smile. At this moment, the orphanage director took his hand again. "I used to think you were born with the qualities of an actor. I did not know you would become an idol." She could not hide the emotion in her voice. "I am very happy to know that you also like singing and dancing." Deep down, Baekhyun finally realized, "I never considered her family, not even once." A deep ocean appeared in his eyes. "I believed that receiving her love was just like pouring water into the palm of my hand. I used to think, back then, he just assumed. No matter how hard I tried to hold onto it, it would still flow away." Suddenly, Baekhyun called out, "Director Kim." He shyly turned away. "I will visit more often." The orphanage director cheered happily. "Really, you mean it?" Baekhyun thought to himself, "Perhaps." His eyes looked at her. "Perhaps." On the screen, Baekhyun was smiling in an advertisement. Pure water is a product of science. Try Ace Water today. CEO Cho sat there evaluating everything. Did Hyun's filming at the orphanage go smoothly? Hong Seok hurriedly wiped the water from the corner of his mouth. "Yes, I think it will go smoothly." Seeing this, he turned around confused. "Did something happen? Last time we talked, you said the director really liked it." Hong Seok hesitantly explained. "Well, the director did like it." CEO Cho quickly asked, "What about the others?" He suddenly noticed the TV screen. "It is starting." The clock hands ticked slowly minute by minute. After watching, Hong Seok could not help his excitement. "Is that how they edited the footage? I must admit, PDCO is very talented. Don't you think so, Mr. Vizbrilian?" Cho. CEO Cho felt proud. "That is why I let the boys join the show. If he were not talented, I would not have trusted them to him." The TV screen continued to show. "Look, it is starting. They are showing the footage of Hyun's orphanage." At this moment, he stepped out of the car. "Hyun, how are you feeling today?" CEO Cho immediately turned around, seriously evaluating. Perhaps he was more worried than he appeared. A female voice called out, "Hyun." Seeing this, CEO Cho was a bit puzzled. "What is wrong with Hyun? Is he sick?" Hong Seok explained. Baekhyun seemed very nervous after being away for so long. He found it a bit hard to believe. "What?" Just as she stepped forward to hug him, she hugged him like a mother. Baekhyun replied, "Then, hugging is a bit uncomfortable." Hong Seok continued to comment, "Look at him blushing and turning stiff, like a sick little chick." On the contrary, CEO Cho looked dissatisfied. "Did they say or do something to him during the shoot? Call PDSEO right now." He hurriedly comforted him. "Don't worry, it was not like that. Just keep watching." By now, his blood pressure was rising. Hyun is not the type to just listen to anyone, including PD Seo. He does not look like his usual self. The orphanage director's expression turned to surprise. "What is this, Hyun?" Baekhyun handed over a gift bag. "I found it on my way here. It is from my company chairman's office. Please take it." Hong Seok held the other's hand. They caught a good shot. CEO Cho looked at the screen in confusion. "What is he saying? I never leave things like that in my office." I think he said that because he wanted the director to accept the gift. His face went blank when Hong Seok said, "Even so, Director Kim really believed him. She thinks you have many expensive items because you are rich. She is very gentle and naive." Hearing this, CEO Cho did not continue the argument. Is he trying to show an imperfect side of himself to gain sympathy and support from the public? He suddenly thought of Baekhyun's serious look. No way. Hyun once said he did not mind using his past to attract attention as long as it helped best boys succeed. Previous assessments seem to be disproven. But this video, looking at his shy face back then, it does not look calculated or planned in advance. CEO Cho quickly realized. No matter how brave and stubborn Hyun is, he still knows love and gratitude. His thoughts had changed, he is not cold enough to take advantage of that. The corner of CEO Cho's mouth curled up, truly a strange little chick. The performance video was posted on social media. A series of headlines were created. Who will come closer to victory in We Are Idols? K-pop analysis of the reality show We Are Idols. Below were comments. The previous episode had many shares due to Leon fainting during the live broadcast. Lately, We Are Idols has been gaining a lot of fame. A series of news items were released. With Nexter's sudden departure, we only have the final performance left. In the last episode, Soyoon gained a lot of love from the audience. Next was the scene of Baekhyun with the orphanage director, when she revealed being the breadwinner and the face of Ray's star. After that, Best Boys member Baekhyun visited the orphanage where he grew up. Trending in Korea, Baekhyun's unexpected car. Trending in Korea, images of the girl group were shown on the screen. Two groups share similar difficulties but have different charms. And currently, they are only 4 points apart. Then it was Baekhyun's group. I am sure the audience can't wait for the fierce battle the final stage will bring. An invitation was displayed next. Do you want to see their performance in person? Audience registration information, date, final performance, address, International Stage Hall, registration time, requirements, participants must be 19 years or older. Minors must be accompanied by a guardian. You can register to be a live studio audience member on the official website. An article was posted. Why is everyone watching We Are Idols? It is so boring. Below was a flood of comments. Sorry, that was just clickbait. Can you believe the final two are Ray's Star and Best Boys? It is a battle between two superstar groups. Anyway, I love them from the bottom of my heart. As long as they do not cause an incident like someone else did, please show us your everything. That comment sounds so old. Are you some old mister? I am an old lady, okay? Even elderly people have the right to participate in idol culture. There were also many supportive posts. Best Boys is growing so much. I did not like idols before, but watching them perform changed my mind. Ray's Star's talent is on another level, and Best Boys gets better every time I see them. Can't they both win? Many people agreed below. I can't stand seeing either of them lose. They both deserve to win. Trophy, I will split you in two for them. If both win, the competition is meaningless. Just cut the trophy in half. Hey everyone, if you have time, please vote for Best Boys. I know it takes time to create an online account, but trust me, it is worth it. Best Boys deserves your support. Just one vote, please. How pathetic. No matter what, Ray's Star is going to win. On the other hand, some people just wanted to support them silently. This is crazy. The registration site crashed. Is anyone else getting this error, or is it just me? A question was posed. Which idol will you choose? Under the stage lights, the MC raised his voice. It is time for the final performance of We Are Idols. The big question for thousands of viewers is, who will you choose? The whole group waited silently in the wings. Which group would take home the winner's crown? Baekhyun clenched his hands and thought, today is our final performance. He rubbed his head, controlling his inner thoughts. We have come this far. I can't make a mistake. I can't hold the group back. I need to put more energy into every single dance move. At that moment, someone appeared. Hello, friend. Your palms are soaking wet. Are you nervous? Seeing the other person, Baekhyun was surprised. Scholar Kim. He took a calm, light breath. Long time no see. Thank you for helping me last time. Scholar Kim suddenly noticed something. Wait. Is this the new limited edition macaron from that dessert shop that just opened nearby? He exclaimed excitedly. My god, how did you get this? They only sell 20 of these a day. Looking at him, Scholar Kim knew better. You say you are not nervous, but you are looking a bit restless today, are not you? Baekhyun's eyes darkened slightly. Of course. We need to win to make sure Best Boy's name is truly known to the public. People around were in a frenzy. What were the lyrics again? I am so nervous. You can do it, just perform like we practiced. This added to his pressure. We need this win to rise to the top of the music charts. Doojun sat in a corner praying, that is how we will win the Rookie of the Year award at MBS. At that moment, Baekhyun noticed him. Scholar Kim sighed. You are under too much pressure to do well. Deep down, he was touched. Even though he is stressed, he still went to buy macarons for me. He is actually much kinder than he looks. With that, Scholar Kim suddenly disappeared. As a friend, I will give you some advice. A moment later, he reappeared on Baekhyun's lap. Do you know what they say? Scholar Kim's eyes sparkled. Sometimes talent is not enough. Capturing people's hearts can be the key to victory. The words of encouragement sank into his mind. Those who overcome adversity truly deserve to sit on the throne of victory. Baekhyun felt confused. What does that mean? How do we overcome adversity? Determination sparked within him, but every time Scholar Kim gave him advice like this. Meanwhile, everyone was practicing hard. A foot suddenly missed a step. Baekhyun had a premonition. Something always goes wrong. The whole group prepared to go on stage together. Baekhyun suddenly called out, gather around, guys. Everyone placed their hands on the next person's shoulders. The five of them huddled to discuss. We are too tense. Let us relax before we head up there. Everyone tried to reassure each other. We are the first performers. If we are nervous and stiff, how can we show them our best? Do-jun suddenly joked. Hyun, why are you never nervous? Tell me your secret. Hearing this, he flatly retorted. No, I am nervous too. I feel like I am going to throw up. I am afraid we will lose. Jiho's face was stunned. Really? Jae-hyun raised an eyebrow skeptically. I know you all feel the same as I do. However, I am not worried at all. Oh-soo glanced over at him. I believe from the bottom of my heart that this group deserves to win this competition. Baekhyun took a deep breath and smiled, more than anyone here. The whole group burst out laughing. Man, come on, you are being so cheesy today, Hyun. Your muscles are bulging from the tension. Just then, a staff member came out to announce, Best boys, please get ready. The group stepped forward together. Let us go. We can't be sure of anything. Only God knows what the future holds. The MC held up the card in his hand. The first group to perform is Best Boys. The stage lights slowly revealed them. Baekhyun stepped out with a confident smile. I believe we can do it because we are best boys. At that moment, the TV station broadcasted, Citizens of South Korea, I need your absolute attention. The group began taking their positions. It is currently 12,000 am. Pursuant to Article 77, Paragraph 1 of the Military Law of the Constitution, together with Article 2, Paragraph 2, an alert sounded mixed with music. I hereby officially declare a state of emergency and martial law throughout the territory of South Korea. Below the stage, Jae-hyun was already waiting. Immediately after, all four of them jumped down. The music and chorus kicked in. It is time. I open my eyes in the dark. I do not care how terrified others are. Jiho smiled and raised his voice. I am a special zombie, and you are the runaway who makes my heart flutter. On the other side, Jae-hyun continued singing. Even if you break me, I will return even stronger. No one can replace me. No one can catch the charisma. At the same time, Do-jun added the backing vocals. You stagger along like a zombie. His voice merged with Oh-soo's. Once I bite, I will never let go. I am the hunter. The clear singing echoed. We are not separate. Every day, we move closer to each other. The audience below could not help but wait. It is the chorus already. Why has not Hyun had a part yet? Then, a high-pitched voice rang out. Please do not close your eyes. Baekhyun was like a captive raising his voice in song. You cannot fall into a deep sleep. It was as if he was surrounded by darkness. Let me escape this nightmare. Let me feel the sunlight shining on this face. The audience was quickly swept away by the emotion. Hyun, if he makes that face while dancing, it feels like he is actually about to be eaten by zombies. A crowd spilled across the stage under the vibrant lights. In the center, Baekhyun huddled, holding his head in a corner. A night of fear passes by gruesomely without realizing it. The endless cycle between day and night does not stop. It felt as if countless invisible hands were appearing around him. The corners of his lips suddenly curled up. Just one mistake, and a tragedy I cannot fix. The fragmented music highlighted his signature voice. With nothing in my hands, there is nothing else I can do. On stage, everyone covered their ears. I am but an empty shell. A thick red liquid dripped down his face. I stagger along like a living corpse. That moment made Jiho freeze. Once I bite, I will never let go. I am the hunter. We are too different. Every day, we slowly wither away. At this point, Do-jun slowly removed his blindfold. Please do not close your eyes. You cannot fall into a trance. Oh-soo also took off his eye bandage. Let me escape this nightmare. Jae-hyun frowned as he joined the song. Let me feel the morning dawn on this face. The music flared up, making the judges' jaws drop. Kingmaker rubbed his chin and listened intently. They have implemented a style that is usually easy to mess up. Not bad at all. On stage, the scene was chaotic. I cannot move, no matter how much I try to resist or scream. The energetic music blended with the singing. Your cold hands are hard to resist, words flowing like a stream of tears. At that moment, Jiho retreated like a frightened person. So please, Baekhyun, covered in wounds, stepped forward. Just shoot me. Immediately after, his foot suddenly slipped. Ji-woon was stunned by the screams. Wait, he fell. I think he slipped. Kingmaker watched the scene with regret. No, all four group members were panicked. They were doing so well. Is the performance ruined? At that moment, Do-jun suddenly burst into song. Don't look into my eyes. Do not come any closer. He thought to himself. The song is almost over. Let us act like this was intentional. The others quickly fell to their knees. You will be trapped in a terrible nightmare. Please do not close your eyes. You cannot fall asleep. Baekhyun watched them continue singing. You will be imprisoned in a horrific nightmare. Jiho stepped forward to help him up. You won't be able to see. The judges could not hide their amazement. The audience was also caught off guard. From below the stage, the cheers grew louder. Well done. Baekhyun, Jiho, you are the best. We are proud of you, best boys. At that moment, he realized, if he had fallen alone, it would have been seen as a mistake. Jiho took the opportunity to quickly pull him up, but because we were together, we overcame adversity through sheer determination. There is no right answer. Baekhyun smiled brightly, but it did not change the fact that, the rankings quickly opened. Who will you choose to become the best idol group of this generation? Welcome back to We Are Idols. A moment later, the MC happily announced, the live voting and evaluation scores are complete. Best Boys, Ray's Star, and Blue Waters. The audience waited in anticipation. They have proven themselves many times through their 4 performances, and now, they have reached the final round. The girl group also closed their eyes in prayer. You have been through so much on this journey, and now, that road has reached its end. Today, the final winner will be announced. Another boy group waited for the results. Which group will take the title of the next generation's best idol? The MC then shouted a name, Best Boys. His words made Baekhyun pause. Baekhyun's fall in the middle of the performance was very realistic. The MC suddenly asked, was it a mistake, or was it planned beforehand? Kingmaker had his own thoughts. If he says it was planned, he is a genius. If it was an accident, it shows his desperate desire to win. He watched every move intently. Baekhyun's answer would decide the fate of the whole group. Instead, Baekhyun gave a straightforward answer, whether it was a mistake or intentional. Doojun's face went blank. Even Kingmaker below was confused. At this moment, Baekhyun bowed his head and admitted, that fall was indeed an accident. He recalled that dangerous moment. We put fake blood on the stage for the zombie concept. I stepped on it and slipped. However, the members improvised so well that my mistake was not too obvious. At that moment, the whole group had frozen for a few seconds. Looking back, Baekhyun could not help but feel happy. Thanks to them, I was able to finish the performance well. He gave a relieved smile. I am glad to be given the chance to confess this on TV. His words touched the other members. I am very grateful to the members, and I want them to know that I am here because of them. The MC also remarked, Best Boys' love for each other is truly wonderful. The MC then turned to the girl group. I want to ask Anna from Ray's Star a few things. I know this is a familiar question, but do you think you can win? Anna replied timidly, I think just making it to this round is an honor. I am very grateful for everyone's love and support. I am truly happy. Then the MC looked at the boy group next to them. Blue Waters, what do you think about the support from your fans? As soon as the question was asked, their tear switch was immediately triggered. He could not stop crying. We are very happy to reach the final round. It is an honor. The MC asked again, Baekhyun, what about you? Do you share their sentiment? This time, Baekhyun completely changed. No, I cannot be satisfied with just that. His voice echoed across the stage. Truly an ambitious contestant. Does that mean you are aiming for first place? Yes, I believe our group more than deserves to win. The fans below cheered excitedly. Yes, that is right. My baby is so confident. Baekhyun reached out and patted each member's shoulder. He looked at them and said sincerely, from the bottom of my heart, I want to take first place. The whole group was momentarily stunned. The stage lights slowly dimmed. That was a surprisingly honest answer. The MC then slowly opened the envelope. The corner of his mouth curled into a slight smile. Then he reached out and pointed in one direction. I think heaven. The MC's voice grew louder as he spoke. Has favored Baekhyun's ambition today. Having said that, he slowed down his reading. The final winner of We Are Idols is. The name rang out as expected, Best Boys. Amidst the cheers, the MC shouted, Best Boys have taken first place on the final stage. Congratulations. The audience in the stands screamed in support. You guys did it. You are the best. The non-stop cheering echoed, Go Best Boys. Love you guys. The whole group hugged each other happily. Our performance should have ended with that mistake. Baekhyun did not have time to react at first, but because we did it together. At this moment, Ji-woong noticed something. Baekhyun. He signaled towards Baekhyun, who had tears in his eyes. Get a close-up of Baekhyun, right now, hurry. In a room, a female reporter interviewed, since We Are Idols aired, Best Boys' fame has skyrocketed. As the company president, how do you feel about their victory? The person next to him suddenly interrupted. Of course I knew they would do well. CEO Cho gave a bright smile. After all, they were named after Best Entertainment. I was just confident in my boys. He could not help but ask, reporter, what do you think is the most important value for an idol group? She was a bit confused. Well, is not it their looks and talent? CEO Cho's voice suddenly softened. I think the key factor is the relationship between the members. His eyes turned to the trophy on the table. When Best Boys' debut schedule was announced, I believed those boys would make it big. The reporter immediately found the material that is confident. I am curious why you feel that way. I am sure there is a special reason behind it, right? Hearing this, CEO Cho hesitated slightly. Then he nonchalantly took a sip of coffee. If I had to choose, I would say it is thanks to one special member who brought Best Boys to where they are today. The female reporter quickly typed. And who is that? This time, the other person just smiled and did not answer. Then CEO Cho dropped a hint. Just call him the brave chick. At this moment, Baekhyun was sound asleep in the car. Osu suddenly shouted Mr. Fainted. Cho was interviewed. His beaming face appeared on the screen. Below it was a line of text. In my personal opinion, I guess the person he is referring to is So Ji-ho. Ji-ho's face went blank for a second. The reporter wrote it wrong. Why would I be the core member of the group? Baekhyun reached out to see for himself. Why not, Ji-ho? Ji-ho came closer to explain. Well, you know, I do not think I really support the group that much. Hearing this, Baekhyun encouraged him. Come on, you bring so much energy to the group. I think the reporter got it right. His face could not hide his happiness. Scholar Kim suddenly appeared. You act nice sometimes. Baekhyun tilted his head and thought, but the reporter is right. Then he carefully put the tablet down. Baekhyun turned to look out the window. In a few days, we will start recording our second song. A large LED screen displayed his face. The show was over, but the real game was just beginning. The car rolled slowly down the road. We must continue to reach higher. A few days ago at the office, Kingmaker brought his business card. There are many musicians wanting to work with Best Boys right now. CEO Cho gave a professional smile. I am sorry I can't give you an answer immediately. Can you give me a week to respond? The other person's face went blank. What? The car quickly drove away. I was just one of the options. Unbelievable. He thought angrily to himself. I should have asked the production team to add my song to the winner's prize. His eyes swept over Baekhyun's face. Come on, who knew Best Boys would become this popular? The phone next to him suddenly rang. He quickly picked up. Yes, Kingmaker here. The other end introduced. I am Cho Hanjun. Is it a good time to talk? Kingmaker quickly replied. Yes, it is fine. CEO Cho cleared his throat and said, it is just that the members want to work with you on their title track. The corner of his mouth curled up. What do you think? Still want to work with Best Boys? The other end was extremely excited. Of course, I will come to your company right away. Hanging up, Kingmaker could not hide his joy. The car rolled faster. I am a top musician. Why am I rushing to an idol's place like this? What have I become? He thought of Baekhyun's perfect face. But working with, he could not help but feel excited. Baekhyun, Hong Seok brought over a drink. Here, drink this. You always needed to wake up. Baekhyun nodded as he took it. Thanks. He suddenly asked, Hyun, do you know anyone named Miso? Baekhyun's face went blank for a second. Who? Seeing this, Hong Seok continued, you do not know, her name is Kang Miso. Wait, no, it was Miso back then too. Then he reminded him, she was also raised in the same orphanage as you. The silhouettes of two children appeared in his mind. Baekhyun vaguely realized, now I remember. What about her? Hong Seok said seriously. Actually, she auditioned to be an actress at our company. Recalling CEO Cho's surprised face, she passed thanks to her own talent. A piece of information was highlighted, but then we found out she came from the same orphanage as you, Hope Orphanage. Mr. Cho wants to know how you feel about this before they move to the next step. Hong Seok observed his expression. He said he would not accept her if you felt uncomfortable with it. Baekhyun did not answer directly. I know Chairman Cho Hanjun cares a lot about his artists. He was suddenly moved, but I did not know his concern was this great. He quickly left his seat. He should just do what he wants. It has nothing to do with me. Before leaving, Baekhyun added happily, please tell Mr. Cho that if he wants to sign Miso, he should do it. No need to worry about me. He checked his phone and announced, we should go. I think a guest is waiting for us. Hong Seok quickly reacted. Really? Okay then, if you are sure. He watched his back as he left. I thought he would care more about someone related to his past. I guess he is really focused on work. Baekhyun's silhouette seemed to mirror CEO Cho's. On the other side, Kingmaker said with a smile. Hello, Baekhyun. He pointed to the dining table. I ordered fried chicken in case you were hungry. Sit down and eat before it gets cold. Baekhyun looked around in a daze. Why are you guys eating without calling me? Everyone was there. Come on, Hyun. Only then did he speak. It is good to see you guys again like this. Thank you for choosing me as your main producer. Kingmaker quickly added, since I am older, you do not mind if I treat you guys like an uncle or something, right? Seeing you guys after some time since filming We Are Idols, you are all like my nephews. Doojun's eyes sparkled. Yes, of course. We would love that. Hearing this, he said with a smile. Good. My real name is Hwang Dochul. Just call me Dochul. Jiho listened seriously. Okay, Dochul. Sparkling eyes looked around. Yes, exactly like that. It was clear that Baekhyun did not seem to care much. Kingmaker asked with concern, Hyun, why do not you eat more? Are you not feeling well? Baekhyun replied in a monotone. I am not very hungry. You guys can have my share. Hearing this, he had to suppress his emotions. In his heart, Baekhyun was like an angel. I must say, I really missed him. Getting to hear such a beautiful voice is so good. It is not easy to sing with so much power in that voice and still highlight the acting, but he performed a wonderful technique by combining both. That is his unique skill. Perfection is the only way to describe it. I could listen to that voice all day without getting bored. And since he is a rapper too, it is absolutely amazing. The first piece will highlight that voice and technique a bit more. I think he will be able to master the parts. I should also focus on raising his vocal range a bit, ready to tackle the hardest part immediately. Do-jun, noticing him, asked, Dochul, are you okay? Suddenly remembering something, he inquired. By the way, have you guys decided on the concept for today's meeting? Do-jun did not answer directly. When you think of best boys, what image comes to mind? Kingmaker rubbed his chin in thought. I think your group is known as a multi-talented group. Thinking of Baekhyun's other side, the other person suggested, you guys can pull off styles that other groups can't. Thinking of Do-jun and the other members, Kingmaker evaluated, and the group is very well-rounded. No problems with dancing, singing, or composing either. The images from Jae-hyun and Jiho's performance were very impressive. On the other hand, Oh-soo also had an equally charismatic style. All four of them listened intently. In that case, sir, what kind of style do you think everyone expects the group to return with? Everyone asked at the same time. Dochul, if you were the public, what would you think? The corners of Kingmaker's mouth curled up slightly. Look at them. They were steering the conversation exactly as they wanted. Looking toward Do-jun, he inwardly praised. He is even better at this than I thought. At this moment, he spoke slowly. If I were the public, I think I would want to see you guys try a dark and wild concept. Recalling their contrasting appearance that night, I really want to see best boys give it their all and prove yourselves in this official comeback. The more Kingmaker spoke, the more enthusiastic he became. That is why I brought some concept sketches. Jae-hyun stood up excitedly. About that, before he could even take his materials out, Do-jun interrupted. No, he explained with wide eyes. We have also thought of a style, but it is a bit different from what you might expect of us. Mr. Wang, the best boys concept proposal. And not even been taken out of its case yet. Kingmaker quickly had to put it back away. What a shame. He asked awkwardly, what do you kids mean? Do-jun replied excitedly. We want this comeback to be fresh, dark, and wild. Kingmaker found it hard to imagine. Like a werewolf concept. Thinking back to the group's performances, he explained, up until now, we have had a very masculine image. Our styles have all been dark and rebellious. He was quickly convinced, that is true. From Pygmalion to the zombie concept, they were all quite dark and mature. Do-jun clasped his hands together. This time, we want to continue that masculine style, but we also want to show fans a new side. Having said that, he smiled slightly. Kingmaker pondered in silence. They might have gained popularity from that TV show. He thought of the shining throne ahead, but if they just keep repeating everything, they won't truly progress as idols. It seems Best Boys is looking for something to distinguish themselves. I used to wonder if they were worthy of the throne. The crown slowly descended. That question had always lingered in his mind even after he gave Chairman Cho Han-jun his business card. Jae-hyun listened to the idea in silence. But now I am certain. On the other hand, Baekhyun did not intervene. In this industry, standing out is essential, and there is a clear line between those who wear the crown and those who do not. Kingmaker sat up straight and repeated, fresh, dark, and wild. That is a tough style to pull off. He could not hide the excitement on his face. But I like it. Seeing this, Do-jun could not wait. So, will you write a song for our concept? Kingmaker replied with a smile. Of course, I have never turned down a new challenge. A notification suddenly appeared. The wish of regret holder Kim Do-jun has been completed. Baekhyun smiled with satisfaction. Joyful cheers erupted when the group won the award. Best Boys have taken first place on the final stage. An announcement rang out. So Jiho's wish. I wish we could win first place in a TV competition. The whole group hugged each other happily. Finally, everyone was beyond excited. Well done, guys. I still can't believe it. Hyun, I can't breathe. At that moment, Baekhyun looked over curiously. What? The screen popped up with a name, Kim Do-jun. The ball slowly rolled down the slide. Immediately after, a light flashed. Kingmaker observed the whole group from below. He smiled contentedly. Kingmaker. Baekhyun rested his chin on his hand and thought. The moment I saw that wish, I broke into a cold sweat. Kim Do-jun. That idiot. He smiled and looked at the person beside him. Well, anyway, Do-jun chatted with a bright smile. I am so glad it was worth it. The clock hands turned slowly minute by minute. Baekhyun sat on his bed looking at the system panel. He asked himself, acting is my main skill. Do I really need this? Former A-list actor. At that moment, Scholar Kim appeared, truly an arrogant genius. He could not hide his anger and scolded. There will come a day when you won't be able to hide your sadness and anger. Humans are as fickle as the waves of the sea. Seeing the other's silence, Scholar Kim asked further, do you think your life will always be calm and peaceful? The corners of Baekhyun's mouth sagged. If my life has been calm and peaceful until now, that only proves further that I do not need this reward. The emotions in his heart were always fluctuating. My past life was full of storms. When I was sad or angry, I just ignored my emotions, pretended I was fine, and convinced myself it was the truth. Back then, Baekhyun had shed tears. I only cried when the cameras were pointed at my face. First, because everyone else was crying. Second, because that is just how the show is. In his heart, he always reminded himself that as a top actor, hiding his true nature behind a mask was merely a part of his daily life. His own silhouette gradually walked into the distance. But I know full well that was not a normal life, having to protect myself from the jungle that is the entertainment industry. A flood of hateful comments continuously appeared. Damn ugly, him, why does everyone watch his movies? I wonder how he still got here with those acting skills. I do not believe he is a top actor, he just gets attention for his face without any talent. Sometimes when I turn on the TV, I only see Baekhyun and I am sick of it, and it looks like he had plastic surgery. His old photos do not look like him now. Nobody let his fans direct a show. I wish he would just die. Baekhyun did not care, but I survived all that, so I have no need for a mask. Scholar Kim lightly touched his forehead. Did acting make you happy? For a moment, Baekhyun could not react. He then seriously explained. Becoming an actor means you have to put on a different persona. Baekhyun folded his arms and listened in silence. Do you act because you are an actor, or are you an actor because you act? The sudden question confused him. Do you think that was true happiness? Baekhyun could not help but ponder, even though he had maintained the title of the #1 actor. Then he remembered his past life. He had died with so many regrets. Scholar Kim seemed to understand. Your silence says that you feel vague and uncertain. So let me ask another question, he asked softly. Do you have any regrets in your current life? Baekhyun thought of the group, about the fact that you are a part of Best Boys. His lips parted. No. Hearing this, Scholar Kim laughed loudly. You know, heaven is more merciful than you think. With sparkling eyes, he explained, living life over again could be a gift from heaven, my friend. Having said that, Scholar Kim prayed. I hope you realize that. Baekhyun looked around the familiar room. He felt the sense of success from winning the competition, and he felt proud of completing the wishes for the whole group. Did these things mean he had no regrets about his life as an idol? He lay down on his soft bed. I do not know anymore. Baekhyun turned over, thinking to himself, if not for acting. The luxury car sped down the road. A reporter was talking, mentioning that the name Best Boys has been causing a fever everywhere lately, and that they would follow them until today's schedule was complete. The lens pointed toward Baekhyun. Where are you guys heading next? He smiled and replied, we are going to shoot a perfume commercial. Baekhyun felt very happy. Until finally, they were on their way to film their first advertisement. Even though this opportunity was considered a 1% reward for winning We Are Idols, this brand was still quite famous in Korea. He turned his head back. We also have a reality show made specifically for the group. The reporter continued to ask, this is your first time filming an ad, right? How do you feel? Baekhyun politely replied, honestly, I still can't believe it. We have all been looking forward to filming a commercial. His face suddenly became excited. And thanks to the love and support from the fans, our dream is finally coming true. I feel a bit apologetic, and I can't stop wondering if we truly deserve this. Hearing this answer, the reporter was extremely surprised. Of course you deserve it, don't be nervous. Good luck, Best Boys. Oh-soo's voice rang in his ear. Let us go. He turned his head back, confused. Aren't you sleeping? He smiled and explained, you are not sleeping either, so I am staying awake with you. Realizing something made Baekhyun startle. Wow, why is he so handsome today? He continued reading the script. You do not need to do that, just sleep. I need your face to look plump and round so the rest of us do not look too bad. Oh-soo quickly reacted. Wait, does that mean you think I look handsome today? Baekhyun glanced in another direction. No. He laughed excitedly. You are implying that I am so handsome that you want me to look a bit uglier out of jealousy, right? He repeated once more. I said no. He still would not listen. No, I think I am right. His tone got a bit annoyed. Not at all. Suddenly, Ji-ho spoke up from behind. I am so glad we have you in the group, Hyun. He spoke in a casual tone. If it were not for you, Soo would have become an icon of arrogance. Thanks to you, he is not that annoying. Hey, Mekne, what would you have caused if it was not for Hyun? He angrily shot back. You sleepyhead, sleep or stay awake, just pick one. Baekhyun remained silent, thinking for a long time. He turned to look at him. Oh-soo knew his own value, but he was not the type to cause trouble. He wondered to himself, was he even more arrogant in his previous life? Suddenly, Baekhyun felt expectant. I want to activate the Eye of the Regressor reward. A notification appeared. You wish to use Eye of the Regressor. If you want to decide the time and the target of the regret holder, you can use the ability for 5 minutes. Baekhyun decided without hesitation, I want to see Oh-soo's past in his previous life. I want to go back to that time to truly evaluate his personality when he was a member of Best Boys. The cameraman suddenly noticed something. His voice lowered. Baekhyun must be really tired, yet he is trying not to show it. A notification appeared before his eyes. You have decided to look into the past of the regret holder. Oh-soo. You will be transported to a random time and setting where Oh-soo's personality can be observed. His entire body floated in the air. He realized it feels like a dream but not much different from reality. A shout came from behind. Soo, Chang-shik directly ordered, get me some water. I am thirsty. He felt confused. Isn't that Wang Chang-shik? Oh-soo hurried over with a cup of water. Here. Seeing this situation made Baekhyun completely freeze. He complained incessantly, this water tastes terrible. Soo, get me a soda from the vending machine. He was about to refuse. But I am not feeling well today. I can't. Chang-shik abruptly interrupted him. Is that so? Okay, then. Hearing this, his expression grew worse and worse. He showed a smug smile. I will just have Dojun do it when he gets back. He quickly complied. Yes, I will do it. I will be right back. Baekhyun saw Oh-soo's pathetic appearance in his past life. The people around were gossiping. What the hell, this guy's fashion sense is so weird. I heard he looks like that because the leader is jealous of his looks. Obviously, he can't even refuse the leader's words. I feel so sorry for them, but man, that look is hilarious. He could only listen in silence. If I were him, I would rather quit being an idol. Witnessing this scene, Baekhyun was so angry he was trembling. Oh-soo tried to force a strained smile. He rushed forward to comfort him. He sighed helplessly. I find it funny too. A system notification appeared. Your ability is about to expire. Baekhyun tried to call out loudly. Oh-soo. He suddenly grabbed his hand tightly. This situation startled him in surprise. Oh-soo called out, Hyun. His expression made him worried. What is wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Baekhyun was still trying to calm himself down. He suddenly advised, just keep living like this, being aware of your own value. His tone became strange again. I like the current you better. He was confused. What? Oh-soo leaned in closer to remind him. What? Are you talking in your sleep? You will be in pain if you sleep like that, Hyun. Baekhyun was lost in his own thoughts. People forget that even a lion, despite having sharp teeth, will forget how to bite if it is mistreated long enough. He remembered his appearance, and someone's spirit being crushed was no different from that. The more Baekhyun thought, the angrier he got. Wang Chang-shik, if I ever meet you again. Watch out. His eyes were full of hatred. I will crush you to pieces, you bastard. At the commercial set, the director kept reminding them. Cut. He was very annoyed. Oh-soo, how many times do I have to tell you it is not like that? He bowed his head. I am sorry. The director sighed and reminded him, now go wait and shoot one more time at the end. Oh-soo walked away dejectedly. He continued calling next. Seeing his face, Ji-ho quickly comforted him. No, you did great. Baekhyun thought to himself, his face fits the brand image, so I was looking forward to working with him, but he lacks a certain factor. It must be because he is still too young. I guess this often happens with rookie idols. The director asked, he is young too, right? How old is he? A staff member explained, he is about 20. They are around the same age. The director sighed. Alright, next. You are Baekhyun, right? Ready? He nodded firmly. Yes, I am ready. Everyone on set was surprised. Not bad. They realized Baekhyun's demeanor. He was acting. His gaze was incredibly seductive. Unbelievable. Is he really a newly debuted idol? The director announced. Alright, let us start. Ready, action. Baekhyun picked up the perfume bottle. They say a great fragrance is something unforgettable. His voice became soft. And that is why I use Lacey. He looked up at the camera. I want to be remembered by you forever. Everyone on set froze. The director could not believe it. Is this really something a young rookie idol can do? Baekhyun's smile left everyone longing. He slowly opened his eyes. A staff member on the side called out, Director. He quickly reacted. Cut. The staff member walked toward Baekhyun. Great job. Here, give me the bottle. It is the next member's turn. The director wondered in his heart where. He showed an excited smile. Where did they find someone like him? On the TV, a woman asked annoyedly, what is wrong with you? Hey, stop it. Hong Seok announced. They said our commercial will be the first one shown after this episode. He laughed. I guess you guys really are rising stars. Everyone became excited. You think so? His tone was very certain. Of course. This drama is one of the most popular right now, and advertisers have to pay a lot of money to secure a spot after such a famous show. Do-jun felt excited. That means they are happy with our G, right? He nodded. Yes, realizing something, Hong Seok reminded them, the episode is almost over. The woman screamed angrily, are you my mother or something? Everyone was looking forward to their advertisement. The intro appeared. They say a great fragrance is something unforgettable. Everyone's familiar faces appeared. And that is why I use Lacey. Everyone was standing in the middle of a field of flowers. Among them, Baekhyun's image stood out. His gaze was extremely attractive. I want to be remembered by you forever. He smiled at the screen. Even if it rains, I will still be by your side. Baekhyun thought silently. I expected a certain level, but the ad focuses too much on one person. A piercing scream rang out. The members were incredibly excited. Hyun, this is insane, just as expected from our group's best actor. Seriously, I am so proud of you. He asked confusedly, are you guys serious? Even Jae-hyun looked at him in surprise. What are you talking about? You are. They were puzzled. Are you worried we are jealous? Baekhyun sighed. Well, he spoke his mind. I know you guys also had expectations for this ad, so I do not understand how you can react like this. Everyone burst out laughing. Do-jun shook his head. Come on, you think we would be jealous of you, Hyun? No way. Even Jae-hyun did not care. Exactly. I swear on every single one of my muscles that no one in the group is jealous of you. Ji-ho nodded firmly. Me too. I also swear on each of Jae-hyun's muscles that we are never jealous. Period. Oh-soo could not hold back his laughter anymore. Hyun, what these guys are trying to say is, something bad would have happened if you had not joined the group. Things would have been even worse. We would have continued living a life like hell, and we all know that clearly. The members turned back to look at Baekhyun. If it was not for you, we would have been very pathetic, he thought in silence. They are telling me they are not jealous. He felt it was hard to believe because they were so grateful to him. Do-jun put his hand on his shoulder. Hyun, we are a team, but there are 5 of us. Even though we all started at the same starting line, we run at different speeds. He explained gently, however, in the end, we will meet at the same destination. So even if you go ahead, just wait for us a bit. We will catch up soon. Baekhyun listened to these words in silence. He realized, I have always been running alone, so I never thought about someone saying this to me. That was also when Baekhyun understood very well that even if they ran at different paces, they were all heading toward the same goal. On that path, he turned his head back. The members were also chasing after him. They finally caught up to him. Inside the room, Hong Seok announced. These are the 3 demos Kingmaker sent over. Number 1 is Our Ocean, this place, number 2 is Bright Fireflies, and number 3 is First Love. He asked everyone, it seems you have all heard the demos. What do you think? A girl quickly spoke up. I think Our Ocean, this place would be a good title track. Rookies these days are making comebacks with a refreshing style like this song. She commented seriously. It also has a hot vibe. I think it will help best boys show a new side of themselves. Saying this, she became excited. Moreover, I think fans will really love this song. It is perfect for fangirls, but someone else chimed in. If everyone is doing a refreshing style, why should we do the same? I think Fireflies is more suitable as a title track. Recently, an indie band won a music competition by singing a song chosen by the public. He continued to explain, since Best Boys won first place on We Are Idols, they should come back with a song that makes them more accessible. The two sides would not stop arguing. You do not know anything about what fangirls want. You do not know either, Ms. Kim. Seeing this situation, Hong Seok quickly intervened. Come on, do not fight. CEO Cho thought silently. It is very difficult to debut many songs at once. At that moment, Baekhyun suddenly spoke up, catching his attention. He said, the members and I have a few ideas. He told everyone, can I share what we have discussed? He smiled and nodded in agreement. Sure, Baekhyun remarked seriously. Overall, it seems everyone is split between putting the fans or the public first. Everyone listened in silence. Our fans are very important, but we also have many casual fans, so we need to appeal to the public as well. It seemed he had thought it through carefully. The reason Best Boys is loved by the public is that every performance has a story. Of course, flashy and eye-catching performances also play a role in attracting attention toward us, especially the handsome faces of all 5 members. Baekhyun decided, but we plan to continue performing like a movie on stage. Finally, he made his choice. Considering that factor, I think First Love is the right song to showcase Best Boys' unique style. Baekhyun gave a small smile. First Love is also a theme that everyone can relate to. The members listened in silence. And the structure or top line of the song is quite unique. I think we can show fans the stage they really want to see. It seems CEO Cho was very pleased with these words. He really has the qualities of a talk show MC, or he could write books or be a radio DJ. Baekhyun was absolutely perfect in his eyes. Another staff member suddenly spoke up. But the beat and rhythm of this song change constantly. If not done well, it will sound messy. It seems quite risky. Don't you think you should choose a safer path this time? Others also spoke up at the same time. I agree. Best Boys has always experimented with new things, but as Hyun said, what fans want from Best Boys is a story-driven performance. When considering the performance, First Love is the best fit. It also has a fresh concept and a good idea, but the first 2 songs seem more guaranteed to be hits. This time we need to take the safe route. CEO Cho still listened silently to everyone's comments. But for the group's personality, we can't just keep making them try new things. He suddenly spoke up, hey chicks, speak up for yourselves. You said you liked the 3rd song best, and the other 2 are not bad either. Do-jun quickly nodded. Yes, he spoke his thoughts. We like First Love but also agree to follow the company's decision. He continued to inquire, we have 45 days left. Are you sure you can do it in those 45 days? Oh. Sue nodded obediently. Yes, of course. No matter what song we receive, we are ready to face it. It seems CEO Cho felt very expectant. Yes, we have our answer. He immediately decided, we will do all 3. Everyone's expressions changed instantly. First Love will be the title track, and the others will be B-sides. He announced, I will take care of all the necessary costs. The group members were incredibly excited. Let us do it, he thought silently. The songs are all good, no need to hesitate. After all, you should know when to seize the moment and invest in the winning side. CEO Cho understood very well. To be fair, I also have some personal ambitions for these kids. Inside the room, Kingmaker remarked. Indeed, performing the backing vocals with a low voice is a good idea. He continued to give feedback, but Hyun, your voice also fits the rap part very well. It is a waste not to use your full potential, he taught seriously, and the style of the whole song is fresh, dark, and wild, right? We need a rap part that brings out that wildness. Saying this, Kingmaker sighed. That is why I am thinking. He stared at Baekhyun. Jiho and Hyun, I want you two to try writing the rap part. Do you think you can do it? Inside Baekhyun's heart, he was screaming. How the hell am I supposed to do that? He was extremely exhausted. It is just a few lines, a few sentences. The paper in his hand was crumpled. But I have to convey so much in those few lines and capture everyone's attention. Baekhyun sent a message. I have made changes based on your feedback from last time. Kingmaker replied. I like the direction it is developing, but something is missing. Can you try again? Send it to me when you are done. He sent a new message. I have sent you the latest version. He replied. Better than last time. Try again. He still kept trying. Here. He had not given up. One more time. The conversation kept going back and forth. But Kingmaker kept making him redo it. His physical strength was about to run out. An endless loop of editing. He wondered confusedly. Kingmaker did not give me this part just because my voice is good. The alchemist scholar suddenly appeared. Hyun, what is wrong? Why are you sighing like that? He threw him a gift that made him excited. Is this the handmade pepero from the shop I told you about the other day? The alchemist scholar hugged the gift tightly. Why are you being so proactive in giving this to me today? He continued to notice. You do not look like you have a fever. Baekhyun reminded him. Knock it off. Just take it and be happy. Seeing the expression on his face made him startle. What is with that expression? He quickly said. You know what, as your second life manager, I have certain decision-making privileges. He acted like he did not care. Oh. How great, he suddenly announced. Don't give me that attitude. I am here to help you because I am in a good mood. He was surprised. Help me, no strings attached. The alchemist scholar thought of another food. I can't stop thinking about the limited edition garlic butter bread from Lee Sun-jong's bakery. Just thinking about the sweet cream cheese, the garlic aroma, and the herbs makes me drool. Baekhyun seemed to have expected this. I knew it. He immediately proposed. Alright, fine. But I will only buy it if you actually help me. He nodded understandingly. Deal? The alchemist scholar opened his fan. A second life manager has the authority to help a regressor reduce the number of regrets. He continued talking. Have you heard of the ability detector? If you write down a specific skill or ability and put it in the box, this tool will tell exactly how much potential you have with them. Baekhyun listened in silence. This is a special reward that can only be used if you are close with your manager. He was quite surprised by these words. Close with my manager, he wondered in his heart, does that mean the alchemist scholar has opened up to me to some extent? While Baekhyun was still thinking, the alchemist scholar continued to ask, what do you think? Do you want to use this detector today? He thought for a moment, and then understood. It would not hurt to try. He nodded in agreement. Okay, the alchemist scholar created a flow of energy around his body. Alright, you can measure 3 abilities. What do you want to analyze? Baekhyun proposed without hesitation. One is my acting skills. He spoke with a very determined voice. Looking at the rap lyrics in his hand, Kingmaker was extremely surprised. He suddenly remarked, how strange. Baekhyun was startled. He looked up at him. You are really good at expressing emotions. Wait, are you dating? He quickly denied it. Of course not. Kingmaker turned and proposed, I want to try recording. Can you do it right now? He intended to stop him. Wait, he continued to remind him, this is not the final version, so do not expect too much. I am saying, I am not yet sure about your lyrics. He prepared for the next recording session. We will do a test recording with these lyrics. But if it does not fit, I will have someone write a new version. Thinking for a bit, Baekhyun nodded in agreement. Yes, I will do it. Kingmaker thought silently, I knew it. This does not affect the kid's confidence at all. He does not look like a rookie at all. He kept observing him. But what I said is true. I need to hear the recording to see if it is okay. He grew even more hopeful. Let us see if Baekhyun's voice. Kingmaker's eyes were glued to Baekhyun. Can make these lyrics become wonderful. Yesterday evening, the paper containing the acting ability assessment, acting potential, top 0.00001%. You received an impressive score. No doubt that you are a genius in this field. Baekhyun's face remained very calm. A notification rang out. However, you tend to put pressure on yourself to be perfect, which makes you easily stressed. He and the alchemist scholar listened in silence. You can consider acting as your passion, but sometimes that can be a disadvantage. Instead of aiming for perfection, you should aim for satisfaction. Baekhyun asked himself. Basically, I have passion and talent, but I am hindered by pressure. They have read me like a book. Next was the second paper, assessing music composition ability, composition potential, top 3%. The system commented, you have great talent in composing and are a hard-working genius. He listened in surprise. You may have discovered a hidden talent. However, you will find it lacking compared to your acting ability. But you still enjoy composing without feeling the pressure you do when acting. The system continued to advise, if you utilize your ability with a big picture view, you can develop faster than others. Inside the room, Kingmaker kept repeating. Again. Even though Baek-hyun tried very hard, he kept reminding him, not enough, do it again. He sighed and remarked, you need to be more subtle. Again, not knowing how many times Baek-hyun had to sing it again, doesn't sound cool enough. Do it again. Kingmaker reminded him that he had to sing like a man in love. Time passed, and once again, he realized that he did not have talent in other fields like acting, but he would never give up. He could still feel it. The path had appeared before his eyes. He could see himself growing. Baek-hyun tried again. After enough practice, there comes a time when you feel it through intuition. You will soon be able to. A gentle smile spread across his face. He understood it. Embarking on this path, Kingmaker suggested once more, are you sure you do not need a break? Baek-hyun immediately signaled no. The second path opened up, and the rest would become quite easy. Sweat soaked his entire body. I can feel it. He had always worked so hard. I know what the producer wants. What Baek-hyun could do was constantly correct his mistakes. I know my role in this song. He was moving forward step by step. It appeared so suddenly that I did not realize it was love. Baek-hyun tried one more time. I am so clumsy and shy that you will think I am a coward. Even though he was exhausted, he still did not give up. Kingmaker listened silently to the melody. But I am different now, because you showed me what love is. He used every means to move forward. I still have a long way to go. Reaching the end, Baek-hyun suddenly realized, in your eyes, I might be a fool. When he arrived, someone was already standing there waiting. It was his future self. You are everything in my life. The melody was perfect. Kingmaker laughed. All right. It is done. He nodded in praise. Great, well done. You did a good job. He was quite surprised. The evaluation board said he would feel more enjoyment than pressure. Baek-hyun became increasingly excited. At least I believe I won't regret doing this. Inside the room, CEO Cho asked in surprise. Are you serious? He felt taken aback. You want to learn how to compose music professionally? He nodded. Yes, I really want to learn. He felt surprised. Hyun, did not you say you never really studied music before joining the company? He nodded in agreement. Yes, that is right. CEO Cho seemed very hesitant. I am sure he did not have many opportunities to try different things at the orphanage. That must be why he craves knowledge so much. He was still thinking, I think it would be better if he studied acting because he seems to have potential. Baek-hyun put his coffee cup down on the table. It is okay, I thought you would react that way. He continued seriously, I am not saying I want to learn composition right this second. I just want to start learning so I can become a valuable member someday. Baek-hyun kept persuading CEO Cho, if there is an issue with training costs, you can deduct the tuition from my salary. He suddenly probed, you know you are already busy enough, right? It is not easy to add anything to your packed schedule. You will have to cut back on sleep. He continued, and if you can't compose a song on par with an A-list songwriter. CEO Cho's voice became intimidating. No one in this company will trust you with their songs. He looked at him with a decisive gaze. Do you still want to follow this path? After that, CEO Cho sat alone in the room. He thought in silence. At first, I thought it was just a rookie's stubbornness. At that time, CEO Cho had reminded him, no one in this company would dare trust you with their songs. Do you still want to follow this path? Baek-hyun thought silently for a short while. He nodded, surprising the CEO, but his eyes did not waver at all. He sighed softly. There are two types of people in this industry. CEO Cho was lost in his own thoughts. There are those who are fine with not reaching their goals. At the same time, his eyes landed on the photo of the 5 members, and those who risk everything to achieve them. He suddenly understood. Baek-hyun. I guess he is the type who has to get what he is aimed for. Thinking of this, CEO Cho laughed. Surprisingly, no matter how I look at it, he resembles me. There were 5 days left until the comeback performance. The members practiced continuously. In 5 days, Best Boys would release their mini-album. High-intensity practice made everyone extremely exhausted, but everyone still had to try their best. Because this was their first comeback since We Are Idols. And all eyes were on them. Baek-hyun practiced tirelessly. Moreover, since they had rented a large performance stage, many reporters and journalists would be there to watch. He looked at the members resting. It would be a lie to say they did not feel the pressure. Oh, Soo suddenly spoke up. Jae-hyun, can you teach me how to squat again? I forgot the exact posture after not doing it for a few weeks. He asked in surprise. Squat. Thinking for a moment, he said, can I do it later? Jae-hyun continued to explain. I still need to practice a lot, so I do not have time right now. Baek-hyun could not believe his ears. Did he just refuse to teach someone how to train? He remembered this guy. Jae-hyun's relationship with training was more than just love, it was almost an obsession. He always said proudly, I never get tired of this perfect body and these charming eyes. This feeling is incredible. Suddenly he felt confused. I do not think I ever cared about why he started training in the first place. Baek-hyun understood very well that right now Jae-hyun was not prioritizing training, even though it was his obsession. I wonder what that means. The room door suddenly opened. Baekhyun said to the system, I want to use the reincarnator's eye. A notification appeared. Whose past do you want to see among those who hold regrets? He decided without hesitation. I want to see Kang Jae-hyun's past. He seemed very curious. I want to know why he is acting like this. A call rang out. Jae-hyun. Baekhyun was startled. A cold man asked, why are you so bad at the pull-up bar? He looked at the familiar scene before his eyes. That is, a little boy with brown hair caught his attention. It really is Kang Jae-hyun. He kept pleading, Dad, I can't do it, I am going to die. The man continued to explain, if you want to grow up tall and big like me, you have to use the bar. Jae-hyun. What did you say your dream was? He joyfully explained, I want to have a strong body like yours, Dad. This made him laugh with delight. You still have a long way to go, son. When will you be big enough to train with me? Baekhyun stood to one side, silently observing the scene. He suddenly realized, he looks just like his dad. Something bad happened. Jae-hyun was crying in despair. No, the mother had completely broken down. How could you leave us like this, honey? Baekhyun could not believe his eyes. What? Unable to accept this truth, Jae-hyun quickly ran away. Seeing him leave the funeral hall, he hurriedly tried to stop him. Wait, but his speed was too fast. Having no other choice, Baekhyun could only chase after him. But then it was a time when Jae-hyun was grown up, talking on the phone. Yes, I am free to talk now. He smiled and nodded. Of course I remember. Jae-hyun's voice was a bit sad. It is the anniversary of Dad's death in a few days. His next words made Baekhyun freeze. Sorry, I am busy with the comeback. I do not think I can make it back this year. The voice on the other end said, it is okay, you have been working so hard. Dad would be so happy to know you are doing well. But will you be okay? You always have a hard time at this time of year. Jae-hyun smiled and shook his head, replying, I am fine, really. I just want to overcome the grief. Sis, I have to go, I can't talk long. He kicked a stone at his feet. Before ending the conversation, he answered obediently, yes, see you later. And so, Jae-hyun regretfully hung up the phone. In that moment, he felt utterly helpless. He tried to compose himself. On the phone screen was a picture of Jae-hyun and his father together, looking happy. A notification appeared, your reward has ended. Baekhyun opened his eyes, waking up from the memory. He hurriedly pulled Jae-hyun's hand to go outside, making him confused. Hyun. He continued to push him into a taxi. Jae-hyun turned his head. Hyun, what is wrong? Wait. His face became extremely curious. Where are you taking me? Baekhyun gently placed a hand on his shoulder. Listen, you idiot. He remarked seriously. You are the clown who always makes everyone laugh. After saying that, he stepped into the car. What do you think will happen to the group's morale if you suddenly become gloomy and sad? Huh? Jae-hyun still did not understand. What are you talking about? Baekhyun advised him seriously. Just do what you want to do. Do you want to ruin the comeback show? He knew well that he had never learned how to comfort anyone. Perhaps he was not good at this. Baekhyun looked at Jae-hyun's awkward state. But I know enough to realize that not being able to cry is the problem. Having no other choice, he immediately suggested, then please take us to the Peace Funeral Home. Looking at his father's portrait, Jae-hyun thought to himself, when I was a trainee, I usually visited late because of practice hours. I thought I would not be able to make it this year. He touched the glass surface, but somehow I made it back in time for Dad's death anniversary. His father's voice always echoed in his ears. Jae-hyun. He smiled and talked to him. When I am not here, you must become the pillar of the family. Jae-hyun clenched his palms. Those words kept circling in his head. He told himself, I have to be strong. I can't make mom and sis worry. Even though he was very sad, he still tried to stay calm. I need to quickly become a superhero like Dad. I need to protect them. Jae-hyun had very high expectations for himself. To do that, I need to have a successful job and earn a lot of money. He tiredly closed his eyes. I did not intend to suppress my tears all this time. I just really could not cry. Baekhyun suddenly praised, your dad is really handsome. He turned his head. How did you know he was my dad? He explained. Anyone can see it. His tone became calm again. You two look exactly alike. Jae-hyun laughed. I heard that a lot when I was a kid. Suddenly Baekhyun shared. I do not have a father either. He passed away when I was little. He felt deeply pained, so I do not know his name, his face, his birthday, or when he died. He only heard about him through stories. My mother said he was a good man, but as far as I know, he abandoned her when he found out she was pregnant with me. Baekhyun still spoke in a casual voice. How can such a person be a good man? But you know what? He turned to look at Jae-hyun. Sometimes I still miss him. He sighed softly with regret. Ridiculous, is not it? I know he abandoned me and mom, but because he left time behind, it makes me miss him. The sound of crying made Baekhyun realize something was wrong. He turned to look at him. What the hell, Kang Jae-hyun? Baekhyun asked curiously. Why are you crying? He started sobbing like a child. Unable to hold it in, he wailed loudly, making Baekhyun embarrassed. Hey, do not cry like that. People are looking. A system notification appeared before his eyes, startling him. It was a congratulatory message. Your relationship with Kang Jae-hyun has deepened. One of Kang Jae-hyun's wishes will be revealed. In the taxi, Baekhyun was confused. Is this really one of his wishes? He stared at the system notification. Wish of regret holder, Kang Jae-hyun. If I knew I was going to die like that, I should have enjoyed a carb-filled feast after our debut. He was completely speechless. A carb feast, that is it? Is this good or bad? Jae-hyun, right beside him, suddenly called out, Hyun. He said seriously, in case you misunderstand, I am not crying because I feel pity for you. Baekhyun did not seem to care much. I do not really care. As long as Kang Jae-hyun returns to his usual self, I guess it is worth it. And I was ready for him to feel pity for me. He continued to explain, I just empathized with you. When you said you missed your dad, I felt the same way. He asked confusedly, aren't they the same thing? Baekhyun immediately turned his face away. Anyway, do not cry in public anymore. It is creepy seeing a buff guy wailing like that. Jae-hyun quickly reacted, what, you just called me creepy? My muscles are beautiful, you know? But his mood had clearly improved. He suddenly called out Baekhyun. He sighed, what now? In his heart, he felt a great sense of relief. Thank you. He thought in silence for a long time. Immediately after, he turned away. Don't do that cringy stuff. Let us just go home quietly, Jae-hyun remarked in surprise. You really are a strange guy. He covered his mouth, not as strange as you. Afterward, Jae-hyun returned to his old self. Articles kept posting news. Best boys have arrived at the performance hall for their show. Good luck. A preview of the First Love comeback performance. New reports appeared. Groups are trying to hide their styles before the comeback, but everything is visible from the back of their necks. So cute. Baekhyun thought silently. Finally, the comeback show is here. He felt a little nervous. I only learned this after debut. Baekhyun looked at the pile of costumes on the table. But most idols hide their hair color before a comeback. He suddenly realized, obviously, they hide their hair color or style as a strategy to make people curious. A staff member walked in to announce, we are ready. Best boys, you will be on stage in 1 minute. He nodded in response, yes, thank you. Looking at the Best Boys group poster, Seongyun asked irritably, you really could not find any dark side to them. He was Choi-seongyun, a reporter for Newspatch Entertainment. He continued, if there was, I would have published an exclusive news story about it already. At this point, he sighed, I followed them all week just in case, but found nothing. Maybe because they are still rookies. The guy beside him was startled, you followed them for a whole week. His face immediately changed. Wait. But the only news you posted about them that was the new news. Best Boys' youngest member is a foodie. Osu's adorable run for food, but it was all just trivial nonsense. Sang-yoon sighed, don't remind me. It is annoying just thinking about it. The guy beside him laughed, but fans loved it. Your post got a lot of views too. He thought for a bit and then continued, I am not sure if they really have nothing noteworthy or if they are just very good at hiding it. The only thing I could post was that they are working with Kingmaker again. Fresh, dark, and wild. Right. He turned his head to reply, they are just performing for the fans. I do not expect much, but the guy beside him did not think so. Why not? It is a Kingmaker song. The MC announced, hello, welcome to the Best Boys comeback show. On the stands, every seat was filled. Sang-yoon calculated silently, even though Kingmaker's songs are always successful, his luck has definitely been declining lately. He looked forward to it even more. His reputation will slowly drop. The MC said to everyone, now the moment you have all been waiting for has arrived. They will continue to move forward until they reach the top. All the members appeared on stage. Please give a round of applause for Best Boys. The members were extremely excited as they appeared. The fangirls completely exploded. Oh my god, silver-haired Baekhyun looks amazing. Oh Soo, you are going to rule the world with those looks. The journalists were also surprised and discussed among themselves. They look like different people. I almost did not recognize them. I guess the rumors about their new stylist are true. They speculated, this performance will be on another level. Sang-yoon sighed, style and musical value have nothing to do with each other. He seemed very dismissive. At most, they are just rookies who have not even been a group for a year. He did not care much. They can't be that good. A voice suddenly rang out, can you hear me? Everyone got into position. Can you feel it? The members were doing a great job in their roles. A melodious tune rang out, I want you to know. Baekhyun winked at everyone, to my first love. The whole crowd exploded. I never expected I would become like this. Sang-yoon listened silently. No, it is nerve-wracking. I do not know what else to say. The Best Boys members were still shining on stage, but knowing this heart beats faster than before is because of you. Despite being exhausted, Osu still finished the performance. Jae-hyun shook his head. I am suffocating, out of oxygen. Jiho sang the next line, this heart is fluttering, reading every thumping beat. Everyone's faces became more excited. This song is so good. The atmosphere exploded. Gosh, this feeling has you in it, as if my heart has been bewitched. Doojun reached out, let me find you, my secret first love. He seemed to immerse himself in the music. Now I will be honest. The other members also coordinated very well. I only belong to you. Lights shone down on the stage. Baekhyun adjusted the microphone. That is my first love. Back when I was young and naive, he stepped in front of everyone, coming so suddenly, I did not realize it was love. My clumsiness and shyness made you think I was a coward. He placed his hand on his chest, but it is different now because you showed me what love is. Everyone quickly moved into position. I only belong to you. I am yours alone. Sang-yun listened with his mouth wide open. Finally, I am expressing this feeling to you. If you hear my words, please answer. His face became even worse. This song is for you. The song finally ended, To My First Love. The audience was extremely surprised. They had really put their blood, sweat, and tears into this comeback. Discussions broke out, just as expected from Kingmaker. They could set a new record. Everyone knew well that Kingmaker was truly famous for his success in composing hit songs for idols. The best musician, Kingmaker. He is also famous for having a sharp eye for finding talent and potential. He was even invited to compose the debut for Nexter, but he refused. Everything was gradually getting better. Meanwhile, Best Boys had a smaller fandom, but Kingmaker saw something special in them, and with news of this comeback, their fandom was growing rapidly. All the members took their seats. Sang-yun realized, I hate to admit it, but this group deserves to be called masters of the stage. If this song had not been composed by Kingmaker. A female reporter suddenly asked, did you have any difficulties working with Kingmaker? Do-jun replied, yes, it was quite difficult. Sang-yun thought to himself, maybe I will become a fan of theirs too. He continued to recount, he is a musician who aims for perfection, and our group was far from that. His mood became increasingly complex. I do not know, but one thing is certain, he had a deep grudge against Kingmaker. I can never just sit by and watch Kingmaker succeed. Thinking of this, he suddenly raised his hand. I am Choi Seong-yun from Newspatch. He calculated silently, causing trouble for rookies is really easy. They might stand out as a group, but there is usually a difference in individual reputations. He continued to question, throughout We Are Idols, Baekhyun has consistently stood out, thanks to his creative and impressive performances. His tone was slightly mocking. On top of that, his acting skills in the perfume commercial for Lacey also received a lot of praise. All the other members were startled. Surprisingly, I heard that you had the longest training period, Do-jun, being both the leader and the member who spent the most time as a trainee. He wore a smug smile. Have you ever been jealous of Baekhyun? In his heart, he knew for sure there had to be jealousy and resentment between them. He was still calculating, thinking that if he dug deeper in that direction, Seong-hyun's question made everyone freeze. Have you ever been jealous of Baekhyun? After thinking for a moment, Do-jun picked up the microphone. He said to everyone, to say I am not jealous at all would be a lie. His tone was very calm. After all, it is normal for everyone to want to stand out. The other members smiled. However, we are a group standing by each other's side. His answer was perfect. It is only natural that some members receive more attention than others, Do-jun declared, but since it is for the benefit of the whole group, there is no reason to be jealous. Sang-yun's expression darkened as he listened. You mentioned, I am both the leader and the member with the longest trainee period. However, I prioritize my responsibilities as a leader over everything else. His voice carried a hint of pride. I believe a true leader should not feel inferior to other members, but should instead help them grow and become better. His words shattered everyone's doubts. And that is all I have to say regarding that question. Baekhyun directly countered, reporter Choi Seong-yun, I would like to ask you a question. Are you jealous of colleagues who write more popular news stories than you? His face turned even uglier. What? He criticized him without hesitation. Normally, people do not ask such rude questions unless they have faced similar situations themselves. So I wonder if you are speaking from your own experience. Sang-yun stood up angrily. Are you saying my question was rude, Baek-hyun remained very calm. Wasn't it? Baekhyun continued his critique. You asked him if he felt jealous or unworthy of his position as leader. His face was incredibly serious. Your motive was very clear, so I can't imagine why you would think you were not being rude. Before he could explain, Baekhyun continued to criticize. I simply think your question hurt our leader, that is all. Seong-yun's entire body began to tremble. And reporter Choi, if I was not being proper. He flashed a nonchalant smile. Then I guess I should apologize. His palms clenched tight. You, unable to take it anymore, Seong-yun cursed, you damn bastard. The comments exploded. You are the damn bastard, Mr. Reporter, what did our boys do to deserve that question at their comeback show? The fans watching live are going to lose it. The whole hall is in chaos. Is this idol group playing with the reporter? I am not even a fan, but I am surprised by them. This is crazy, the world has gone mad. I feel bad for Do-jun, poor guy. This is the idol group Best Boys. They are always trending for some reason, are not they? Is it okay for a rookie to talk to a reporter like that? Kids these days. They just got attention after We Are Idols, so thanks but no thanks for this blatant publicity stunt. Is that reporter a paid actor? How could they say that knowing it is a live broadcast? So it is okay to ask stupid questions at their comeback. I like how straightforward they are. Who says idols can't speak up for themselves? Baekhyun, you did great. We will support you all the way. Baekhyun remembered that when he was an actor, he always treated reporters well. He knew very well that a reporter's first impression of him was also the public's first impression. After all, people follow celebrity news through reporters' articles. As time passed, however, after years of interviews and friendly behavior, he realized that in the end, reporters were just like that. They used their keyboards to manipulate the truth. The journalists he thought were close were the first ones to expose his past. Baekhyun had faced constant criticism. National favorite actor Baekhyun, secrets of his origin found. Top actor Baekhyun abandoned by mother. Celebrity news. Which orphanage did Baekhyun grow up in? He realized that was one of the biggest regrets of his previous life. In the car, Doojun asked, Hyun, what is wrong with you? He was extremely flustered. What if they write terrible news about you? That was not like you at all. He shook his head and replied, no, I did it because I wanted to act more like myself. He was a bit confused. Baekhyun continued to explain, if I let a reporter belittle us so openly like that, it would not benefit us at all. He told everyone, we have to show them that we can protect ourselves, so they will think twice about their actions next time. He was about to say more, but the driver reminded everyone, buckle up, let us go. He took a phone call. Yes, Mr. Jang, we are heading back to the company. What? Are you serious? He suddenly turned around. Guys, there is news. Everyone listened in silence. Apparently, the incident at the comeback show had affected the music charts. The next piece of news made everyone freeze. All 3 of our songs are on the charts. Baekhyun quickly checked his phone. Really, this is great. He was right, ranked 12th, 14th, and 19th, all in the top 20. Everyone was surprised by the news. Our title track is appearing on the real-time charts too. At this rate, our songs will continue to rise, maybe even reach number 1. He thought to himself, we must hit number 1 on the charts during this comeback, no matter what. Inside the room, a voice rang out. Look, have you guys seen the news? It was the latest news about Doojun admitting his jealousy toward Baekhyun. Best Boys leader Kim Doojun admits feeling jealous of teammate Baekhyun. Despite having the shortest training period compared to other members, Baekhyun has successfully established a prominent position. As the member who trained the longest, leader Kim Doojun expressed that he was jealous of his group member. Meanwhile, Baekhyun responded arrogantly to a reporter's question and called him rude, showing a lack of respect. Best Boys are still rookies, but they seem to have revealed their true colors at the comeback show. The public will see if they can maintain this newfound success or if they will be the first idol group to prove Kingmaker wrong. It seemed Jaehyun was very angry. Doojun was right, that guy Choi Seong-yeon or whatever must have written this. Jiho kept complaining, they are trying to make both Yor and Hyun's images look bad. Everyone was still very angry. He took all the good parts for himself, that bastard. Seeing Baekhyun so calm, Doojun laughed. He turned to look at everyone. Check this out, various comments appeared. I watched the live video, I do not believe this article at all. That reporter's face was bright red as day even though they blurred him out. So immature, wanting revenge like that. That is why I love Baekhyun, he is so direct. I can feel how much he wanted to protect Doojun. My stone guy is so hot when he is angry. Stone guy, I checked the comments because I was mad but now I can't stop laughing. Our stone guy can be cold and calculating, but he is actually very warm and gentle. Well, maybe not that gentle. Hyun has a new nickname, but is not calling an idol a stone, a bit much. So which one is the real Baekhyun? Another post appeared, Baekhyun worked so hard this comeback to wink at us so much. He must have been so annoyed having to make that face. Speaking of which, I made a chart of his expressions, everyone could not stop joking around. Stone guy, Hyun, do you see? That is the perfect nickname for you, Hyun. As soon as he picked up his phone, Jiho's expression turned sour. He announced to everyone, Overrain is returning with their 3rd album. He awkwardly told everyone, I guess our comeback will overlap with theirs. He sighed tiredly. They planned and prepared this in advance. Everyone's song First Love had been pushed down to 33rd place. Everyone knew it had been 4 years since Overrain debuted. They were a 5-member girl group with looks, talent, and passion. They were a top-tier girl group with a perfect balance among the members. To the public, they were known as the best girl group PIZ Entertainment had ever trained. In other words, they were the icon of PIZ. Jiho's mood became disappointed. I guess we really do not have a chance against them. Baekhyun thought silently, but we have not even started promoting the mini-album yet, and so far we have received a lot of positive feedback on our song. Comments on the news erupted. They will lead the charts if they keep composing good songs and growing. They have the looks and the talent. They are doing great for their age. Silver hair suits Baekhyun so well, I can't stop staring. I love seeing them perform so well. I have supported Kim Doojun since he was a trainee. He has not let me down at all. Stone Guy's voice is so smooth and stable. You can tell Hyun practiced a lot. I have fallen for them. Their song is so addictive. I love the part where it slows down and then speeds up again. Black-haired Sue is just insane. He is so beautiful. Baekhyun still held a glimmer of hope. If we carry out the album promotions, we still have a chance to lead the charts, but he also knew well, PIZ is aiming for this, I am sure. According to his past life memories, he guessed that Overrain's next album was supposed to be announced in the winter, but the reason they moved the comeback forward, he had figured something out. It must have something to do with getting revenge on Best Entertainment. Baekhyun continued to speculate. In that case, there is one thing they can do. He stepped in front of everyone. Stop sulking and come here. He spoke his mind. This is something we will have to face eventually. From now on, the groups we have to beat are no longer just other rookie groups. Everyone listened in silence. They are veteran singers who have dominated this industry for years, or experienced singers with a decade of career behind them. Everyone's faces became serious. Baekhyun continued, those people, he announced, are now the obstacles we must overcome. He thought to himself, until now, we only had to face other rookies like us. His heart was filled with determination. But from now on, everything will be different. Baekhyun's eyes were full of hope. Now is the time for us to confront countless musical legends and singers who have always held the top positions. He used his own way to comfort everyone. So do not be too sad, okay? Baekhyun continued the conversation. This will mark the first time we successfully overcome a challenge blocking our way. Inside the room, Hong Seok was sitting with CEO Cho. He called out, sir. His tone remained very calm. What is it, Mr. Jang, he said sadly, I am actually very disappointed. Hong Seok sighed tiredly. I really believed Best Boys could lead the charts this time. He thought to himself that when the group debuted, they had to face Nexter. Time passed, but after winning the competition, they had to face Overrain. This made him feel even more helpless. PIZ is working very hard to compete with our boys. And honestly, I can't say I am completely innocent in this. He turned his head to accept blame. Sir, do you really not regret bringing me into the company? Hong Seok was still blaming himself. If I had not joined, this might not have happened to Best Boys. CEO Cho set his teacup down on the table. I want to ask you a question. His tone was still very calm. Do you regret leaving Nexter to train Best Boys? Mr. Jang, he turned his head and countered, of course not. They are like my own children. CEO Cho nodded upon hearing this. That is the only answer I need. If you do not regret it, then neither do I. He stood still and suddenly asked. Don't you think it would be better to fire me now? But he did not care at all. Do you know how to raise motherless chicks? He was confused. Hong Seok's expression immediately changed. Wait, what? CEO Cho laughed. Raising motherless chicks is quite easy. Looking at the photo of the kids, he remarked, feed them well, make sure they get enough sunlight, and care for them with all your heart. Hong Seok listened in silence. Just like what you are doing now. CEO Cho stood up as he spoke. The only reason we have a chance against PIZ is because of you, Manager Jang. This is not the first or last time our boys will face something like this. He glanced at his current state. Are you going to keep submitting your resignation to me every time they face this? He thought to himself. Sometimes, I am afraid because I know too much. Hong Seok was lost in his own thoughts. I know about PIZ's financial power and their influence on the entertainment industry, and even though he knows all those risks, Mr. Cho still refuses to let me go. This made him confused, but it was strange. He spoke, I am sorry for saying such weak things. Hong Seok knew well that it made him want to prove himself more. He declared decisively, I will no longer be a manager who is afraid of PIZ Entertainment. In his heart, he was more determined than ever. I want to prove that he did not choose wrong. Inside the room, everyone gathered to eat. Baekhyun was still looking at his phone screen. We are at 17th. Not bad, but we could use a bigger push. Hong Seok walked inside. Guys, I have some news for you. He joyfully announced, we have received offers for you to be temporary members on a few variety shows. Before everyone could understand, he placed a sheet of information on the table. We had a meeting to narrow down the list and selected two options based on screen time. These two programs are interspersed. One is for a single member. The other is for the whole group. Baekhyun astutely noticed, the whole group. Hong Seok continued to announce. The solo offer is for Jiho. You all know the talk show airing today, right? He blushed and shouted, it is the show with the MC from We Are Idols, right? They want me to be a temporary member. He nodded happily. Their support member had to leave for military service, so there is a spot open. Do Jun became very interested. What is the other show? He thought for a moment and then replied, it is a new variety show. You won't be temporary members because this show is filmed in seasons. Baekhyun continued to calculate. There was a director who started filming seasonal variety shows around this time. He suddenly asked, what is the name of it? His face grew more serious. No way, Hong Seok announced. It is called The Path, or something, by director Young Woo-chin. I do not remember the exact name. He hurriedly asked, is it The Road We Walk Together? He immediately nodded in confirmation. Yes, that is it. It is The Road We Walk Together. Good guess, Hia. Oh-soo talked while eating in surprise. The Road We Walk Together. That is a strange name for a variety show. He continued to offer his opinion. I think Ji-ho should go to the talk show instead. Do-jun also shared his thoughts. I like the idea of the whole group participating together, but I agree that giving an opportunity to someone good at a certain field is also a good thing. Everyone looked at him. Besides, we all acknowledge Ji-ho's sense of humor. These words made him very proud. Baekhyun suddenly spoke up, I think. Hong Seok turned to look at him. Hyun. What do you think? He explained awkwardly. I am sorry to have to say this to Ji-ho, but I think it is better for the whole group to participate in the road we walk together. He had already calculated in his head, I know how famous this show will become, so I can't miss this opportunity. According to his memory, the road we walk together first aired at 8 p.m. Baek-hyun recalled that he had heard about it in his previous life, even though he rarely watched TV back then. And then, every episode of the show always reached the top broadcast ratings. This show became so famous that more than half of its participants became top-tier artists. Baek-hyun spoke his mind. I think we, best boys, are more suited for a risky path than taking the safe route. He used his own way to persuade everyone. After all, that is what we have always done until now. He became even more determined with his goal. We have 16 songs to beat to take the #1 spot on the music charts. Baek-hyun knew very well that their victory in We Are Idols would not be enough to beat Over Rain. To climb 16 more spots, they needed something more powerful. Ji-ho sat to one side, a bit awkward and not knowing what to say. The scene shifted to a busy street. The luxury car had also stopped. Ji-ho smiled with excited anticipation. The fact that we were invited to sing the opening for a college festival means we are quite famous now, right? Do-jun turned around to explain. Of course. The final performer today will be Over Rain. He was looking forward to it. The opening and ending are the two most important performances in that school's festival. Only Baek-hyun was still focused on his thoughts. Yes, the opening and ending are very important. He realized that while everyone valued the Rookie Award, the door of the car next to them opened. Baek-hyun understood perfectly that the award was only given to those worthy of respect. The woman glanced to the side. Everyone hurriedly bowed. It is an honor to meet you, seniors. We are best boys. She laughed and quickly suggested, hey, come on, no need to be so formal. It makes us feel really old. He silently evaluated these people. Unlike Nexter, they were actually very relaxed and easygoing. Baek-hyun knew well, but I am sure they will feel anxious soon. They will see what it is like to be on the verge of being erased. He wondered in his heart whether they were pretending to be relaxed like him, or if they were truly enjoying their fame and star status. The girl stepped forward and placed a hand on Baek-hyun's shoulder. Good luck with the opening. Best boys. I like all the songs in your new album. She smiled and turned to leave. If it were not for us, you guys would have easily led the charts, right? All the members watched the girl group leave in silence. Oh-soo sighed with some awkwardness. I do not know if they were actually complimenting us or not. It felt like two different meanings were mixed together. Baek-hyun remarked seriously, no, it is very clear. He grabbed his hand. Really? He nodded. He was even more curious. How do you know? Baek-hyun pushed Oh-soo's face away. If they meant it in a good way, it would not be that hard to understand. It is hot, stop clinging. He knew well that it meant they clearly had no goodwill. Baek-hyun thought to himself, of course, they are angels compared to Nexter. He recalled the conversation from earlier. However, this also makes me wonder. I wonder what she will say. A bold thought appeared in his head. When Best Boys overtake Over Rain on the charts, everyone went to their prepared positions. Baek-hyun sighed. Today's performance will be in front of thousands of people. Ji-ho shouted, I am so scared to go first. We will be fine, right? He kept talking to the assistant. We have to do well. I am sure the group can do it. We can do it. His words made Jae-hyun very annoyed. Hey, so Ji-ho, what is wrong with you? Why are you talking so much today? Shut it. Despite the two sides continuing to argue, he was ready to cover his ears. He suddenly said, I am too noisy. Sorry. Baek-hyun realized something was wrong. Everyone immediately froze. Jae-hyun was surprised. I think Ji-ho just apologized to me. Do-jun nodded in response. I know, I heard it too. He felt confused. What is going on? Baek-hyun looked at Ji-ho's back. The golden scholar did not appear and there was no status window. It seemed like he was worried about something. An uneasy feeling rose in Baek-hyun's heart. Going back to a time in the past, a man was making a funny face. Ji-ho burst out laughing. Shin Dong-seon is so funny. The boy beside him nodded. My stomach hurts from laughing. The boy suddenly asked. Ji-ho, you said your dream is to become a singer, right? The boy's voice carried a sense of anticipation. That means you will be on TV with Shin Dong-seon. He replied without a second thought. Of course. I will join a show with Shin Dong-seon when I grow up. He turned to look at his friend. So you have to get well soon. You have to see me become a super cool singer. The boy smiled happily. I will get better to watch you on TV with Shin Dong-seon. I will watch your shows, even if I go to America. Time flew by. A curious friend asked. Hey, is Seo Kyeon doing alright in the US? The boy was very curious. He is undergoing treatment for that rare disease, right? Ji-ho sighed. I do not know anymore. He said he would write or call, but Ji-ho's expression looked a bit awkward. It has been a long time since I heard anything from him. As soon as he got home, he ran inside. Mom, Ji-ho continued, Best Day Entertainment wants to recruit me as a trainee. Now I can really become a singer. She was surprised. Oh my, you actually passed the audition, Ji-ho, he announced excitedly. I told you I would pass. I am going to keep my promise to Seo Kyung. His mother smiled gently and replied, honey, sometimes I am really confused. I do not know if you want to be a singer or if you just want to be on TV with Shin Dongseon. He said firmly, I can do both. If I appear on TV with Shin Dongseon, maybe Seokyeon will call me. A notification appeared, your reward is about to end. Jiho tried to regain his composure. He asked himself, what is wrong with me? Baekhyun made a phone call. Hello, Manager Jang, it is me, Hyun. You are at the office, right? He replied, hey Hyun. You must be busy preparing for the school festival, are not you? What is up? He got straight to the point. I have something to tell you. A few days passed. Oh-soo was completely exhausted. Finally, we finished today's schedule. Hong Seo quickly reminded him, Oh-soo, you can't sleep here. He turned to everyone and said, by the way guys, I need to discuss something. I know you are tired, but can you gather around for a moment? His tone was very serious. Mr. Cho and I had an interesting idea, and we want to hear your thoughts. Do Jun seemed very curious. What is it? What happened? Hey, do not sleep. Hong Seo smiled and explained, it is about participating in a talk show and a group variety show. His next words startled Jiho. We are thinking of accepting both offers. What do you guys think? Jae-hyun was quite surprised. Is that even possible? But they air at the same time. He smiled. I do not see any reason not to accept. Someone suggested it to me, and they have a very good idea. Hong Seok's plan was that Jiho could participate in Shin Dongseon's talk show, while the other members would participate in the variety show. At this point, everyone turned to look at him. In other words, Jiho would be competing against his own members for viewership ratings. He continued to explain, Mr. Mutton. Cho also thinks some healthy competition among you guys would be a good thing, and both programs have agreed to this. Hong Seok inquired, Jiho, if you do not mind missing out on the group variety show, we can try it. What do you guys think? He was very hesitant. Jae-hyun gave him a nudge. Why do not you just agree? Jiho clutched his head. He kept questioning, what are you hesitating for? The producers already agreed. He was still very flustered. Seeing the two arguing, Baekhyun reminded him, just do it you idiot. He sighed and continued. Everyone else is fine with it, so why are you hesitating? Jiho's eyes visibly lit up. He made up his mind. I will do it. I can do it. I won't be sad about missing the group variety show. Jae-hyun nodded. Why do you look so happy that we are about to become rivals? Oh-soo's face became serious. From now on, I am your enemy. Jiho, seeing everyone joking around, Baekhyun thought to himself, I did not know he would be this happy. He suddenly asked, hey Jiho, are you really that happy about this? He nodded brightly. Of course, I get to be on a show with Shin Dongseon. Finally, he felt relieved. I am glad you are happy, but you have got a lot of work to do. Headlines were pushed in front of Jiho, Lim Chung-bok episode. He always defied destiny, from his days as a talented child actor playing a beggar to his current status as a top actor. And now, this famous actor shares the experiences and lessons he learned along the way. Behind his unexpectedly painful past, can he start a new journey in life? He was completely stunned. What is this? Jae-hyun's expression immediately turned sour. These are all the episodes of the talk show to date. Oh-soo was also startled. Jiho, looks like you will have to work really hard to catch up. Suddenly, Do-jun felt curious. Hyun, did you buy all these episodes with your own money? He explained. I used my money, but I did not buy them. I just rented them. Baekhyun had a scary smile on his face. You are participating in the show as a member of Best Boys. You are definitely not going to waste this, right? After saying that, he turned to leave. By the way, you only have access for 3 days, so make sure you watch all of them. Jiho's face immediately turned pale. Only 3 days, he screamed in despair, to watch all of this. The scene shifted to the inside of the room. Baekhyun thought silently, it is only natural to work hard to achieve something. It was already late at night. He realized that even if he had not rented the episodes for him, Jiho sat still in the room, focusing intently. It seemed like he was very absorbed in reading the scripts that Baekhyun had given him. In the car, everyone's mood seemed tired. Oh-soo sighed worriedly, the funniest member of our group is Jiho. Can we really film this show without him? Hong Seok smiled to comfort everyone. It will be fine. Anyway, this is not your first time on TV. You all have experience from both survival shows and reality shows. He smiled and explained, I am sure the producers know what they are doing when they invited you. Baekhyun thought to himself, director Young Woo-chan. He recalled, his studio produces shows that run for many seasons, so I never had the chance to work with him in my previous life. Back in the past, what he remembered his co-stars saying about him was that he was the cheerful but slightly crazy type. Another person complained, he is a devil. I have never met anyone as cruel as him, but a woman did not think so. He is a wonderful person. He is the most passionate director I have ever met. Baekhyun was lost in his own thoughts. How can everyone have such different impressions of him? He does not have a split personality, does he? Suddenly Do-jun called out, Hyun? Mr. Jang gave us some chocolates. Want one? Hong Seok told everyone, I just want you guys to relax a bit. Don't be too stressed about the meeting. It is just to maintain energy, so do not eat too much. Okay? Suddenly, the Kim scholar appeared right next to him. Come on, what are you doing? Why are you only eating one chocolate? Baekhyun threw a chocolate at him. If you have something to say it quickly, and beat it. He laughed with delight. I really like how quick-witted you are. He continued to remind him, you still have some rewards piling up. Why not use them? Baekhyun was surprised. What are you talking about? He thought to himself, I used the reincarnator's eyes to see the members' pasts, and I used the hidden truth reward to stop Leon. This made him hesitate. I still have a few rewards, but other rewards like the teleportation shoes, single use. You can teleport anywhere at any time. Emotion concealment mask, you can hide your emotions for 1 hour. You can even choose the emotion you want to show others. If you are sad but do not want to cry in front of people, try using the concealment reward. Sometimes you need to hide your feelings. Baekhyun glanced at the Kim scholar. They are one-time use, so I think I should save them. He laughed mockingly. You still have a lot to learn, reincarnator. The Kim scholar's next words made him freeze. If you save something for too long, it will turn into shit. Stepping inside the room, people were chatting. Today is the best, forever the best. The members of the history team bowed. Hello, we are best boys. Woochen was quite surprised by everyone's appearance. He scratched his head tiredly. Sorry, I have not slept in a week. Nice to meet you, my name is Jung Woochen. He was also the main director of the path we walked together, Jung Woochen. The woman on the side reminded him, hey, come on, do not yawn. You are making a bad impression. He was startled. The woman next to him introduced herself. I am Han Dak-young, the main writer. Nice to meet you. Everyone nodded. Nice to meet you. She quickly reminded them, sit down. We do not want you guys getting tired already. As soon as he sat down, Do-jun quickly explained, I am a fan of your works. Director Young, the Happy Friday show that just ended was my favorite. Woochen remained calm. That one, it stopped being funny a long time ago. His expression immediately changed. What? He sighed and continued reading the documents. Anyway, Do-jun, your favorite food is chicken, right? He was surprised. How did you know? He smiled and kept taking notes. I think eating helps you. His head slowly dropped down. Joy. Encountering this for the first time made everyone freeze. Do-jun smiled and asked. Even the other members did not know that. How does he know? Dak-young looked up and explained. We have watched your competition and reality show about 15 times. Hey, do not sleep. She kept trying to wake Woochen up. We needed to come up with some cool ideas for your group, so we watched them non-stop for a week. Baekhyun thought in surprise. The We Are Idols and the Best Comeback programs are quite large and have many episodes. Did they really watch the episodes featuring us all week just to understand us better? This situation left him genuinely amazed. Dak-young was still waking Woochen up. Come on, you have to wake up, right now. Baekhyun realized. I thought he was a genius director with brilliant ideas and natural talent. On the table was the proposal for the path we walked together. She was utterly helpless. I am sorry, he really has not slept at all this past week. Do you guys mind if I am the one interviewing you? Do-jun shook his head. No, not at all. Baekhyun understood more about this man. He is the type of director who will do everything in his power to create the best show possible. Dak-young started asking questions. Oh Soo, why do you want to be like Oh Soo? He was startled. How do you know? Up until now, he had been observing everyone's expressions. He also realized with surprise, it is going to be very intense from now on. Dak-young continued the discussion. So then, Jae-hyun. Baekhyun was still calculating. Even with the current promotion, we have not moved up the charts much yet. This gave him more of a headache. This won't do. We need something bigger. The path we walk together must become the turning point for the group. He kept tapping his finger on the armrest. As long as there are no sudden troubles, our time has not run out. It will be fine as long as we do not mess up. Suddenly Baekhyun called out. Do-jun. He looked at him, confused. He got straight to the point. You really want to win the rookie award, do not you? Do-jun quickly wiped his mouth with his hand. Who cares about that stuff? He continued probing. So what if we do not win? It is just an award. His face looked more and more unpleasant. I am completely satisfied with winning. We are idols already. He even forced a smile. Yeah, that is right. We got first place. Baekhyun immediately looked away. Liar. In his heart, he knew. It is better if we win. I have done everything for that rookie award. He glanced outside. And as soon as I achieve it, I will quit being an idol. Realizing something was off, Baekhyun was surprised. Come to think of it, we have been on the road for several hours. Why have not we arrived yet? It looks like we are going up a mountain. He observed Hong Seo closely with a scrutinizing gaze. Manager Jang is unusually quiet today. I have a bad feeling. Right then, the car suddenly stopped. A voice rang out, welcome, best boys. All the members froze. Woochen announced to everyone, this is Jung Woochen from the path we walk together. Wow. It looks like you are still wearing your stage costumes and makeup, he calmly announced. I guess you guys really did not know we would be filming today. Everything was happening beyond Baekhyun's imagination. Sometimes, variety shows surprise guests without warning. This is not necessarily a bad thing. There is always a certain fun that comes from authentic reactions. The producers want the group's honest expressions. Baekhyun's expression grew even worse. The members have to act really surprised here. Do-jun gasped in fear. I think I am going to have a heart attack. Oh-soo quickly looked around. What? Are we being ambushed? Is a war breaking out? Even Jae-hyun switched into acting mode. I can't breathe. Baekhyun breathed a sigh of relief. I guess there is nothing to worry about. Seeing him remain indifferent, Woo-chan immediately teased. Baekhyun, your expression looks very strange. He smiled curiously. Are you surprised, or are you just calm? I can't tell. All eyes turned toward Baekhyun at once. Only then did Do-jun notice that his hands were still shaking. Seeing his state, Oh-soo screamed in fear. Hyun, what is wrong? He is not breathing anymore. Jae-hyun immediately speculated. He is ice cold. He must have been so shocked. Hong Seok blamed himself even more. Oh my god, Hyun, I am sorry. It is my fault. Do-jun screamed in despair. No, our center is dead. Unable to hold it in any longer, Woo-chan burst out laughing. He nodded in praise. Baekhyun, you are unexpectedly funny. Everyone was ready for the next challenge. Now then, let us head to the set. Baekhyun realized, comedy stems from acting. The crowd around was noisy. Hyun, I love your reaction, he replied awkwardly. I was just too surprised. But his eyes were perfectly calm. If I think about it, variety shows are no different from acting. He had everything calculated. This show has to be funny for the audience, by any means necessary. The vast open space here made Oh-soo despair. Are we really going to spend the night here? He could not believe it. Dressed like this, Woo-chan sat to one side and said to everyone, alright, let us start the opening. Baekhyun thought to himself, I did not realize it because he slept through the first meeting, but he is quite the energetic type, is not he? He asked a question. When you think of best boys, what is the first thing that comes to mind? Do-jun quickly replied. The winning group of We Are Idols. He was very pleased with this answer. Exactly. That is the answer we were looking for. And that is why the theme of today's show will be betting night. Today, all outfits, food, and drinks will be rewards for winning games. Woo-chan's face suddenly turned menacing. And your opponents will be the production staff. In other words, you will be stuck in this hellish game with us all day long. Do-jun's expression immediately changed. We did win the reality show, but we did not win every single round. He was quite surprised. Where did your fighting spirit go? Did you leave it at home? He continued to goad everyone. Strange. Where's the confidence we saw on TV? Was it all just acting? Baekhyun could not stay quiet anymore. Of course not. We might lose a few times, but in the most critical situations, he declared directly, we always win. He thought to himself, we will probably lose some games, but variety shows always give guests a chance to turn the tables and win at the last minute. His answer made Woo-chan extremely satisfied. They probably planned games where the staff has the advantage. I do not care about losing a few small games, even if we lose. All the members were full of determination. We just need one win to turn the tide and win it all. Baekhyun was certain of this information. That is what makes variety shows funny. While everyone was still in despair, Woo-chan laughed. I can't believe Best Boys lost the very first round. The multiplication table, what happened? He continued to tease Baekhyun. You answered every question correctly. Did not you? You must be the most frustrated one. He tried to act indifferent. It is over, so let it be. In his heart, he knew. Honestly, I expected the group to lose. The staff brought over plates of food. Here you go. Everyone was excited. Thank you so much, but someone was very disappointed. We only get to eat vegetables. We want meat. Baekhyun understood. The other members spent more time practicing than studying at school, so it would be weird to expect them to be good at calculations. Woo-chan looked at the delicious plate of meat in front of him. What an honor. Who knew I would get to eat meat grilled by Best Boys themselves? He tasted it refreshingly. Thanks for the food. Realizing something was wrong, his expression changed. Woo-chan immediately complained. Why is it so salty? Only then did Baekhyun slowly speak up. I forgot to mention. He acted pitiful and explained, I am terrible at seasoning. I did not mean to oversalt it. It is awful. I am sorry. I am so sad. Immediately, Oh-soo stepped forward and hugged him. Why are you scolding our Hyun? He might have a bit of a dull palate, but he is great at his job. He comforted him gently. Hyun, do not listen to him. Do-jun also stepped forward. We do not cook for ourselves much at the dorm. I am sorry. Everyone teamed up. Besides, you told us we were not allowed to eat meat, so we could not taste it to see if it was seasoned properly. Woo-chan was completely speechless. He quickly corrected himself. I understand. If you chew it long enough, it is not that bad. Since he was in front of the camera, he told himself, I have to eat it if I do not want their fans to hate me. A triumphant smile appeared on Baekhyun's face. Variety shows are all about give and take. Now it is his turn to be annoyed. Suddenly Doo-jun put his hand on his shoulder. He nodded in praise. Well done, Hyun. He realized something was off. Come to think of it, nobody stopped me when I offered to grill the meat. These guys are sometimes even more devious than I am. Regardless, Baekhyun did not mind. But this little bit of payback is nothing compared to Director Young in the end. Woo-chan coldly declared, you guys do not get the indoor sleeping tent. The bad news was not over. You do not get the mosquito spray for a bug-free night. Oh-soo screamed in fear, not my face. He continued to announce, you do not get comfortable clothes to change into. You do not get breakfast tomorrow. And that is how the four of you have become homeless boys. Doo-jun complained, I am so tired and hungry. Baekhyun found it incredibly hard to believe. I have never lost this many times. He could not accept this reality. In my entire life, his expression grew worse and worse. Is it even possible to be this unlucky in everything? Woo-chan teased with a smile. We intended to go easy on you, but you guys really did not let us, did you? Don't be so disappointed. Suddenly Doo-jun asked, what is the last game? Woo-chan remarked in surprise. Doo-jun, you look really angry. Is it because you keep losing? I have never seen you make that face before. He smiled and announced, the current score is 5-0 against you. Since we have taken a huge lead, we have decided to offer a special opportunity. His next words startled Baekhyun. If you win this game, we will give you every single prize you failed to win until now. His eyes lit up. Here it is, the chance to turn things around. He stood up seriously and asked, if the reward is that good, how bad is the penalty? He found him interesting. If you lose, you have to do everything we ask of you. Jae-hyun immediately agreed. Deal. But Baekhyun reached out to stop him. He continued, you won't tell us what it is beforehand, right? Woo-chan laughed. Of course not. Where's the fun in that? Taking this chance, he proposed. Then you also have to let us set a condition. He was startled. What condition? Baekhyun went on. Actually, the group does not really mind sleeping outdoors, wearing uncomfortable clothes, getting mosquito bites, or having nothing to eat. He showed a calculating smile. Nobody is afraid of a little hardship. Jae-hyun behind him looked dazed. Ooh, yes. He calmly turned his head and gestured. Right, guys. Oh-soo nodded helplessly. Of course. Not afraid of anything. Jae-hyun also talked tough. Mosquitoes are nothing to us. I will show off my muscles to scare them away. Doo-jun even declared, as the leader, I support Hyun's proposal. Baekhyun continued the negotiation. It is fine even if we do not receive back what we have lost until now. His tone remained very calm. However, I think it would be more interesting if we do not announce the reward we want for winning right now. What do you think? Woo-chan quickly replied. We need to have a meeting. Only then did Jae-hyun step forward to complain. Hyun, why do you want us to suffer more? I do not want to sleep outside. I have already been bitten by 10 mosquitoes. But Baekhyun had his own plan. Listen, guys. If we put in a little more effort and win this, we can demand anything we want from Director Young and the crew. His gaze became calculating. In other words, we will get one free wish of our choosing. While Baekhyun was still speaking, Woo-chan interrupted. Fine, the deal is set. He smiled. We will reveal it after the game is over. However, in exchange, if you lose, a look of anticipation appeared on his face. You will have to sleep in a tent without mosquito repellent while wearing your stage costumes. Agreed, he continued, pushing a piece of paper forward, and you will only get vegetables for breakfast tomorrow. Fearing Baekhyun might change his mind, Woo-chan reminded him, no taking back your words. He laughed confidently. Yes, of course. The next game began. The referee announced, Baekhyun 2 points. And with that, best boys have tied with us. Baekhyun kept blaming himself. I should have gotten one more point. Doo-jun quickly comforted him. It is okay, we can win this. Jae-hyun was very confident in his abilities. I am great at games like Jegichagi. Let the strongest member handle this. On the other side, Woo-chan pointed to a woman. You are quite confident, are not you? But let me tell you, we have a hidden ace too. She is our secret weapon. He continued to praise her non-stop. The youngest member of our lighting crew, she used to be a youth rhythmic gymnast. The girl raised her leg high. Naturally Jae-hyun easily followed suit. I can do the splits easily too. The two faced off against each other. We have Oh Jung-sun, the former athlete and youngest member of the lighting team. She will face off against Kang Jae-hyun, the muscle man and former kangaroo. Woo-chan felt very excited. It is clear who has the upper hand, but you never know what might happen. Baekhyun felt something was off, but doing the splits had nothing to do with Jegichagi. Unable to wait any longer, he announced. Now then, Jong-sun was ready for the competition. We will start with Oh Jong-sun. Woo-chan declared, ready, set, go. The shuttlecock was tossed into the air. He kept counting out loud, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Unfortunately, the shuttlecock on Jae-hyun's side fell to the ground. A winner was declared. Representing the staff, Oh Jong-sun scored 16 points, exactly as expected from a former rhythmic gymnast. Everyone turned their heads toward Jae-hyun. Now, would Jae-hyun have a chance? He declared loudly, I will win at any cost. I will do whatever it takes to get more than 16 points. The shuttlecock was tossed into the air. Woochen was still counting. 1, 2, 3. Everyone's expressions gradually changed. 4, 5, 6. It seemed everyone realized Jae-hyun was using bizarre poses to keep the shuttlecock up. 10, 11, 12. He even started doing headspins. 13, 14. Oh-soo and Do-jun became even more expectant. Well done, Jae-hyun. Baek-hyun stood still, watching the shuttlecock fly in the air. Jae-hyun's jiggy-chaggy skills were within his expectations. He asked himself, but I said it already, did not I? He knew it all too well. Today, our best boys seem exceptionally unlucky. The shuttlecock was gradually falling, making everyone anxious. On Woochun's side, a smug smile appeared. With no other choice, Baek-hyun immediately decided, I will use a reward. He requested the system time freeze, activate. A notification appeared, time freeze reward activated. Everything gradually became blurred. The reincarnator Baek-hyun had activated the time freeze reward. The faces of Oh-soo and Do-jun remained frozen in shock. The notification appeared, time will stop for 3 minutes. Baek-hyun stood up without hesitation. During this time, only the reincarnator could move. He reached out and caught the shuttlecock that was falling toward the ground. The Kim scholar laughed mockingly. You still have a lot to learn, reincarnator. If you save something for too long, it will turn into shit. He calmly looked at the shuttlecock in his hand. The corners of Baek-hyun's mouth curled up slightly. He is right. I can't let these go to waste. A notification appeared, time freeze reward will end in 30 seconds. Returning to reality, Jae-hyun looked at the shuttlecock on his foot. 16. Even Oh-soo and Do-jun were thrilled. 17. He had a look of anticipation. Alright, the number reached 18. Woochun could not believe this was happening. Overcome with emotion, everyone hugged each other tightly. Great, we did it. We won. Jae-hyun did it. Feeling that something was not quite right, Woochun was speechless. How did he kick that? It looked like he was about to miss. We practically had the win in our hands. He was startled. How did this happen? Baek-hyun wore a smug smile. Best boys won the game. Woochun had a bad premonition. I wonder what they wrote. What if they want to be paid 100 million won or something? What if they want to be in every variety show I make from now on? All the staff members also became worried, but when the paper was opened, the content inside read, we want every episode to play the full First Love music video by Best Boys. Woochun imagined his CEO scolding him. What do I do now? Why did you agree in the first place? Write 100 apology letters immediately. We would have won if it were not for that jaggichagi game. Time passed. Normally, at the end of every variety show episode, music videos of guest artists are played to help promote their albums. Best Boys were no exception. Man, these feelings of yours. It is like my heart has been bewitched. Woochun became even more worried. However, songs are usually only played for 30 to 50 seconds. But they requested we play a full 3-minute song at the end of every episode until the end of the season. Do-jun looked at him with a hopeful smile. You will keep your promise, right? He clutched his head in despair. Why am I seeing Hyun's face through Do-jun's? A few days passed. Ji-ho shouted, come on, I have to watch my program, talk show today. He kept complaining, I want to watch my show live too. Jae-hyun reminded him, hey, you are just a supporting host. We are the main guests. He was about to say something else. Come on, I bet your show can't beat mine in viewership ratings. Seeing CEO Cho appear surprised both of them. Mr. Chol did email Jeezit. Both of them hurriedly bowed. Hello boss. He kept waving them off. Hey, do not bow to me like that. It is not like we are the mob. Their words made him freeze. But you will scold us if we do not bow, won't you? He was still dazed. Are you talking about me? Baek-hyun announced, 30 seconds until the program starts. Everyone was very expectant. Chairman Cho Han-jun did not laugh very often, so if he laughed at least once while watching this episode, he was looking forward to it immensely. It meant that. Do-jun announced, it is starting. He kept a close eye on the CEO's face. This show was going to be a hit. It opened with everyone's startled voices. Hyun, what is wrong? He has stopped breathing. He is ice cold. He must have been so shocked. The usually calm Baek-hyun had fainted. He was completely caught off guard. Hong Seok clutched his stomach laughing. Look at Hyun's face. Keeping this a surprise was definitely the right call. He realized, I look like an idiot right now, and everyone seems to love it. He glanced to the side. Is Mr. Cha laughing too? Seeing his stoic face made him anxious. Is that not funny enough to make him laugh? My pride is a bit hurt. The scene cut to the next segment. Let us review the multiplication table. 7 times 7 is... Jae-hyun blurted out, 67. Oh-soo shouted in despair from the side. Come on, it is 49. Baek-hyun's expression grew worse. Best Boys eliminated, but it seemed CEO Cho had no reaction, which made him even more desperate. Not even a smile. The scene shifted to the next part. You guys do not get to sleep in the indoor tent, the members wailed. You do not get mosquito spray for a bug-free night. After that came everyone's pathetic appearance. You do not get comfortable clothes to change into. You do not get breakfast tomorrow. The battle was a complete failure, leaving Baekhyun in despair. Doo-jun laughed as he wiped away tears. I was so mad back then, but watching it now is hilarious. Hong Seok added. How did you guys lose 5 games in a row? Was it all planned? Jae Hyun did not know what else to say. Do you really think we would plan to lose all 5 games? Baekhyun was still very worried, glancing at CEO Cho. Up until now, Mr. Cho did his mood darkened. He still was not laughing. The voice on the TV rang out, and this is the final game to turn the tide. He was in total despair. Maybe, Woochun announced, if you win this game, we will give you every prize you have not been able to win so far. And so, Jae Hyun repeatedly showed off various curves. He even had to strike a difficult pose to keep the shuttlecock up. He had completely won. 18. Great, we did it, we won. Jae Hyun did it. Everyone was still joking around. But Baekhyun just felt dejected. Clearly, CEO Cho had not laughed a bit. Woochun asked, is this really your wish? You want us to play the first love music video at the end of every episode? His expression gradually turned sour. Do you really want to ask me to do this? His face was completely speechless. Following that was Doo-jun's voice. You will keep your promise, right? CEO Cho suddenly made a sound. Baekhyun immediately turned his head to look at him. He found it hard to believe. That was… CEO Cho burst out laughing. This was the first time he had ever seen him so happy. This made the other members confused as well. Baekhyun could not believe he actually laughed at the last second. He breathed a sigh of relief. We did it. Finally, Mr. Cho laughed. Everyone rushed over to ask, Boss, are you okay? Baekhyun's mood improved. I do not know what made him burst out laughing like that, but I have a good feeling about this. Articles kept appearing. Ji-ho vs. Best Boys, who will win this intense battle? Best Boys on the path we walked together, were they always this funny? Best Boys are funnier than comedians. The path we walked together is a massive success. Best Boys make director Young and the staff look like fools. Comments exploded on social media. I love the chemistry between Jung Woo-chan and BBS, can't stop laughing. I never thought I would see this side of Hyun. My favorite. I love him. Best Boys, today is the first time I have seen them, but I am already hooked. These young men really go all out for a variety show, huh? Everyone silently read the comments. The thing that made this episode even funnier was that director Young was actually surprised. Ji-ho's expression immediately changed. No way. Why is not my name in the top 20 trending search terms? Baekhyun understood. Usually, Saturday night news is filled with talk show news. In the battle for TV ratings, it seemed the producers of Talk Show Today were completely wary of director Young's new program. The next thing happened. They had invited top actor Park Young-bin. He does not often appear on variety shows, so he attracted a lot of attention. And so, Park Jung-bin clearly influenced the ratings boost. But after the broadcast, Best Boys dominated the new rankings. Baekhyun sighed. The first episode should be done airing by now. We can see everyone's reaction. Oh-soo called out, Hyun. He looked extremely excited. We have risen on the music charts. He continued to speculate. I think everyone is searching for our house after watching the show. Oh-soo's face became even more surprised. No way, Hyun. Did you plan this too? Doo-jun hurried over. Let me see. Baekhyun knew well. We are ranked 10th on the music charts. Before there was a wall we could never overcome. His mood turned joyful. Finally, we have taken another step. That is it. Realizing something was off, Baekhyun turned his head. All the members were looking at him with admiring eyes. He hurriedly pushed them aside. That is enough. His expression turned sour. If you hug me, I will slaughter all of you. Baekhyun could only run away from the members, leaving them confused. Caught you, Inyu. Ji-ho also asked himself in confusion, how is he so fast? Inside the room, the Kim scholar asked curiously, I guess my last warning really scared you, huh? After all, none of this means anything if you do not win the rookie award. He silently agreed with this. Yeah, I was scared. His expression became somber. And it was truly desperate. Baekhyun thought for a long time. Desperate, as if remembering something. The Kim scholar announced, I came here today to inform you directly. He joyfully pointed at Baekhyun. The wish of the holder of regrets has been fulfilled. You are quite lucky. He was silent for a moment. Kim Doo-jun's wish was the rookie award. Oh-soo's wish was to be in the top 10 of the music charts. Back then, Oh-soo had told him, we used our own money to release a song. We are on our way to meet a sponsor. He realized they were still just the same Best Boys, even until they died. Seeing Baekhyun still lost in thought, the Kim scholar's reminder startled him. He hurriedly pulled out the item he had prepared. The scholar immediately waved his hand. No, not that this time. I want something else. He was a bit confused. The Kim scholar is refusing sweets. Is he sick? While Baekhyun was still thinking, the Kim scholar explained, I want you to meet my previous reincarnator. His expression immediately changed. No. Why should I do that? He kept complaining, why won't you listen to me? We are friends, are not we? It is not a difficult request. It is not like you have to go abroad or anything. It seemed he did not care, which made the scholar even more helpless. You just have to meet a reincarnator living in Seoul. Do you really think so little of our friendship? The Kim scholar was about to say more. I am not saying you have to do it for free. I will help you compose music. Seeing no other way, Baekhyun sighed. Then tell me the name. Who did you send back to the past? He announced, it is someone you know. His expression changed instantly. What? He turned to look at the Kim scholar, who was still looking awkward. He continued to inquire, can you help? He was completely stunned. Someone, I know. In shock, he turned his head to look back. Inside the brightly lit room, a voice rang out, Hyun, are you really staying here tonight? Hong Seok continued, it has been a while since you have been able to get off early. You should go home and get some rest. Hearing that, Baekhyun immediately declined, I will stay here tonight and head straight to tomorrow's schedule from here. You should go home and rest. Mr. Jang, the man let out a long weary yawn and turned back. No, I will sleep in the break room today. Call me if you need anything, he replied. Got it. As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Seok went straight into the break room to catch some more sleep. Now only Baekhyun remained awake, sitting there alone. His eyes were fixed on the clock on the wall. I never even thought about that. In his mind, the conversation with Scholar Kim resurfaced. Go to the office hallway at 10:20 p.m. tomorrow. The man had added, the person who gets into the elevator with you is the reincarnator I mentioned. Remembering this, Baekhyun did not hesitate to put on his jacket and pull his hat down low before heading out. I figured they would be someone in this industry, but I never thought that person would be collaborating with Besta Entertainment. Right at the appointed time, he stood there scrolling through his phone, waiting. The phone screen showed 10:19:30 p.m. Baekhyun thought to himself, 30 seconds left. Images of many colleagues around him flashed through his mind. After a thought, he put his phone back in his pocket. It was now 10:19:40 p.m. Baekhyun quickly stepped toward the elevator and pressed the button. 10 seconds left. The countdown began. 9 seconds. And then, finally, the last second arrived. The elevator stopped at the first floor. The elevator doors opened, and the light inside was bright. He took a step inside. To be safe, Baekhyun looked back over his shoulder once, but there was absolutely no one there. This made him exclaim in surprise, wait. There is no one here. Without thinking too much, he concluded it might be a mistake. I was worried for nothing. I guess even Scholar Kim makes mistakes. As the elevator doors were slowly closing, a hand suddenly reached in to stop them, and someone shouted, wait a second. Baekhyun was startled by the voice, his eyes filled with confusion. The face of the girl standing across from him was definitely one he had seen many times before. Previously, Hong Seok had asked him, Hyun, do you know anyone named Miso? And now, that very girl stood right before Baekhyun's eyes, with a bright smile. Thank you. The air in the elevator suddenly felt stagnant. He whispered, Miso. She stammered in confusion. Why, you recognize me. Miso continued, I thought you would not like it if I acted like we knew each other, so I could not even say hello until now. Hearing this, Baekhyun felt even more frustrated and cursed inwardly. Scholar Kim, you should have told me the other reincarnator was so Miso. He wondered. And why could not you just talk to her yourself? Why did you have to go through me? His expression looked like it could pierce through anything. I thought you were her manager. Why can't she see you? As if reading his mind, Scholar Kim replied, once my work as a manager is done, the reincarnator can no longer see me. After reading those words, a glimmer of hope sparked in Baekhyun's heart. So, if I complete all the missions and survive until I am 30, he blurted out, that means, he immediately asked, I won't have to see Scholar Kim anymore. Scholar Kim laughed and replied, what is with that expression? Are you sad? Baekhyun snapped back, no way. Just tell me what you want me to say to her. Returning to the present, Miso spoke up. Are not you getting out? She gave an awkward smile and continued. I did not know this elevator was going up. I have to go down. Good night. Suddenly, Baekhyun interrupted. Are you eating well? Miso asked in surprise. What? But he continued to inquire, are your parents treating you well? She scratched her head and replied, I am not their biological child, but they are very kind to me. Baekhyun turned pale with embarrassment, thinking, why am I asking such personal questions now? Scholar Kim folded his hands in a pleading gesture. You agreed to help. Baekhyun then asked, what about your siblings? Are they treating you well? Upon hearing this, Miso suddenly froze. I have an older brother, but we do not get along very well. Her expression became unnatural. We are not close at all. Seeing that look, he felt extremely uncomfortable and wanted to say something, but Scholar Kim stopped him. Baekhyun turned his back to her and asked, if things are that difficult at home, why do not you leave? Miso replied, I am still in the 9th grade. He continued, it is just a feeling, but you look like you are struggling. Naturally, he knew a bit about her situation. I heard she was adopted by a very wealthy family, so I thought she would live a more comfortable life than other kids. At this moment, he felt that thought was entirely wrong. But, I guess that is not quite right. From deep within Baekhyun, a sentence burst out. Do you know how to get what you want from others? Miso replied. I am not sure. I guess I will just keep speaking my mind. He interrupted. No. The surest way to get what you want. He continued. is to hold their weaknesses against them. As he stepped out, Baekhyun explained, of course, this method should only be used against people who are completely unreasonable. With that, he pulled his hat down to cover his face. The worse they are. Baekhyun stopped and smiled toward Miso. After hearing that, she looked confused and asked, is it easier to threaten someone? Miso ran after him and continued, I never thought about threatening someone to get what I want. Baekhyun exclaimed, really, that is surprising. We can't always get what we want by being nice. We know this better than anyone, do not you think? As he listened, Scholar Kim could not take it anymore. He grabbed Baekhyun's hair, pulled hard, and yelled, what on earth are you teaching her? Baekhyun thought to himself, I do not know if it is right to say this to a child either. Suddenly, Miso covered her mouth and burst out laughing. She looked at Baekhyun and said, I am not that childish and naive. You know, he felt that was indeed true. That is right. She is a reincarnator, just like me. I do not know how old she was when she died or what year she returned to. Only now did Baekhyun explain the previous misunderstanding. It is not that I did not want to act like we knew each other, but you are a trainee while I am an idol, and I did not want you to suffer from any rumors. Miso replied, no, it is okay. I understand. He replied, thanks for saying that. As they were talking, Scholar Kim reminded him again, emphasized the part about living in the dorms. He pressed so close that Baekhyun felt extremely annoyed but still tried to endure it. You should go home and tell your family that you really want to live in the dorms. Hearing that, she nodded slightly in agreement. Yes, thank you. After saying that, he left immediately. Alright, get home safely. Watching Baekhyun walk away, Miso sighed and thought, he has not changed at all. Not just now, she thought to herself. But in the past, too. A moment later, inside the room, Scholar Kim asked indignantly, you let a young girl go home alone late at night. You should have walked her back, you rude reincarnator. However, he just calmly closed the door and replied, you only asked me to deliver a message to her. I have fulfilled the deal. He gave a sly smile and continued, now, you are my music slave. Hearing that, Scholar Kim shouted angrily, slave, how dare you call me a slave? I signed a contract to be your composition teacher. Who said anything about being a slave? Baekhyun immediately pulled out a piece of paper and pointed at it. When he read it carefully, Scholar Kim was shocked to see the line, Party B, Scholar Kim, will become the music slave of Party A, Baekhyun, whenever Party A desires. Party B is the slave of Party A. Baekhyun laughed triumphantly and said, exactly. You should have read the contract more carefully before signing. The other was speechless with fear. Wipe, in the hundreds of years of managing reincarnators, I have never met such a bastard like you damn reincarnator. Time passed quickly until the next morning. Baekhyun and Hong Seok were standing by the main road. A little girl passing by recognized him instantly. It is the homeless guy from TV, remember, Mom? Her mother quickly stopped her. Oh my god, do not point, sweetie. The woman picked up her daughter and hurried away, not forgetting to explain, I am so sorry, we love you on the variety show. The little girl looked confused, but on the show, he is homeless. He froze and asked, homeless, me? When he entered the room, many people also noticed Baekhyun. Hello Baekhyun, I love your show. Oh my, they laughed and gossiped, everyone loves it. At this rate, Best Boys will take over the airwaves. Hyun, sorry, but just seeing your face makes me laugh. Hearing that, his face darkened with anger. Damn it, PD Jung. Hong Seok hurriedly comforted him. Hyun, look how popular you are. But Baekhyun could only sigh helplessly. In terms of attraction, The Road We Walk Together is completely beating today's talk shows. The rival show was hosted by the nation's top TV host, who had maintained the #1 spot across TV programs for a decade. Best Boys might be popular among rookie idol groups. They had worked very hard to shine their brightest. And finally, the day to reap the rewards had arrived. The scene changed to the backstage room where voices could be heard. Oh my god, it is Nari, Yoonjae, and Lee Ju. Baekhyun was also drawn to the voice. Lee Hang, did she give you her phone number too? In front of him, Ji-ho was babbling incessantly. No way, Lee Hyang gave us her number. He cheered with a bright smile. This is great, she actually. But before he could finish his sentence, a hand suddenly snatched the small piece of paper. Do-jun was boiling with rage and hissed, I have looked it over, but this is not for you. Ji-ho. The other cringed in fear and explained, it is not that I am interested or anything. I just wondered who Senior Lee Hyang gave her number to. Before Ji-ho could finish, Do-jun interrupted. I understand you are disappointed, but I want us to be brave so that no rumors get in our way. You know how quickly baseless rumors spread in this industry. We should not give people a chance to scrutinize us from the start. You think so too, right? Sitting to one side, Jae-hyun let out a weary yawn. Aren't you too tired of saying the same thing over and over? You are as obsessed with controlling us as you are with practicing. Oh-soo, looking at himself in the mirror, added, it just reminds me of how handsome my face is. Ignoring their bickering, Baekhyun just sat still and thought, when I was an actor, I only had to look out for myself. But now I am in a group of 5. I should be more careful. Why is life so difficult? Just then, there was a loud knock at the door. An assistant replied, yes. Standing at the door was a woman. The assistant asked, hello, Ms. Kim? What is a writer like you doing here? She gave a forced smile. Hello? One member spoke up. Today is the best. Forever the best. Writer Kim waved her hand. No need for a full greeting. You guys are too polite. After saying that, she pointed behind her. If you do not mind, could I bring my cousin in for a moment? They exclaimed. Is he a fan? A young man with multicolored hair shyly introduced himself. Yes, I am a fan of Best Boys. Doojun greeted him warmly. Nice to meet you. That is impressive. I heard that following the music curriculum there is very difficult. Writer Kim laughed. That is right. He is actually one of the top students. He has been writing music since middle school. She added, recently he started composing under the pen name Crave. These words made Baekhyun freeze. Crave. He startled and turned his head toward the door, wondering, that kid with the bowl cut is Crave. Recalling his past life, he had heard of this person. In my previous life, Crave was so famous that even I knew who he was, even though I had no interest in music then. The songs composed by Crave consistently climbed to the top of the charts. Baekhyun remembered clearly the Billboard charts. Returning to the present, the boy said with great admiration, I am only 20, but I believe my composing skills are not too bad. As he spoke, Crave's eyes sparkled as he looked at everyone. I thought there were not many artists in Korea who could truly bring out the full potential of my music, so I was planning to go abroad to find other opportunities. But then I learned about your group. You guys gave me so much inspiration, he suggested, so I really hope you can take the time to listen to my song. Seeing how excited he was, the assistant quickly stopped him. Ah, you are a musician, right? I see. Unfortunately, they are about to go on air, so they can give you an autograph, but suddenly, a voice cut in. It is a pleasure to meet you. Then a hand reached out in front of Crave. Baekhyun introduced himself with a warm smile. I am Baekhyun of Best Boys. Hearing that, the boy happily shook his hand and replied, Baekhyun, I am Crave. Every time you dominate the stage, I get so much inspiration. The corners of his mouth curled up as he thought. This composer, in a few years, he will be so famous that we won't be able to meet him even if we want to. However, just like the countless rumors about top artists, globally famous musicians could not escape gossip either. The boy exclaimed. I shook his hand. Baekhyun recalled, when I was 30, I heard many rumors about him. People said he did drugs and was involved in prostitution, or that he worked with criminal organizations. But since he became wealthy and famous so early, it was not entirely unbelievable. Still, he wanted to see for himself. Whether those rumors are true or false, I will have to see and judge for myself. With that thought, he spoke up. Mr. Crave, if it is all right with you. Baekhyun smiled and asked, can we exchange numbers? After the conversation ended, a shocked voice rang out in the room. Unbelievable. Jiho shook Baekhyun vigorously and questioned him. It took so long for you to give us your number. Why did you give it to that guy after meeting him just once? He sighed and explained, he wants to show us his songs. I had to get his number. We need a stage soon, so. The other interrupted through tears, but you could have just given him our manager's number. Don't you see the muscle giant and Doojun crying because they feel hurt? He stopped him. Hey. Stop crying. You will ruin your makeup. Baekhyun reassured him. He got into Hoyle Arts University as a top student. Keeping a relationship with him will be good for the future. Jiho countered. There are top students every year. It is not that special. He asked. Are you going to give your number to every top student? He replied helplessly. Just drop it. Meanwhile, Oh-soo saw Baekhyun's phone screen light up. The contact list showed exactly 20 numbers. That made him reflect for a moment. Suddenly, he spoke up and asked, Hyun, can you see Crave's future or something? Oh-soo continued. You gave him your number because you think he will be famous, right? He stammered nervously. No, of course not. The others did not believe it either. Oh, come on. Do you think Hyun can see the future? He is not a superhero. Do you think Hyun can travel back in time or use supernatural powers? The other side. He has very good intuition. It would make sense if he could see the future. Baekhyun thought in disbelief. What the hell, are they reincarnators too? At the same time, at a girl idol company, a girl spoke up. What did we agree to do if we win first place again? Behind her, people were gossiping. Best Boys are pretty popular lately. My friend keeps asking about them. They keep asking if those boys are that cute in real life. According to other groups, they are quite cold. They continued, their company must control them very strictly. Apparently, other girl groups give them their numbers but no one ever contacts them. Ha-jang frowned and wondered, wait. Cold. She recalled their previous encounter. Those guys. The red-haired girl continued to talk excitedly. I like guys with a sweet look like Kim Doojun. He looks so pure and innocent. The black-haired girl shyly added. Baekhyun is my type. He is 20 but has the eyes of an experienced man. Sometimes I watch his fancams and he is excellent. It feels like watching a movie. Both of them asked in unison, do you think they would contact us if we gave them our numbers? While they were daydreaming, Ha-jang interrupted. Don't you remember our last meeting? She recounted. They bowed politely and were very eager when they met us. Those guys would never act cold toward us. The red-haired girl hesitated. Maybe they were just being polite. They are known to be very well-mannered. According to the staff, getting Baekhyun's number is impossible, even if you are a top actor or singer. The black-haired girl also nodded in agreement. That is right. Everyone says he is quite indifferent toward women. After hearing that, Ha Jiying deduced, obviously, the members of Seven Circles were rejected too. Just as she finished speaking, the door was pushed open. Hey. I was just walking by and thought I heard my group's name. A girl walked in and said, "It seems you guys are talking about best boys." She asked, "Do you think a rookie idol group is a fresh piece of meat that is easy to eat?" Ha Jiying replied, "Sena, looks like you like Baekhyun. You like the cold and indifferent type, right? So you can feel like you have tamed them." Not stopping there, she intentionally leaned close to Sena's ear and whispered, having her true intentions exposed. The other girl got angry and shouted, "What did you just say? Say that again." But Ha Jiying still added fuel to the fire. "Sena, you look pathetically desperate right now." She immediately pushed her away and questioned, "Get lost. If you can pull it off, I will call you mother for the rest of my life. Do you think you are better than everyone else?" Sena cursed bitterly and slammed the door as she left. "That is why I hate you so much. You bitch." Hearing that, the Jang did not care much, and just gave a mocking smirk. Scene changed to a large office. A group of exhausted people were discussing. "Mr. Young, we still can't finalize the girl group for the next episode, right?" "Not yet. Many groups have asked to be on air, but I have not found the right one." While they did not know what to do, the phone rang. Mr. Young went out to answer the phone. "Wait, give me a second." Someone sighed and replied, "Alright, we will put this plan on hold for now." But a moment later, Mr. Young pushed the door open and ran in. He shouted, "Let us roll with the girl group episode." Everyone was startled. "You scared me to death. What happened? Who is joining? I am about to have a heart attack." His face showed pure joy as he laughed loudly. "It is Ha Jiying from Over Rain. She agreed to join the show." This information was quickly passed on to the Best Boys group. Oh Su suddenly exclaimed, "What? Ha Jiying from Over Rain is coming to our show as a guest." The assistant looked at his phone and replied, "Yes, there is already news about it." Hong Seok's face looked thoughtful. "I thought she was busy filming and promoting with her group, so she would not do variety shows." "Mr. Jang, have you seen the news about the next guest for The Road We Walk Together?" He replied, "I guess director Jung is really determined to make this show a success." Jae-hyun asked, "Aren't the guests and missions for each episode usually top secret?" "It has always been that way." Ha Jiying is someone who will guarantee high ratings for the show, no matter what. Director Jung must know that keeping her appearance a secret would not benefit them at all. After all, it is better to let the news spread and get more viewers when the show airs. Thinking about this, Baekhyun sat still in deep thought. The assistant said, thinking back, "Basically, you trained the members of Over Rain, right?" Hong Seok replied, "That is right. I watched over them from the time they were trainees until their debut." He guessed, "Then, you must know Ha Jiying well. What kind of person is she?" After thinking in silence for a moment, he spoke up, "I took care of them for a long time, so I do not think it is a good idea to gossip about them, but I will say one thing." Hong Seok's eyes were very serious as he cautioned, "Be careful. There is always a reason why she was able to climb to the top." From what he said, Baekhyun confirmed, "So she is someone we need to watch out for." He thought to himself, leader Jang is not the type to lie about this. There is definitely something about her, but we really need an opportunity like this. She is just a one-time guest, so we need to get whatever we can from her. If Ha Jiying is the goose that lays the golden eggs, we have to get that golden egg. In the previous few weeks, Best Boys had been dressed sloppily in The Road We Walk Together. Jae-hyun joked, "These pants are so comfortable. Let us do our best today." It was because director Jung requested the whole group to wear comfortable clothes. They complained, "This is not comfortable at all, but I came here in stage clothes." Back to today, in the backstage room. But now, the whole group changed to a different style. They suddenly want us to dress like college students. Do-jun looked at the glasses and exclaimed, "These do not have lenses." Oh Su happily asked, "How do I look? Cute?" Jae-hyun replied, "Yes, sure. Cute and handsome as always." Thinking it over, Do-jun was still very curious. Why do they want us to dress like college students? "Do you think today's episode will be like a dating show?" Standing opposite them, Hong Seok was very worried and concerned. "Even if it happens, you can't actually fall in love with the guest. Okay, the show is not real life. Do not get too deep into the situation." Jae-hyun patted his chest confidently. "Don't worry. If Ji-ho were here, he would fall for them in 2 seconds, but we are fine." Before he could finish, Oh-soo interrupted. "Don't joke. You jump up like a puppy when someone praises your muscles." Unlike the others, Baekhyun calmly reminded them as usual, "Just think of this as a game where the goal is not to like anyone." He continued, "The loser has to pay for the next company dinner." The whole group moved out. "Let us go. We can do it. We can do it. Let us win together." Scene changed to the studio. Mr. Young was already there waiting. "Welcome, Best Boys. You must have seen the news about this week's guest." Do-jun replied excitedly, "Yes, we heard that some very famous seniors will be joining the show. It is an honor to meet them." He continued, "You are right. They are all famous artists. Now, please welcome today's guests. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 beautiful girls walked in. The first person was indeed Ha Jang. She introduced herself. Hello, I am Ha Jang of Overrain. It is a pleasure to meet everyone. Ha Jang, the leader of Overrain. The whole group bowed and replied, it is a pleasure to meet you, senior. Moving to the next person. Hello. I am Sina, Ha Jang's best friend and a member of 7 Circles. Ha Jang asked me to join the show with her. Sina, the leader of 7 Circles. Everyone said in unison, it is a pleasure to meet you. The third person was a brown-haired girl. My name is Ko Yeonjung. I am an actress. Ko Yeonjung, a rookie actress. The group replied, it is a pleasure to meet you. The last person was a girl with short hair and a radiant expression. Lee Hyujin, I am a model. I came to this show because I heard everyone here is taller than me. The group repeated, it is a pleasure to meet you. Witnessing this, Mr. Jising Young quickly reminded them, best boys, if you keep bowing to them, like you are in the military, you are going to make the guests feel awkward. He pointed to the side. You are all around the same age, so I hope everyone can relax a bit for today's episode. That is why I have prepared something special. An electronic watch was brought out. Mr. Jung explained, each of you will wear a heart rate monitor. From now on, no more being overly polite. You should feel free to call each other by your names. The average heart rate is 80 to 100. Only then did he explain the rules. This episode will be best boys against the guests. The winning team will be decided by the highest total heart rate. Hearing that, Baekhyun helplessly thought, so it is like a simulated dating show. They want to raise our heart rates because they want to see us flustered and tense. The show officially began. Now, moving on to deciding the partners Young Woochun's matching in heaven. The guests will choose their own partners. Ladies, please stand behind the best boys member you want to pair up with. Oh, Sue asked curiously, what if they choose the same member? Mr. Jung smiled and replied, if that happens, the choice belongs to the best boys member. Ladies, think carefully about who you want to pair with. Baekhyun glanced at the other members. These guys are like soft tofu. I wonder if they will be okay. He did not notice that 2 figures had stepped up behind him. Besides, they have no dating experience, so they will crumble pretty quickly. Seeing that scene, Mr. Young exclaimed excitedly, this is going to be interesting. The ones who had chosen him were Ha Jang and Sena. On the other hand, no one was behind Jae Hyun. Wait, is there really no one standing behind me? But I have the most muscles out of all the members. He was not satisfied. Hyun, I hate you. You are way too popular. Baekhyun thought tiredly. Shut up. Mr. Jung pointed and shouted, no, Hyun, don't you remember what I said? Call them by their names. He reminded him, you have to immerse yourself in the mission. Call them Sina and Ha Jae-ing. Okay. Many were curious about Baekhyun's answer. Now, Baekhyun, who do you want to pair up with? He reflected. If I have to choose one. He continued, I want to base it on some kind of standard. Can I ask them both to do something? Mr. Young readily agreed. Baekhyun is not easy to negotiate with. Huh? What do you two think? Ha Jae-ing and Sena. Although she was annoyed, she forced a smile and replied, I guess that is fine. Sina gritted her teeth and added, of course, Ha Jae-ing. Having received their consent, Baekhyun acted, moved and exclaimed, thank you, Sena, Ha Jae-ing. In that case, could you too? He stated his request. Do a weird dance for me. After a moment of being stunned, Sina laughed and said, you want us to do a weird dance? That is strange, Baekhyun. I guess you like girls who are funny. Inwardly, she cursed. What the hell is wrong with this guy? She exchanged a look with Ha Jae-ing. Can you do it? What, do you think I can? And so, Sina took the lead in the challenge. Let us see then, you little brat. She took on the persona of a male artist with a dazzling smile. Then, Sina continued to show off her hilarious poses. She sang, no, he said, no, we say, no. That scene made Doojun and Jae Hyun burst out laughing. She danced with everything she had, completely ignoring her image. Committed. All out. Standing below, Mr. Young was laughing so hard his stomach hurt. Seeing everyone's reaction, Sena exclaimed with satisfaction, good, this should be enough. Suddenly, she froze when she heard Ha Jae-ing burst out laughing. Sena thought irritably, you can't beat this level of humor. You can still laugh. She urged, Ha Jae-ing, are you going to give up? Fire it up. As soon as those words were out, Ha Jae-ing's facial expression changed into a funny, ugly face. She started waving around and striking bizarre poses. Her expressions became more and more exaggerated to the point of completely ruining her image. Laughter rang out non-stop in the studio. Sina was in disbelief. She is gone crazy. She quickly looked nearby. And what about Baekhyun? Surely he is not laughing like the others, right? Indeed, he stood still as a statue. Not at all. Thank goodness, he is not laughing. Jae Hyun was dying of laughter. She is trying to do the slicked back hair dance, my chibi chaba, magic doobie doobie. Ha Jae-ing felt like she would been struck by lightning. She was completely helpless. He is really not laughing at all. Finally, in a moment of impulse, she did something terrible. The image was censored to protect the guest's image. Even if I do this, Mr. Young and the others were so shocked, their jaws dropped. They whispered, "Are you sure we can broadcast this? Is it okay? Hyun, please choose." Only then did Baekhyun speak. "I am very impressed with the dedication of you both," he continued. "Today, I have decided to pair up with Hajang." She looked up and asked, "You chose me, I won." However, what met her eyes was his disdainful expression. Baekhyun recalled that she was the one leader Jang had warned him about. She had climbed to the top of the industry at a young age, making her a veteran in the field of competition. Jae-hyun would not be able to handle someone like her. That was why Baekhyun decided to choose Hajang. It was better to keep an eye on her from right beside her. She whispered, "Why did you choose me? You did not even laugh once." He replied, "In your dance, I felt your sincere desperation. You really wanted this." With a bright smile, he continued, "I could feel that you really wanted to be my partner." Hajing's blood boiled at those words, her lips pressed tight. Basically, he is saying he has no interest in me. Her anger scale peaked. "But he chose me because I look pathetically miserable." On the monitor, Hajing's heart rate had risen to 110. She gave a bitter forced smile. "That is right. I did want to be your partner. To be honest, I really hate losing. Who would not want to win?" Baekhyun nodded. "I understand." After the pairing was done, Mr. Young ran in and shouted, "Sorry for the delay. Everyone, let us move on to the next segment." This time, a jar filled with folded slips of paper was prepared. Each pair would be assigned a different mission. Baekhyun asked, "Do you want to do it?" Hae-jiang replied, "Sure, why not?" Inside the paper, it was written, "Recreate 3 famous scenes from TV dramas in one go. You have only 30 minutes to rehearse. If you fail to recreate all 3 in one try, your lunch today will be a collection of bizarre foods." She glanced at him and asked, "Are you any good at acting?" He did not answer but asked back, "What about you?" Hearing that, Ha-jiang was furious. "What the hell, how dare he ask me that? I am both an actress and an idol." She spoke up, "I make quite a few mistakes, so I am not very confident. I have trouble remembering lines." Baekhyun said nonchalantly, "Oh really, I am sure I won't make any mistakes. I guess you will have to eat the weird food they give us then." Someone noted, "Hae-jiang, 120 heart rate." She looked at him coldly and asked, "So you think you are good at acting, huh? You are that sure of yourself?" Baekhyun smiled confidently, "Well, I am definitely better than you. If I keep making her angry, we will win easily." Suddenly, Ha-jiang leaned over and burst out laughing. He covered his mouth. "Oh, that is right. Ha-jiang, you are an actress too, are not you?" "I am a rookie, so I have never filmed a drama or a movie before." "Oops, my bad." After she finished laughing, she stopped and wondered, why is he so confident when he has never acted before? This kid is starting to get on my nerves. Just when she thought it was over, Baekhyun continued, "So I was thinking." Ha-jiang looked up with a startled, inquisitive gaze. He asked bluntly, "Do you want to make a bet? Even just one mistake in this acting mission, are you sure it is okay?" "Who cares, just pour more on. Blur out the terrible images, they are all edible." Baekhyun said, "The one who fails has to eat all that weird food themselves." His demeanor was very confident about the bet. "What do you think?" Looking at the atmosphere between Baekhyun and Ha-jiang, everyone felt something was off. It does not look like there is a romantic connection between them, does it? Indeed, it was more like she was extremely angry. They gossiped. "Yeah, I think Ha-jiang's heart rate is rising because she is pissed off." One person speculated, maybe that was Hyun's goal. He wondered, is this how he plays the game? By this time, the 30 minutes of rehearsal had ended. The countdown clock rang. Mr. Young shouted the signal. "Stop," he continued, "please begin the scenes. One mistake and it is over. First is the breakup scene from the drama We Should Have Never Loved. When the female lead has no choice but to break up with the male lead. The male lead is so angry and grieved that he bursts into tears. Crying in a sad scene is relatively easy, but expressing anger while crying is much more difficult." Baekhyun was known to have incredible emotional depth among the best boys members, but could he recreate such a difficult acting scene in a compelling way? Sitting opposite him, Ha-jiang began her role. "Kitae, let us end it here. I want to break up with you." Baekhyun looked down, covered his face, and asked, "Why? What is it this time?" She shed tears. The female lead knows she has a terminal illness, which is why she wants to break up. They had been together for 8 years. Watching from below, even Mr. Young had to praise them. "So natural. Ha-jiang's acting has improved a lot." Suddenly, a raspy voice spoke out, startling him. "Why, what exactly is the problem?" Everyone in the studio looked over. "Or are you mad because I got a text from a colleague? I told you, she was just asking about my work schedule." Baekhyun screamed with a mix of fury and sadness. "Why?" he questioned her. "Do you think I do not get hurt? Do you think I have no self-respect at all? We have been dating for 8 years, and during that time, you have broken up with me more than 10 times. Witnessing what was happening, Ha-jiang froze, her eyes wide, tears still clinging to her lashes. Baekhyun's face was now drenched in tears. "I am sick of this." He got deeper into the role. "Every day I felt anxious, swayed, and excited to be with you, but love needs more than just that." She could not believe it. But right now, all I can see is Baekhyun. Seeing her silence, he pressed, why are not you saying anything? Are you actually serious this time? In Hajing's mind, there was only one question, who is this guy? A moment later, the second scene was also recreated. The second mission was a success. Sitting in the makeup room, Haejang called out, hey, your acting is not half bad. Baekhyun smiled and replied, not really. You must be much better than me, right? You have so much acting experience. She cursed inwardly, this arrogant brat. Her heart rate spiraled out of control, rising to 110. I finally understand. Hajing trembled while suppressing her anger. Until now, he was still acting. Hey Jane, can you focus on the delivery? Hey Jane, I think you are being a bit too dramatic. Can you make it a bit more realistic? Hey Jane, is this the best you can do? She could not accept this. He was just a rookie idol with no acting experience. If he acted better than her, she would die of embarrassment. Why did I agree to join this show? With that thought, she quickly regained her spirit. Whatever. I will beat him in the final scene. The last scene was about a teenage girl who is angry with her father and begs him not to remarry. Hajang was certain that Baekhyun was at a total disadvantage in this scene. Suddenly, he approached and asked, Hajang, are you ready? Baekhyun had been made up to look like a middle-aged man. After all, a 20-year-old kid could not possibly portray a father figure. She asked again, we agreed that whoever makes a mistake has to eat all the weird food, right? He replied, yes. Why, are you not confident anymore? Do you want to cancel the bet? She exclaimed, no way. The crowd in the studio had grown. Mr. Jung shouted, if you two are ready, we will start counting from 3. Despite trying to stay calm, Hajang still felt restless. I do not know if I am lucky or unlucky. When the countdown ended, she entered her role. 3, 2, 1, action. She threw a teddy bear and shouted, Dad, what are you saying? Are you telling me you have a girlfriend? The bear hit Baekhyun hard in the face, making his cheek turn red, but he did not show even a hint of anger, only looking at her with sad eyes. He spoke up, I thought it would be better to be honest with you. Then, Baekhyun reached out and asked, you have always wanted to study abroad, right? Then I will let you go. Hajang started back. Wait, she interrupted in shock. You knew her before mom passed away. Her hands clenched, her voice trembling. Dad, have you always been like this? Calm down. It is just acting. Because she was too immersed. Haejang was overwhelmed by her emotions. This is acting. She clutched her chest and grimaced. If you thought about my feelings even just a little bit. Hajing's head spun. How could you do this to your own beloved daughter? As she finished, she collapsed helplessly against a nearby bookshelf, unable to breathe. The staff members present jumped up and rushed forward. The bookshelf was collapsing with a loud shout. Watch out. The air felt stifled by this dangerous development. No, fortunately, Baekhyun had quickly used his body to shield Hajang, so she was unharmed. Her face was pale from shortness of breath, and she was drenched in sweat. However, he did not check on her like a colleague. Instead, he looked at her with the affectionate eyes of a father. Baekhyun smiled gently, his eyes somewhat sad. After waiting a moment, he spoke up. Are you okay? Everyone on the crew ran up, looking worried. Are you all right? Hajang froze. What? She asked herself in disbelief. Why are you looking at me like that? You are still acting, even right now. This made her feel confused. Is this also part of the role? It felt like a dream that made Hajang unable to distinguish between reality and fiction. Is this really part of the acting? Mr. Young asked worriedly, are you okay? That was very dangerous. What if glass fell on both of you? Before he could finish, Baekhyun interrupted. Did you say cut yet? He slicked his hair back and reminded him, you did not say cut. Before everyone's astonished eyes, Haejang's heart rate on the screen had risen to 125. 125 was far too high compared to a normal heart rate. Seeing that, Baekhyun exclaimed, her heart rate is still at its maximum even though the scene ended. Right, Mr. Young replied, yeah, that is right. He announced. Baekhyun, Hajang, you two failed the last acting mission. She was silent for a long time. Is this what people call falling into a trap? Me, a veteran in this industry, just lost to a rookie. Hajang covered her face and gave a bitter laugh. Me, she could not help but laugh out loud, which helped ease her mood a bit. Witnessing this scene, Sena wondered in confusion. Has she gone crazy? Hajang thought. I have really never experienced this kind of humiliation before, and the first person to do that was Baekhyun. At the same time, in the living room of another house, a girl on the couch urged, hey, hurry up, it is starting. The other girl rushed over and asked, really? The TV was showing The Road We Walked Together, special episode, Love School. I guess they are really doing matching in heaven. Ugh, I can't believe they invited female guests. The brown-haired girl asked, are you sure we do not need to watch today's talk show? It is your brother's show, right? Kim Young-ji, 8th grade, friend of So Ji-yeon, bias in Best Boys, Oh Soo. Hearing that, the blonde girl replied, no way, So Ji-ho is our enemy now. So Ji-yeon, 8th grade, sister of So Ji-ho, bias in Best Boys, Baekhyun, also a BBS Best Boys stan. Young-ji protested, hey, I still like Ji-ho, you can't say that. She laughed. Come on, we all know your bias is Oh Soo. You just like handsome guys. The other replied, it is funny coming from you. You like Baekhyun, do not you? Ji-yeon shouted. Baekhyun is not just handsome. He is so talented, and Young Ji covered her mouth. Be quiet, it is starting. On the screen, Best Boys appeared. Oh my god, look, their outfits are so cute. Best Boys are radiating a completely different aura today. Young Ji asked curiously, what is this? Where's Osu? Ji-yeon replied, look, he is over there. Hyun is always looking for him. So sweet. Both of them squealed and cheered. Oh my god, the Hyunsu ship is sailing. Look at Baekhyun smile. She was so excited her nose started bleeding. I can't get enough of this. My heart can't handle these cute moments. The Baekhyun and Osu duo never disappoint me. Young Ji asked again, are you really sure we do not need to watch your brother's show? Jaehyun replied, yeah, it is fine. Do something about your nosebleed. Oh my god, there are 4 girls. Obviously, they want to pair up with the boys. A clear shout. Now moving on to deciding the partners. The images of the girls smiling brightly were shown on TV. Witnessing this, Young Ji and Ji-yeon were devastated. Partners. Seriously, what is that director thinking? No, I trust my Hyun. I trust him, she reassured herself. Hyun is very competitive. Not only is he good at controlling his emotions, but he is also extremely smart. Even if the goal of this week's episode is to pair them with 4 guests, my Hyun won't fall into the director's trap that easily. Suddenly, Ji-yeon screamed at a high pitch, her eyes bulging. It turned out, she saw Baekhyun being chosen by both Hajang and Sena simultaneously. A wave of jealousy exploded. They should have planned ahead so they did not choose the same person. Now, no matter who he chooses, Hyun will be hated by their fandoms. Young Ji quickly tried to calm her down. Calm down. We do not know what is going to happen yet. She interrupted, how can you expect me to be calm? The TV voice rang out. In that case, could you too? Baekhyun's sentence made Ji-yoon freeze. Do a weird dance for me. Then came the hilarious dancing of Sena. Sena and Ha-jae have started. Oh, she said. No, he said. No, we say. No. She laughed. What the hell, this is ridiculous. Next was Jajang with the slicked back hair dance. See, this is a pairing dance. Crazy, she even made an ugly face right on broadcast. When the camera panned to the side, Baekhyun's cold face, not laughing at all, appeared. Whoa, look, they edited Stones into the background because he is called Stoneface, and then he made the decision. I am very impressed with the dedication of you both. Today, I have decided to pair up with Ha-jae. Ji-yeon slapped her forehead in a daze. Crazy, Young Ji exclaimed, Baekhyun has lost his mind, I can't believe he did that to Ha-jae. That must have really hurt her pride, but contrary to her friend, she actually loved it. A while later, during the acting roleplay, the 2 girls were moved to tears. Why do you always say you want to break up so easily? Ji-yeon marveled. Oh my god. Baekhyun cried in pain and asked, do you think I do not get hurt? Do you think I have no self-respect at all? Young Ji cried and praised him. Baekhyun is really talented. How can an idol be this good at acting? He could go film a movie right now. Beside her, Ji-yeon also cried until her eyes were puffy. He said he wanted to focus on group activities, and he is learning to compose music. I am so happy to see him acting on a show like this. She admired him even more. No matter what he does, Baekhyun is wonderful. But there is something truly special about his acting. He portrayed an office worker in his 30s, then a teenage boy. Baekhyun's aura and appearance were absolutely perfect, and finally, a father in his 50s. I knew he was good at acting, but I still got goosebumps seeing him. Suddenly, Ji-yeon stopped, her eyes wide. The TV was showing Baekhyun shielding Ha-jae. No, what is that? Is that part of the scene? The ending announcement rang out. You both did very well, but the mission still failed due to the accident. However, the final winner is Best Boys, he asked with a smile. Ha-jae, you have to eat everything, right? Young Ji said excitedly. Oh, the whole show was based on a bet. What did our guys bet on? Ji-yeon replied blankly. Who knows? Maybe there is a penalty for losing, he whispered into Mr. Pudzi. Young's ear. The reward Best Boys requested from the guests is hum. After hearing what Baekhyun said, he burst out laughing and exclaimed, really, that is interesting. He announced, as for the reward, Best Boys requested that the girls make a cover video of their song, First Love. They asked in shock, what, seriously? Mr. Jung continued, every week, The Road We Walk Together ends with a music video. In this special episode, we will broadcast the girls' cover video. Yang Jung panicked, you want me to dance? Jae-hyun smiled and clapped. Thank you so much. It looks like the 4 ladies have to start practicing right away. Now, here is the special cover of First Love by our 4 guests. Hearing that, Young Ji and Ji-yeon watched intently. Please enjoy. It is quite obvious, but most fans of male idol groups are teenage girls and young women in their 20s. Therefore, many fans do not feel particularly moved when a girl group covers their favorite idol's song. A girl said irritably, a girl group covering the song, who cares? Give me back my boys. However, the girl's mother recognized someone. Isn't she the female lead from Queen of Tears? The girl asked in surprise. Huh, how do you know Ko Yeon-jung? Mom. It was known that Ha Jae-ying had a huge fanbase and was popular with the general public. With her extensive acting career, she was also loved by the older generation. Sina was not as famous as Ha Jae-ying, but her adorable personality also had a large following. Recently, her popularity among students had skyrocketed because she started the cute song trend. The talented actress Ko Yeon-jung had been famous since her days as a child actress. She was beloved for being the lead in a recent hit drama, and model Lee Hyo-jin had been a regular on variety shows for a long time. People liked her because she was very cheerful and bright. I was actually really hungry then. People might not know Best Boys, but they certainly knew at least one of these four women. Naturally, Ji-yeon understood why Baek-hyun gave this penalty. He was using the guest's popularity to overcome Rain's current dominance on the music charts. The more she thought about it, the more she loved him. Scene changed to another location. Ji-ho swore angrily. Damn it, what is this? Is she really my sister? Jae-hyun asked curiously. What did she say? He replied. I would not be mad if she said something, but she is not saying anything at all. His voice became irritable. I could not watch our show live because I had to watch mine, so I asked her to watch it for me. But she is ignoring me. She better watch out the next time I go home. Finally, the guests' cover dance began. All four female guests started the cover. The music played. Can you hear me? Can you feel it? The first to sing was Ha Jae-ying. I want you to know. She smiled sweetly and radiantly on stage. Sent to my first love. Watching this performance, Oh-soo exclaimed. Oh, so it is not just a dance cover. Ji-ho added. They even went on stage and performed the whole song. Amazing. Do-jun praised just as expected from senior Ha Jae-ying. It feels like the song was composed for her. Truly talented. Her expression looked as if she were born to own the stage. Jae-hyun said, I see why people say she is on another level. One of the reasons Ha Jae-ying was able to climb to the top of the idol industry. Right then, Ji-ho exclaimed joyfully. Our song's ranking is rising rapidly on the music charts. He could not believe his eyes. We are 7th now, 7th place. While they were celebrating, Oh-soo suddenly glanced to the side. Sitting on the sofa, Baek-hyun showed no expression and remained silent. Time continued to pass. 2 hours later, at 8:15 p.m., we have reached 4th place. The whole group prayed anxiously. Go up a bit more, please. Refresh the page. But Oh-soo only looked at Baek-hyun sitting there. 2nd place, just a little more. Time flew by even faster. The clock struck 1 a.m. Everyone was laughing and talking excitedly, except for him, who remained still. Looking at the screen, Baek-hyun's eyes suddenly widened. He stood up abruptly and exclaimed, Great. Only then did he flash a bright smile at everyone. The whole group hugged each other, overwhelmed with happiness. Finally, it turned out Best Boys song had reached number 1. We have stepped closer to the Rookie Award. Hyun, did you know this would happen? Hearing Oh-soo's question, Baek-hyun replied guiltily. No, there is no way. He continued. But I hope so. Scholar Kim blew a horn and clicked his tongue. You need to work on your empathy. Everyone is crying, but you are not even comforting them. With that, he blew the horn again to congratulate him on his new achievement. Baek-hyun smiled and thought, at this rate, they won't be enemies, but rather our guardian angels. On Ha Jae-ying's phone, a series of articles appeared. Ha Jae-ying's amazing cover of junior group Best Boys song. Best Boys reach #1 on the charts. The Road We Walk Together wins #1 in viewership ratings. Best Boys Baek-hyun and Ha Jae-ying show incredible chemistry in acting. The corners of her mouth curled up. They have caught on to us. As soon as she spoke, Leon pushed the door open and shouted. Hey, he continued, you fell for Baek-hyun's trap too. Right, that bastard. The others were startled. Scared me to death. Why did not he knock? Hearing this, Ho Jae-ying asked back. What do you mean? I fell for his trap. Leon explained. Come on, I know what happened. You were set up after filming with Baek-hyun. The news released today was all part of his plan. Terrible, is not it? Baek-hyun did the same thing to me. So I know the feeling. She could not stand listening to him. There are rumors around the company about this kid hating Best Boys. Now I understand. The more she looked at him, the less she understood. He was not like this when he first joined the company. With that thought, Ha Jae-ying spoke up. I was not set up, she continued. I just lost a bet and had to pay the price. Everyone saw that, including me. So who are you to say otherwise? The other members muttered worriedly. Oh no, she is angry. As she spoke, Ha Jae-ying approached him. You think you are in the same boat as me? I do not. This time I was just unlucky, that is all. She pointed at Leon's chest and continued, but you fell into a trap because you showed your rotten personality to the world. You are just a rookie who just debuted. How dare you act so arrogant, you idiot. In my time, a rookie would never dream of stepping into a senior's dance studio. If they absolutely had to, they would hesitate for 10 minutes at the door before knocking. Her eyes were full of clear sarcasm as she looked at him. Ha Jae-ying reminded him, you are the one who caused a scandal and ruined the group's reputation. What are you proud of? You should be grateful the company has not kicked you out yet, you bastard. Understand? She smiled and asked, you understand what I am saying, right? Back with Baek-hyun's group, the trophy was in their hands. We finally won the first place trophy for a popular song. The group cried until their eyes were swollen. I am still not used to receiving awards. Is this the third time this week? Ever since Over Rain stopped promoting their album, we have been continuously winning first place. When Over Rain started dropping to second place, they stopped their promotions immediately. Their official statement was because of Hajang's filming schedule, but that was not the main reason. In reality, it was because they did not want their top position to be snatched away by rookies. That night, Baekhyun pushed the door and stepped outside. Clearly, Peets had stopped this. In the dark, he saw Hong Se sitting quietly by himself, looking troubled. He spoke up, startling him. Are you worried about Over Rain? Hong Se stammered. Hello Hyun. You scared me. I almost had a heart attack. He denied it. I am not worried about them. It is all in the past. So why bother? Before he could finish, Baekhyun added, I am sure you did your best at Peets, just like you are doing for us now. He asked, so why should you feel guilty? Jang Hong Seok was one of the few people I could completely trust in this industry. I think it is a miracle that I get to work with him. I did not realize it when I was an actor, but now I understand. I finally know what he had to go through while he was in and out of Peets. There were many obstacles on our path to getting here. I guess our comeback was overshadowed by them. He must have blamed himself for everything. He always cared about others more than himself. That is something someone like me could never understand. Unable to deny it anymore, Hong Seok sighed. You are sharper than you look, Hyun. He asked, is it that obvious that I am worried about Peets Entertainment? Baekhyun replied. It is not that obvious. Look, everyone is asleep except me. Hong Seok stammered. But I do not feel guilty. I just realized Peets was rotten to the core after working for Best Entertainment. He smiled and continued. The truth is I am a bit worried about them, but even if I could turn back time, at this point, he stood up and affirmed, I do not regret it. I will make sure Best Boys are not like Over Rain or Leon. Mr. Cho trusted me with you guys. Hong Seok stepped forward and patted Baekhyun's shoulder. He asked, you came for water, right? I will boil some for you. I thought to myself, winning first place means taking that spot from someone else. There are only two choices, be the winner or the loser. Baekhyun felt like he was standing between two boundaries. But life is not easy, divided into black and white like that. Emotions are always something complex. Emotions, he pondered, maybe that is why. Acting can be very painful and agonizing. However, Baekhyun clenched his fist. It is not just okay, it is actually quite fun. The next morning at Mono's place, his face did not look good at all. Standing opposite him was Crave, with a confident smile on his face. He spoke up, Senior, Best Boy's comeback song is very good, but there are a few things you do not know. He asked angrily, and what exactly do not I know? Everyone muttered in annoyance, good grief. Crave introduced himself confidently. I will compose the next album for Best Boys. Hearing this, Mono asked in disbelief, what did you say? He explained, Baekhyun is learning how to compose. So one day he will compose his own music. He replied. Yes, that is right. Crave added, so there won't be many more opportunities for me. This time I will produce Best Boy's new album. You are an adult, so please give way a bit. Mono thought bitterly, how dare he say that to my face, who the hell is this kid? He interrupted, but Best Boys will like my song more. In the middle of the tension, Baekhyun appeared, holding a lightning rod and asked, what are you two doing? Both of them immediately turned their heads to look. He exclaimed in surprise, what is going on? His face turned pale as he tried to calm them down. Wait, you two are, Mono said Hyun. Oh my boy, today must have been hard for you. Crave added, Baekhyun, it is so good to see you again. I missed you. The two of them grabbed Baekhyun's arms and started pulling him back and forth. Good grief, exactly as I expected. He hurriedly pushed the two of them away. The reason I wanted to meet you both is because, he explained, I want to learn how to compose music, but time is limited. With a smile, Baekhyun asked, I wonder if I can learn from both of you at the same time. What do you think? However, Mono would not have it. Hyun, do not you think that kid is really not on my level? I am old enough to be his teacher. Mr. Crave, what was your university professor's name again? Crave replied irritably. His name was Professor Go Jun. Baekhyun turned to him and whispered with a smile. Mr. Avder. Crave, could you let Kingmaker listen to one of your latest compositions? He agreed immediately. Yes, sure. Mono thought indignantly, why did Hyun call that kid here? He should have asked me. Before he could finish, his eyes widened in surprise. Crave played the song he composed for Mono. The atmosphere in the room softened. Only then did he stop nitpicking. He asked in disbelief. How did you do it? Mono questioned. Did you really compose this yourself? His face turned visibly pale. He pulled up his glasses to look closer. What? A moment later, Mono sat down on the chair. Honestly, I was getting a bit bored. He tapped his hand on the table and explained. I am tired of spending all day composing music in a basement studio. When I was young, I was surrounded by rivals, always in a state of long-term competition. Baekhyun listened quietly. But now I am close to the top of the industry. I naturally understood. I knew the feeling of loneliness at the top of the mountain very well. The wave of loneliness gradually overwhelmed and quickly swept everything away. Kingmaker was considered the top music producer in the industry. Now everyone always expected his tracks to be hits. Unfortunately, I could not let him suddenly disappear from the industry like he did in my previous life. I wanted to use everything. Best Boys still had a long way to go before reaching our goal, so if the best music producer disappeared and the globally famous composer moved to the US, it would be very difficult for us. After thinking, Baekhyun ran up and asked, "So what do you think? Crave's song is very good, right?" Mono hesitated. "Well, it is not bad. It sounds fresh. Maybe because he is young." Crave laughed and replied, "It is okay, just be honest." The two of them kept bickering like that. "What is with that mockery? You are a rude kid, you know that. Why can't you just admit what you really think about it?" I sighed. I guess this was happening even before I got here. Baekhyun smiled. I thought he was just prey before a beast. But in fact, he had been waiting to transform from prey to hunter all this time. However, someone like him is too predictable. Normally, they are very stable, but once they set a goal, they will do anything to achieve it. Producer Zodadil, top composer in the US, ended an engagement because of an obsession with her fiancé. Famous musician A had a shootout with a famous hip-hop producer and almost died. I wondered if Crave was also this type of person. If there is an industry with the power to create rumors out of nothing, it is this one. But all rumors have a core of truth. Baekhyun looked at him. "Come on, stop being so condescending." He raised his hand. "It is risky, but I have to make a decision." Taking out his phone, he pointed to it and said, "I want to discuss with both of you, so I am thinking of creating a group chat, if that is okay." Baekhyun acted pitifully and pleaded, "But Kingmaker, you are always busy. I really want to grow as an artist. Please let me create it." Hearing that, Crave replied excitedly, "Then why do not you consider Senior Kingmaker as the professor and me as his teaching assistant? Whenever the professor is busy, I can always help." He asked back, "Really, thank you so much." Suddenly, Mono grabbed both of their shoulders. He gave a forced smile and agreed. "Hyun, you brought an assistant because I am too busy, huh? Fine. Fine. Let us do that." And just like that, a group chat was formed. This was the best solution for now. For me, Crave's music was too good to let him go just because of some unverified rumors. I thought everything was settled, but Scholar Kim did not think so. He had an unpleasant expression. That evening at Best Boy's apartment, Baekhyun had just finished showering when a message arrived. Inside was the conversation. "This is the draft I was working on last night. I repeated the minor notes in this part. Would it be better to add some major notes? I am thinking of adding a trumpet to the bridge." Crave stopped him. "I think it would be better to add major notes with piano but keep the rest." Mono agreed. "I do not think you should add a trumpet. It is too prominent." Hearing that, I exclaimed, "I have never received a response from Kingmaker this quickly before." The chat became increasingly lively. "I think we should create a fresh twist for the track. Nowadays, musicians are combining too many instruments in their work. Oh, unbelievable. Nowadays everything is about style. Adding a trumpet will ruin the song's style. I think this style would suit Baekhyun. Hyun, do you think a trumpet is the only thing that suits you? Tell me, are you going to add the trumpet or not?" When changing the key, something that effectively highlights the transition is very important. Baekhyun sighed and thought, "I guess working with both of them will be very beneficial for me, but it is even better than I thought." Suddenly, a voice spoke up. "I have lived as a Second Life manager for centuries, but I have never met anyone as cunning as you." Scholar Kim stood with hands on hips and asked, "Isn't it enough to learn from me?" He replied, "I can't rely on you forever, and the more I benefit from them, the better, right?" As he spoke, he opened a box lid. "This is the best choice for both Kingmaker, who will soon disappear." Baekhyun gave him a piece of chocolate. "And for Best Boys, because we really need good songs. Here, today's snack." Looking at the candy in his hand, Scholar Kim remained silent and motionless. After a while, he said, "That decision has many unpredictable variables." With that, he disappeared without a trace. The candy fell to the floor. Baekhyun did not understand what happened and called out. "Scholar Kim," he reminded him. "Life is a series of unpredictable changes. There are many things you have changed by living a different life from your previous one." Hearing that, his whole body froze in shock. Baekhyun remembered his previous meeting with Chang-sik, along with what happened with Leon, meaning the impact of these decisions. Only now did Baekhyun realize how dangerous it was. He stood frozen and exclaimed, "It will bring unpredictable changes. The system will malfunction as a result." He could not believe it, nor did he know what to do next. In a moment of crisis, Baekhyun rushed out of the room. He ran to another room and pulled the doorknob. Then, he could not keep his calm and shouted, "Kim Do-jun." At that time, he was still busily polishing the trophy. Hearing the shout, he looked back in confusion. "Huh?" he asked. "What is wrong, Hyun?" Above Do-jun's head, Baekhyun saw the words, "Regret holder Kim Do-jun is facing death." Baekhyun remembered his previous life. Kim Do-jun died in a plane crash at the age of 30, but thanks to my return, he was living a completely different life. He used to be a failed idol, but now he was a famous rookie. He stood rooted to the spot, his face pale. His two lives were too different, making it impossible for me to predict what would happen in this life. Looking at Do-jun still very much alive before his eyes, Baek-hyun asked in fear, "Where? How will he die?" He rushed over in a panic to check his body and asked, "Do-jun, are you sick?" He replied in confusion, "Huh? Do I look sick? I have just been polishing this trophy for an hour." To be sure, he even seriously took his pulse. "Your heart rate is 90 beats per minute. Seems normal. Are you sure you are feeling okay?" However, Do-jun was actually fine. He stared at him, observing. Suddenly, his eyes filled with tears and he said, "Actually, something is weird." Baek-hyun was startled and asked, "What is wrong? Tell me right now." Do-jun slumped and clutched his chest. "My heart hurts so much." Hearing that, he anxiously took out his phone. "Your heart? Why? Let us have Mr. Jang make an appointment with the doctor. You need an urgent checkup." Before he could call, he stopped him with a bright smile. "Our song ranked first on the charts and we also got the trophy. People recognize us on the street, and we are loved." As soon as he finished, Oh-soo ran out from somewhere and hugged Baek-hyun. "Oh, my heart hurts too. Pay attention to me as well." He stopped him and said, "Stop it. Do-jun. I think you should get a health check." He asked happily, "Why, are you worried about me?" With his sharp intuition, Oh-soo also noticed something was wrong. "I told you, I am fine. I have a schedule in the morning, I need to get ready to go." He grabbed Baek-hyun's hand and asked, "Hyun, is something wrong?" He replied, "Nothing. It is okay," but he was still suspicious. "It does not look that way at all. You look very worried. Is something about to happen to Do-jun?" He frowned and thought, it seems he is not actually sick. The more he thought about what Scholar Kim said, the less Baek-hyun understood. "What do you mean when you say Do-jun is facing death?" Suddenly, his eyes rested on the trophy. "Don't tell me." A terrible thought flashed through his mind. Someone is planning to harm Do-jun. Time passed quickly until the next morning. Inside his room, Do-jun had woken up and was praying, "Please protect the members so they are healthy today too." After finishing his personal hygiene, he went to wake the other members. "So Ji-ho, get up." Lying on the bed, Ji-ho was still in a daze. "It was not because I ruined the talk show. The viewership ratings are rising." Do-jun came up with an idea and whispered close to him. Today's talk show ranked last in viewership ratings. Upon hearing that, he immediately sat up and asked, "Really, my show ranked last? Why, did they release the news?" Do-jun shrugged and replied, "What? Your show ranked second. You had a nightmare, did not you? Since you are awake, go shower." And just like that, he successfully woke up Ji-ho. Now moving to Oh-soo's room, he pretended to say, "What? Baek-hyun is leaving Best Boys." He woke up with a start and exclaimed, "Why? Why is Hyun leaving?" Do-jun called out, "Jae-hyun. It is time to practice." He sat up and replied, "Okay." After waking up, Oh-soo realized he had been tricked. "Do-jun. Stop waking us up like this." He whistled happily, having successfully woken up Jae-hyun and Oh-soo. "Now I just need to wake Hyun up." The moment he stepped into Baek-hyun's room, he suddenly froze. Baek-hyun was already awake and standing there. "Hyun, you are up already." Baek-hyun handed Do-jun an envelope and patted his shoulder. "Happy birthday." Hearing that, he asked happily, "What is this?" "A gift." Baek-hyun thought to himself, "I have considered every possibility." He recalled the previous night. "But I can't think of anyone around Do-jun who would want to harm him. I am overthinking this. If it is an accident, I can't stop what is going to happen." Before Baek-hyun could finish his thought, something caught his eye. On the calendar, a square was circled in red ink. That square was exactly Do-jun's birthday. Realizing the person who left the mark must be Scholar Kim, Baek-hyun jumped up and called out, "Scholar Kim," but there was no response, only a cold notification from the system. "Error detected in Scholar Kim. This individual has been recalled to heaven." He gasped. Could it be? It turned out that to reveal this to Baek-hyun, he had to face punishment. "Thank you." From the mark Scholar Kim left, he could deduce the truth. According to Scholar Kim's clue, Do-jun would be in danger. He smiled and asked, "Is it a card?" Baek-hyun confirmed it. "On his birthday, right, today." Do-jun exclaimed, "It is money. This really is a gift that is so Hyun." He turned to ask a favor. "Hey Hyun, can you check if the others are ready to go? Ji-ho usually goes back to sleep, you know?" Seeing Do-jun preparing to go out, Baek-hyun felt anxious. "Where are you going? We have hair and makeup soon." He replied, "I am just going for a short walk." With his usual radiant expression, he continued, "I will be back soon." Baek-hyun agreed and replied, "Okay. I thought our future only held light and happiness. Best Boy's path is now mine too. I will help them until the end of my reincarnation contract." In the living room, Baek-hyun's figure was nowhere to be seen as he happily said goodbye to them. By then, he had already gone downstairs. "I have to." Before he could take another step, Do-jun returned. He asked curiously, "Hyun, where are you going?" Hyun interrupted, "Why are you back already? You said you were going for a walk. Is something wrong?" Do-jun replied, No, of course not. The weather is not great today, so I decided to come back." He observed silently and noticed his ears were turning red. Only his ears were red. Baek-hyun thought, whenever Do-jun lies, his ears turn red. He avoided eye contact and said, "Let us go inside." From that, he confirmed something was unusual. That means, he grabbed Do-jun's hand and pulled him back. Something happened to Do-jun while he was out. He was startled by this action. "Hyun," Baek-hyun spoke up. "Kim Do-jun," he asked bluntly, "something happened to you, did not it?" "Something happened, right?" After saying that, Baek-hyun stood there waiting for an answer. Do-jun was panicked and felt guilty. He asked again, "Are you sure it is nothing?" After a moment of being stunned, he forced a smile. Do-jun avoided his gaze and replied, "Come on, stop it." He explained, "Hey, how could anything bad happen on a day like this? It is my birthday, and you even gave me a gift. I am feeling great." With that, he urged him on. Baek-hyun thought, I can see he is playing dumb to avoid this situation. He won't tell me anything now, no matter how much I ask. I wish I could see what just happened with a reincarnator's eyes, but that reward only shows me events from 3 days ago. While he was lost in thought, Do-jun's voice rang out. "Hyun, hurry up, the elevator is here." He had to give up. "I guess there is nothing else I can do but play the bad guy." With that, Baek-hyun quickly followed. Coming, not far away, behind the public restroom, a figure was lurking and watching. A while later in the room, Ji-ho blew a bubble and asked, "Does anyone want to bet on whether Do-jun will cry or not?" "I bet 10,000 won he cries." Jae-hyun laughed and added, "I bet on all my muscles that he will cry." Oh-soo joined in, "Same here. 10,000 won on him crying." Hearing that, he exclaimed, "Hey, come on, this is not a bet, it is more like a contract." As soon as he finished, Baek-hyun spoke up, "I bet 30,000 won, he does not cry." That amount shocked everyone. "What, that much? Then, I want to switch sides." Ji-ho replied with a smile, "Okay, deal, no taking it back." He whistled with satisfaction. "We are playing against Hyun." Only Baek-hyun sat there pensively. Today's schedule only has a performance video shoot in the morning and a dance practice after. He predicted something might happen at the birthday party. At the same time, Do-jun was elsewhere. Or perhaps it had already passed without me noticing. A message was sent, but I won't lower my guard. As soon as he looked at the screen, Do-jun froze, his eyes wide. It was a message from Ji-ho. Do-jun. Jae-hyun just twisted his ankle and it looks pretty bad. He can't even stand up. We will have to completely change the choreography. Can you come straight to the practice room? Without hesitation, he tried to get back as fast as possible. Do-jun pushed open the door and shouted, "Jae-hyun, are you okay?" Before he could figure out what was happening, the lights came on along with colorful confetti. Everyone sat there with bright smiles, singing, "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you." They held a cake in front of Do-jun to congratulate him. Do-jun, happy birthday. Make a wish. The candles are melting. Seeing everyone organizing a birthday for him, he was so moved he could not speak. Beside him were 3 large carefully wrapped gift boxes. The walls were decorated with balloons and string lights. Do-jun laughed and said, "Come on, you guys made my heart skip a beat." He continued, "So Jae-hyun is not actually hurt, right? I was so worried." Seriously. After saying that, Do-jun swiped some cake on Ji-ho's nose. "This is for lying." He happily blew out the candles. "Anyway, thanks for the surprise party." Witnessing this, the group members were confused. "Why is not he crying?" "Yeah, he is our crybaby Do-jun, is not he?" Only Baek-hyun knew the reason why. After eating cake together, everyone suggested, "Let us go out for dinner." "How about barbecue?" Suddenly, Do-jun stammered, Tonight." He scratched his head and said, "Sorry, I have other plans." Ji-ho and Oh-soo cried out in disbelief. "What?" Jae-hyun would not have it and shouted, "With who? Who is more important to you than us?" Do-jun replied, "With my family." He was immediately speechless. "In that case, we are not as important, huh?" Ji-ho laughed. "That is right, Jae-hyun." Suddenly, Baek-hyun chimed in, "I will go with you." They asked in surprise, "Really, Hyun, you want to join a family dinner?" He answered bluntly, "Yeah, I want to go." But Do-jun hurriedly declined. "Maybe another time. It is too last minute, and I did not tell them you were coming." Baek-hyun interrupted, "Then just tell them now." He continued, "Doing that makes it not last minute anymore." Scared by his expression, he asked, What is wrong with you, Hyun? Even Ji-ho is not this clingy." He shouted, "What clingy? I am just acting natural." Baek-hyun suggested, "Then I will drive you to the restaurant." Do-jun said coldly, "Hyun, are you forcing me?" With that, he walked straight out and slammed the door. "Sorry, I will introduce you to my family another time." Outside the door, Do-jun's face turned pale. Baek-hyun knew it. Issues create anxiety, and anxiety erases happiness. The scene changed to an open space. Do-jun was wearing a mask, waiting for someone. That person approached and said, "You are on time." A feeling of nausea surged in his throat. I never want to hear his voice again. And the person standing before him was Chang-sik. Do-jun stepped back anxiously. "Wang Chang-sik. I heard he was kicked out of the house after Mr. Cho handled him and had to go abroad. He tried to call Uncle Mr. Cho did he teased, but here he was, appearing now. I never thought I would see him again like this." Chang-sik spoke with contempt. "Hey, leader of the best, whatever they are bastards." Swaying, he continued, "Long time no see. You look happy stealing my spot and doing well. You guys look so proud of yourselves, even though you ruined my life, he asked irritably. But why did you come here alone? Chang-sik smirked and reminded him. I thought I told you to bring that bastard Baekhyun here. Before he could finish, Do-jun interrupted. Stop being so full of yourself, Wang Chang-sik. He tried to stay calm and continued. The fact that I did not report you is my final act of mercy. Hearing those words, Chang-sik bit his lip, his eyes bulging. Then he could not help but burst out laughing. He went mad, looking up at the sky and shouting, how hilarious. Chang-sik's facial expression became more and more distorted. His gaze pinned on Do-jun as he cursed. You must have lost your mind, you dog, he said angrily. Don't you get it? You are the one who should be begging for my forgiveness. You used to be a weakling who would not even look me in the eye. Chang-sik kicked a nearby trash bag and shouted, you think I only had my uncle to rely on? None of you could stay in this industry if I spoke out. He threatened, do you really want to see best boys fall, you pathetic loser? At the same time, Baekhyun had arrived but could not find Do-jun. Where did he go? He kept calling. Damn it, I got stuck in traffic and lost Do-jun's car. I am sure he got off somewhere around here. No one answered the call. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. He thought, if someone wanted to harm Do-jun, where would they meet? Somewhere secluded, but not too far, because Do-jun could not have gone there alone. It was pitch black around him, with only a few faint yellow lights. Realizing something, Baekhyun stopped. He called out loudly to see if there were any clues. Do-jun. Back with Do-jun. He was being beaten to the ground. Chang-sik rushed over, grabbed his collar, and yanked him up. With a murderous expression, he swung a fist. Go to hell, you filthy bastard. The blows rained down on Do-jun incessantly. You think you are better than me just because you debuted? How dare you guys be happy when you are the ones who pushed me into this shitty situation? Chang-sik's eyes flared like a wild beast on the loose, but as his hand was about to strike, an invisible hand held him back. He hallucinated that Do-jun was resisting him. Stop screaming. Chang-sik recalled the time when he still abused his power. A vague voice repeated over and over, Wang Chang-sik, do not tell me. Oh, Su leaned in with a look of disdain. Witnessing that scene, Chang-sik stared in disbelief. He stood frozen, listening to those provocations. Are you scared? Mocking laughter was mixed in. Chang-sik went mad, clutching his head and shouting, shut up, shut the hell up. Suddenly, he grabbed Do-jun's neck and pulled him up. He began to vent his rage. You bastards, I will end all of you. Chang-sik continued, I won't rest until I have ruined your lives the way you ruined mine. Do-jun interrupted. Stop. Joking. His face was pale from the lack of air. You are digging your own grave, you crazy person. Hearing this, he finally stopped and loosened his grip. Then he staggered to his feet. No, it is your fault, I am in this mess. Looking at Chang-sik's abnormal state, Do-jun suddenly had a bad feeling. What is it? He looks more than just angry. He picked up an empty beer bottle and said, you still do not realize your place. What happened to me is entirely your fault. Do-jun backed away in fear. He continued, I won't suffer alone. With that, Chang-sik swung the beer bottle toward the seated Do-jun. I am dragging you down with me. By reflex, he closed his eyes, not daring to look. Immediately after, there was a loud noise. But after waiting a while, and feeling nothing, Do-jun opened his eyes and wondered, why does not it hurt? In front of him, someone had stepped in to block. Why did not you just stay abroad? It was Baekhyun. He winced and said, if you had, you would not have to go to prison. Seeing he was injured, Do-jun cried out in fear. Hyun. Chang-sik staggered back and asked. Damn it. Where did you come from? Not only that, a system notification appeared above his head, activating honest lips. At the same time, a car stopped behind Chang-sik. His head was still foggy, but he could recognize that voice. Wang Chang-sik. Hello nephew. He no longer had the arrogant look from before and stood there blankly, breathing heavily. The person who stepped out of the car was Cho Han-jun. Chang-sik called out in fear, Uncle. He was drenched in sweat and asked, what are you doing here? Wait, suddenly, he said joyfully, are you here to take me home? Hearing that, Do-jun looked over in confusion. What? Chang-sik continued, you finally forgave me, did not you? I finally get to debut. Baekhyun cursed inwardly, this idiot, is he serious? In contrast to the silence, he kept babbling. I knew I could count on you. Cho Han-jun interrupted. No, you were kicked out of my company a long time ago. He reminded him with a cold face, and I thought I made myself clear. Without hesitation, he kicked Chang-sik hard, sending him falling backward. Watching him lying trembling on the ground, Cho Han-jun continued, if you mess with my people, you won't be treated mercifully. Going back in time a few hours, it turned out Do-jun had gone to see him. So you are saying, Wang Chang-sik wants to meet you and Hyun? He replied. Yes, he said he knows something about Hyun, and threatened to reveal it to the media if we did not comply. Cho Han-jun deduced tiredly, most likely he is lying. I can handle this myself, Do-jun. He interrupted sir. Hearing that, he looked up in confusion. Do-jun said bluntly, I want to go meet him. He clenched his fist and explained, I know this is asking too much and it is dangerous, but can I meet him one last time? Recalling this, Cho Han-jun blamed himself. I should not have let him go. Behind the bars, Chang Sik kept screaming, "Uncle, you called the police to arrest me. How could you do that?" He questioned angrily. "Do you care about those bastards more than me?" The more he spoke, the more unsatisfied he became. "I am your family. I do not understand how you could—" Cho Hanjun spoke up. "I gave you another chance." His eyes showed utter disgust. "But you still came back and caused trouble. It is time for you to face the consequences." Chang Sik tried to deny it, "But I did not do anything, I am Ino." Before he could finish, his throat suddenly felt frozen. Ino. It turned out the system had activated honest lips. Chang Sik slowly spoke. Today. He told the whole story. "Today I tried to harm Baekhyun and Kim Do-jun. A month ago, a friend told me that doing drugs could ease the pain, so I started using different kinds of drugs. I used some this morning too. My goal was to kill Kim Do-jun and Baekhyun, so I called them to the park. I want to see every member of Best Boys dead. I do not know if this is the high talking, but I want to kill them and see them fall. I do not want to see Best Boys succeed if I am not a part of the group. But actually, I was too scared to really kill anyone. I do not want to be a murderer. Please let me out of here. I do not want to be considered a killer. I really did not intend to stab him, but that bastard Baekhyun jumped in front of me. I only intended to scare them a bit, but everything went wrong. It is all his fault. I did not do it. No, actually, it is my fault. Please forgive me. I do not want to be a murderer. I do not want to be a killer." The lawyer quickly stopped him. "You there, stop talking." Chang Sik's voice trembled. "He is right. I am an idiot. I know Kim Do-jun was right, but I did not want to admit it. I felt more comforted blaming others for my mistakes and running away from problems. I am so scared. Please let me out of here. I do not want to be a murderer. I do not want to be a killer." Witnessing this, Cho Han-jun spoke up helplessly. "My crazy nephew is confessing. This is bad." He made a decision: arrest him for substance abuse and attempted murder. Honest lips was a reward that made the target unable to say anything but the truth for 1 hour. Wang Chang-sik would have likely tried to lie to escape punishment. Baekhyun knew that, so he used the reward as a precaution. Did everything go smoothly? Seeing him slowly open his eyes, Do-jun called out anxiously, "Hyun, you are awake." He shouted, "Mr. Nilmitijing. Jang, Hyun is awake." Hong Seok ran in and exclaimed, "Oh Hyun, do you know how scared I was when I got the call in the middle of the night?" He was frantic. Luckily the stab wound was not very deep. "You lost a lot of blood, but overall the injury is not serious." Do-jun added, "But we still have to make sure it does not leave a scar." By then, Hong Seok was crying his eyes out. "Do-jun told me everything. How could you jump in like that when you know your body is your most precious asset?" Before he could finish, Baekhyun asked, "More importantly, what happened with Wang Chang-sik?" He sighed helplessly. "Is that what you are worried about? As soon as you wake up, we called the police immediately. And Mr. Cho went with him." Hong Seok said, "We will hear news from him soon, so do not worry. Just focus on recovering." He replied, "Yes, sorry for worrying everyone." He thought pensively, "That means the threat is over." Suddenly, Do-jun bowed his head and said, "I am sorry, Hyun." His whole body trembled as he blamed himself. "I could not do anything but cause trouble for you. You would surely be a better leader than someone like me." Do-jun continued, "I am truly incompetent and useless." Hearing these words, Baekhyun did not answer immediately. A notification appeared above his head. Regret holder Kim Do-jun has escaped death. Reincarnator Baekhyun has successfully saved the regret holder from danger. He flicked Do-jun's forehead and said, "Mr. Sangha. Cho already told me what happened before I went to find you." Baekhyun reminded him, "Stop trying to handle everything by yourself." His voice hesitated. His gaze was vacant as if he were thinking about something. His lips moved as if he wanted to speak, but the words would not come out. After a moment, Baekhyun mustered all his courage and continued, "We are a group." He praised him. "You are the best leader we could ask for, no matter what. And at times like this, you do not need to say sorry." Hong Seok exclaimed emotionally, "Oh my god, did Hyun really just say that?" Do-jun could not hold it back anymore. Tears were streaming down. "You should say thank you, you idiot." He hugged Baekhyun tightly. "Hyun," he stopped him. "Hey, do not press on the wound." This scene was all seen by Cho Han-jun, who smiled with satisfaction. That night, at the high-rise apartment building, Cho Han-jun returned and fell asleep on the couch when his phone suddenly lit up. Someone was calling. The screen displayed the name Min Young. He answered the phone wearily and said, "What?" A bitter voice came through from the other end. "Don't you have a heart? How could you hand over your only nephew to the police just for using a little drugs?" Min Young continued, "I know you have filthy blood running through your veins, but I still expected you to have some love for your family." He burst out laughing. "Ah right, family." Cho Han-jun sat up. "Of course, you must love family very much, dear sister, so much so that you tried to throw your own brother, who runs an entertainment company, out onto the street by investing 6.6 billion won into Pete's entertainment." She hurriedly explained, That was because Pete's was a worthy investment. Cho Hanjun interrupted. Cho Min-young, I know you hold a seat on Peace's board of directors. He continued, I tried to be understanding about that. After all, I brought a core member of that company over to my side. His voice turned cold. But this really pisses me off, you know? Cho Hanjun glared with a threatening look. You are really making me want to take Pete's down. He warned her, I am telling you, do not push me. Otherwise, I guarantee all the money you put in will be completely gone. Min-young cursed, you bastard, but before she could finish, he hung up and tossed the phone onto the couch. Cho Hanjun took a sip of wine. Family love, my foot. Having said that, his gaze shifted downward. On the table lay a photo of the entire Best Boys group, his source of hope. Cho Hanjun bit his lip, deep in thought. He tried even harder to remind himself to stay strong and rise to even higher peaks. Scene changed to the hospital. Baekhyun had been discharged. I thought this was just a threat caused by the butterfly effect, but thanks to Wang Chang-sik, I received an unexpected reward. All three rewards were tempting, but I should really choose. Scholar Kim returned and hovered around him. Are you going to choose the third reward? He replied, yes. Reading the name of the reward made his confidence surge. Pass ticket. You can choose to skip one wish of any regret holder. However, you can only choose wishes that have already been revealed. After all, nothing is better than having insurance. Everything was still going very smoothly. The Road We Walk Together continued to hold the top spot with the highest viewership ratings. The Road We Walk Together rose to the lead. Director Jung once again proved himself with the show. Best Boys and Director Jung showed top-tier chemistry. Best Boys' interactions with Director Jung, The Road We Walk Together was unlike any other variety show. The CEO of MBS Entertainment even visited the set once. Mr. Jung introduced him, our special guest for today. Unlike We Are Idols, many people started to recognize us even when our faces were covered. An elderly woman asked, you are that young lad on TV, right? Aren't you very handsome? As our fame rose, we received over 10 commercial requests. The power of variety shows is truly amazing. New model, would you like to enjoy this with me? Taste the new flavor with Baekhyun. But somewhere, meme images from the game show were still spreading. Baekhyun sighed. Public response was exactly what he was aiming for. Just then, Hong Seol called out, kids, we have arrived. Wake up, he replied, got it, Mr. Jung was already there waiting, his face radiant as he exclaimed, isn't this my favorite group, Best Boys? He laughed loudly. I have something very special for you guys. Get your spirits ready today. Hearing this, Jae Hyun asked fearfully. What kind of trick is he playing now? Doojun prayed. I hope it is not another game involving tricking people. Lying is very hard, he started imagining. Maybe they will bring back physical challenges like last time. I am still physically and mentally traumatized from that day. Back then, Jae Hyun almost choked on water. Baekhyun sighed. But that would mean repeating a theme. Director Jung would never do that. Oh Soo shouted, I would rather do physical activities every episode than do that weird face challenge. Again, Hyun, your image back then was truly shocking. Not letting everyone keep guessing. Mr. Jung pointed behind him. It is the final episode, so we have invited a very special guest for the occasion. Let us go see who it is. Doojun asked worriedly. It is not someone with a higher position than the company representative, right? He stammered. Could it be the chairman? Oh Soo added, no way. Immediately, Mr. Zultington Jung spoke up. Let us call the name of our final guest. He is the rival of our show. The group's eyes all looked over simultaneously. Everyone was surprised. This guest was none other than Ji-ho. He smiled and called out, hey, guys. The PD continued. Today we have So Ji-ho of Best Boys. Ji-ho hugged Oh Soo and said, I missed you guys so much. Hearing that, Oh Soo teased. Wait, this guest is not as special as you said. Ji-ho replied. Come on, I know you are happy to see me. It is written all over your face. Oh Soo. Jae-hyun quickly joined the fun. You traitor. What are you doing here? Were you spying on us? Someone kick him out, please, he exclaimed. Hey, I was not spying. Best Boys were as noisy and energetic as ever. Don't worry, they are actually fighting each other. Baekhyun thought helplessly. That caption will fit this scene perfectly. Doojun. Stop him. Don't hurt him, Jae-hoon, he asked curiously. What is going on? What about today's talk show? Did they give you leave for this? Ji-ho froze, hesitating and unable to speak. Actually, he explained, I have decided to withdraw from today's talk show. The whole group could not believe it and asked. What? Everyone was stunned by Ji-ho's decision. What do you mean, you withdrew? Doojun asked worriedly, wanting to know why he left. Did something happen? No, of course not. Ji-ho scratched his head and gave a casual smile. It is just, hosting a talk show is not as fun as I thought. Jae-hyun, in disbelief, stepped forward and grabbed his collar, shaking him wildly. So when they said they would let me go, I agreed. You idiot, you should have said you would try harder. Why did you just leave like that? You said participating in a show with senior Shin Dong-seon was your lifelong dream. Oh Soo and Doojun were stunned to see him acting differently than usual. How can you give up so easily? Sensing the underlying meaning in Jiho's words, and it is all because it was not fun, Baekhyun changed his tone and asked, "So Jiho, be honest." Jiho's face turned pale at the cold question. Something happened on set, did not it? Seeing there was no way out, Jiho finally admitted, "Well, 2 weeks ago, before the filming started." "Jiho, are you really okay? You look pale every time we are about to film. You are so happy when you are with your members." He held a water bottle with an extremely excited face. "How could I not be okay? I am going to learn a lot from Korea's top variety show." Just as he finished speaking, someone called him. "So Jiho, come here right now." "Ah, yes, understood. Hold my medicine and water for a moment." As soon as he handed over the water and medicine, Jiho immediately turned and ran off. Okay, scene change. Jiho thought, even though I say I am fine, I feel like I am dying inside. Cha, puffing on a cigarette, got straight to the point. "Do you know what the road we walk together is planning to film for the next episode?" Jiho did not quite understand the question, and looked confused, but the trick did not fool the PD. He exposed him directly. "What? Don't play dumb. You must have heard something since you live in the dorm. People say you guys are very close. Did they tell you anything?" The two of them stayed that way, one talking, the other silent as if being persuaded. Cha frowned and let out a loud click of his tongue. He raised his cigarette and continued, "The road we walk together has been chasing today's talk show for months. And now, it finally achieved the highest viewership ratings." The cigarette continued to burn. "By a rookie idol group that just debuted a year ago." Jiho scratched his head and gave a casual smile. "We promise not to discuss the content of the shows we participate in. I have never discussed anything related to today's talk show with my members, so you do not need to worry, sir." Regardless of what he said, Cha showed his attitude by tearing a nearby poster behind him. "And because our show's views have also increased. Hey so Jiho." He crumpled the paper and said in a threatening voice, "Are you seriously mocking me?" Then he threw the poster, which rolled to Jiho's feet. "Don't you think you should put in some effort? Huh? Why do you think I let a nobody like you join the show?" He did not hesitate to step forward and physically push him. "What? Don't need to worry, you idiot. Do not you realize it?" The old man said something that shocked Jiho to his core. "I knew I should not have taken this bastard in." After he left, someone ran up and called him. "Jiho." An acquaintance grabbed his arm, panting. "No, everything's fine. He was just teaching me that I am doing well." "Really? Well, that is good then." Taking advantage of no one being around, the person revealed a secret. "Actually, this is top secret." He revealed shocking information. "But director Young Woo-chan has contacted us. I mean, the person from the road we walk together." But as for the specifics, he was not sure. "Yeah, he wants to know if you can appear in their final episode, even if just for 2 brief moments. I guess they want the whole group to reunite." The image of the legendary artist Shin Dongseon. "The reason I wanted to join today's talk show was because of the legendary comedian, Shin Dongseon." Recalling that scene, Jiho and his colleague laughed, non-stop. "My dream was always to be by his side." In a recent conversation between him and Cha, the man slapped his forehead and continued to scold him without hesitation. "Damn it, I do not understand how an idiot like you could be in this talk show." "I see. Yes sir." Hearing Jiho's follow-up, Cha froze and asked, "What?" Before he could finish his sentence, Jiho bowed his head. "I will inform the company about what we discussed today. Thank you for giving me the opportunity regardless of my mistakes, sir." Jiho looked up and smiled optimistically. "What do you mean? You are the one who kicked me out." Every sentence he said made Cha's face turn pale. "I will never forget the insults and discrimination you reserved for me, nor the shouting and cursing you accidentally blurted out." Returning to the present, he concluded the day's events perfectly. "Because I am a fool, I will work harder to understand your intentions better from now on. Thank you very much." After hearing the whole story, Jae-hyun, who was angry at first, could not help but hug Jiho tightly. "Why did you endure all that? Why, hey, are you crying?" Jae-hyun, a hand rubbed his head as if comforting him for his days of grievance. Jiho looked up, and all his long-held worries suddenly vanished. A warmth spread through Jiho's body that words could not express. "It is so good to have you guys here. I was so scared that I made the wrong choice, but I know one thing for sure." Scene change. Someone was standing in a corner making a discreet phone call. At first, I refused to believe that Jiho simply announced his withdrawal from the show. That person was listening to the person on the other end complain about their employee. He is still young, but he is not reckless. Seeing Jiho and the others step out of the broadcasting station. Broadcasting stations always pressure rookies, but Jiho and the Best Boys members have received a lot of media attention through their own show. Looking closely, his complexion seemed bad. They would never do anything to harm the show. Moreover, they even helped improve the views. Jiho bit his lip as if preparing for the worst to happen. "So why?" Seeing that expression made leader Jang freeze in pity for him. Our Jiho was treated like he was the one at fault. On the other side, Cha was still babbling and denying all his efforts. "I only let Jiho join the show because it was a request from you, Miss Jang." How dare he quit my talk show and go to a rival program? Leader Jang, still holding a cigarette, apologized for the unexpected incident. PD Cha, I am also very sorry that things turned out this way. I was going to reveal it to the media first, but I held back thinking about how many years we have known each other. Before finishing the cigarette, PD Cha continued to mock him, using their long history to demand respect. So bring that bastard Jiho here and tell him to beg for my forgiveness. If he does that, I will forget everything. Before he could finish, Leader Jang could not help but interrupt. Wait a moment. PD Cha. Leader Jang's expression suddenly changed, showing clear anger through his face and voice. Why should my Jiho have to beg? Leader Jang shook his head in anger and interrupted regardless of what the PD said. Mr. Jang, I think you do not understand what is happening. That kid threw a fit and said he wanted to join the road we walk together. Stop being unreasonable. He angrily exposed all his filth. I heard that you are the one who threatened Jiho, forcing him to spy on the members. Is that how you have always kept your ratings so high until now? PD Cha, seeing himself being exposed, instead of feeling guilty, PD Cha blamed him for overreacting. So Jiho said that I threatened him. Hey, you are overreacting, Leader Jang. I know the road we walk together is just a seasonal show. I have to consider your group carefully, he growled. Don't make me out to be a piece of trash. Hearing Jiho call him, Leader Jang waved him over. Oh, I am so glad you know you are a piece of trash. What did you just say? Jiho hunched over and timidly stepped toward the leader. PD Cha, would not confronting best entertainment be disadvantageous for you? What do you mean? Are you implying you will boycott my show? Leader Jang spoke while tightly holding the trembling hands to reassure him. Why not? Someone once told me. The image of Baekhyun suddenly appeared. If someone tries to act superior, you have to lure them into a trap. Those words seemed to touch Jiho's inner self. If you want the media to know, then go ahead. The choice is yours. Seeing the trap he set did not work. Everything in PD Cha seemed to go crazy. Mr. Jang, you have really changed. Are you actually recording this? I will sue. Sue me, be my guest. He turned back and spoke to the director, while also sending a different message to Jiho. You should know that our CEO is filthy rich. Scene change. A knife was cutting kimchi. You are going to cut your finger while slicing kimchi. Come on, Leader Jang, can't we just order food? Behind Leader Jang, Jiho and Jae-hyun's faces turned pale as they both thought of some horror movie. I really think this is his first time cooking. Don't tell me your mom still cooks for you until now. Oh boy, it is splashing everywhere. Do-jun doubted his cooking skills. Don't worry, I watched many videos last night. Give me the knife, I will do it. I am too scared to watch anymore. On the other side, Baekhyun held his phone while resting his chin on his hand. I did not know Do-jun could cook. Oh-soo, who had just finished putting on a face mask, came over to answer. Do-jun's family runs a restaurant. I think he can cook most Korean dishes. Wow, after chatting for a while, Do-jun finally finished cooking and called everyone to eat. Everyone, go sit in the living room. You guys are distracting me. Baekhyun sat on the sofa while Jiho and Jae-hyun also sat there, looking gloomy. Winter is gradually approaching, and the appearance of music shows and variety shows is thinning out. We got kicked out. Do-jun continued to busily slice and dice, making Leader Jang stare in awe. Mr. Jang will stay at the dorm with us tonight to watch the final episode of The Road We Walk Together. Even though Do-jun took over the cooking, Baekhyun smiled contentedly. I was always alone during holidays in the past, but it seems I am gradually getting used to this lively atmosphere. Soon the food was ready. Thanks for the meal. But they had not even warmed their seats before those two were making a racket in his ears. Hey, stop grabbing, Jiho, you are eating more than me, you muscle giant. Indeed, even lightning avoids mealtime. He angrily scolded the two. Be quiet, you are both almost adults, stop arguing like children. Leader Jang and Oh-soo, who had just finished their face masks, looked at the two and laughed. Seriously, act your age. You are the youngest ones. Just then, the TV switched to the channel. It is starting. The final episode of The Road We Walk Together is completely different from the previous ones. This episode was filmed in the evening. It seems they had a small outdoor party today. They abandoned the usual game and penalty format and instead showed everyone was chatting busily with each other. A scene of the members spending time on a normal camping trip. I thought roasting marshmallows was easy, but why was Jiho so uniquely bizarre that Jae-hyun was terrified? Honestly, I am worried whether this format will be well received. I am afraid the show's success will decline because of this episode. On the other side, Oh-soo was still busily and enthusiastically gnawing on a sweet potato, but director Young caught best boys in their most everyday moments, as if saying my worries were useless. Seeing everyone happy made Baekhyun laugh. Look at you. I guess this clearly shows what a talented director he is. The crew laughed like they were reaping a harvest, while today's talk show was still stuck in the shadow of the past. Director Young decided to embark on a new adventure with his show. The group received letters from their fans. To best boys, I will always cheer for the road you walk together. Let us go, best boys. Thank you for always being kind, even during breaks. You are the kings of the stage as well as comedy. You were born to be celebrities. You will be back for season 2, right? I will miss you so much. Let us greet each other if we bump into each other. You are going to be very famous. This is a secret, but I bought and listened to your album. As the group read the letters, each had their own thoughts and expressions. Each frame of everyone kept appearing. The ending of the road we walked together touched the viewers' hearts. Scene change. This time it filmed the girl group. After reading the letter, everyone was moved and kept it inside. But Doojun expressed all his emotions. Best boys shine brightest when they are together. A sincere letter by the fire. Oh, you guys really? Even director Young could not hold back his tears. I would have made the show longer if I knew this would happen. Why did I decide to do it seasonally? Hey, look, director Young is crying. He is crying. After stabilizing their emotions, everyone shook hands. Well then, let us say our final goodbye. 2. 3. All members bowed 90 degrees and sincerely thanked the fans and the crew. We are best boys, thank you very much. After watching, everyone was happy, as if it had just happened. Baekhyun glanced over but could not hide the smile on his face. He made everyone laugh and cry at the same time. Truly a brilliant director. Jiho held up his phone to announce the viewership status. Wow, the response from the fans is amazing. They said it is so good to see all of us together in the final episode. It is all thanks to you, Jiho. You really made an important decision. He scratched his head modestly as his phone vibrated. Ah, it is nothing. Scrolling down to look at the phone suddenly displayed a message. So Jiho, how have you been lately? The phone showed a message from Seokyeon. So Jiho, how have you been lately? This is Seokyeon. I wonder if you still remember me. Seeing Jiho suddenly freeze, Baekhyun wondered. I am watching a variety show with a Korean-American friend living in the US, and I was very surprised to see you on TV. Everyone reacted strongly. I had never even heard the name of this show before. Wait, what? The message continued. You really achieved your dream, did not you? It is really impressive. As you can see from this news, I am still living healthily, although I should have made a few calls. Not only that, everyone froze. If you have a chance to come to LA, tell me. Let us go eat together. But is this still your number? After reading the message, everyone had question marks. He is still alive. What did you say? Jiho cried while holding his phone. Seokyeon is still alive. Jiho could not hold it back and cried loudly, covering his flushing face. Scene change. The system appeared. I have received the reward after Jiho's wish was fulfilled. Reward, Reincarnator's Luck 777 every 7 days, for 7 minutes, you can see the past of anyone you choose, except for regret holders. Even the past from before and after your reincarnation can be viewed. However, you must be 7 meters away from the person you choose. Crave brushed his hair confidently under the cinematic lights. The moment I saw the reward, I thought of the person I want to use it on. Kingmaker scolded him angrily. So you are actually planning to compose Best Boy's first full album. You have got guts, I will give you that. You really want to play it that way. Instead of being intimidated, Crave playfully challenged him back. Are you scared, Dochel? Scared, me? Of an amateur who has not even debuted yet? Baekhyun silently watched the two of them talk. I guarantee Best Entertainment will prioritize the quality of songs that have stayed ahead for years thanks to their experience. Your songs are a bit outdated. It is time to try something fresher. Something fresh, as if you could, in my day, you would be kicked out for sure. He was not very interested in joining their conversation, but if Crave was actually going to complete his first full album for the group, he needed to check and confirm things. Watching Crave laugh and talk, Baekhyun continued to wonder whether he was truly a person with many issues or just a victim of rumors stemming from his early success. Getting tired of watching, he let out a large yawn. Seeing this, Kingmaker asked, Hyun, you look tired. Are you still suffering from insomnia lately? Baekhyun admitted it and asked to rest. Yes, sorry, but could I take a quick nap? Sure, go ahead and sleep. After they both agreed, he thanked them and drifted off to sleep. Thank you, both of you. Just as he closed his eyes, he instinctively opened them again to observe. Looking at Crave, who was only a year older than him, he thought he might understand him better if they spent more time together, but it was not that simple. In another world, he sometimes seemed quite eerie, but other times, very kind. Show me Crave's past from before I reincarnated. Immediately, Baekhyun was transported into the past, taking him to a place that looked like a luxury bar. This place, he looked at his surroundings. An artist's party. Suddenly, a woman's voice called out that familiar name, Crave. There you are, Mr. Famous composer. Then another voice called out to someone, Dina. It seemed that person was Crave but in a different form. I told you I do not like coming to parties like this. It seems like people do not want me here either. Baekhyun felt his senses failing him. What? It is the same face, but radiating a completely different aura. While she was talking to Crave, someone called her. Hey, Dina, what is this bastard doing at your party? 3 men appeared out of nowhere with unfriendly vibes. You guys. One of the 3 pushed Crave hard, sending him falling defenselessly. I do not want to associate with this weirdo. Dina sat down to help him, apologizing profusely. I am so sorry. I told everyone tonight was a party to celebrate you. Furthermore, another man pulled Dina up. Dina, forget this guy. Let us go drink. Come on, it is no fun without you drinking with us. A black man held a wine glass and swirled it. The host should not be sober at a party like this. His mockery hit a nerve, touching Crave's dark side. Why do you keep making me drink? Leave me alone. That caused him to jump up angrily. You bastards. Crave stepped forward and grabbed the collar of the guy who had touched Dina. You son of a bitch. What did you put in the drink? What? Because of that shove, the glass fell. Crave, no, let me go. Seeing the glass fall, the black man angrily grabbed Crave's collar. You are just a nobody with no talent. Don't poke your nose into things that do not concern you. The man continued to insult him. Go back to the hole you crawled out of. Suddenly, something startled Baekhyun. He woke up just as Crave was holding the blanket he had been using. Seeing Baekhyun wake up, Crave apologized and explained, sorry. Did I wake you? The blanket was falling off, so I was trying to pull it back over you. Baekhyun woke up and raised his head, feeling a bit worried. Even though he did not know the truth behind the rumors, yet, he knew one thing for sure. After thinking for a while, he decided to ask directly. Crave, you will be ruined after going to America. Is the Billboard chart the only reason you want to go there? Seeing Baekhyun ask that, he was a bit surprised. Huh? Why did you suddenly ask me that? It is so sudden. Did you have a nightmare? He was not sure if he was feeling sympathy after what he saw. Baekhyun grabbed his arm and kept asking. What if the songs you write in Korea could put you on the Billboard charts? Would you still want to go to America? Kingmaker burst out laughing until tears came to his eyes, slapping his thigh. Hyun, you, and that ambition of yours. Are you going to put Best Boys on the Billboard charts? Crave was flustered and did not know how to answer. Should I answer seriously? Yes. Baekhyun gripped his arm tightly. Right now, the Korean music industry is still mainly focused on Asia, but we will have an opportunity soon. Crave sighed. Because the Hallyu wave that will shake the world is about to begin. Baekhyun clenched his fist. I see. It began to get dark as time passed. The car stopped in front of the red carpet on December 30th. The sight of people stepping out made the viewers gossip. Reporters scrambled to take photos for tomorrow's headlines. They are here. One by one, the group stepped out and waved, dressed in elegant gentlemanly attire. The day of the awards ceremony had arrived. The group stopped to pose. Reporters were amazed but did not forget to photograph them from every angle. The next stars on the red carpet are Best Boys. Wow. Do not they look dapper today? Best Boys, please look this way. Can you pose one more time? But one person in their group did not seem well today. Ambitions during the awards season were busy building their image. Before that, they had a practice session to prepare for the performance. We had to practice the dances, pre-record the vocals, and as for the climax of the choreography, furthermore, they had to have their measurements taken for their outfits. On top of that, we had to try on both the performance costumes and the formal suits. Hyun, if you do not eat properly, I swear to God, your size has changed again. We need to fix your suit right now. They also had to rack their brains to prepare a speech. Not to mention, we had to memorize a speech in case we won an award. Next member, go try on your clothes. When will I ever memorize all this? And prepare to handle reporters' questions. The system announced the most voted group of the day. The voting for the Rookie Award will end soon. The candidates were Nexter and Best Boys. It is Nexter from Pete's Entertainment and Best Boys from Best Entertainment. Everyone was pointing. Everyone expects Nexter to win the Rookie Award this year since they just debuted. The MC finished reading the winner and congratulated them. The KBC Music Award for Rookie of the Year goes to. At the same time, the co-host read along. The KBC Music Award for Rookie of the Year goes to. Not keeping everyone waiting any longer, the winner was Best Boys. Congratulations. The members stepped up to receive the award, and Do Jun gave the speech on behalf of the group. He spoke while crying. Everyone, the Rookie Award, congratulations. I am going to cry. You all deserve it. Everyone worked so hard, but Baekhyun's expression did not look very good. Our stone-face guy did not disappoint. Lol. He did not even bother to shed a tear for the Rookie Award. This guy, seriously. Are you only going to cry when you win the grand prize? Fine, I am going to stream the song more. Grand prize? No, Hyun did not even cry at the Billboard Music Awards. Are you guys going to cry? Others? Yes. Hyun, nope. The system board continued to shift. But my goal was not to win the SBC or KBC Rookie Award. It was MBS. Oh, Soo gently maintained his image and waved. Today's awards ceremony is everything to me. The MC holding the mic invited them. This way, please. Thank you. Do Jun kept bowing in gratitude. Thank you. Wonderful reporters. But, Baekhyun wondered why he was different today. Why does Do Jun specifically want to win the MBS Rookie Award as Best Boys so badly? He frowned, his face darkening. Scene change. Leader Jang was standing outside when someone suddenly called out, "Long time no see, Mr. Jang." This person was Park Jinggu, the manager of Nexter at Pete's Entertainment. "How have you been lately?" Leader Jang stepped forward to greet him. "Ah, hello. Mr. Park. I heard you have been promoted to team leader. It is all thanks to you, because of the position that opened up after you left." Leader Jang's expression shifted slightly as he thought, Park Jinggu. He will do anything for a performance review. Looking at Leader Park Jinggu's mocking smirk, he thought, he usually treats artists as commodities, not human beings, but inside he was a different person. Why is he acting so friendly right now? Leader Jinggu interrupted his thoughts. "Mr. Jang," Leader Jinggu asked bluntly, "do you regret choosing Best Boys over Nexter?" Hearing that, Leader Jang's face darkened with anger. What is he trying to say? Leader Jang replied calmly, "If I said not at all, would you feel bad?" "Of course not. But I have to say this first. Mr. Jang, you have lost your touch since leaving Pete's." Leader Jinggu continued to ask with a disdainful voice. "I know Best Day Entertainment is famous for actors, but when it comes to idols, it is just like a startup, is not it?" On the other side, the group had settled into their seats. "You chose to leave Pete's, a company that has trained top idols for over 10 years. Everyone listened silently to the MC's words. To join Best Entertainment, which has only just started training idols. Everyone was looking up at the stage. Maybe they do not even have the finances or resources to go up against Pete's. I just do not understand." Returning to Leader Jinggu, he continued, "You are getting complacent after winning the KBC and SBC Rookie Awards." Sensing the implication, he asked, "Don't tell me you bribed the MBS CEO." Seeing Leader Jinggu smirk as if that were his answer. In exchange for the Rookie of the Year award for Nexter, Dina's eyes sparkled in anticipation of Ha Jang's answer. Maybe Best Boys will win this time too. "Ha Jang, there are cameras. Watch what you say." Back to the system board showing up. Nexter is still capable of winning without cheating like that, the MC continued to announce. "So do not try to find fault with us, Mr. Jang." On this side, the MC opened their mouth to announce. Everyone was surprised. The whole hall went silent. A group began to stand up, and a long, white hand reached out, and that group was none other than Nexter, just as Leader Jinggu had said. The Best Boys group standing below stood up and clapped. Baekhyun's expression was hard to read. "That looks truly pathetic." Previously, the MC continued to announce the results. The MBS Rookie of the Year award goes to Nexter of Pete's Entertainment. Congratulations. After the announcement, the MC invited Nexter to receive the award. Could the members of Nexter please come up to the stage? The members of Nexter stood up while happily receiving congratulations from everyone. "Oh, congratulations. Congratulations, Nexter, thank you." However, in contrast to the group's joy, others clapped awkwardly. Some gossiped and sneered. Nexter got the award. That is a big twist. But I really thought the MBS award would definitely go to Best Boys. Some were not very interested or happy that Nexter won the award. Maybe people think since they won at 2 other stations, Nexter should have won too. Anyway, congratulations juniors. Inwardly, they could not help but wonder. It is happening right now. The members of Nexter happily accepted the trophy and gave a speech. "Thank you very much. Nexter will grow even more, so please continue to love us." However, some thought differently. Was everything we did all year for nothing? That person held their wrist, thinking, "No, I do not need to use the pass ticket yet." A system notification appeared. That is a reward that allows me to skip one of the regret holder's wishes without completing it. If used, Do-jun's wish to win the Rookie Award will be automatically deleted. He stole a glance at Do-jun. Baekhyun could not help but think further, but should I use the reward right now? Scene change. Leader Jang bowed to everyone. "Well, using it won't speed up the process to make me reach 30 immediately, and I won't die right now either, so I will keep it." Everyone bowed in greeting one by one and then left. "Strangely, I do not want to use it at all right now. You worked hard today. Have a good time." Just as Baekhyun finished bowing, his phone suddenly vibrated. He opened the phone to see a message. "Chicks, do not be discouraged. You did a great job, and the company will work even harder to support you from now on. The crown they are wearing will eventually ruin them completely." Not only Baekhyun but others also received that message. His face suddenly darkened. A voice rang out. "Baekhyun of Best Boys, you have received a lot of love from variety shows. What do you think about your chances of winning the Rookie Award?" Going back to before, he held the mic and answered firmly, "I truly believe we will win. Every award is meaningful, but receiving the Rookie Award here is still very special to us, because we have many memorable moments at MBS. It turned out to be a replay on the TV. Alright, let us get straight to the point. The Rookie of the Year Award for Idols. This is a group that has stolen the hearts of many fans with their amazing performances. They are truly the most talented group of the year." As soon as they finished speaking, a remote was used to turn it off. The MBS Rookie of the Year award will be given to Nexter of Pete's Entertainment. Then a phone was picked up to call someone. So, you are saying there is a possibility Peas is manipulating everything again. The person bowed and continued the call. MBS should have given the Rookie Award to Best Boys, no doubt about it. The image of a trophy appeared. Our music streaming rankings also beat Nexter. Nexter did not even appear on MBS programs from the start. MBS Music Award Rookie of the Year for Idol's Men, Cho Hanjun was completely casual. But they still gave the award to Nexter. Leader Jang reported back to him, "What should we do, sir? Should we reveal the information to reporters?" Cho Hanjun replied, "No, keep it quiet for now. It will be better to crush them from below when they are climbing to the highest place." Recalling the image of Leon and Seochan laughing mockingly. One small bomb still is not enough. Seochan looked with a disdainful half-glance. "If we are going to crush them," veins appeared on the hand. "Let us make it a grand explosion and turn them into fragments." Cho Hanjun clenched his hand, veins bulging. He stood up and checked on his chicks. "By the way, how are the chicks doing? The group still has to go to another awards ceremony tomorrow, so we need to ensure they." On the other side, Leader Jang replied, "As it happens, there is something you need to know." "What is it?" Leader Jang stammered. "Well, when we returned to the dorm, Hyun. Fast forward to December 31st during an award ceremony. Now, for the winner of the Best Variety Program Award at MBS Entertainment. We have had many great shows this year, but this program has received the award." Young Woo-chan stood up, his face flushing, to receive the award. "Congratulations, executive producer Young Woo-chan of The Road We Walk Together. The variety show featuring Best Boys has won the Best Program Award." All Best Boys members jumped up to hug him and continuously congratulated him. "Let us give them a round of applause." Scene changed to a room. Someone was gasping for air, their whole body burning as if they had a high fever. That person was none other than Baekhyun, his face flushed, sweat pouring down. "Am I so unperceptive that I did not realize I was sick, or is it due to the stress from the award ceremonies?" The watch suddenly vibrated. He felt the regret of his absence today. "I was planning to attend the MBS Entertainment Awards as a member of The Road We Walk Together. Now all the fans know I am absent." Recalling what happened before at that time, Baekhyun suddenly fainted. "What is wrong, Hyun?" It had been a day since he fainted when they returned to the dorm, but his fever had not gone down. His whole body was haggard and he was gasping for air. Baekhyun's head was spinning and he was in a daze. Suddenly, he remembered a familiar scene from the past. He remembered whenever he had a fever, his mother would touch young Baekhyun's forehead. "Oh poor Hyun. Seeing you sick all the time makes me so worried." His mother touched his forehead, worrying about his health. "You should eat something if you want to get better." Remembering that past made Baekhyun's face flush as he breathed with difficulty, opening his teary eyes. Then he tilted his head in a daze and said a word, seemingly wanting to drink traditional Korean sweet rice punch. "Sikki." Even with a high fever, Baekhyun was in a daze and tried to say, "I want to drink Sikki." Jian rushed over and shouted, "Young Ji, did you see the news about Peds?" She was indignant. "Of course I did. They have lost their minds." Young Ji was fuming and cursed loudly. They threatened to boycott MBS if they did not give Nexter the Rookie Award. How dare they steal Best Boys Award? She was panting from exhaustion. "No, not that. The news that was just posted." She gasped. "What, is there something else?" News about Leon was posted everywhere. Nexter's leader lured the nephew of Besta Entertainment's CEO to do drugs with him. Young Ji was shocked. "What, Nexter's leader, you mean Leon?" She was officially stunned. "He is finished. I heard he also pretended to be sick to withdraw from We Are Idols." Jian agreed. "Yeah, it is all true. The staff are exposing it." Apparently, Pete's Entertainment pressured them, trying to sabotage their performances and equipment. Young Ji's jaw dropped as she shouted, "This is crazy." She could not help but cover her mouth. "What have our boys had to endure? They could not even tell anyone. My heart is breaking." One bomb followed another. Young Ji was surprised. "Wait, there is more news." Ji Young gasped. "Again, are they a criminal ring or something?" People around were also gossiping. "Did you see? Pete's Entertainment." Everyone was sneering. "Seriously, too much drama." And just when everyone thought that was it, another bomb dropped. The behavior of Pete's Entertainment was exposed bit by bit, shocking the public and fans for a long time. And of course, the fandom started fighting internally. Nexter's fans tried their best to dig up dirt on Best Boys. Anonymous, 1. I hate idols who do that. In Osu's post were cute photos. Baekhyun smiled affectionately. "Good, the reaction is exactly what I wanted." He took steps forward. "It did not take me long to recover from the fever, but those photos were perfectly timed. Anyway, I found out Pete's pressured MBS about the Rookie Award." Baekhyun's gaze lowered. "But I never thought Wang Changsik would do drugs with Leon. I guess he really was high that day." He stood in front of the room door and knocked. "Mr. Cho, you called for me." Cho Hanjun was a cold-blooded person to the point of reporting his own nephew without hesitation. He asked casually, "How are you feeling?" Baekhyun replied politely, "Much better, thank you sir." He slowly drank water, thinking, even though I do not understand why he sent me several cases of Sikki. Cho Hanjun inquired, "How is your composition study going?" Baekhyun was startled by the question. A second later he sighed. The potential evaluator confirmed that I have talent in composing. Baekhyun was embarrassed. I am not sure if it is progressing well. He asked in confusion, why do you say that? Kingmaker commented that as an idol, you are doing very well. He was extremely humble. I do not want to just do well as an idol. I think my skills are at the level of students who have just started learning to compose. He was extremely humble. I do not want to just do well as an idol. I think my skills are at the level of students who have just started learning to compose. Cho Hanjun sighed helplessly. Hyun, now I understand a bit more about what kind of person you are. I completely empathize because I have similar traits, he remarked bluntly. You continue to push your own limits and are never satisfied with the results you have. Cho Hanjun continued. Even after achieving wealth, fame, and popularity, not one of them is truly happy. Hearing this, Baekhyun was startled. When I was at the peak of glory, money, fame, and popularity were everything I had when I was an actor. Why did I have to live a whole life in such a hurry? His voice lowered. I do not understand, sir. What are you trying to tell me? He cleared his throat and gave advice. I am saying that after pushing yourself too much like that, you should reward yourself with a worthy gift. This balance is essential to maintain a clean mind in this industry. Baekhyun listened silently. Chairman Cho Hanjun is very reliable, but I still can't fully trust him. Imagining being pushed to the bottom of an abyss, who is the target, it does not matter. I can't let go of the suspicion. Someone I trust today could stab me in the back tomorrow. Baekhyun's hand clenched. But he has something I do not have, which is sincere affection for people. That is a precious thing about Cho Hanjun. While lost in thought, he suddenly spoke up. It is okay not to be perfect. We are just getting you out of that shell. His face was sad. I should tell him, I am not ready yet. A question appeared in Baekhyun's mind. Is it really okay not to be perfect? A second later he agreed. Fine, but I want to be judged fairly. Baekhyun said solemnly, I want my song to be chosen because it is good, not because you suggested it. Cho Hanjun accepted. Alright. Good idea. I do not want to receive any special treatment or a guaranteed spot in the album just because I am a member. He encouraged himself. After all, the taste of the fruit harvested from one's own efforts would be much sweeter. After the awards ceremony, we finally got to take a break. However, their schedules were still packed. Just because we did not have any group activities did not mean we were not busy. After the road we walked together, the members' individual popularity surged, leading to more solo activities. Jae-hyun and Oh-soo walked in. We are back from the photoshoot, Doojun. Are you heading out? He smiled. Hey Soo. Jae-hyun. Yeah, I have a radio show appointment. Meanwhile, Baekhyun was at home on his computer. I did not want to stay in the studio to compose my songs, so I decided to stay at the dorm for a change of pace. But, Jiho held out his phone. Hyun, did you post a selfie? When did you take this? He noted with delight. Look at this. Our Hyun's mouth is curved up by 10 degrees. He must be in a good mood. Looking at the photo on the phone, Jiho could not help but ask, Hyun, can we have a selfie where you are smiling brightly? Can we get this photo when we buy the album? He kept babbling. Hyun, we won't call you Stoneface anymore. Just one smile, please. Look at this. I am gonna cry. I would be so happy to see Hyun smiling for real. I am sincerely begging for that photo. Baekhyun crossly chased him away. So Jiho, stop bothering me and go back to your room. Jiho ignored him and continued. Look at those Stoneface eyes. I am totally captivated. Hey, handsome Stoneface, I will work hard so you can smile. His face darkened, and he asked in a low voice, you really do not know when to stop, do you? He grumbled and threw a tantrum. Come on, lately you only hang out with your musician friends. You do not even eat with us anymore. Jae-hyun and I are adults now. You know, we wanted to have our first drink with you and Doojun. Baekhyun froze, looking at Jiho. He thought blankly. So Jiho and Kang Jae-hyun. Baekhyun remembered them taping their ID cards to their foreheads and begging. Ever since they came of age, they had been pestering him to have their first alcoholic drink together. He wondered, but I do not understand why I have to be there. Baekhyun crossed his arms. What do you need me for? Just buy some beer at the convenience store and drink it. Jiho jumped around and wailed, it is my first time, so I want it to be special. We should share this moment. Let us do it today. Today is the perfect day for my first drink. He brightly made a suggestion. Why do not we leave Oh-soo out and drink secretly in your room? He will be tired from the photoshoot anyway, so I will sneak Doojun and Jae-hyun over here. He flatly refused. No, Jiho quickly grabbed his leg. If you keep refusing, I am not leaving your room. You can't force me out. I will stay here forever. Baekhyun helplessly rubbed his forehead. I did not like getting drunk because it felt like I was losing control of myself. However, Jiho and Jae-hyun both had that in common. He groaned in annoyance. Let go. After a moment of thought, he agreed. Fine, but no soju, only beer. He joyfully ran off to prepare. Got it. No taking it back. Baekhyun sighed. Jiho had also played a very important role in helping us win the Rookie and Variety Awards. Such a pain. The system board appeared, Reincarnator's high alcohol tolerance. There are times when we must drink even if we do not want to. It seems you, dear reincarnator, do not have a very high tolerance. You have restrained yourself carefully until now, but some days that is impossible. If you use this one-time reward, you won't get drunk no matter how much you drink for 30 days. He paused. Wait a minute. Baekhyun's eyes stared thoughtfully into the air. A message notification rang. Got Hyun to agree. He told himself, this is also an opportunity for me to fulfill Jaehyun's wish. If I knew I would die this early, I would have indulged in a carb party after debuting. The door opened. Jiho and Jaehyun walked in. Doojun asked curiously, is Osu really asleep? He said excitedly, yeah, I told him he was really ugly, and he did not even argue back. Earlier, Jiho had whispered in Osu's ear, you are the ugliest member of Best Boys. You have wrinkles on your face. He smiled brightly. He is definitely asleep. He said excitedly, yeah, I told him he was really ugly, and he did not even argue back. Earlier, Jiho had whispered in Osu's ear, you are the ugliest member of Best Boys. You have wrinkles on your face. He smiled brightly. He is definitely asleep. Hearing that, Jaehyun's jaw dropped as he shouted. He looked at the pile of food in shock. What is this? Why did you guys buy so many snacks? Baekhyun narrowed his eyes. Don't you know you are supposed to have snacks with alcohol, and we could never do this when we were busy with promotions. Doojun's eyes sparkled. I heard college students like drinking beer with potato chips and stuff. Let us pretend we are doing the same. He immediately ran off. I will go get some chicken breast from the fridge. He could not help but curse inwardly. Damn it, such a stiff. Doojun smiled and raised his glass. Now, everyone, let us toast. He scolded them sternly. Now that you two are adults, stop fighting. You both are really childish. Jiho laughed it off. Come on Doojun, do not nag us on a day like this. Alright, cheers. Jaehyun shouted happily. Cheers. Baekhyun called out lazily. Cheers. They gulped it all down in one go. A second later, they spit it out, their faces pale with disgust. Bitter. The taste is so weird. Why does it taste like this? Am I drinking beer or what is this? He poured more into their glasses. You two said you wanted to have your first drink with me and Doojun, right? Jiho panicked. Hyun, slow down. You do not need to pour more. Baekhyun's face was bright as he reminded them. It is impolite to refuse a drink when offered. And is Jaehyun really only going to eat chicken breast? His eyes sparkled. Hyun, you ignored us when we invited you to drink, but now that you are playing along, are you trying to show us what alcohol really tastes like? Jaehyun immediately agreed. Fine, I will drink, but I can't give up my chicken breast. Otherwise, I will lose my six-pack tomorrow. Baekhyun clicked his tongue in annoyance. A moment later, he suggested, let us play some drinking games. Doojun was extremely excited. Yes, I have heard college students play them a lot. On retreats and such. He rubbed his chin curiously. I wonder if it is different from the road we walked together. Baekhyun excitedly laid out the rules. How about the loser has to grant a wish for the winner? They loved the idea. Sounds fun. Like a flash, Doojun pulled out a bottle of liquor. So anything goes, right? He smiled brightly. Who only drinks beer when playing drinking games? Doojun suggested with delight. Mixing it will make things more interesting. What do you think? Their faces turned pale. When did you buy soju? Jiho's face was now flushed as he yelled. Fuzzy duck. Seeing that, Jaehyun laughed until tears came to his eyes. Look at that. So Jiho, you are making a mess again. You idiot. His face had also turned red. Good, if Jiho collapses now, only Jaehyun will be left. I will eliminate Doojun too. Jaehyun pushed the beer glass toward his face. Forget the wish, drink more. A while later, Jiho was dead drunk and lying motionless on the bed. He rejoiced inwardly. Good. Baekhyun cleared his throat. Alright, Jaehyun. He wiped his eyes. Yes, loud and clear. He fed him. Eat some food. As soon as the food touched his mouth, Jaehyun spat it out. A second later, he started acting spoiled. No, Jaehyun does not like that. In a whiny voice, Jaehyun does not eat carbs. If Jaehyun eats carbs, he won't have muscles anymore. Baekhyun officially froze. What? The assistant? Hell? Is this how he acts when he is drunk? Going crazy, he snapped. Kang Jaehyun, stop being unreasonable and get back to the game. He pouted. Really, do you want to play a different game? Hyun, you are such an addict. Jaehyun complied. Alright, let us play the multiplication table game, but just the two of us. I have always wanted to beat you. Remembering when he played this game before, let us memorize the multiplication table. 7 times 7 is 67. Baekhyun was incredibly confident. You want to do math? You are terrible at this. You must be really drunk, Jaehyun. Jaehyun was excited. I will go first. Let us remember the multiplication table. Starting with the easiest question, 2 times 2 is. He was extremely smug. Victory was within reach. A second later, Baekhyun blurted out the number, 3. A fun night passed. The next day, a soft voice called out, Hyun. His eyelids slowly opened. Hyun. Oh, Soo huffed coldly in anger. You reek of alcohol. Hyun, come on, wake up. He woke up in a daze. He looked at the disaster zone in confusion and asked, did you guys drink while I was asleep? Oh my god, look at this mess. Oh, Soo had to clean it up. There is 1, 2, 11. You guys ate 11 bags of snacks. His face turned pale and green, plus an empty can of chips. Are you guys crazy? Looking at Baekhyun's messy face, Oh-soo was in despair. Hyun, exactly what happened last night. The system sound jumped. Congratulations, regret holder Kang Jae. Hyun's wish has been fulfilled. He was shocked. What, is this what happens when people get drunk? Baekhyun rubbed his head and looked at Jae-hyun, who was fast asleep. Jae-hyun did not eat any snacks until I collapsed. How could his wish have been fulfilled? Looking at his face covered in marker stains, Doojun could not help but burst out laughing. I guess Hyun can't do math when he is drunk. It is not like him at all. So funny. Recalling the night before, Jae-hyun was in a daze. Was that wrong? He got it wrong. You joined in too. Of course it is wrong. How can 2 times 2 be 3? It is 4. Baekhyun would not accept it. Again, he asked again, 2 times 2 is. He answered groggily, 5. Continued 2 times 2 is. Baekhyun was completely lost. 2. Doojun laughed until tears came to his eyes. Oh man, I am dying. Tell me you guys are doing this on purpose. He could not hold on any longer and collapsed. What is 2 times 2? Jae-hyun jumped for joy. I won, Doojun, the penalty. Now, he was in total despair. Damn it, I have lived 32 years and I just found out today I can't do math when I am drunk. Jae-hyun happily drew on his face. Hyun always says things like that, like he actually knows something. He smiled softly. He told me I would regret it and think about all the things I wanted to eat when I die. Doojun sighed and opened a bag of chips. He is right. Don't worry too much about your muscles tonight. Treat yourself. He fed Jae-hyun. Tonight is the perfect opportunity. Soon we will be busy with the group album, so we won't be able to be this relaxed. He hesitated for a moment. It has been a long time since I have eaten potato chips. Jae-hyun gently took a bite. The flavor immediately spread in his mouth. Carbs really are my universe. This thing. He seemed to be immersed in a potato universe. Long live starch. A second later, Jae-hyun was eating continuously. Delicious. Delicious. So delicious. He looked at this scene with his mouth agape. Oh my god. Baekhyun told himself, from now on, I have to eat more carbs too. I do not want to have regrets like Jae-hyun when I die. The system appeared. Reward, Reincarnator's invisibility cloak. One-time use. You will be invisible for 1 hour. No one will be able to see you. Crave held his musical score and could not help but praise him. Hyun, you really pick things up fast. I think you learn faster than anyone I know. He was curious, yet you keep saying you have no talent. Baekhyun was humble. How long did it take you to write this song? Crave was confident. Oh about 30 minutes. He cursed inwardly in frustration. That is why, seriously, that crazy genius. He is on a different level, so I can't even be jealous. He sighed. I believe a good musician should feel a wide range of emotions. Emotions expressed in a song inspired by personal experience are unbeatable. Baekhyun asked suspiciously. For example, Crave kindly suggested, emotions like love, heartbreak, loneliness, and happiness. Understanding how emotions surge in different situations is very important. He listened intently. Love is especially important for every artist. Hearing that, it suddenly occurred to Baekhyun. Love. He wondered, what if I do not have time for that? After all, idols can't date freely. Crave suddenly remembered, that is true. Then, he offered another strategy, or you can rely on the experiences of others. Imitating books, movies, and TV shows, imagining those stories are your own and putting them into a song, is also a method. Baekhyun thought about it carefully. It was similar to being an actor. He gripped the paper in his hand. Crave's song will definitely be in the full album. Can I get my song in there too, especially among these experienced musicians? Remembering what Cho Han-jun said, composing is just a tool to survive as an idol. Baekhyun closed his eyes and felt it. There were many similarities with acting. The corners of his mouth curled slightly. When something became interesting, I wanted to pursue it to the end to find fulfillment. Baekhyun made a request in a low voice. Can I take a nap here again? Crave immediately stood up. Sure, help yourself. Coincidentally, it had been 7 days since the last time I used Reincarnator's luck. The system appeared again, activating Reincarnator's luck. He appeared in a different space. Last time I saw Crave being insulted by others, he seemed to have some problem with the blonde woman. After observing carefully for a while, I heard a gunshot. Baekhyun easily concluded that Crave did not have a gun in his hand, meaning the woman or someone else had pulled the trigger. His arm moved slightly. I really did not want to see what the relationship between Crave and that woman was like. Crave smiled. Love is especially important for every artist. He sat with his head down. Because he has experienced the kind of love I never want to understand. Perhaps witnessing his past will give me the answer to these tangled emotions. Baekhyun requested the system, show me what happened with Crave and Dina's relationship. A second later, the system took him to a house. A stern voice rang out, Dina, are you serious? She shouted angrily. Yes, that is right, I am very serious. Her face was messy and smug as she yelled, I want to break up. A second later, Dina pushed Crave toward the car. You do not know anything, do you? He staggered back. Dina wailed in pain. You do not know how pathetic you make the people around you look. Crave hesitantly tried to stop her. Dina, you are in the middle of an addiction. You are not yourself, so please try to calm down. He grabbed Dina's shoulders. Let us go to rehab together and then we can talk. I will help you get through it no matter how much it costs. Please. She shoved Crave's hands away. Painters can use drugs for their paintings, so what is wrong with that? Dina covered her face in agony. Do you think everyone composes music as easily as you do? Are you looking down on me because I am not a genius like you? Suddenly, her voice lowered. Dina despaired. Are you acting all superior because you took a bullet for me? Baekhyun pondered upon hearing that. A bullet, so the gunshot back then. Dina gradually lost her reason and grabbed his hands. If you really loved me, you would get high with me instead of taking me to rehab. Her eyes were soulless. You always refused when I told you to do drugs with me. You were never there, Dina screamed, when I needed you. She sank completely into the darkness. You never loved me. You only used me for your songs. The hands Crave used to hold her suddenly trembled violently. Then he decided to let go. Tears streamed down Crave's face. Seeing that Dina was completely motionless, he stated flatly, let us break up. Crave made a decision. If I do that, I will go to rehab and get sober. Baekhyun's heart suddenly ached. What is this? Dina's voice softened. I do not want to be with you anymore. I think I can be free if you are not here. She covered her face in pain. So let us break up now. The system appeared. Trait of reward, reincarnator's luck, has increased. Crave has become closer to the reincarnator. You can feel the past more deeply. You can vaguely feel every sensation that Crave experienced. His tears flowed. Will Dina really live if I break up with her? But I think I will die. On this side, she covered her face in pain. My life is already a mess. I do not want to taint you anymore. I do not care if I am the only one who is ruined. He gripped his heart in pain. Baekhyun looked at the person in front of him. I can understand why the reward is reincarnator's luck. His face was pale with pain. I can feel the emotions of others as if they were my own. I can learn about love without having to experience it myself. When the news of Best Boy's first full album spread, countless musicians sent in their songs. They would listen to the songs and vote. The secretary bowed and handed over documents. Here you go, Mr. The audience around was waiting, so exciting. Looking at the paper in his hand, the process was quite simple. The songs would be played anonymously and everyone would mark O or X on the survey to decide whether the song was suitable for Best Boys. Hong Seok spoke up politely. Please take your time to consider each song and write down your answers. Music started playing. We will begin with the first song. The melodious music spread through the air. He evaluated with his chin on his hand. Normally Mumbattan trap uses a faster beat, but this song goes in a completely different direction. So fresh. Is this the work of an amateur? An audience member evaluated. The melody is full of regret, yet painful in some way. It feels like. The person next to them was quite surprised. Really, I felt the same way. Other audience members agreed. It touches the heart even if it is not commercial. It is definitely not a song by a famous musician. They quickly marked O. I really like it. Hong Seok instinctively looked down. Although it is not strong enough to be a title track, it is definitely suitable as a B-side. Huh? He was confused. Why does Hyun look so stiff? It is like he is nervous. Suddenly, a thought crossed Hong Seok's mind. Wait, is this his song? He was shocked. No, it can't be. Hyun is terrible at expressing his emotions. Hong Seok still could not believe it. He only started composing 7 months ago. He had to dismiss the thought. And with such potential rivals, even if Hyun sent a song, it would be eliminated in the first round. Hong Seok told himself, once the voting is over, I will bring some good food to the dorm for him. Probably soybean paste stew. On this side, Do Jun was quite pleased. The very first song is already novel. Its rhythm is quite interesting. Oh Soo smiled brightly. I told you right, it must be true that many talented musicians contacted us. Jiho looked up. I hope they will let us write our own rap parts. Jae-hyun sat next to him spinning his pen in boredom. It is not a fast song, but you can still dance to it. Baekhyun sat silently to one side, not saying a word. The melodious sound reached his ears. Cho Hanjun called out in a low voice, "Hey, you brave little chick." Hearing the call, he glanced over. The man flashed a radiant smile. He could not help but praise. "Hey, brave little chick. Not bad at all." Baekhyun's whole body suddenly froze. His face turned pale as he snapped his head back. How did he know? I sent it anonymously. Did he read my mind? Hong Seok stepped onto the podium and announced, that is the end of the first song, titled, I Love You Madly. I will play the second song. Music played. My excitement did not last long. Baekhyun suddenly paused. The next 29 songs all clearly showed a professional level, making the first song seem small in comparison to the experts and complex feelings. He sat motionless, feeling the rhythm. Baekhyun could not help but marvel. For the first time in my life, I feel like I am facing a great wall. Will I ever be able to write a better song sometime? Scholar Kim appeared, his voice smug. The arrogant reincarnator finally feels humble. He asked for an opinion. Scholar Kim, what do you think? He pouted about the voting results. Scholar Kim circled around a few times. The more you expect, the more disappointed you will be. Should I give you some luck as the manager of your second life? Baekhyun wondered. Do you mean you can get my song into the top 10? He smirked. Of course, if you wish. Baekhyun stared into space. Scholar Kim squinted at him. A second later, Baekhyun waved the paper away. I am fine. He interrogated him. Be honest. You do not have that power, do you? He gave a forced laugh. It is no fun at all when you do not fall for the trap. Scholar Kim hovered in the air. Of course not. I am leaving now. Don't cry when you are eliminated. Baekhyun rolled his eyes helplessly. This little old man. The assistant went around. I will collect the voting slips now. He smiled. After all, being chosen by using a trick would not mean anything. Baekhyun handed over his slip. If I were going to do that, I would not have sent it anonymously in the first place. Hong Seok smiled. We will announce the voting results, starting from the song that received the most votes. Each song's number was read. No. Hwahiston, Tilt, Stardust. No. 2. Soulless. No. 9. No you. Cho Hanjun crossed his arms and listened seriously to the announcement. Hong Seok spoke slowly, and the final song is. As soon as he flipped the slip, his face lit up. Thank God. This is also the song I chose. The pen slowly wrote down the number 10. Baekhyun's pupils suddenly contracted. A second later, he immediately punched himself hard in the face. Do-jun was startled. Hyun, what is wrong? A second later, he turned in confusion. Sir, I think something wrong is happening to Hyun. Cho Hanjun looked down. Wrong, I think. The pain from his cheek spread through his body. Jiho looked on curiously. Hyun, what are you doing? He was confused. MyTube, checking the news. Baekhyun dismissed it. I am just thinking about a few things. Opening MeTube. It is the world's largest video platform. And many idols use it to create live shows and topics as streaming services gradually became popular, but that would happen in a few years. For now, because it is still not very popular, it is mostly used by broadcasting stations, and they only live stream news or comeback performances. So if we want to beat others from the start, now is the right time. Hong Seok's jaw dropped in shock. What? He wondered. I was just asking myself why you requested a meeting so suddenly, Hyun. Idols usually pursue a sense of mystery. Hong Seok analyzed slowly. So how can they live broadcast without a host? It is too risky. Who knows what could happen? Do-jun laughed shyly. I thought it was a good idea. He kept grumbling. You guys already have a huge fandom, and the public knows you very well. Why take such a risk? Jae-hyun pouted. That is too bad. Baekhyun smiled brightly. That is why it will be more impactful. We have never interacted directly with fans before. The fans were eagerly waiting. He continued, we are about to release a full album, but we are currently inactive. Appearing on traditional media individually is not enough to satisfy the fans. Baekhyun proposed a perfect campaign. Posting on fan websites and photos on social media won't be enough. One-way communication is making the fans slowly lose interest. He continued, we need to come up with a fandom name, and I think coming up with ideas and deciding together live will make the fandom stronger than just announcing it through the media. The corners of Baekhyun's mouth turned up. Besides, we should jump in now while streaming services are still new. Finally, he concluded, if we want Best Boys to become the first group to perform a live broadcast. Hong Seok was silent for a while, then said, alright, but if you are going to do it, you have to do it the right way. He had some concerns. Since there is no precedent, the company will have to prepare a lot of things. The whole group was busy preparing for the upcoming plan. Hong Seok pointed out the tasks. Everyone check your mics, we will go live in a few minutes. This is the first time, so do not expect too many viewers. Jiho laughed and waved his hand. Of course, I would be surprised if more than 20 people joined. The assistant signaled and shouted, preparing to broadcast in 3 seconds. Baekhyun thought, they are right, I am thinking very optimistically about the future. But today, it is better if we make sure not to make any mistakes. He was startled. The whole group was wide-eyed in shock. They huddled together, everyone wondering, what is going on? The live chat comments were flying. OMG, MyTube has a live broadcast. Will I get to see their real lives? Damn it, Best Boys really pamper their fans. I am so happy. OMG, really broadcasting live, aren't they the first idol group to do this? Oh my god, I am crying with happiness. Stone icon, puppy icon, fox icon, scale icon, purple rose icon. OMG, Best Boys, missed you so much. OMG, the preview is too beautiful. I miss you guys so much, love you guys. The whole group wondered what is with these numbers. The number of people in the live was still increasing. Is there a bug or something? The assistant outside confusedly whispered a reminder. It is broadcasting live. Baekhyun whispered. Come on, everyone, just greet them. Hearing that, the whole group made the signal. The best today, the best forever. Hello, we are Best Boys. Welcome to the first live broadcast of Best Boys. The live chat channel exploded. OMG, wanted to meet you guys so much. The group's schedule was already busy enough. But look, they are giving us extra fan service. You guys are the best. Did you do your hair and makeup for this? Why is everyone so beautiful today? Look at Doojun shining, so cute. Chat stop exploding, followed by a series of icons. Doojun smiled shyly and scratched his head. We are very moved that everyone is happy to see us. We started broadcasting for the fans, but I did not expect so many people to join this first broadcast. The storm of comments continued. Our stone face is so sweet, he is so gentle with the fans, but he is still just stone face Mel. Hyun is always calm, but here he looks just like a talk show host. Maybe Jiho is wearing Hyun's mask. Jiho smiled brightly and pointed to himself. What, I am right here everyone, there is no mask, I swear. He smiled with squinted eyes like bright sunlight. What do you mean, stone face? I am a human with many ranges of emotions. And then the comments paused. Police, I want to report a case of fraud. Oh lord, stone face. Doojun glanced over slightly. The live chat channel continued so fast it was unreadable. Oh my, you are holding it wrong. He definitely saw someone do it but did not remember correctly. It is not even in focus. What a disaster, but cute. Stop spamming, Doojun. Do you like fried chicken or spicy chicken? Hey, it looks so delicious. They are playing foul by eating chicken at this hour. The chicken is handsome, and the idol is very delicious. Oh-soo laughed and reminded him, Doojun, you are holding it wrong. He jumped and asked, isn't it like this? After the night of drinking with the members, Scholar Kim had updated the wish list, and these were the newly added wishes. The system sound rang. Wish of regret holder Kim Do-jun. I wish we received a fried chicken advertisement. With this, we can create content related to fried chicken mukbang while attracting any marketing staff watching. Two birds with one stone. Oh-soo chewed voraciously. So delicious, Jae-hyun could not help but ask for more. Give us another box. Over here, Do-jun and Jiho were fighting over a chicken drumstick. I know you are the leader, but a drumstick is a bit much. He cleared his throat. Jiho, you must respect your seniors. In the live chat, comments were delighted. Look at them, I will spend all my income to buy chicken for you guys. I just finished eating but I have to order chicken again. Hyun, why are you so good at this? He is better than many mukbang streamers. They are really enjoying this. Maybe they have been too busy to sit down and eat chicken lately. Look at them, I am full but watching them makes me want to eat too. Who cares, just a few idols. You guys, lean closer to the mic and do some ASMR. Suddenly Doojun looked at him and asked, Hyun, what is wrong? Are you thirsty? Want some soda? He chewed the chicken leg in his mouth. No. Baekhyun's face was dark, looking a bit awkward. This drumstick reminds me of the fans because it looks like a light stick. Comments asked in shock. Huh, he thinks of us while eating chicken. This is love. Stone face. I am moved, really. But, a moment later he suggested, we should come up with an official name for the fandom soon. He agreed enthusiastically. That is right. The main purpose of today's broadcast is to think of a name for the fandom, not to eat chicken. Baekhyun asked everyone through the live, do you have any ideas? Comments scrolled across. Everyone decide, how about you give a few choices and we vote? Doojun blushed and scratched his head. No way, I am terrible at naming things. Jae-hyun excitedly suggested, I am very good at it. How about protein? You are all protein, something we can't live without. Confused responses, protein, seriously, Doojun, you look so cute when you are confused. Protein addict mode is on. Doojun smiled slightly and asked, then, how about Raquel, short for miracle, because it really is a miracle that we found each other. Jiho immediately pushed him aside and asked excitedly, I choose cutie, short for cute pie. On this side, Oh-soo had pulled out a rose. I choose lover. Comments agreed. Love, lover, choose lover. Oh-soo, you are absolutely beautiful, handsome, lovely, your beauty saves my soul. Baekhyun was silent for a while then spoke up, then in my opinion, he gave a name, Beezy. It means best boys are very easygoing, but only with our fans. Seeing Baekhyun's demeanor, comments flooded in. Hyun is flirting with me, so sweet. Best boys plus easy, that is smart. I like it. I prefer BC. I choose lover. Jae-hyun mumbled to himself in self-pity. Protein is also good. Why is no one voting for me? Luckily a comment appeared that was literally comforting. Hey, but protein is not that great. Doojun agreed. BC completely dominates. So it is settled. Our new fandom name will be BZ. Comments also agreed. Settled, done. A second later he turned and asked. So how about you close the show, Hyun, and call the fans by their new name? Baekhyun's face turned bright red with embarrassment. Huh, right now, the comments were exploding. Look at his face, red as a tomato. He must be really shy to actually say it like that. Too cute. He quickly turned his head away, encouraging himself. I am an idol. I love the fans more than anything. I am an idol. A moment later, Baekhyun blushed, turned back, and whispered, "Busy." A storm of comments immediately appeared. OMG, he blushed. Honor Doojun for aiming the camera at Hyun. I have never seen him like that. Living until now was worth it. Hyun, thanks. Thanks for our new name. We love best boys. No, busy forever. Thanks for always thinking of us. Hyun, a series of icons. Thanks and love you so much. We can't wait for your new album. He shyly covered his mouth with his hand. All I did was call their name. Baekhyun's eyes were bright as he wondered, why do they like that so much? They say idols live on the love of their fans, and it really is true. Thanks to those fans, they could stand proudly on stage. In his past life, when he was an actor, he thought they were over-exaggerating an obvious fact. After all, artists live off fame. But now, he thought he really understood what that meant. Comments were still rushing in. Since when does our stone face sing so well? He really practiced hard. I am ready to fall in love. It is great, especially when Hyun's silver hair is so cool, blowing a kiss. The members are also talented, very good since they were trainees. So which one of these is Baekhyun? What is Hyun doing? Isn't that a sock on his head with that look? Oh man, this is a list of all Stoneface's expressions. They are slowly becoming more likable. I thought the road we walked together was funny, but Baekhyun was radiant, just like bright shimmering waves. Crave was full of praise. Hyun, your new song is great. I think you should develop it into the title track. He was extremely humble. Oh no, how could I surpass your song? He waved his hand, his voice serious. I am not kidding. The title track for an album often changes throughout the composing process. They might even choose 2 songs as title tracks. Crave felt it deep down. Your song really makes me feel something deep inside. Obviously the tempo is very fast. But maybe the lyrics moved me. I actually cried while editing it yesterday. Seeing this, Baekhyun froze. Moved me. His head was full of question marks. But Crave, you have never even dated anyone. He immediately retorted. I have dated 7 people. Crave was very confident. And I have never been dumped. You are talking to a famous gentleman here. Baekhyun's face darkened as he thought. Is that why he is so good at composing? Because he is full of experience and emotion. The more I understand about him, the more I— Suddenly, his eyes sparkled. The system appeared. The wish of regret holder Kim Do-jun is about to be completed. Seeing him stare, Crave asked confusedly, what is with that look? Don't you believe me? Baekhyun was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Wait, what? Why did this suddenly pop up? From outside came the sound of energetic footsteps. Do-jun excitedly opened the door and walked in. Hyuna, Chicken Chain just invited us to be their models. He turned his head in surprise. Oh, you guys got to film a commercial. Congrats. Oh, Soo calmly replied. Actually, we received 3 invitations, meaning from now on we will probably get to eat chicken every day. He could not believe it and wondered, don't tell me he wished for that just to eat chicken every day. Baekhyun spoke up. Soo, what do you think turns an idol into the top tier? He was confused. Why are you suddenly asking that? After reflecting, he replied, what makes an idol number 1, I would say. As if he caught on. I know. The system board appeared above his head, wish of regret holder. Oh Soo, I wish we became a number 1 idol group. In the following days, they worked hard. Recording 10 songs was not easy, so even though we stopped promotions and other schedules, a day was still very busy. The song we will record today is mine. Time to walk away. Temporary title, I Love You Madly. Baekhyun looked through it with satisfaction. Alright, let me explain what I want. The main element of the song is the emotion behind it. Jae-hyun suddenly laughed. Hyun, look at you, looking like a music director in that chair. Ji-ho nearby also joined in. Oh, Mr. Musician, you lied to us about not having dating experience, did not you? His face darkened as he reminded them, stop chatting, ask me any questions before we start recording. Do-jun sat far away and raised his hand. So you do not want us to express too much, right? Oh, Soo looked down. To be honest, I do not understand why someone would still want to break up while still in love. Ji-ho calmly explained, I also have a question. I have heard there are many types of love. He was still curious. Is there a reason they broke up? Is there no hope of them getting back together? Baekhyun's eyes suddenly sparkled. They did not show it. He looked at everyone working together and was moved. But I can tell they also put a lot of heart into this song. Looking at the lyrics that had been revised many times, they did not say it in words, but I still felt their passion. Is this what musicians feel when their songs are highly appreciated by artists? The whole group put their soul into it. This was a song specially written for best boys. Those images were etched deep into his mind, and seeing it fit them perfectly made all the difficulties gone through while composing seem to vanish. The corners of Baekhyun's mouth turned up slightly. Do-jun and Oh Soo smiled and waved. Only 2 members finished recording that day. Good luck. Have fun, guys. He full of praise for Jae-hyun. Well done. The other 2 finally finished after 10 hours of recording, but not a single member complained about me being meticulous. Baekhyun flashed a radiant smile. Spending time and effort on something is always worth it. Just like that, it was 3 months later. In my past life, when I was an actor, I could rest between projects, but idols are different. They slept deeply from exhaustion. After promotions for one album ended, they immediately started preparing for the next. A loop of recording, re-recording, dance practice, and more practice. Doojun's face was flushed. I am really looking forward to the chicken commercial, and it is for Royal Chicken, my favorite brand. He excitedly read the script carefully. Today is the day Doojun gets to film the chicken commercial he wished for. Doesn't he know what fatigue is? Baekhyun sighed. Doojun invested more in this commercial than anyone. At first I thought he really liked chicken, but then I understood. When he was little, Doojun cried and threw a tantrum. I do not like roasted chicken, I want real fried chicken. He stubbornly pouted, I want royal chicken. The kind we ate at Hyungshilk's birthday party. Why do we always have to eat roasted chicken and not fried chicken? Doojun's mother awkwardly coaxed him. Oh dear, you want fried chicken, Doojun. She gently stroked his head. What should mother do? He stood at a distance looking at Doojun, who was now a bit older. Doojun's mother sadly announced. We are buried in debt and have no income, so mother has to sell something. We do not even have money for basic necessities. She suddenly remembered. I just remembered when you said you were filming a commercial for that brand. His arm trembled as he heard his mother's words. Doojun's mother's words echoed. I really hope they will let you appear more in this commercial. When I see you on TV, you only appear for a few seconds. The final plot of the Royal Chicken commercial. Lost in thought, suddenly there was a call. Hyun. He spoke softly. I never wanted to be the center before. A second later, Doojun was extremely determined. But I want to be the center in this commercial. His hands instinctively trembled. I know the director makes the final decision, but I will do my best. He sighed helplessly. Are you asking me for help? Because you want to act better? Doojun immediately retorted. No, I am saying I will become the center myself. It is always you or Osu. Baekhyun completely agreed. That is true. Brands are always looking for a youthful image like Osu's, while some want a mature image like mine as the center. Kim Doojun never complained about this before, but now, he suddenly wants more. He realized he misspoke and covered his mouth. I hope you are not angry that I said this. He laughed softly. Of course not. You should be more ambitious. This is good news. A second later, Baekhyun discussed deeper. So what do you think is the key to standing out in this commercial? Doojun was naive. Since it is a chicken brand, I need to eat the chicken very deliciously. He immediately dismissed it. No, that won't make you the center. A famous brand like Royal Chicken. Baekhyun was like a consulting king. The center today will be someone who can express luxury and elegance. Hearing this, Doojun's face turned pale. Luxury, elegance, he spoke softly. I can take it easy if you want. He was flustered. No, do not. I want to win on my own. Baekhyun was a bit surprised. Oh, is this a declaration of war? Doojun pointed and declared, yes, because you will almost certainly be chosen as the center. Consider this a declaration of war. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. He sighed and thought, actually, I never intended to take it easy on him today. But for Doojun, I also want him to earn the center position himself. Only those who persevere to the end can become stars. The car carried those ambitions as it rolled on. In a flash, they arrived at the studio. The director today was one of the few female commercial directors in the industry. They had completed preparations. Director Sang Eun-bi is famous for her trendy commercials even though she is only in her 30s. The only thing that concerned me was that I never met her in my previous life, so I had no information about her. A call rang out. Oh my god, Mr. Bake. The girl praised delightedly. The suit suits you very well today. She was a fan of Stoneface. She was extremely excited. I am truly honored that you accepted today's photoshoot. The girl's flattery made them freeze. Don't worry about anything. I will catch your best angles and create the best commercial. A familiar voice rang out. Happy for you, Hyun. Director Seon seems to be a real fan. Jiho teased. I knew it. Right. I bet the center of today's shoot will be our Stoneface. Jae-hyun also joined in. I also wonder why every director likes our Stoneface so much. A second later, he grabbed Doojun's hand. Baekhyun pulled him out. Kim Doojun, come with me. I need to talk to you. He asked calmly. You want to be the center today, right? Doojun waved his hand flusteredly. Ah. Is it about what I said earlier? Hey. I was just saying it. Do not worry about it. Baekhyun crossed his arms and questioned. Giving up already? You just declared war. Are you stepping back because you think it is impossible? Hearing him say that, Doojun froze. He bowed his head in shame. I know, I am an idiot for giving up so fast, are not I? But seeing how much the director likes you, I guess I have no choice but to accept it is impossible. He gently reminded, Doojun, have you forgotten how Best Boys got where we are today? Baekhyun recalled previous groups. Nexter and Overrain were above us. If we gave up on every difficulty like you are doing now, we would have collapsed long ago. He frowned and growled angrily. You have never stepped back, so why are you withdrawing now? Do you think it is okay for you to just let me have this, just because we are in the same group? Hearing Baekhyun's sharp words, Doojun's pupils contracted. He fell into thought. In a relationship where only one person stubbornly maintains it, it can't last forever. He still advised, if you speak up, I will help you, but if you just act like an idiot and let me be the center, I won't do anything. Baekhyun gave him a choice. It is up to you. Doojun's hand clenched tightly. A moment later, he turned around. If you are not going to speak up, I am going in. He was dazed as if making a decision. A second later, Doojun gently grabbed his sleeve. Please, help me. His eyes were bright and full of expectation, so I can show my best. Doojun's arm trembled slightly. Baekhyun laughed softly. That is more like it. Hong Seok spoke up. Who is going to film first? Mr. Bake, okay? He responded indifferently. Of course not. Do you always eat dessert before the main course? He froze in confusion. Dessert? Seon Yoonbi laughed. I always save the best for last, although it is a bit strange to compare people to food. Hong Seok understood. He arranged, so Mr. Bake will film last. Who is first? She suggested in confusion. Shouldn't we film? Seon Yoonbi gave her opinion. The leader first. If the leader films first, it seems it can help the other members feel less anxious. Hong Seok immediately left. Then I will tell Mr. Kim to prepare. She thought, I did not say it clearly, but I do not have high expectations for Kim Doojun. Seon Yoonbi took a sip of water and evaluated. In all the Best Boys commercials I have seen, he left the least impression on me. Looking at Doojun's image on the screen, she wondered, will he be the same today? I heard he really likes chicken, but today's theme requires more than just excitement and enjoyment. Footsteps rang through the air. Seon Yoonbi glanced over. Mr. Kim, she was startled in surprise. You are wearing smoky eye makeup. I almost did not recognize you. A second later, Seon Yoonbi could not help but look closer. Something is different. She instructed. Mr. Kim, we will start your individual shoot. Take a piece. Recalling Baekhyun's guidance, the best way to highlight a character is to find the factors hindering your acting and remove them. Forget yourself and only think about the character. That is acting lol. Inside, Doojun was determined. I must become a completely different person. I grew up in poverty. He thought of the most ideal model, as Hyun had told him to think of the CEO, Mr. Cho Han-jun. Doojun's gaze shifted. He braced himself. Hyun was right, he had overcome every challenge so far, and he would lose a great opportunity if he just kept giving up like that. Seon Yoonbi shouted, ready, action, and he took a light bite of a piece of chicken. He stayed in character and delivered his lines. This is truly on another level. How can this chicken be so outstanding? A thought flashed through her mind. The pathetic Kim Doojun was no more. The atmosphere at that moment was dead, silent. Seeing her motionless, Hong Seok called out softly, Director Seon. Seon Yoonbi snapped out of it and shouted. Cut. He was full of praise. I did not know you could pull off the theme like that. You look so young. I thought you could only do the youthful style. While she thought blankly, I thought he was the most forgettable member, but I was completely wrong. A second later, Seon Yoonbi ran over and spoke up. Mr. Kim, you suit this style perfectly. I thought you were a completely different person. Her eyes sparkled. We still do not know who will be the center for this commercial, but your line delivery was perfect. Baekhyun smiled with satisfaction. At least Doojun would not have any regrets. Looking at his radiant smile, he thought, after all, it goes to those who try their best. The next person was Ji-ho, the return of the Variety King. Then came Oh-soo, smiling with his handsome, Appa charm. Next was Jae-hyun, showing off those eye-catching chicken drumsticks. Finally, Baekhyun, this is the best chicken I have ever had. The video ended with a group shot, high-end, royal chicken. The video was widely released, and Best Boys caught the attention of advertisers. If Best Boys are in it, I am ordering. Looks so good, I just ordered some. The portion looks big too. Must be delicious. I saw Best Boys, so I bought it immediately. They are so beautiful. Best Boys' YouTube channel reached 300k subscribers in a flash. Royal Chicken opened 20 more branches nationwide. Ji-ho could not help but shout, our commercial is helping Royal Chicken sell like crazy. Scholar Kim teased. Look at that. The regret holders seem very excited lately. If they keep this up, they will let fame overwhelm them. Baekhyun looked at the smiling Doojun. After all, Doojun was not chosen as the center for the commercial. He was a bit surprised, but director Seon must have really liked him since his individual shot was added to the final scene. Baekhyun's eyes suddenly lit up. I guess this is fine, since he seems satisfied with the result. He sat there staring at the group. I hope I do not need to use this reward, but it is better to have it than not. At that moment, Crave walked in. Doojun greeted him warmly. Hello Crave. He looked exhausted. Oh, you guys are early, or am I late? Baekhyun paused and wondered. He looks terrible. Did he stay up late again? Scholar Kim could not help but evaluate. Humans are truly greedy. Reincarnator, what do you think of that guy? Do you simply see him as a good composition teacher? He asked in confusion. What? Why? Looking at Crave's haggard face, Baekhyun reminded himself. Don't judge a book by its cover. The group then surrounded him. Absolute improvement and absolute evil, he observed silently. Scholar Kim would not say anything without an underlying meaning. That meant we were going to have a disagreement with Crave today. He handed them the lyrics. Thanks for agreeing to re-record the song. I have redistributed the parts differently. Everyone remembers the lyrics, right? Do-jun agreed. Of course, Crave. Baekhyun was still pondering what would trigger the conflict. Suddenly, his expression darkened. The whole group was stunned as they flipped through the pages. The title track of our first full album was Stardust. Everyone froze when they looked at the documents. We had already finished recording the song, but Crave suggested we record it again. I understood what he wanted because I am also a composer. His hand gripped the paper tightly. But this, Jiho stammered out. Ah, he smiled and asked, Crave, did you change the main rapper? Wow, Hyun, congratulations. Oh, Soo said sadly, Hyun sings this part better than me, so it is better if he does it. Baekhyun sat at a distance, stunned. What? Crave smiled brightly. I am glad everyone is okay with it. Hyun, I gave you more parts. Are you okay with that? He wondered in shock. Is he serious right now? Baekhyun stammered. It is not okay at all. He asked in confusion. Why? His gaze turned cold. I do not mind changing the parts the whole group sings, because that is your right as the composer. Baekhyun spoke his mind bluntly. But Crave, do not you think you are being very rude to my members? He said clearly, if you had a special version of the song, you should have suggested which parts the members should re-record. And if you still did not like it, you should have changed the line distribution then. That is how it should be. Crave scratched his head awkwardly. A second later, he called out to everyone, Jiho, Soo, I am sorry for giving Hyun more parts. I forgot that you guys might feel like your parts were stolen. I was not thinking clearly. Jiho's eyes sparkled. It is fine. Hyun is much better at rapping than me. Oh, Soo also agreed. I am fine with giving Hyun more parts. Crave turned back to question him. See, Hyun, they seem fine with it. He asked firmly. So Jiho, oh Soo, be honest. You both practiced day and night for this. Baekhyun growled. Is that true? Crave sighed and leaned back in his chair. I do not understand why you are reacting like this, Hyun. Crave wondered. They both say it is fine, so what is the problem? At that moment, Jiho's whole body trembled. He gritted his teeth to hold back. Do-jun saw this and spoke up. Crave, I think the members need to talk privately. Can you give us a moment alone? He replied nonchalantly. Sure. Baekhyun sat in a corner deep in thought. I have been feeling a strange sense of déjà vu for a while now. He remembered when Do-jun grabbed his sleeve. I had a hunch since the commercial shoot with Do-jun, but now I am certain. The atmosphere was a bit suffocating. They all felt indebted to me. Jiho's face was flushed. Baekhyun confirmed that was why they did not resist, even if they felt things were unfair. It is good that we take care of each other, because teamwork is essential in an idol group. However, with that thought, he spoke softly. So J-ho, oh, Soo. Baekhyun's gaze was determined. Not knowing when to stand up and fight for oneself is a completely different story. Jiho and Oh-soo stood motionless. I understand the price of being the main rapper. Their fingers gripped the paper tightly. That is why I put in so much effort. Jiho carried a great ambition. I want to be a rapper who makes best boys shine even more. I did the best I could. He looked at him comfortingly. I am glad everyone is okay with it. Jiho's expression was sad. Hyun, he gave you more parts. My rap part is useless now. Recalling what Crave said earlier, that is why I gave Hyun your part. Remembering when Baekhyun comforted and encouraged him. You have too much talent just to be a main rapper. It is Hyun, after all. I do not want to fight with him over things like this. Also remembering when he protected them from the bully. Hyun was the one who saved us from Wang Changsik. Jiho was in total despair. He is an amazing actor, and he has helped us balance things from the very beginning, and he was someone he loved very much. Hyun. Jiho stared blankly into space. He had never failed before, he reassured himself. So even if he was a bit disappointed, he did not mind giving up for him. Jiho stole a glance at Baekhyun. He asked himself sadly, but am I just using that as an excuse to convince myself? Oh-soo also stood motionless at this time. He thought sadly to himself. I am the youngest of the group, but I know I am just a cute little brother and an arrogant kid. Oh-soo was gloomy. All I can contribute to the group is my looks. He always sat to one side. I am a sub-vocalist, but I know my voice is nothing compared to Do-jun. Oh-soo was extremely self-conscious. I have no talent for rapping. He could only watch them shine. I have no talent for rapping, he thought blankly, so I think it is natural to have to give up my part. Hyun is the center of Best Boys. Oh-soo was deeply grateful. He is the one who saved me. How could I fight him? He was in despair. I never want that to happen. Only then did Baekhyun call out. Oh-soo. His voice was cold. You are not as beautiful as you think you are, you know that. Baekhyun gave advice. So fight for your own part, you stupid youngest. A second later he turned. And Jiho, who was startled. Yes, Hyun. Baekhyun suggested. I understand the main rapper changes depending on the song, but I have always thought the group's main rapper should be you. Jiho was stunned, but... And before he could continue, he interrupted. I like composing more than rapping. I know you love rapping more than anything in the world. The matter is no longer up for debate. He spoke softly. I know you guys are all grateful to me. However, Baekhyun's gaze was extremely disappointed. But I do not think that attitude is worth making you give up. Do Jun then agreed. I agree with Yoon. His eyes welled up with tears. I have always been the main vocal. I really do not have a right to speak in this situation, but I think we should fight to protect our own parts more. Do Jun pointed out, we can't just expect Hyun to hand everything to us on a silver platter. Jae Hyun suddenly pulled Jiho back. I think so too. Even though Jiho loves to pick fights with me, he is always ready to give up everything for everyone and Hyun. He shouted crossly, I will never give you anything even in a million years. Jae Hyun, why would I do that? Stay away from me. He stood up, patted Oh Su's shoulder to encourage him. Su, do not you think it would be better for the group if you were not just handsome, but could sing too? You could become perfect, not just a young guy with only good looks. He wondered blankly. Young guy. Baekhyun agreed. That is right, a young guy. A fresh-faced boy. Get what I mean? Oh Su lowered his head sadly. No, I do not understand. Jae Hyun chuckled in the distance. Sometimes Hyun talks like an old man. Jiho then burst out laughing. Baekhyun smiled at them. Instead of evading, stepping back, or avoiding the conversation, he had made an appointment to meet Crave privately. Baekhyun spoke up hesitantly. Crave, I am sorry for overstepping my bounds today. I know you are the composer of the song. I was too rude. Crave replied flusteredly. Ah no, I understand. He bit his lip, unsatisfied. Jiho and Su both suggested keeping their parts, so I said I would decide after re-recording, but I really do not understand. A while later, Crave reminded softly, Jiho, remember how you were a bit stiff last time? I want you to relax about 30% today, and do not pronounce things too clearly. Just go with the melody, he emphasized. Got it. Jiho smiled awkwardly. A second later, he replied firmly, yes, I will try. Crave nodded. Okay, start. He found it a bit hard to believe. How can he change so much in such a short time? Jiho began to sing in a low voice. The sounds just burst out from his mouth. Jiho seemed immersed in the emotion of the music. Since when? Crave watched every beat of his with his mouth agape. Two people holding hands under the sunset. Stardust. The story of a boy suffering from a terminal illness, expressing his feelings to a girl. The sunset reflected on their faces. It is a song conveying a burning desire to protect her by becoming a part of a star, if they can't be together. In the room, he was busily recording. Thanks to Baekhyun's earnest suggestion, I gave So Jiho the main rap role, which previously lacked emotional depth. At this moment, Crave was also amazed. But why can So Jiho express those emotions like this now? Inwardly he could not help but wonder, how did he do it in just 2 weeks? He then gave a comment. Jiho, it seems your emotions have become deeper than last time. Did something happen in the meantime? He did not hesitate to share, and what Hyun said really helped. Crave instinctively sat up straight. Hyun. Did he say something to you? Jiho smiled and recounted softly. Ah, when I was little, I had a friend who was very sick. Childhood memories in the classroom flooded back to him. One day, that friend had to move to America, and we were apart for a long time. I sincerely wanted my friend to recover. Saying this, Jiho tilted his head and gave a radiant smile. It is not exactly the same, but the situation is similar. That moment made Crave pause. I thought So Jiho could not understand that feeling. Why did I think that? He turned his head to look at the person next to him. To get a singer to sing their song, the musician must understand that person's thoughts first. What I was doing can't be called music production. The other person was currently dozing off. Maybe I have more talent for composing, but when it comes to making music, thinking of this, Crave himself had to admit, perhaps Hyun is naturally better at this than I am. Everything passed peacefully like that. The day of the Stardust music video shoot, Baekhyun was meticulously made up. The biggest reason I did not dare to take the main rap role, everyone around was busily preparing. It was to play the lead role in the Stardust music video. He sat there intently reading the script. Among other roles, I was excited to play the lead in the music video most of all. Baekhyun recalled what was discussed. In this album, the members' charms would be fully displayed. If I took both the main rap position and the music video lead, he was so lost in thought that he did not notice the movement on his shoulder. Some unexpected things happened, but fortunately everything went my way in the end. Hong Seok smiled and walked over. Finally, I will get to see Hyun's acting in full after a long time. You said you did not want to act, but now you say you are fine with acting in a music video. I am surprised. Baekhyun just stayed silent and did not answer. Of course, then he turned to look at himself in the mirror. I really wanted to act. He felt inwardly excited. That was why. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Then he continued, it is not that I hate acting, it is just not the right time yet. After saying that, Baekhyun did not forget to remind, I am only participating in the music video as an idol. If you wanted me to act today, I would have to refuse. He said nothing and turned away. If someone like you does not act, then who will? At this moment, Hong Seok's gaze stopped at one place. Anyway, why did you suggest actress Lee Soo-in? You could have asked the chairman to send a more famous and popular actress, could not you? In front of them, she was happily greeting everyone, the female lead of the music video, Lee Soo-in from Bestie Entertainment. Soo-in also seemed to sense the gaze. The reason I nominated her was simple. She turned around with a radiant smile. When I was 30, she was the top among actresses. Immediately after, Soo-in proactively approached. Pleasure to meet you. Baekhyun also politely replied. In acting, you can't make a project absolute just by acting well alone, especially in romantic acting. The chemistry with your co-star is particularly important. He stood there smiling and thought, I know her skills well. Outside, someone was calling, Miss Soo-in, would you mind waiting a moment? She quickly left. Yes. At this moment, his words made Baekhyun pause. I am a bit worried. I heard that Soo-in's acting can be very good or very bad. Then he turned stiffly. What do you mean, sir? Thinking of those rumors, Hong Seok replied. Ah, I heard Soo-in's acting can be very aggressive. Baekhyun's face immediately froze. They say it depends a lot on her mood. Of course, she has more good days than bad. His gaze quickly shifted toward her. Is he saying Lee Soo-in's acting is occasionally terrible? A worry began to rise in his heart. Don't tell me today is going to be one of those bad days. The director stood outside and shouted. Cut, Ms. Lee Soo-in, you are too stiff. Baekhyun sat helplessly. Is it really today? She stood up quickly. I am sorry. Then Soo-in firmly promised, I will do it again. He could not help but wonder, why is she like this today? Then the director gently reassured, let us take a break. Soo-in, go out and get some fresh air. Her hands would not stop trembling. It was a disaster. The comments surrounding her made Soo-in fearful. I am the first female lead in a Best Boys music video. This is a great opportunity. The more she thought, the more anxious she became. Not now. I need to do better, but I keep making mistakes. At this moment, Baekhyun took the initiative to approach. Soo-in, you do not look well. Are you okay? She was startled and replied, no, I am not sick. He did not beat around the bush and asked directly, but something's strange. If you are not sick, is something bothering you? This made her flustered. Isn't it a bit embarrassing to tell Mr. Baek? Then suddenly Baekhyun acted hurt. Did I bother you, Miss Soo-in, by nominating you? Seeing that, Soo-in quickly added, but, is there a reason you nominated me? I am still a newcomer, and my appearance is not that great. He stepped closer without saying a word. Of course, it is because you are a very good actress. Her head could not help but spin. There are many talented seniors at our company, but you nominated me because of my acting ability. Baekhyun said firmly again, yes, I believe in Lee Soo-in's acting. Pausing for a moment, he emphasized, I am serious. The corners of Baekhyun's mouth still held a smile. I also think Mr. Baekhyun has acting talent, whether in commercials or on stage. His words unexpectedly interrupted, but you still have to act better than me, right? It took a moment for Soo-in to react. Huh? Baekhyun smiled radiantly as if nothing was wrong. Isn't that right, miss? Soo-in debuted as an actress, but I debuted as an idol. Everyone in the directing team continued to prepare. Soo-in frowned in a corner. No matter how well someone acts, how can he be so rude? He did not care and intently reviewed the script. I have heard some rumors about Best Boys Baekhyun, a machine that only knows how to practice. Scattered thoughts kept appearing in her mind. Not friendly, but not a bad person either. A member with the skill to annoy others with the truth. Someone whose inner thoughts are hard to predict, but a reliable member who gets everything done no matter the request. The director stood there thinking, even if she gets attention with his acting skills, it is only for a short moment, right? Acting a bit to make things look convincing is completely different from real acting. Then he called out, Mr. Spry. Baekhyun, Miss Lee Soo-in, the shoot is about to start. Are you two ready? Both quickly confirmed. Yes. Soo-in's expression carried a spark of determination. This time I have to show him. With that thought, she walked in front of him. This is what real acting is. The director shouted, first scene, ready. A command was read, action. Baekhyun began to catch the beat. I am serious. In that moment, he seemed to transform into someone else. Do you like stars? Soo-in's eyes widened in shock. Huh? She reacted and continued. Who would hate stars? Soo-in's cheeks could not help but turn red. What? Her gaze was hard to turn away. He had completely changed. Baekhyun smiled and continued the script. Really, I am so glad. His eyes became glistening. The person from just now was like a devil. Now that face was smiling radiantly. Soo-in was briefly shy and lost focus. Seeing that, the director had to shout. Cut. Mess. Soo-in, are not you going to say your lines? And do not act shy. You need to behave like a confident schoolgirl. She could not answer for a moment. At this moment, Baekhyun put on an expression of pity. Are you sure you are okay, Miss Soo-in? The following words were like a lightning strike. The saying that you act worse than an idol must be really hurtful. She gasped in shock. What the hell? Inwardly she was dissatisfied. How could someone like this even exist? Soo-in still bowed and said, I am truly very sorry. I was nervous because this is the first scene. I will do better. Her face turned red from suppressed anger. I am starting to think my acting skills really are poor. Then Soo-in turned away to secretly wipe her tears. I know very well I am not a naturally talented actress. That is why I have worked so hard. Now she told herself, this is not the time to be distracted. She determinedly returned, I am ready. The corners of his mouth turned up. Focus, Lee Soo-in. Finally they finished the shoot. Good job today. Hong Seok drove him home. Soo-in also acted much better than expected. See, the director cried. Saying this, he could not help but be excited. It has been a long time since I have seen him like that. Baekhyun looked over absently. You said that to Soo-in on purpose earlier, did not you? Hong Seok was still focusing on driving. I knew you would not do anything without a reason, so I just watched. After it ended, Soo-in came and talked to me. She said she felt very confused because of the malicious comments. Recalling Soo-in's appearance, he concluded, thanks to what you said, she is no longer thinking about it. Hong Seok's face could not hide the joy. She asked me to convey her thanks to you, saying it is too embarrassing to say it directly. Baekhyun then added, she was also worried about ruining the music video. That is it. Then, he chuckled and mumbled. What more could you expect? At this moment, he was still lost in thought. It was just to make the scene better. I did not do it to get thanks in return. But why is it that for something I would have been cursed for in the past? The car continued on the road. When I live the life of an idol, it is completely different. The face from his previous life seemed to be reflected back. Things continued to unfold. A week after filming the music video, a passionate voice echoed from the room. We can't stop now. To get into the right positions, we need to practice all night. Jae-hyun stood there, still shouting at the top of his lungs. Baekhyun's face turned pale. Damn it, there is no trainer quite like this guy. Jae-hyun also cried out in panic. Jae-hyun, we have been practicing for 3 hours already. I know time is short, but if someone faints, we will be in trouble. He was slightly startled upon hearing that. Has it been that long? Let us take a 15-minute break and then start again. He leaned wearily against the wall. The members who can keep up with Kang Jae-hyun are truly amazing too. Baekhyun's eyes accidentally drifted to the side. Nearby, Soo was hanging his head, exhaling heavy breaths. He slowly handed over a water bottle. Are you okay? You look exhausted. It took a while for the other to respond, leaving him stunned. What is wrong? Soo suddenly said something confusing. I just feel like there are things I can't do no matter how hard I try. Baekhyun asked in bewilderment. What? Why do you think you can't do it, even though you tried? He did not say anything more and just slumped down. It is nothing. His voice caught everyone's attention. Soo, you are very handsome, you know that. He still replied indifferently. Yes. Jiho could not help but exclaim. Yoon is praising Soo for being handsome. Soo, is not this something worth celebrating today? That joke failed to catch Soo's attention at all. Seeing that, Do-jun quickly ran over. Soo, what is wrong? Is something bothering you? If there is trouble, let us know. Everyone was currently concerned and inquiring about him. Then Soo suddenly stood up. It is nothing. Sorry for ruining the atmosphere. I am fine now, so let us continue practicing. Jiho still tried to suggest, should we order chicken? A cold refusal was blurted out. No. Jae-hyun cut in. Is the training too hard? He flatly refused. No. Hearing that, he ran after him. Soo, do you want to rest today? It is okay. This time Soo turned around with a flushed face. Hey, I told you to just keep practicing. Inwardly, he remembered the gossip. The group you debuted with, Best Boys, is doing really well, is not it? You are so lucky. At that time, Soo was not happy at all. That is right. I really am very lucky. He bowed his head in silence, thinking, I have seen countless idols debut and disappear, but look at Best Boys. He recalled the group's brilliant times. We won the Rookie of the Year award and became idols known to the public, until Soo blankly realized the truth. But somehow, that position started to feel like a burden. He had tried practicing many times. The songs I used to love are now so hard to perform. Maybe it is because I have not tried hard enough. I thought if I worked harder, something would change. The hand holding the paper tightened. I believed that. Invisible pressure weighed down on him. But somewhere along that path, I started to feel stuck. The instructor at that time had also advised, Soo, you are not even the main vocal. You are just support. Being like this is good enough. Everyone is born with different talents. No matter how much you practice, you can't be better than natural-born geniuses. Do-jun's face appeared in his mind. But at that time, even the geniuses were working hard. What should I say? Because you sing so well, Hyung. Everyone's faces became bewildered. I can't keep up with everyone. At that moment, Baekhyun did not know what to do. Soo's tears just fell. Saying it like that, the room door remained silently closed. Inside the room, the two sat silently next to each other. Previously, Baekhyun had taken the initiative to suggest, can everyone go out for a moment, I will talk to him. Now he felt confused. I intended to help him open up when we were alone, but pushing did not work, and comforting is not enough. Thinking that, Baekhyun glanced over, recalling his previous action of holding back. Even though Soo said nothing, his actions occasionally revealed his emotions. Soo could not help but overreact. No matter how hard he tried to hide it, those were emotions that could not be concealed. A moment later, Baekhyun suddenly spoke up. Is it because of June? Looking at that face, he easily realized. I only wondered, but it seems I was right. Pausing for a moment, Baekhyun continued. Oh Soo, I think you already know this. I am the one in our group best at dealing with such emotions. Finally, he agreed to reply. What emotion is it? The answer left Oh Soo stunned, a sense of inferiority. His hands gripped his knees tightly. Why does he know that I feel inferior to Do Junhyung? Baekhyun's face showed no fluctuation. A person who has never felt an inferiority complex since birth. This made him trust even more. But he feels inferior. He would not lie to comfort me. A thought suddenly rose in Oh Soo's heart. What kind of situation and pain? What is he hiding? It is not pity but empathy. Both were like children facing each other. He is someone who seems like he would never understand me, but strangely, I feel he and Hyun will understand me. Then Oh Soo slowly recounted, when I was little, my parents divorced. I went to live with my mother, and then she remarried. Furniture and fragments were scattered everywhere on the floor. My stepfather was a good person. He always said that he loved me. His smile remained the same in the photo. He said he hit me because he loved me, and that he punished me because he loved me. The man beside him appeared extremely gentle. A small figure lay stretched out on the floor. I could not realize I was being abused. I just thought that was how everyone lived. Oh Soo was exposed to the media very early. But no matter how much my stepfather hit me, he never hit me in the face. He sat there chatting happily. Whenever people said I was good looking, my stepfather would be very happy. Little Oh Soo saw everything. So at that time, I thought I had to protect this face at all costs. His extremely proud attitude to be loved by others, I thought I had to focus on this face. Here he recalled the argument with the Nexter member. Because of that, I protected my face in every way. No, not the face. At that time, Oh Soo adamantly protected his face. I was able to join Bestie Company because I am good looking. I thought the whole group liked me because of my appearance too, until his thoughts were extinguished. But before, Hyun, you said that to become a top group, we can't just rely on looks. Baekhyun's face was very serious. I understand what you mean. You are the one who cares about the group more than anyone else. The psychological shadow kept haunting him. If you are useless, you will be thrown away. If your skills do not keep up, you will be a worthless thing in Best Boys. At this moment, Oh Soo slowly recounted, that makes me feel confused. I am afraid of becoming useless. Baekhyun listened intently beside him. My skills are still at the bottom, while everyone else is improving every day. Saying this, he could not help but sob. Only I am standing still. The members outside were all silent. That is why I felt angry with Do Junhyung. He is a genius, but he is also very hard-working. No matter how hard I try, I can't keep up. His sobbing voice rang throughout the space. To me, you guys are family, closer than even my real family. So becoming useless to you guys. That would leave a scar, even deeper and more painful than being abandoned by my own real family. Baekhyun silently watched the other curl up in a corner. I do not know what life is right, but, finally he spoke up, don't just live by avoiding being abandoned. Oh Soo looked up, his eyes swollen from crying. Not for others, live for yourself. Saying this, Baekhyun placed a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. A life-seeking validation is definitely not a happy one. That deeply wounded child seemed to be embraced by him. Even if you feel happy when you get validation, it all ends there. Just like I was before I reincarnated. At this moment, he remembered Scholar Kim. Sometimes, God gives us a wonderful gift. Currently, Oh Soo hugged Baekhyun. Do you understand a bit more now? Many times he sat on the bed reflecting. Until now, a total of 14 wishes have been revealed. A notification appeared on the board. Oh Soo's wish is, if only I were a bit younger and had the courage to be honest about my rotten inner self. Now Baekhyun understood. So this was one of the wishes. The other slumped his head on his shoulder and cried. The life of a reincarnator does not only belong to the reincarnator themselves. He continued to pat him carefully. My choices will change the lives of many others. Baekhyun looked up and took a deep breath. Yes, I admit that a reincarnator can change the lives of others. I mean, my whole life has completely changed compared to the original life. His eyes drifted to the side. Of the 14 revealed wishes, I have completed 12. The remaining ones are. Oh Soo smiled and spoke to everyone. Meaning we must achieve results beyond expectations to create a top idol. Thinking back, he leaned wearily on the bed. But, it is still much better than the Rookie Award. At least with a grand prize, I can aim for it as long as I have more experience. Before his eyes were floating blue orbs. Less than 9 years left. The sunset slowly descended on the building. Good job, everyone. Well done. And finally, the filming for Kingmaker's Bad Guys music video closed. Doojun followed behind and said softly, Hyun, go shower first. He quickly replied, thanks. After that, Baekhyun changed into new clothes. So tired. In his heart, he was still calculating. Now, in 8 days, the music video will debut. In 9 days, there is a media showcase. The videos were posted one by one. The showcase was specially live-streamed on Best Boys' MyTube channel. The teaser for the music video was posted the day before. His acting scene with her was also put up. The posted teaser for Stardust became a hot topic, fresh rhythm, unique music video. The screen displayed their official fan community. When Best Boys succeeded, Best Entertainment worked hard to support the group. Soon, recruitment for Beige, the official fan community, will begin. The light stick design is also complete. The other person smiled and shared with the media. Designed by David Kren, a world-renowned designer based in the US, ranked in the top 10 designers globally. This is the first time he has designed a light stick. He smirked triumphantly. Surprisingly, this was through Chairman Cho Han-jun's connections. I did not know the chairman had such acquaintances. Baekhyun slowly stepped out from the bathroom. Almost unable to believe that such a talented chairman once ruined an idol's career. Was it because he trusted the former leader Wang Changsik too much? The room was arranged neatly. Soon, promotions for the album will begin. Everything is going well, almost too smoothly. Thinking this, his footsteps suddenly stopped. So smooth that it feels chilling. A familiar voice rang in his ear. Reincarnator, is not it very boring when everything is too smooth? Baekhyun had a hunch. Whenever things seem perfect, something always happens. Everything was immediately brushed aside. No way. He turned in surprise. Scholar Kim, he directly interrupted. This time, I need to go to the Hall of Punishment. Before leaving, Scholar Kim instructed, handle this yourself, okay? Then he left Baekhyun stunned on the spot. Something so important that he needs to stop by the Hall of Punishment. Outside, Ji-ho announced loudly, Hyun, Do-jun is calling you out for dinner. He just ambled along behind. Is it another life-threatening situation? No, if it were that serious, Scholar Kim would at least give me a hint. Recalling the red warning for him that day, regret holder Kim Do-jun is facing the risk of death. His face darkened for a moment. Last time, the variable was Kim Do-jun. Everyone at the dining table was still unaware. This time, who will the variable be? This made Baekhyun think of Chang-sik. Variables occurring due to changes caused by the reincarnator to destiny. He had looked extremely bewildered. But because I intervened, he is now in prison. He became a criminal instead of an idol. Not only that, it also affected them. Meanwhile, the unlucky idols of Best Boys became rising stars. And not just the members, or even himself. Leader Jang Hong-seok's past also changed. He was supposed to establish an actor management company. A series of previous news did not exist, and the top idol group Nexter from Pete's Entertainment disbanded due to involvement in a drug scandal. Many things have changed, but this is also a big change. Thinking this, Baekhyun unconsciously clenched his fist. If counting each small one, there would be even more. But the biggest change is, he always carried a burden in his heart. I, who used to be a promising actor, became an idol. Just then, the person beside him noticed. And also, Ji-ho looked over and called out loudly, Hyun, there is a call. Seeing the displayed name made him surprised. Director. Then Baekhyun stood up to answer. Yes, director. Hong-seok smiled and watched. The director. A familiar voice came from the other end. Hyun, are you eating properly? How have you been lately? He replied softly. Yes, I am fine. Baekhyun still remembered her smile. In the past, I always kept my distance from Miss Kim Soo-jung because I felt pressured. Now the orphanage director continued. I feel like Hyun has become much thinner, so I was worried and wanted to check on you. Baekhyun chatted softly with her. After reincarnating, I understood the director's heart, so I decided not to push her away anymore. A moment later, her voice suddenly changed. I was thinking of sending you some homemade food. Baekhyun's face froze for a moment. Why? I did not see this coming. The car sped through the night. Hong-seok glanced through the rearview mirror. Why does he suddenly need to go to the orphanage? Recalling the previous urgent call, leader, Baekhyun's face had turned pale. Can I go out for a moment? Now he could also realize. His face is white as a sheet. A moment later he tried to inquire, did something happen at the orphanage? Hong-seok was confused, not knowing how to express it. Just because you rarely go back to the orphanage. Baekhyun directly interrupted. I will explain when we get there, so please. At this moment, he turned away to hide his emotions. Get there as fast as possible. The hand resting on his thigh was trembling. This made Hong-seok worried. He unusually does not act like this without a reason. Nevertheless, he silently complied. Don't worry, it will be quick. Warm light radiated from the orphanage. The orphanage director seemed to be waiting. Tyung. She hurriedly ran out holding things. Why so suddenly? If I knew you were coming, I would have prepared something. After saying that, the director smiled with squinted eyes. You look thinner than on TV. I do not have much, but take this. You like Sikki, right? Baekhyun quickly realized. I knew it. Her complexion looks much worse than last time. A haggard face appeared in his mind. That face looked like someone who was ill. He suddenly stopped. What? Baekhyun's head began to spin. What was that memory just now? The director in the past. She felt worried again. Did something happen? Why do you look like that? Are you sick? Then he immediately made a proposal. Leader, please take us to the nearest general hospital, right now. Hong-seok hurriedly ran over. What? She also kindly asked. Hyun, why the sudden mention of a hospital? Where are you unwell? Baekhyun held his head, breathing with difficulty. Yes, director, will you go to the hospital with me? The orphanage director gasped and shouted, of course, manager, please take us to the hospital immediately. He hurriedly turned back to the car. No wonder his face looked so pale. Hong Seok hurriedly buckled his seatbelt. Hyun, are you in a lot of pain? Where does it hurt? You should have told me earlier, bear with it a bit longer, we will get to the hospital right away. Both were in a great hurry. The nearest general hospital is going this way will be faster. At this moment, the system before his eyes notified, using reward, reincarnator's luck. Baekhyun waited silently for the result. Reincarnator Baekhyun is using reincarnator's luck. Whose past do you want to see? His gaze was fixed on her. Show me the most painful moment in Kim Soo-jung's past before I reincarnated. The space immediately changed. Scanning Kim Soo-jung's past, Baekhyun was taken by the pixels to this place. He glanced around. This is a few months before the plane crash. A voice suddenly rang out, sister, why won't you have surgery? Why won't you listen to my advice? A notification suddenly appeared. Kim Soo-jung has very high affinity with the reincarnator. The reincarnator can clearly experience everything. The orphanage director smiled and replied, I have lived longer than the allotted time. It is time to go. The other firmly retorted, don't say that, who is going anywhere? He witnessed her unable to contain the sorrow. If only you had come to the hospital earlier when you first got sick. She gently reassured, you are nagging again. I did not know back then. I just thought it was health issues from old age. Now the woman suddenly asked, one of the children became an actor, right? I heard he sent a lot of donations. You could use that money for treatment. She slowly sipped tea. How could I do that? After saying that, the orphanage director turned her head to look at his poster. She spoke reproachfully again, that boy. You do not even have his contact information. And he has not been in touch for 10 years. Conversely, she still tried to explain. Hyun was always reserved about expressing his emotions. Baekhyun's face at that time was very radiant. If I talk like this, he will be scared and run away. I just want to meet him, even just once, to know he is still eating well. The next sentence felt like darkness surrounding him. That he is still healthy, still living well. Baekhyun previously had always turned his back. Just because I sent donations, I thought that was enough. After all, we were not real family. Therefore, her figure became fainter. As if it were a matter of course. I was so narrow-minded. The car happened to stop at the hospital. Baekhyun immediately pulled her along as they got out. The emotions in his heart had long since fluctuated. I did not know. He just kept walking. Let us go. Director. At that moment, he did not have the courage to look back. Why is my chest so heavy? His hand held hers tightly. This is the first time I have felt this way. The two quickly entered the hospital. What is this emotion? The orphanage director took the initiative to speak. Excuse me. Then she suddenly stopped. Her clouded eyes slowly looked over. Baekhyun stopped and covered his face. I do not even know what expression I am making. A moment later he spoke up. Please perform a general checkup. The director here is not feeling well. Everyone appeared surprised. Oh my god, Baekhyun. Just then Hong Seok hurriedly ran in. She is the type of person who won't say she is in pain, even if it really hurts. Please check her immediately, even the expensive tests. Hearing that, the nurse urgently stepped out. First, to register, what is your relationship with the patient? Baekhyun looked up and took a deep breath. To me. By then, his eyes were red. She is like a mother to me. The orphanage director used her hand to touch Baekhyun's cheek. She brushed back his hair to reveal his tired face. Since he was little, he was a child who never said he was in pain, even when sick. When Baekhyun was in elementary school, he had fevers many times, and every time, the orphanage director, when I asked why he did not say he was sick. At that time he was so tired. He was gasping for air non-stop. A weak voice rang out. If I say I am sick, you will throw me away, making her Cook-ki stunned by those words. The fact that those words came from the mouth of a child. An image of Baekhyun always standing alone appeared. In a society where so many children need care and attention, it was almost impossible for me to divide time perfectly and fairly. His back was full of darkness and loneliness. A child who always said he was fine. A central image appeared. I should have paid more attention. Baekhyun held her hand and walked. Even when he had a high fever from a cold, even when he fainted while clutching his stomach from food poisoning, she looked at his hand and thought, that child never once said he was in pain. He was bowing his head. The orphanage director said confusedly, sorry. At this moment, a voice rang out that made her pause. Please perform a general checkup. The director here is not feeling well. The orphanage director asked in astonishment. What are you talking about, Hyun? The one who needs checking is. She is the type of person who won't say she is in pain, even though it is true. So first, let us start with the registration. What is your relationship with the patient? Baekhyun hesitated for a bit and then spoke up. That child. To me, his eyes were full of love. She is like a mother. Hearing those words made her well up with emotion. At a certain cafe, Hong Seok sat listening to Baekhyun's story with some pensiveness. Lung cancer. Fortunately, it was detected in the early stages. He reproached slightly gloomily, "How did you know the director was sick? You should have told me earlier." Hearing that, he spoke apologetically, "I am sorry, leader. If I did not do that, I do not think the director would have gone to the hospital." Hearing those words, Hong Seok fell into silence again. Baekhyun's eyes were full of sadness, prompting him to comfort. "If you feel too worried, it is okay to take a little rest." But he looked at his phone and declined. "No, I am fine." Baekhyun knew well in his heart that with the performance approaching, rest was a luxury he could not afford. He could not become a burden to the group. At that moment, Scholar Kim appeared, hands folded, and asked, "This unexpected problem has been settled smoothly, has not it?" He quickly looked up at him. Scholar Kim. Seeing that smile, Baekhyun realized. "Is this what you meant by a variable, Scholar Kim?" His eyes showed gratitude. If Scholar Kim had not mentioned a variable, but his face remained heavy with sadness. "I would not have been so sensitive to everything." Baekhyun remembered the moment he shed tears while holding the director's hand. A heavy, vague feeling. Even in the past, when I won the Best Actor award, he felt as if he were sinking into an endless deep sea. I never felt like this even once. As he hugged his teammates with hollow eyes, he thought, "My heart was always empty, always screaming to rise to a higher position." No, I still did not know. Just then, Hong Seok asked him worriedly, "Hyun, you really do not look well." Baekhyun replied calmly, "I am fine, really." It felt like a simple answer, but to him, it was still something complex. He looked down. "Right now. A message appeared on his phone. "Director, do not worry about money, just focus on your treatment. I only hope she does not have to suffer anymore." The blue sky and sunlight reappeared. The day of Best Boy's first album showcase. The lights shone incessantly as voices rang out. "Mr. D. Sungju, you are really treating Best well, are not you?" Reporter Yoon Ho Jung from M Entertainment bumped the shoulder of the person next to him. "Lately there have been so many articles from you praising Best. You are not being paid on the side, are you?" Reporter Lee Sungju from M Entertainment spoke up, sounding a bit guilty. "Who said that? About me being paid by Beste? Sometimes, you just want to agree when others say no, right? That is all." "Bribery, no way," she remarked. "Really, is that how you got promoted?" Causing him to hurriedly close his laptop. "How did you know I got promoted?" Yoon Ho Jung continued to probe. "This industry is full of rumors. Do not try to hide it from me since we are colleagues. Let me tell you, this time you have really supported the wrong people." Lee Sung-ju turned to the other reporters. "Most reporters have turned their backs on Beste because Beste treated them so poorly for a long time. Many people are waiting for that company to fail." In another room, a TV was on. The sight of CDs appeared along with chatter. "This is so tense. I am worried to death. Our oppas will do well, won't they?" "Of course, they perform the songs brilliantly. You are lucky, your bias's song was chosen for the album." Jian held up a photo of Baekhyun and praised him excitedly. "Of course, I am so happy. Hyun Oppa's song is the best. Isn't Hyun Oppa a genius? He can do everything." Young Ji sat to the side, laughing. "Oh no, here we go again. If you were born a parrot, you would be screaming Baekhyun's name all day." She immediately retorted, "Kim Young Ji, you drool every time you see Oh Su Oppa." The other quickly snapped back, "You are such a facecon visual obsessed. Are you going to keep calling me a facecon? That is offensive, you know." Suddenly, Jian was surprised by something on the computer. "Huh? What the hell is this?" The two began to get angry at the text on the screen. "These haters are ruining the mood again. Wow, are Nexter fans really doing this here? How pathetic. Is this the power of authority? Is that why you accepted the staff's offer?" With a look like a devil, she said, "Of course, I want to help the oppas, even just a little." A video screen appeared. They must have planned this for the comeback day. Unbelievable. "Ah, it is starting." Both of them quickly became full of excitement. Then a clear sound rang out, making them even more thrilled. "BZ, are you all doing well?" The members of the group appeared one by one, looking radiant. Baekhyun was the first to greet them. "We are doing very well too. We worked very hard on this album, and we hope the results match that effort." Whoops, his aura made the hardcore fans gasp because it was so dazzling. The MC looked at the five of them and asked, "Baekhyun, you officially tried acting in this MV. How do you feel about it?" Baekhyun held the mic and replied happily, "I think I have received more praise than I deserve. The Stardust MV is a hot topic right now. Do you plan to continue acting in the future?" He thought for a moment. Then he said decisively, "No." Baekhyun began to tell the story behind it. A man who loses his first love and stands on the brink of death decides to become a fragment of a star. A meteor shower appeared. "Stardust." He raised his hands, his voice melodious. "I wonder when it began, when everything about me existed only for you. You did not know, but my heart has always belonged to you, only you." Yoon Ho Jung was so surprised she covered her mouth. Was the youngest voice always this good? The leader's vocals were so great they overshadowed the others, and then Oh Su's part followed. Looking at that appearance and hearing that voice made everyone marvel. He must have practiced so much to change this much in just a few months. Jae-hyun also tried his best and sang his heart out. And Jae-hyun looks thinner too. Nothing is certain yet, but he reached out his hand. Waiting to touch you. Ji-ho also revealed a new look. Even so, when I am not by your side, I only want you to keep smiling, that you are my star. I have no excuse, so please, forgive me for leaving you behind. This left Lee Sung-ju completely stunned. Isn't Kang Jae-hyun the main dancer and So Ji-ho the rapper? With a step forward and constant sounds of amazement, not just the youngest but everyone's vocals have improved. How, if you forgive me, I won't mind becoming a fragment of that stardust. Do-jun spread his arms with a sweet voice. If you forgive me, I won't mind becoming a fragment of that stardust. The singing became more and more melodious, leaving him frozen. The female fans watching were blushing and clutching their hair in excitement. At this moment, a pair of hands seemed to be reaching into the night. Everyone sat down, leaving only Baekhyun reaching his hand up. His handsome face slowly turned around. My fragment, your stardust. This completely shocked Lee Sung-ju. A voice that deep. Finally, he knelt on one knee, singing the final lines. For you, I will give my very breath. I will always be there. The 5 members sat in a star formation. I do not mind becoming a stone that protects you. Sparkling lights surrounded him. The singing made the listeners blush instinctively. An eternal stardust that never fades by your side. Baekhyun remembered the scenes in the MV. Stardust. I thought it was just a love story. Do-jun also sang his heart out for the love in the song. A boy's love for a girl, but that is not it. Oh-soo also showed his burning desire. It is a burning desire to live. Jae-hyun also finished his part. The narrator of the song clearly wants to say. Ji-ho clasped his hands, showing a look of longing. I want to live. Finally, Baekhyun leaned back with burning eyes. Lee Sung-ju could only gasp. I have seen countless idol performances. But why? Looking at the star like beams of light before him dazzled him. How can one performance make me feel like this? They all showed supreme joy and determination. Indeed, love and money are important, but after watching this, I could never call this stage ridiculous. His hands instinctively tightened. Lee Sung-ju's hands opened his laptop once more. There were no mistakes. They were all shining through their own strength. Radiant smiles for today's victory. Perfect. Recalling their rookie images from before Furdust. Stardust has become a hit. As they caught them waving goodbye, after that, I did not realize how much time had passed. We had to handle a mountain of work and participate in game shows. They appeared on stage continuously. Before we knew it, we were nearing the final promotions for this album. At this point, Ji-ho looked a bit gloomy. They were in a car heading somewhere. Doesn't this situation feel very familiar? Oh-soo was the first to ask. Leader, are you really not telling us where we are going? Hong Seok replied with a laugh. It is a secret. Anyway, everyone needs to work properly today. Okay, it is for the final promotions of the album. Jae-hyun looked blankly at his hands. The whole group realized in terror. No way, we have not been invited to the Road We Walk Together Season 2. Have we? Do not mention it. Even thinking about it is scary. Do you guys really think we would be dressed like this if we had to sleep outdoors? Hong Seok quickly reassured them. It is not the schedule for the Road We Walk Together, so just relax. You guys are too worried, leaving Baekhyun a bit confused. So, it is not the road we walk together. Looking at the sky and the forest scenery outside made him try to deduce. This definitely is not an event in Seoul, since we were just on the highway. So where are we going? A local event. I want to know the destination. Baekhyun crossed his arms and calculated. If I know, at least I can prepare beforehand. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. A stream of blue water appeared through the car window. Everyone cried out, oh my god, it is the sea. A bright red lighthouse appeared. Hong Seok got out of the car with everyone. Now then, let us stop here for a moment to get some fresh air. Be careful not to get your clothes dirty. Baekhyun turned and asked curiously. For a moment, sounds like something is about to happen, does not it? Leader, he was a bit startled and said, does it really sound like that? Looking at the members having fun, he said firmly, yes, it feels like you are giving us a treat before squeezing the life out of us. Hong Seok crossed his arms mysteriously. But anyway, I can't tell you right now. Quickly, Oh-soo and Do-jun each grabbed one of Baekhyun's arms. Why do not you go out there and enjoy the sea? He quickly shouted in protest. What are you guys doing? It is winter. Bare feet in winter is a bit. If it is the sea, who cares? If it is winter or cold or whatever. The other two also hurried down. Hyun, you look like you really want to dive in. Oh, everyone, push Hyun in. Hey, wait. All of them joined forces to urge Baekhyun down. Leader Jang, you brought a change of clothes, right? Everyone was happy while he was in total panic. Even Hong Seok and the assistant burst out laughing at them. Because Baekhyun had been tossed in, his face was gloomy, but finally, he sighed and brushed his hair back. In the end, Baekhyun used his strength to splash water back at them. You guys. Come here, Hyun, do not. At some entertainment venue, a voice made everyone stop. Best boys, long time no see. Ji-woong raised his hand and greeted them enthusiastically. How has everyone been? The whole group bowed 90 degrees. Hello, Director Cog1, the best yesterday, the best forever, we are best boys. He gestured for them to keep their voices down. Oh boy, as passionate as always. Then Ji Woong announced, get ready, we are going on stage in 30 minutes, leaving them a bit bewildered. We are performing here. Do Jun asked in confusion. Didn't director Cog1 say he was preparing a new show? So what is this show? He laughed and confirmed, this is it, making them gasp in unison. Hong Seok said a bit apologetically, Hyun, actually, a student at this school with a background similar to yours made the suggestion. If you feel uncomfortable, we can skip it. Hearing those words, a strange feeling arose in Baekhyun. He then made a request, can I meet and talk to her? An image of a girl appeared, so sleepy. A sound rang out, making the teacher stop. Mic test. 1. 2. Students. Please gather in the hall. All the students were focusing hard. There is an important announcement, so please be there in 5 minutes. Everyone stood up wearily. What now? Is the principal making us do something weird again? Last time he made us help the village chief untangle fishing nets after school. That was crazy. Then someone lightly touched the shoulder of the sleepy girl from before. Actually, I do not care as long as I get to skip class. That means we get to skip a period, right? They chuckled and teased. Sorry. By then, Ji Woong had quickly arrived with a mic. I am Cog1, the producer of School Surprise. This left all the students in total shock. No way. And now for the first guests of School Surprise, some of the most famous faces today. They appeared. The figures of the 5 male idols appeared on stage. Best boys. Baekhyun was wearing a mic and flashing a radiant smile. This made the girl's face turn bright red with excitement. It made the people walking up also full of excitement. I can't believe I am meeting best boys in real life. Oh, Soo is really handsome. Jinse's face was flushed as she thought about the events of a few days ago. A few days ago. Hello, Director Cog1. I heard you are planning a new show, and I sincerely hope you can come to my school. The artists I want to meet are best boys. How did that get chosen? Did I just use up my life's luck on this? While she was feeling shy, a pair of feet was approaching. I never even dreamed of meeting them in real life. Ji Woong quickly called out, Student Jin Seo. He hurried toward her and asked, You are Student Jin Seo, right? Do you have a few minutes? I have a few things to discuss. Since you made the suggestion, we would like to interview you. Would that be okay? This made Jin Seo freeze like a stone statue. An interview. Just like that, the two moved to another spot. She thought in extreme fear, I am such an idiot. I completely forgot there would be an interview. I have not prepared anything. The moment Jin Seo looked inside the door, she was astonished. The image of Baekhyun quickly appeared before her eyes. He also flashed a radiant smile. Hello, Student Jin Seo. Nice to meet you. Since you said you are a fan of mine, we arranged this meeting, leaving her stunned on the spot. If there is anything you want to ask or are curious about, please ask now. Jinse's eyes began to redden as she trembled. She stammered tremulously, hello. Jinse's tears fell incessantly. I am sorry, I just can't believe this is happening. Unexpectedly, she hugged her knees and sobbed. Baekhyun also crouched down and stared at her. As time began to pass, she thought, what should I do? I am so nervous I can't even speak. Finally, Ji Woong could only scratch his head and say tentatively, what should we do? Time passed so quickly, and only then did Jin Seo raise her head. Seeing him staring at her, she thought, I wasted all this time, crying like an idiot. Why am I so stupid? Her tears poured out again. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and I can't say anything. Appa must think I am so pathetic. But Baekhyun turned and made a request. I have not even asked the one thing I wanted yet. Leader, how about we have a meal with the members at this young friend's place today? Since she is a fan of mine, I want to buy her some good food, which amazed her. Then he gave a warm smile like falling cherry blossoms. Let us continue the conversation there. What do you think? Which made Jin Seo blush. Finally, she used all her strength to say, okay, at an orphanage that looked quite old. The members of Best Boys slowly got out of the car. Baekhyun recalled what he had heard. Hyun, actually, a student at this school with a background similar to yours made the suggestion. At that time, he had turned his head in surprise. If you feel uncomfortable, we can skip it. A letter appeared next to Hong Seok. But can I meet and talk to them? Baekhyun's eyes showed astonishment. Jae-hyun's face appeared along with a wish. Wish of regret holder Kang Jae-hyun. I should have volunteered at an orphanage at least once. Even though I said I liked children, I was too obsessed with success, and in the end, I never actually did anything. He looked at the scene before him in the present. If not for the wish, would I have come here? They were all having fun with the children. So cute. Hello, how old are you? Baekhyun's eyes turned somber. Even without the wish, one thing is for certain, I wanted to come here. A barbecue feast appeared. The orphanage director came to thank him. Baekhyun, young man, thank you so much for today. I heard that Baekhyun wanted to visit our orphanage. I do not know how to repay this kindness. I am sure this will be a beautiful memory for Jin Seo too. She was filled with grateful happiness. Baekhyun quickly replied to her. The members also agreed, so that is why we came. We were the ones who wanted to visit, so please do not worry too much. The director looked at him skeptically. Is it my imagination? He looks just like someone I know. Meanwhile, Baekhyun was intently grilling meat. Seriously, but it is probably not possible. A little girl praised enthusiastically. This is great, it is melting in my mouth. I wish I could eat this beef every day. Hyun-appa, can't you just live at our house? Now, Hyun-appa is busy being on TV so he can't. Okay, I know, I was just kidding, your grilled beef is the best. Viewers watched and smiled warmly. Doojun spoke up. Do you guys really think Hyun's grilled beef is good? The children replied happily. Yes, then everyone realized, wait, were you pretending to be bad at cooking at the dorm? Shut up and eat your meat. After that, they also set off fireworks with the children. Jin Seo looked at Baekhyun from behind. She was a bit hesitant and had not dared to speak up. Jinse's lips trembled as she began to speak. She clenched her hands and asked, Appa, have you ever struggled? Baekhyun asked back, a bit confused. The most difficult thing. Jin Seo was a bit embarrassed after the question. Her sad voice rang out in the night, being abandoned, and the sea surface was a bit dark, waves gently lapping at the shore. Baekhyun looked directly at Jin Seo in front of him. He turned away to respond, that matter. Baekhyun's voice also rose. I wonder too. His face was full of somberness. Why was I abandoned? It is a question I can't answer. Even from back when I was an actor, remembering the mother who abandoned him, if I at least knew the reason, I could be angry at them. But because I did not know, I swallowed all my anger and lived on. Then recalling what Baekhyun did in his previous life, I immersed myself in work, along with a soulless, brilliant aura. His hands tightened, hiding all the emotions and thoughts I did not want to expose. Finally, Baekhyun expressed his thoughts in words. It is really hard. When I was little, throughout my youth, even after becoming an adult, and even now. There are times when I am okay, but sometimes I am not. Jin Seo bowed her head after hearing this. Are you comforting me? Hearing that from you, who looks so strong, it turns out you suffered too. How much effort is needed to be okay? Hearing that, Baekhyun also felt somber. Effort? That is a hard question. The scenery around him became sparkling. Set a goal and live only for that. Hearing that, she asked directly, does living like that make you feel better? However, Baekhyun answered very honestly, no. Realizing he had misspoke, he quickly covered his mouth. Jinse suddenly called, Oppa, making Baekhyun look over. She was sobbing. No. The two of them now just looked at each other in silence. People often easily pity those who have it harder than them, and in that pity, looking at Jin Seo crying, he did not know what to say anymore. I wonder how many times this child has had to go through a situation like that. Baekhyun's lips moved as if preparing to say something. Finally, he spoke teasingly. I do not really like people who cry a lot. She hurriedly wiped her tears, and Baekhyun continued. I think you are crying because I talk too much about how pitiful I am. As I said, there are also very good times. A footstep stopped amidst the voice. And it is not because I am an orphan or because I was abandoned that I do not live well. Looking at the people playing with the children, everyone has times when they do not feel okay. They say life changes based on how you understand it. The two of them looked up at those smiles. Images kept running by. I want you to see that your life is not something unlucky. It is just a bit more special than others. I hope so. Finally, Baekhyun flashed a smile. A half-baked comfort. Maybe it sounds a bit like an excuse just to survive. But I am not entirely wrong. I never resolved that matter. Deep down I was not happy. But still, I am trying to live, are not I? Which made Jin Seo gasp in surprise. He spoke to encourage her. As for you, being so smart, you can definitely resolve it. So do not lock yourself in unhappiness. These words made a spark of light flare in Jin Seo's eyes. Finally, because she was too embarrassed, she turned away, leaving Baekhyun to look after her in surprise. He placed his hands on Jin Seo's shoulders as a gesture of comfort. The next morning, at the orphanage, he stretched after waking up. In the end, because it was too late, we had to stay the night. Doojun stood to one side, praising him. Hey there, kind-hearted stoneface, leaving Baekhyun a bit dazed. Huh, you are up early. Wait, what? He walked over and poked Baekhyun's cheek. You are really something. Why are you only gentle in front of fans? Your leader feels abandoned, you know? Leaving him confused. What do you mean I am gentle? Doojun turned away and grumbled. Just give us half of what you give the fans. Why do you draw such a line between us? After saying that, he left, leaving Baekhyun behind. He poured a glass of milk with a thought. Do I? Come to think of it, I feel like I take off my mask in front of the fans. Maybe it is because I think that is the only thing I can give to those who love me unconditionally. Suddenly, Hong Seok walked in and saw Baekhyun. He hurriedly greeted him. Hey Hyun, did you sleep well? He replied, good morning leader. Hong Seok looked a bit awkward. Before breakfast, can I talk to you for a moment? At the playground in the orphanage, the two of them sat in different spots. Baekhyun checked his watch for the time. It has been 15 minutes, he said a bit impatiently. What could be making them hesitate so much? I can't think of a reason. Finally, Baekhyun spoke up. What is the matter, leader? Hong Seok heard this and hesitated a bit. Well, I am not sure if I should tell you, but, losing his patience, he said firmly, leader, it is okay, just tell me. It is getting cold out here. Whatever it is, if it is serious, I should know so I can prepare. Finally, he spoke out. Well, there is a person named Park Jisoo living in this village. Hong Seok hurriedly waved his hands to reassure him. Of course, it might not be her, but however, before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly hesitated. Baekhyun's expression drastically changed, turning somber. The scene froze in a terrifying silence. The slender silhouette of that woman Park Jisoo gently turned around. The name I had erased for a long time, my mother. Baekhyun sat in a daze, reflecting. Back when I was an actor, when the story of me being an orphan was made public, I mentioned my mother's name in an interview. At that time, I thought revealing the name would be better. He had accidentally met that woman again, but not long after. Baekhyun, Park Jisoo smiled and reached out her arms. My son, it is me, your mother. At that moment, Baekhyun suddenly snapped out of it. I realized it was a grave mistake. That is why after returning to the past, I kept my mouth shut. I never let anyone know my mother's name. Thanks to that, when people contacted Best Entertainment claiming they might be my mother, Baekhyun reassured himself. I could easily rule them out because the names did not match. This time, it is probably not her either. It could be someone with the same name. Anxiety stung in his heart, but what if it is true? The image of his younger self appeared and asked, "What will you do?" Questions Baekhyun did not want to answer. Are you going to run away? He was lost in his thoughts. The winter of my 21st year, that mission has been handed to me once again in this relived life. As Baekhyun reached out to touch her, can I really deal with something I have not been able to do for a long time, right now? Another hand pulled him back. Not you. That person echoed Baekhyun's own wish. Didn't you want to live a life without regrets? He slowly turned his head back. Scholar Kim smiled with glistening eyes. What are you afraid of? He mentioned the group Baekhyun was with. Don't you have more now than you did before? And CEO Cho, who always leads the group. Those words snapped Baekhyun awake. Did you forget? Scene changed to a residential area, with many rows of houses. They looked around anxiously. I am really sad I can't go with you because of work. It is not far from here. Go straight down the alley and look for the house with the blue roof. But I am not sure if she is home. Hong Seok stole a glance at him from behind. He must be feeling confused. How can he stay so calm in a situation like this? He continued, stepping up the stairs. I already know about Hyun's background. He grew up in an orphanage since he was 10. He continued, stepping up the stairs. I already know about Hyun's background. He grew up in an orphanage since he was 10. Hong Seok had been observing him for a while. He only remembers a fleeting sentence from when he was left behind. I think she told him to wait a moment. Baekhyun's voice was quite low, but I am not sure if that memory is real. Baekhyun did not remember much. When I regained consciousness, I was at the orphanage. And no matter how long I waited, mother never came back. He had overheard their conversation. I usually avoid talking about this because it is a bit rude, but their faces look very much alike. I think that every time I see him. I wondered if they were relatives. Hong Seok listened silently. That person has no one by her side, and her health is very weak. She looks just like. In his hand was a piece of paper with the address, and they had the same name. How could she not be his mother? Hong Seok looked back again. I will stand by Hyun, whatever he decides. Baekhyun stood before the gate. The man asked softly, are you ready? He bowed his head and did not speak. Baekhyun did not think any further, and pressed the bell directly. Is being ready even necessary for this, sir? After waiting for a while, there was no movement inside. Is she not home? Then that door opened. I do not even have a single photograph. No matter how hard I try, I can't remember my mother's face. A woman stepped out and asked tremulously, who are you? Baekhyun looked up slightly. But it is strange, is not it? Park Jisoo's face was unusually gaunt. The moment we met, I could recognize her immediately. The scholar beside him used a bit of magic. Using skill, mask of hidden emotions, functions within Baekhyun secretly shifted. Scholar Kim had followed reincarnator Baekhyun's command. He slowly took off his cap, his face calm. Baekhyun asked in a steady voice, are you Park Jisoo? Yes, and you are. The effect of the skill appeared. For 1 hour, no matter what expression the reincarnator makes, others will only see a calm face. Time remaining, 59 minutes, 10 seconds. Her face darkened when she heard the name. My name is Baekhyun. Baekhyun hesitantly asked again. Do you remember me? Inside the old house, the corners of the walls were covered in spiderwebs. Things were scattered haphazardly on the table. The three of them sat facing each other. Hong Seok stole a glance at him. There is no way we would not recognize her. Then he glanced at Park Jisoo opposite them, who was bowing her head. Just as the orphanage director said, her eyes are identical to Hyun's. I would have recognized her just passing by, and Hong Seok could not help but wonder. But they have not seen each other in so long. Baekhyun shared the same mood as Park Jisoo, yet his reaction, he showed clear concern. Meeting like this, yet no one shows any expression. Suddenly, Baekhyun spoke up. You know who I am? The atmosphere fell back into silence. Hong Seok stole another glance. Baekhyun's hands were clenched and trembling. It is only on the surface. He is shaking. Finally, she spoke up. How could I not know? Baekhyun continued to ask. Do you know I appear on TV? I know. He slowly opened his mouth. Then why? Gently questioning Park Jisoo. Did you not contact me? This question made her tilt her head slightly. Park Jisoo uttered a cold sentence. If I had intended to contact you, I would not have left you like that. At this moment, the skill was triggered, mask of hidden emotions, wavering under the shock. Baekhyun continued his questions. Then why? His eyes widened, like he was interrogating a prisoner. Did you abandon me? Park Jisoo answered truthfully. I always suspected that one day, this moment would come. She had imagined that scenario. You have grown so tall, and your face has changed so much. I always thought that just once before I die, I wanted to see you as an adult. While Park Jisoo was working, when I accidentally saw you on TV while working at the restaurant, I was so shocked. The image of Baekhyun shining on stage appeared before her. You look healthy, and it seems you are surrounded by good people. He looked happy with his brothers. And sometimes, for a moment, Park Jisoo sat there in a daze. The customers there also noticed Park Jisoo's expression. When I saw you smiling happily, I thought that was enough. She bowed her head, appearing to be in a bad mood. Even if I never saw you again, I believed that would be better than having someone like me as your mother. They were surprised by Park Jisoo's mood. Are you okay? What is wrong? She bowed her head, without a single word of explanation. I can't make any excuses. There is no reason. Her face was gaunt and full of regret. I am truly sorry. Even if I said it for the rest of my life, it would not be enough. Baekhyun froze on the spot. Thoughts appeared in Hong Seok's mind. She knew where Hyun was and did not contact him at all. He was full of questions. Why? And Baekhyun spoke up. Excuse me, where is the restroom? Park Jisoo did not answer. She just pointed to the left. Hong Seok watched him intently. Is he okay? Inside that not-so-clean bathroom. Baekhyun leaned his hands against the sink. It was hard to accept. She knew he was on TV, knew where he lived. He had a psychological struggle. Then why did not she try to find me? Baekhyun gripped the edge of the sink. Is it really because she hates me, reincarnator? This is not just another one of your variables. That voice suddenly appeared. The shimmering thing in the air continued to speak. A meeting that never happened in the past now appears because of reincarnation. Something that would not have happened if I had not reincarnated. Scholar Kim looked at him with folded arms, annoyed. Living in the same South Korea, there is only one reason the two of you never met. Baekhyun suddenly realized something. Death. Finally, he thought of a way. I will use reincarnator's luck to find out why Park Jisoo and I never met before I reincarnated and why she left me. I want to know everything. Scholar Kim frowned slightly. He asked sternly and carefully, can you handle it? Scholar Kim stated the obvious. Sometimes, the truth is more painful than a lie. Baekhyun clenched his fist and his voice was firm. Even if I am hurt or in total panic, it is something the current me must endure. Because the truth is better than a lie. He told himself, I lived the life of an actor obsessed with acting until the age of 30. Now, outside, the sky was unusually blue. He finally crossed back into the past. A hospital. Baekhyun saw a distressed Park Jisoo in front of the doctor's desk. At that time, Park Jisoo was speechless. She could not believe her ears. What? How can that be? It is impossible. I am sorry, but AIDS symptoms have been confirmed. Park Jisoo's heart skipped a beat. Do you have a boyfriend? If so, it is best if he gets checked too. Park Jisoo's hands clenched into fists. What? How could you do this to me? She screamed at her scumbag boyfriend. She screamed at her scumbag boyfriend. He tried to explain. I did not know. I really did not know. Park Jisoo bit her lip upon hearing those words. Did you think I would plan to marry you knowing I was sick like this? She exposed her boyfriend's true face. I know you lied. Your friend confessed everything. He was stunned for a few seconds. He covered his face. I am really out of options. Seriously, the boyfriend shoved his face close to hers. Then what do you want me to do? He reverted to his true colors. Can I turn back time now? What do you want me to do about what has already happened? Park Jisoo cried bitterly at being deceived. I thought you were actually a good person. Baekhyun stood behind, watching it all. Our Hyun liked you too. That is why I should not have messed with a widowed slut. The boyfriend revealed his callousness. What, did you really think I considered myself that kid's father? She tried to cling to his sleeve. You, Park Jisoo screamed in helplessness. If you do not want me to report you to the police, you might as well just kill me. She hated this boyfriend immensely. What you did is no different from murder. Get a grip, Park Jisoo. She was so angry she bit her lip until it bled. I only wanted you to catch this disease too because you loved me so much. He laughed despicably. Speaking of which, the boyfriend lunged at Park Jisoo. You bastard. Baekhyun hurriedly rushed forward. Get away from my mother. He squeezed hard, making the boyfriend unable to breathe. Baekhyun's eyes were full of hatred. He then posed a difficult question. And what about you? Do you dare say you are any different? The image showed young Baekhyun. You do not even remember what you did. In a playground of that time, in the neighborhood, news was spreading. Did you hear the news? Neighbors were gossiping incessantly. Baekhyun's mother has AIDS. The news quickly reached others. Really, those words reached the ears of young Baekhyun. The man who had dated Baekhyun's mother had spread the word. Before he was dragged to a mental hospital, he leaked the news to the whole town. With that face, everyone thought she would live a better life, right? Other people started worrying about their children. Oh my god, my son is close to Hyun. What if the kid caught the disease too? How terrible. At this moment, his head throbbed with pain. A shout rang out right then. I hate people like you most in the world. Baekhyun had pushed his own mother away. Because of you, all my friends call me the son of an AIDS-infected whore. Park Jisoo tried to explain. Hyun, no, it is not like that. Don't lie, I do not want to be your son. Why did you give birth to me? Why are you my mother? He uttered bitter words. I would rather be an orphan. She covered her ears, not wanting to hear those words, than be the child of someone like you. Park Jisoo lived her life like that. She died a tragic death, without any family by her side. Baekhyun knelt before the coffin. Yes, I had never seen such an empty funeral. He recalled the time from his previous life. When I was 22, Park Jisoo had to leave like that. That was when my mother left the world alone. He collapsed in heavy pain. That conversation was our final conversation. Now, back to the small bathroom. Baekhyun sat leaning against the wall, panting. Park Jisoo's spirit was now mostly gone. From the moment I saw her, I had the feeling she was sick. Her complexion was very bad. It would have been weirder if nothing were wrong. He had always been certain. I thought I had lost my memory. Everything was contrary to Baekhyun's imagination about the few months before and after being abandoned. But I was wrong. He had to admit, I erased that memory myself. Scholar Kim looked at that miserable appearance. I was not abandoned. Baekhyun cried out in agony. I threw her away. I abandoned my mother. Season 1 ends here. Everyone, please wait for Season 2, and I will upload videos for you then. Thank you for watching the entire video.